struggling until the age of 38 without being able to afford a home, facing a bride price of 300,000 yuan before marriage, living frugally for most of his life, and exhausting himself to the point of breaking down. Yet, where has all the money gone? Who has profited from it? With a heart filled with resentment, Jiang Qin was reborn at the age of 18, and his sole thought upon opening his eyes was to embark on a journey of entrepreneurship to amass wealth. The first step was to reclaim the love letters he had sent out, flipping them over and writing 3 lines in the astonished gaze of the school beauty. Working for others is simply not an option. I only desire financial freedom, never to be a slave. As for romance, that is something even dogs do not pursue. Chapter 1. Where is my money? The bride price is 300,000, not a cent less. I don't care about the money, I just want to know how important I am to you. Also, your house cannot be under your mother's name, it must be transferred to mine. In the Shunsheng, at a window seat in the Gray Whale CF, Jiang Qin, at 38, looked at his prospective bride and suddenly found her face somewhat unfamiliar. They had met through a matchmaking arrangement and had been together for over half a year. Given their age, they felt the pressure of time and had been discussing marriage lately. To be honest, Jiang Qin felt little affection for her, and he believed she felt the same. After all, at nearly 40, was marriage and childbearing still about love? It seemed more about not wanting to grow old alone. However, he remained silent, quietly sipping his water while directing his gaze towards the glass window, automatically tuning out her voice. He found life to be quite absurd. His parents had always told him that knowledge could alter one's fate, so he had worked diligently in his studies, convinced that he would inevitably become wealthy and extraordinary. Yet upon entering the workforce, he realized he was hardly even a commoner. In 2016, he began his career, only to be inundated with alcohol by clients, landing in the hospital, unable to bid farewell to the grandmother who had raised him. In 2019, a project collapsed, and he was forced to take the blame, subsisting on instant noodles in a rented room for 5 months, unable to distinguish between dreams and reality. His subsequent job was relatively stable, but far from where he lived. He worked so hard that his liver felt shattered, even timing his bathroom breaks to save time, all in pursuit of buying a car. In 2022, he finally bought the car, only to realize he could not afford the fuel. After turning 30, he discovered that rent was increasing faster than his salary, prompting him to save aggressively and inform his parents of his intention to buy a home in Shunsheng. From that day forward, there were no more meat dishes on the family table. Yet, he still could not gather enough for a down payment, and unbeknownst to him, his father worked late into the night driving for ride-sharing, nearly suffering a stroke. Did poverty truly correlate with laziness? Jiang Qin had contemplated this question for years. He believed he had been diligent enough to merit his name. But where was the money? Who had taken it away? As a child, his parents had earnestly told him that hard work would lead to success. Yet, as he grew older, the reality became clear. Hard work only led to endless suffering. Now, his matchmaker was demanding a bride price of 300,000. Jiang Qin, are you even listening to me? Yes, I have been listening. Then why are you silent? I've been talking for ages, and you haven't responded. Jiang Qin set down his cup, paused in silence, then spoke. Perhaps we should not get married after all. The woman was momentarily taken aback before erupting in anger. What do you mean by that? Jiang Qin, you coward. No wonder at 38. No woman wants to be with you. Ignoring her tirade, Jiang Qin stepped out of the Western restaurant and wandered aimlessly down the street. When he reached a construction site, he noticed a banner that proclaimed that working individuals are superior. He lit a cigarette, taking a couple of puffs before burning a hole in it. He held no particular grievances against the woman. In fact, he thought her demands were quite reasonable. After all, she was 35. What was wrong with being practical? He was merely pondering one question. When would this life come to an end? Those who had never worked tirelessly praised the superiority of laborers, while those who had been laboring could only nod in agreement, acknowledging the truth. But where did he fit in as a superior being? In his lifetime, he had only owned 2 pairs of AJ sneakers, and those were knockoffs. Was that what one called being superior? As for love, Jiang Qin was unsure if such a thing even existed. He had been on several blind dates and met a few girls introduced by friends. Any of them could have sufficed, but the most lamentable truth was that it was merely about getting by. Reflecting on his life, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret. With a sigh, Jiang Qin fumbled in his pocket for his phone, intending to call a friend for a drink, but instead saw 4 unread messages. One was a credit card payment reminder, another a warning about overdue phone bills, a third from his brother saying he was nearby and that no one was home, and the final one from his direct supervisor, who compassionately wrote about the company's poor performance and hoped employees would voluntarily accept salary cuts to weather the storm together. Instantly, Jiang Qin lost any desire to drink and continued smoking beneath the construction site. In this era, if one wished to accumulate wealth, working for others was simply not an option, as the distribution of resources in society was inherently unjust. Yet, as he contemplated his age, Jiang Qin could not help but laugh. At 38, starting a business seemed somewhat unrealistic, did it not? His body had been worn down over the past couple of years, suffering from chronic pain and other ailments. Dragging this broken body into entrepreneurship, even if successful, would only leave him at 50. What enjoyment would life hold then? How he wished for a second chance to avoid laboring for others and instead seek the companionship of a wealthy woman. If all else failed, he would embark on entrepreneurship, firmly believing that money could be earned again, but once one loses their conscience, it would be far more challenging to regain. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Qin massaged his aching neck and involuntarily glanced upward. What was that dark mass coming towards him? Administer a dose of adrenaline, quickly. Embrace the Olympics, uphold civility, and foster a new ethos. Where is Director Liu? Check if the operating room is ready. Hurry. My door is always open, with open arms waiting for you. Suddenly, Jiang Qin felt overwhelmed by a blinding light. The noise around him grew louder. His skin felt feverish, and his mind became muddled. In a haze, he caught sight of a stunning young girl, perhaps 17 or 18 years old. She wore a fluffy floral dress that revealed a small section of her fair, smooth legs, with a delicate nose, rosy lips, and elegantly curled eyelashes framing her bright, expressive eyes. Jiang Qin smiled. In all those years of diligently working for his bosses to afford their cars and villas, he had never even dared to dream of encountering such a beautiful girl. Such a stunning girl could surely cry for a long time if slapped. Jiang Qin, I really don't want to date anyone. I'm sorry. Jiang Qin could no longer smile, for he realized that the girl before him was becoming increasingly vivid and clear. The floral dress she wore was adorned with patterns of shinohana, and she stood gracefully on a red plastic track, shielding her eyes from the sunlight with her arm to avoid squinting. Yet even in such a manner, the sweltering heat caused this youthful beauty to show signs of irritation. If you remain silent, I'll assume you agree. We can still be good friends, right? Jiang Qin's brow began to furrow, a glimmer of seriousness flashing in his eyes. He recognized this girl. She was Chu Siki, the class beauty from his high school days, who was likely now married. Throughout high school and university, he had pursued her for 7 years, nearly leading him to question his worth when she rejected him. Yet, Jiang Qin was not the type to cling desperately. He could not persist in such a manner. However, the issue lies in the fact that CH² has incessantly intervened in his life, under the guise of friendship, commanding him to undertake this and that, while forbidding him from mingling with other girls. From time to time, she dangles a glimmer of hope before him, tossing him a couple of sugary tokens, truly tormenting the youthful Jiang Qin. Once I finish my freshman year, I will consider being your girlfriend. I didn't expect the coursework in sophomore year to be so burdensome. Let's discuss it again in junior year. There are numerous competitions to participate in during junior year, leaving me no time for romance. It was not until the second semester of junior year that she appeared hand in hand with a tall, slender boy, both clad in matching outfits. On that day, her face radiated tenderness, her eyes sparkling like a galaxy, as she smiled and asked her boyfriend if he was handsome. From that moment on, he encased his heart in cement, never entertaining the thought of romance again, eventually leading to a story of settling for marriage at the age of 38. In 2008, the concept of a backup partner had not yet emerged. It was only later, with the advancement of the internet, that Jiang Qin realized he had merely been a backup all along. She simply had not found someone suitable yet, hence her sporadic closeness, teasing him when she felt cheerful and ignoring him when she did not. To put it plainly, he was merely a tool to pass the time when she found herself bored. The memories flooded back. Yet at this moment, Jiang Qin felt somewhat dizzy and experienced a faint ringing in his ears. The image of Jiang in high school and the class beauty of his youth replayed in his mind. Is this a rebirth? Or perhaps a dream? If it is a rebirth, then where is the notification? Why is there no chime? Jiang Qin shakily extended his hand, grasping at the air a couple of times, and failed to summon any virtual screens. Am I merely a false rebirth? Not even equipped properly? Jiang Qin, do you hear me? I truly do not wish to engage in a romantic relationship right now. All right, I shall heed your wishes. Did you not hear me clearly? I just rejected you. I heard you, I'm not deaf then. Do you have nothing to say to me? Accepting the reality devoid of a system, Jiang Qin's gaze fell upon CHSQ's hand. What is that you are holding? CH Square proudly raised the envelope in her hand. This is the love letter you just handed me. I told you I didn't want it, and you still returned it. Please don't write again next time. Could you return it to me? I have a use for it. Why work when one can rely on a wealthy woman? Money can be earned again, but losing one's conscience is far more costly. Chapter 2. The mission of rebirth is to accumulate wealth. The object that fell was a steel plate used for construction. Jiang Qin pondered for a moment and arrived at a plausible conclusion. Thus, he was confronted with a pivotal question. Why have I been reborn? The answer is rather simple. Perhaps it is a deep-seated feeling of regret that has moved the heavens to grant him this opportunity. What, then, does regret signify for Jiang Qin? Nothing more than the failure to amass wealth. Especially in the case of being a backup partner, which is incredibly draining. He could have spent that time helping his parents with chores instead. Now that he has been reborn, what sane person would pursue romance? Jiang Qin folded the letter he had written and placed it in his pocket, only to find CH Square standing in a daze, a flicker of disbelief crossing her eyes. Were you not disinterested? Then do not waste it. I shall alter the name and give it to someone else. CH Square spluttered, then quickly shifted her stance. Jiang Qin, you still have a chance. I merely do not wish to date at this moment, but that may change once we enter university. I will consider you first. Jiang Qin could not help but glance at her, a shiver running down his spine. If this were the version of himself from adolescence, he might have clung to that faint hope and continued down a dark path. But from his current perspective, the naivety of his younger self is truly disheartening. Consider me first? Is this even a humane statement? I mean every word, but there is one condition. You must not write love letters to others or develop feelings for anyone else otherwise. We will have no chance again. But I believe I do not genuinely like you. Let's part amicably, shall we? CHSQ's eyes widened slightly. Her proud heart stung deeply. How can it be an amicable parting? It sounds as though I have been the one to be rejected. I have been so kind, encouraging you not to give up, and yet this is your attitude. Jiang Qin, do you not understand that love requires perseverance? If you cannot even endure minor setbacks, how can I consider being with you? I have yet to see your determination. Then find someone else to endure with. I have far more pressing matters to attend to. Jiang Qin was wholly focused on accumulating wealth and truly wished to avoid unnecessary entanglements. Upon hearing this, CH Square exploded. Jiang Qin, you scoundrel. I swear I will never speak to you again. Wait a moment. As CH Square was about to flee, Jiang Qin suddenly called out to her, an unusual tension evident on his face. He was indeed afraid she might ignore him. All this talk of amicable parting was mere bravado. What is it? Is there something else? But I must warn you, there will be no more chances. Jiang Qin, seemingly unfazed, lifted the pencil case in his hand and peered at it. Are we taking an exam? Has it concluded? What subject are we on? CH Square paused momentarily. It's over. We just finished the last subject this morning. That's splendid. If I were to take it again, I wouldn't even qualify for a vocational school. CH Square gazed at his radiant smile, suddenly feeling a bit dazed. You call me over just to say this? Jiang Qin took a deep breath. There's one more thing. Does finishing the exam mean we are on break now? I don't know. Ask whoever you wish. Being rejected, she feigned indifference. What sort of person is he? Does he think that this behavior will soften my heart? It is as if he has learned the art of push and pull. I shall ignore him for a week and see who will be the first to relent. Jiang Qin gathered his belongings and turned towards the teaching building. But not long after, he was surrounded by a group of classmates eager to witness the spectacle. I told you he would undoubtedly fail. Does he think he can just like CH Square? Such arrogance. The speaker was Qin Zng, a well-known rich kid from Class 2, whose father was the largest real estate developer in the area. This fellow had once boasted in the school cafeteria, declaring he would cover everyone's bills, displaying an outrageous level of arrogance. Old Jing, there's no need to be disheartened. There are at least 80 others who have been rejected by CH Square. I'll treat you to a soda later. The second speaker was a bespectacled, portly boy, Jiang Qin's close friend from high school, known as Gu Ziachenji. Jiang Qin paid no heed to Qin Zng's taunts, but instead regarded Gu Ziachenji with a sense of nostalgia, placing a hand on his shoulder. Old Gu, your legs are still intact. It's truly a rarity to see you standing. After packing up and leaving school, Jiang Qin rode his bike southward. To be honest, the vigor of youth is remarkable. There is neither fatigue nor soreness, something only those who experience it can comprehend. Had this been before his rebirth, he would have struggled to even walk a few steps without gasping for breath. Now, however, things are different with such a physique. He could probably assemble a house and a factory. He watched as the slogans welcoming the Olympics whizzed by, relishing the exuberance of his youthful body. Ah, and the feeling of hair fluttering in the wind, what a sensation long missed. Half an hour later, he arrived at the bustling L community located in the northern part of the city. The buildings here had darkened, the paint peeling off like a skin ailment. The entire community lacked a proper entrance, only a barrier restricting vehicle access. Upon peering inside, the first sight was not an entrance door, but a haphazardly constructed storage shed. If memory serves me correctly, this should be one of the first neighborhoods in the old city slated for demolition. A formal notice for the demolition is set to be issued this July, and to demonstrate the government's commitment to the renovation project, all compensation funds were disbursed by October. His third uncle, Lin Xiao, is a resident here. Once the funds were received, his entire demeanor transformed. He even began smoking Zhonghua cigarettes and boisterously proclaimed his desire to drive a Mercedes-Benz. However, he never managed to acquire the Mercedes, as a dispute erupted between his two sons. The younger son demanded half of the funds to marry his new bride, while the elder son insisted on the same for marrying another's daughter. At that moment, the two brothers were embroiled in a fierce altercation. The younger son exclaimed, "Elder brother, how can you demand half for marrying a second-hand bride?" The older brother, infuriated, retorted, "I am marrying a first-class one, and even offering a little extra, isn't that better than you?" Jiang Qin gazed longingly at this aging neighborhood, his mouth watering at the thought of ownership. Yet, a grave issue loomed. He was devoid of funds. What money could a freshly graduated student possess? He might have a few coins to purchase ice cream, but the prospect of buying a house was utterly unattainable. Jiang Qin felt a pang of regret, as if countless small sums of money rolled past him, only to vanish without a trace. He truly lacked the ability to amass initial capital in a short span, leaving him with scant options. Purchasing property or land was impractical, and stock investments were out of the question without any principle. This exemplifies the drawbacks of lacking a systematic approach. Even with a multitude of brilliant ideas in one's mind, one struggles to take the first step without financial backing. Am I merely a figment of a false existence? At that moment, Jiang Qin suddenly noticed a bus coming to a halt at the roadside, and Chu Siki alighted, her floral dress fluttering in the breeze. Upon disembarking, she spotted Jiang Qin, her expression shifting from surprise to a haughty lift of her chin, seemingly awaiting something. However, to her astonishment, Jiang Qin merely offered a polite nod and cast a lingering glance at the community across the street before riding away. The gentle breeze lifted a corner of her skirt, leaving behind only an enduring sense of astonishment and helplessness at the bus stop. Chapter 3. The challenge of earning money after departing from the bustling community. Jiang Qin hurried home. His abode, a spacious three-bedroom apartment of 120 square meters, housed all of Jiang Qin's cherished memories. His mother, Ms. Yuan Yuqin, was busy in the kitchen, the sound of the chopping board resonating loudly as she prepared meat dishes, particularly those with bones. Meanwhile, his father, Jiang Zhenghong, sat on the couch engrossed in the newspaper, humming the tune of Clouds Over My Hometown, his slippers swaying at the tips of his toes. Overwhelmed by a wave of nostalgia, Jiang Qin could not help but reflect on his journey. After years of drifting in the city, he felt like a rootless leaf. His true origins lay here, making this place irreplaceably his home. The sight of his parents appearing unexpectedly youthful was a truly remarkable sensation. "Dad, is this youthful body treating you well?" Jiang Zhenghong squinted at him, puzzled. "What nonsense are you talking about? Are you done with exams?" Ms. Yuan peeked out from the kitchen, asking, "How did it go? Are you confident?" As he was on the brink of a significant achievement, Jiang Qin felt a surge of pride. His mother, slightly skeptical, scrutinized him. "You're so confident. Are you for real?" Jiang Zhenghong, however, gave him a nod of approval. "If you're bold enough to make such claims, you must have some confidence. Let us have a good dinner tonight." Jiang Qin waved his hand in refusal. "Dad, I've made up my mind. I want to start a business during the summer break. I can't afford to waste a moment." "Starting a business? That means making money, Ms." Yuan pondered for a moment. "Well, after dinner, you can wash the dishes. I'll give you 5 yuan for each bowl and 10 for the pot." With a sigh, Jiang Qin didn't argue. "Fine, let me wash them for 300 yuan in total." Jiang Zhenghong suddenly perked up. "Is that a possibility? I'll join in. 300 is enough for me to buy a new set." I've never seen anyone give me 300 for washing dishes. Now, go wash your hands and eat. Alas, my entrepreneurial dreams were crumbling before they even began. Just before bedtime, Ms. Yuan emerged from the bedroom, slipping 500 yuan into his hand. She understood, well, that graduating from high school was akin to a wild horse breaking free. Attending gatherings and singing with friends required money. Her earlier offer of 5 yuan for washing dishes was merely a gesture of tough love. Holding the 500 in his hand, Jiang Qin felt a pang of emotion. What established entrepreneur begins with only 500? Nonetheless, 500 was better than nothing. Ms. Yuan, you shall be the mother of the chairman. I'll be content just being the manager, she replied. By the way, I asked your uncle to inquire. You should go learn to drive at Zhangfang Driving School in a few days. Driving can wait. I have pressing matters to attend to. When Guizihong asked what he was up to, Jiang Qin didn't disclose the details, merely mentioning he currently had 500, which made Gu quite excited. However, before he could load the web page, his attention was diverted to his friend list on the computer. Was Chu Siki's chat box pinned? Jiang Qin moved the mouse cursor over it, unpinned it, and locked his own space, changing his outdated profile picture in the process. After finishing these tasks, he glanced at his signature, only to find it cringe-worthy. I love you, what is it to you? What embarrassment. Jiang Qin slapped his forehead, quickly deleting it and substituting it with a lyric from a song from yesterday. After updating his signature, Jiang Qin noticed that Chu Siki, whose profile picture had been gray, suddenly came online, her avatar flashing, indicating she had sent a message. He casually clicked to view it, only to close it in disappointment. She asked why he had suddenly locked his space and urged him to open it, claiming she wanted to stomp on his space. Stomp on my space? What dated phrase? Have you been living under a rock? The following morning dawned bright and warm. Jiang Qin rode his bicycle to Pingyang East Road's pedestrian street. Guizihong, motivated by the 500 in Jiang Qin's pocket, pedaled quickly and arrived at the meeting point, drenched in sweat. Brother Jiang, what are you planning to do with that 500? I've never been to a bar. Shall we give it a try? Stop with the nonsense. Do you see that uncle selling box meals? Go ask him how much they are. Guizihong glanced in the direction Jiang Qin pointed, his face paling instantly. Are we having box meals for lunch? Jiang Qin squinted, not directly answering. Just go ask. Don't worry, you won't be shortchanged. Oh, Guizihong trudged over, inquiring about the prices. In 2008, the cost of living wasn't too high. A box meal with an egg was 5 yuan, one with some mincemeat was 7. A chicken leg was 9, and adding an egg to the chicken leg cost 11. Jiang Qin glanced at the time, contemplated for a moment, and tossed 200 yuan to the vendor, instructing him to skip the inquiries and just prepare the meals. Then he procured 2 cardboard boxes and packed a portion of the prepared meals, bringing Guizihong to a street lined with internet cafes. Pushing open the door of 1CF, Jiang Qin first handed a pack of Yushi cigarettes to the attendant, then began selling his boxed meals. The night owls, starving and unwilling to venture outside for food, eagerly devoured the meals that had been delivered to them. Though boxed meals were nothing extraordinary, they were certainly preferable to instant noodles. Thus, he sold 5 yuan meals for 7, 7 yuan meals for 9, and by the end, only 2 boxes of chicken leg meals remained, perfectly enough for the 2 of them. In truth, Jiang Qin didn't embark on this venture solely for profit. Rather, he sought clarity of thought. As it turned out, his reasoning was sound. Money could indeed be made, though the profit margins were slim. However, Jiang Qin felt no disappointment. What substantial profit could one expect from an initial capital of 200? He had never engaged in business before his rebirth, and today's endeavor was merely to experience the thrill of making money. However, the return felt somewhat lacking. 5 packs of Yushi had already cost him over 100 yuan, and after half a day's effort, they had only netted 70. But what if the capital were larger? What if he traded in something of value? Doubling 78 would be quite impressive. Jiang Qin handed Guizihong 5 10-yuan notes, instantly reviving his spirit as he grasped the money, continuously thanking him. Brother, are we doing this again tomorrow? What nonsense. I'm nearly dead from exhaustion. I've only made 78, and I've given you 50. The rest is barely enough for a pack of cigarettes. Jiang Qin grumbled, yet his mind remained occupied with thoughts of his first pot of gold. Where could he find it? In web novels. Those reborn characters effortlessly establish substantial businesses. Why not him? Just then, the vendor, who had been cooking the box meals, approached. He first scrutinized Jiang Qin and then leaned in with a conspiratorial air, offering him a cigarette. How much did you sell those 200 yuan box meals for? Jiang Qin accepted the cigarette, maintaining his composure as he replied. 460. Guo Zihong, taken aback, whispered, wasn't he at 380? However, seeing Jiang Qin's unruffled demeanor, he chose to remain silent, swallowing hard and lowering his gaze. Chapter 4. Beautiful girls are the best at deceiving. However, Jiang Qin refrained from uttering a word, merely shifting to the side and casually tucking the cigarette handed to him by the old man behind his ear. At this moment, he bore no resemblance to a recent high school graduate. Instead, he appeared as a seasoned drifter, one who had long since abandoned academia for the trials of life. Old man, could you share the address of where the lunchboxes are sold? Jiang Qin seemed to anticipate the inquiry, expertly raising 2 fingers. If you hand me 200 yuan, I shall disclose the address. The old man's eyes widened like brass bells, radiating shrewdness as he exclaimed, 200 yuan? I barely earned that in a day, but if you change the address, you could earn 400, right? Tell me first, and I shall evaluate if it's worth it. The lunchbox vendor hesitated, for 200 was no trifling sum. We just visited a street lined with internet cafes. At the eastern end of Shanghai Road? Indeed, Jiang Qin replied, but I have not finished. You must first give me 200 yuan, and if you find it unsatisfactory, I shall refund you. After all, I'm still a student. I would not deceive you. His voice dripped with temptation. After a moment's contemplation, the vendor extracted 200 yuan from his pocket. Speak, but if it is not worth it, I shall demand a refund. Jiang Qin rolled the money and tucked it into his pocket. On that street, there is a foot massage parlor named Jiang. Upon entering, you will find a spacious courtyard where the fire escapes of 7 internet cafes converge. Also, the old man at the gate enjoys smoking Hongta Mountain cigarettes, and most importantly, there are no city management officials there. What use is the old man at the gate? Would he even let me in to sell lunchboxes? Jiang Qin smiled nonchalantly. He is the father of the owner of Jiang, and he guards the entrance merely out of boredom. The vendor's face brightened suddenly. All right, my friend, next time I come, lunchboxes are on the house. Well said. Jiang Qin clasped his fists in gratitude. At such a young age, you have already navigated the intricacies of the foot massage parlor. You are bound for great things. Guo Zihong stood frozen for a moment, trembling as he grasped Jiang Qin's arm, his eyes filled with envy. Old Jiang, have you truly visited such a magical place? That was a decade ago. Back then, I had yet to venture into the deep city and merely accompanied Boss Wong for a few observations. Enough of that. Now that you've made money, let me treat you to something nice. Jiang Qin stood, patting his backside, and with over 700 yuan in his possession. He strolled down the main road. As he watched his friend's carefree silhouette fade into the distance, Guo Zihong felt a momentary pause. Sensing a profound maturity in Jiang Qin, akin to a character from a television drama who has seen the trials of life. Though his face still bore a playful demeanor, his gaze was deep and piercing, as if he could discern the essence of things. They had toiled tirelessly, selling merely over 300 yuan, insufficient even for a pack of cigarettes, yet Jiang Qin boldly claimed to have earned 460. What was most striking was the lunchbox vendor's shrewd expression, which ultimately succumbed to Jiang Qin's persuasion, spending 200 merely for an address. The ability to converse effortlessly with adults was something Guo Zihong could not achieve. Even while bargaining for vegetables for his mother, he hesitated to speak up. It was no wonder he remained indifferent to his failed confession. Classmates assumed he was merely putting on an act, preserving a pathetic semblance of dignity. Yet at this moment, Guo Zihong began to believe in Jiang Qin. Perhaps he genuinely did not regard the matter with concern. However, upon mentioning Chu Siki, Guo Zihong's gossip-loving spirit ignited once more. Old Jiang, what is going on with you and the goddess Chu? Jiang Qin glanced at him. What could possibly be between us? You've liked her for 3 years. Are you truly letting it end like this? She did say she'd consider it once she entered college. Guo Zihong pressed on, genuinely perplexed. After all, college was just around the corner, making it a regrettable time to give up. She said college, but I don't want to wait. If beautiful girls could be relied upon, even pigs would climb trees. Jiang Qin's expression remained impassive, his words dripping with disdain for romance. Engaging in a relationship hinders making money. Being a sycophant obstructs life. The bloody lessons of my past have proven this point. Women merely slow down the pace of earning, and beyond that, they hold little value. He had endured the pains of youthful infatuation and faced the terror of a dowry of 300,000. It was not that he lacked interest in women. but rather that he believed one must prioritize life as pursuits. But that is merely your conjecture. Perhaps Chu Siki genuinely plans to date you upon entering college. Don't you feel it would be a loss to give up now? Old Gua, once a man entertains such thoughts, it is akin to constructing a prison for himself. This applies to both love and work. If it hasn't materialized in your hands, do not trust others' grand promises. Jiang Qin's gaze deepened as he recalled the promises made to him when he first entered the workforce. Project dividends, company shares, overseas travel, living subsidies for direct relatives. These are akin to Chu Siki's words of "if you work hard, I will date you." They belong to the realm of well-known yet unseen legends. To hold hope for such legends is akin to believing in light. Contemplating this, Jiang Qin could not suppress thoughts of Di Jia, the so-called cosmic hero, who was nothing more than a deadbeat. He had borrowed his light back then, only to vanish during the battle against Jia Tainji, leaving Jiang Qin's future shrouded in darkness. Yet Di Jia never mentioned returning the favor. To refrain from acting as a sycophant and to avoid becoming an overworked drone, striving to earn money, that is the true path of life. Meanwhile, Guizihong suddenly began scratching his head rapidly, emitting a hissing sound. Jiang Qin regarded him with curiosity, unable to resist studying him closely. "What's wrong? Did you forget to wash your hair before leaving?" "No, but I feel like after hearing your words, my brain is about to develop." At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Qin and Guizihong exited the restaurant, thoroughly sated. Yet, Guizihong remained nostalgic for the bar scene, hoping Jiang Qin would take him to experience it. However, before they had taken a few steps, two familiar figures appeared before them. One was Wang Huiru, the class representative for mathematics, and the other was the class beauty, Chu Siki. The two girls were arm in arm, emerging from the pedestrian street, one holding a starch sausage and the other a candied hawthorn. The summer heat had left them slightly glistening with sweat, even their forelocks dampened and their flushed cheeks added to their allure, their breaths quickening, causing their developing figures to rise and fall. Wang Huiru was quite delicate in appearance, exuding a sense of youthful charm. Her smile revealed 2 dimples. Clad in overalls, she radiated vivacity, and though she could be considered beautiful on her own, standing next to Chu Siki diminished her advantage. Chu Siki, on the other hand, wore a beige long dress, the hem falling to her knees. Her eyes sparkled brilliantly, her features were exquisite, her lips full, and her complexion fair as snow, making Wang Huiru appear as a mere accompaniment. Upon their encounter, Wang Huiru was the first to react, raising her hand in greeting. "Jiang Qin, Guizihong, what are you doing here?" Hearing his name called, Jiang Qin instinctively looked up, inadvertently locking eyes with Chu Siki amidst the bustling crowd. He then retracted his smile, turning his head away with a hint of indifference. Perhaps due to the memories from his past life, Jiang Qin viewed interpersonal relationships from a somewhat detached perspective, resulting in his lack of affection for Chu Siki. However, the maturity bestowed upon him by his nearly 40-year-old soul prevented him from simply walking away. Yet, that was the extent of his restraint. Chapter 5. What gives you the right to stop pursuing me? We are in business. Guizihong is the kind of person who can smile warmly at anyone. If only his looks were a bit more appealing, he could undoubtedly be considered a charming gentleman. Unfortunately, his appearance leaves much to be desired, and he can barely be regarded as a passionate figure akin to a brooding poet. Thus, when Wang Huiru inquired about their activities, Guizihong readily divulged their task of selling boxed lunches, brimming with pride, as if it were a matter of great significance. In truth, he was not mistaken. This endeavor does indeed carry a certain flair. It is important to note that high school students in this era tend to be quite shy. Merely being asked for directions by a stranger can leave them flustered, let alone stepping out to earn money. Of course, there are some students eager to experience life, harboring thoughts of making money. However, their endeavors typically amount to part-time jobs or handing out flyers. Yet, Jiang Qin managed to employ a clever ruse to earn several hundred yuan, playing the role of a middleman to profit from reselling. Who wouldn't be perplexed upon hearing such a tale? Wang Huiru's father is an elementary school teacher, earning a mere 3,000 yuan per month, which, after deductions for social insurance and housing funds, translates to less than 100 yuan a day. While the amount of money earned cannot be measured by averages, Jiang Qin's ability to earn 200 yuan in a day was a profound shock to their worldview. Particularly when Guizihong animatedly recounted how Jiang Qin flamboyantly tossed a cigarette to the internet CAF manager and made 200 yuan with just one address. Jiang Qin's image grew significantly in Wang Huiru's mind. Jiang Qin, how did you suddenly start learning to do business? I'm saving up to marry a wife. Jiang Qin casually replied. Wang Huiru couldn't help but chuckle at his words. You're starting to save now? What kind of precious wife are you hoping to marry? Jiang Qin smirked slightly. Well, it depends on how many I plan to marry. The more wives, the more money I need. Are you really thinking of marrying several? She scoffed. Subsequently, Wang Huiru engaged Guizihong in a conversation about college applications, her tone filled with longing for university life. Meanwhile, Jiang Qin remained an observer, smiling quietly and refraining from further comment. Having already experienced university life once, he felt little yearning and thus lacked the desire to interject. Even though Guizihong and Wang Huiru held many misconceptions about university life, he did not feel compelled to correct them like a know-it-all. Life must be experienced firsthand to hold meaning. No one is entitled to shatter another's dreams, even if they possess considerable knowledge. Furthermore, during this exchange, Chu Siki observed Jiang Qin with a cold gaze, her expression clouded with frustration. Since the moment she rejected Jiang Qin's confession, she felt as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. He no longer sought her out, stopped sending morning and evening greetings, ceased leaving messages in her space, changed his profile picture, and altered his signature. It felt as though they had become strangers. The most outrageous moment came yesterday, when she impulsively checked his space, only to find herself forcibly removed. Upon attempting to re-enter, she discovered it was locked. This left her feeling increasingly agitated, and as her sense of grievance grew, she pretended to casually message him, inquiring why he had locked his space. Was it locked to everyone or just to her? But why should it be so? He was the one who liked her, not the other way around. Why did he suddenly stop messaging her? Why couldn't she access his space? She never explicitly stated that she disliked him or asked him to stop pursuing her. How could he unilaterally decide to give up? She had already resolved that if Jiang Qin's attitude were sufficiently amiable, acknowledging his stubbornness, she might grant him a sliver of opportunity. Yet, to her surprise, he merely nodded slightly and then rode away on his bike. A teenage girl possesses a sensitive heart and a proud sense of self-worth. Being treated this way by someone who once ardently pursued her would leave anyone feeling deeply wronged. No matter how much Jiang Qin might apologize or plead, she would remain resolute in her refusal to soften. However, just moments ago, when she encountered Jiang Qin in the street once more, Chu Siki found herself unable to suppress her thoughts. Yet, to her astonishment, Jiang Qin stood there calmly, aside from exchanging a few words with Wang Huiru. He did not even glance in her direction. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, her chest rising and falling with agitation as she instinctively tightened her grip around Wang Huiru's arm. No wonder these two had remained silent. Jiang Qin must have become so self-conscious that he was afraid to speak to the goddess who had rejected him. In truth, Wang Huiru held a favorable impression of Jiang Qin. Especially after hearing Guizihong's praises, she sensed a certain maturity in him that set him apart from other boys. Jiang Qin, Wang Huiru's eyes glinted mischievously. When you mentioned earning money to marry a wife, were you hinting at our Siki? Jiang Qin's complexion paled, and his right eyelid began to twitch. Please, spare me. Isn't that so? The temple is small. I can't afford to bear such fortune. Upon hearing this, Chu Siki could no longer hold her composure. She clenched her teeth, her eyes brimming with tears. Jiang Qin, what do you mean by that? Jiang Qin sighed with a wry smile. It's nothing. I'm leaving now. You all enjoy yourselves. You can't leave. If I don't allow it, you must stay. In this renewed lifetime, there is no need to explain too much to those who would no longer be relevant to him. Thus, he could hardly summon the energy to speak further. Stay true to your original intentions and remember your mission. Do you think I was joking? Chu Siki stood rooted to the spot, watching his retreating figure with a profound sense of grievance, tears spilling uncontrollably from her eyes. She was not like the cliché heroines of novels who suddenly realized their love for Jiang Qin and felt regret. She simply felt as if Jiang Qin looked down on her, as if she were an unwelcome burden he sought to avoid. Observing her best friend in a speechless state, Wang Huiru panicked. Hadn't he, her friend, rejected Jiang Qin's confession? How could it be that now Jiang Qin had left and her friend was crying? What kind of drama was unfolding here? Chapter 6. Jiang Qin will surely regret this. Siki, why are you crying? Jiang Qin has changed. He would never have treated me this way before. If I don't let him go, he will leave just to provoke me. Chu Siki gritted her teeth, tears glistening in her eyes, her chest heaving with emotion as her sense of grievance deepened. Throughout her life, she had been the cherished jewel of her family, doted on by her parents and teachers, with everyone around her catering to her every whim. Yet just moments ago, she had sensed a flicker of disdain in Jiang Qin's gaze, leaving her deeply hurt. Chu Siki considered herself a kind-hearted girl, even after rejecting Jiang Qin. She had not spoken harshly, but had encouraged him to continue pursuing his dreams, offering warmth and hope. Yet what had he done? He showed her no gratitude, instead looking at her with disdain. Did he not realize how unreasonable that was? Huiru, even though I rejected him, he said he would stop pursuing me. And that is simply unfair. I clearly offered him hope. Oh well, typically, when someone confesses and is rejected, it is only natural for them to decide to move on. Yet Chu Siki's constant references to hope left one wondering what she truly meant. Have you perhaps developed feelings for Jiang Qin? Do you want to test his resolve, thinking that if he persists, you might agree to him? Chu Siki immediately interrupted. That's impossible. I admit I have some feelings for him, but it hasn't reached that point. At the very least, he needs to pursue me for a bit longer. Wang Huiru remained silent for a moment. What does a bit longer truly mean? I don't know, but he must show me his utmost sincerity. Only then will I consider him when my heart is stirred. Siki, you can let him continue pursuing you. But have you thought about what happens if you encounter someone you like even more in the future? Of course, I would choose to be with someone I like more. And what about Jiang Qin? After contemplating for a while, SQ finally spoke. It can only be said that we are fated but lack the opportunity. You cannot blame me. Upon hearing this, Wing who felt a chill run down her spine. Do you not think that if that day truly comes, Jiang Qin will be quite pitiful? He has held on for so long, only to witness you with someone else. What can be done? I cannot forsake the one I love simply because he has persisted longer, she replied, her mind in disarray. CHSQ's words seemed reasonable at first glance. Yet the more she pondered, the greater the dilemma appeared. Was this not merely a waste of someone's time? However, as CHSQ was her close friend, she felt compelled to support her friend's stance rather than advocate for Jiang Qin. SQ, rest assured. I believe Jiang Qin is merely putting on an act. An act? He is just confused after your rejection and feels humiliated, thus feigning indifference. Yet, I predict he will soon reach out to you again. Upon hearing this, CHSQ ceased her tears, her pride resurfacing. Even if he truly regrets it, I will never grant him another chance. Wing who nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed, do not give him any opportunity. Will he regret it anyway? Are you eager to witness his regret? Wing who could not resist asking. CHSQ pondered carefully before earnestly nodding. She believed Jiang Qin had treated her poorly, playing with her emotions and pride. Only when he regretted and sought her out, only to be firmly rejected again, could her resentment be alleviated. Wing who could only sigh silently within, unsure how to respond. Little did she know, Jiang Qin had already seen the outcome, having witnessed youthful joys cast aside, which explained his complete lack of affection for CHSQ, love, and truth. You may adore someone for years, catering to her every whim, yet never even hold her hand, while suddenly someone else appears, and with a few sweet words, captures her entire heart. Reasoning with love? Love will merely deliver a resounding slap. His contemplation bore no relation to CHSQ, for he had no regard for her. His thoughts were consumed by the pursuit of his first pot of gold. Summer vacation may seem neither long nor short, and logically, one could take their time with any endeavor without haste. Yet, in business, early action is preferable to delay. Thus, the matter of his first earnings was pressing, and he must explore all possibilities. After much deliberation, he concluded that perhaps approaching his parents would be easier, so he ascended to the upper floor to find his mother. Yuan in, joyfully enjoying her weekend. Mom, how much savings do we have? Could you lend me some? A few tens of thousands would suffice. Even better if it were over 100,000. In rummaged under the table, handing him 2 mahjong tiles. One marked 80,000 and the other 90,000. Make it last. Jiang Qin's mouth twitched. Mom, do you think you were funny? Come on. Do we even have savings? Over 100,000? Selling you wouldn't even amount to that. At this moment, Jiang lifted his head to glance at Jiang Qin, hesitating to speak, his breathing slightly quickening. Witnessing this, Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. Indeed, how could one not say that Jiang men are cunning? Observing his father's expression, it was evident he possessed some private funds and was deliberating whether to lend them to him. Dad, do you have something to say to me? Forget it. It's nothing. You may go have fun. It's nothing, Dad. Stop pretending. Let us lay it all out. I'm already stable. Son, could you pour me a cup of tea? He felt foolish for harboring any hope towards his father. He would lose sleep over private funds exceeding $5. So how could he possibly lend him even a few thousand? Yet, while grand ventures were unattainable, smaller businesses remained viable. After all, small amounts accumulate, and entrepreneurship inherently begins with difficulty. Borrow money? His companions were all high school students, with a mere $5 in their pockets, making it impossible to lend him anything substantial. Loans? That was a possibility, but the procedures were overly cumbersome. And having been suffocated by mortgage payments in his past life, he instinctively recoiled from loans. Jiang Qin removed his clothing and climbed into bed, intending to rest well before seeking business opportunities elsewhere the following day, at the very least doubling the $700 he had on hand. The notion of rebirth in entrepreneurship sounded easy, yet it was far from simple. Chapter 7. The true white moonlight. On the following morning, the dawn spread its light. Jiang Qin slipped out of the house, riding his bicycle around the city before entering the JZHU Zoo. Due to the confluence of Sunday and summer vacation, the zoo's entrance was teeming with people, more crowded than a temple fair. An hour later, Jiang Qin finally emerged from the zoo, nearly losing a shoe in the throng. Once outside, he squatted down to take a long drink of water, then pulled out his Nokia to call Gu Zheng, asking him to come over. Gu Zheng lived nearby and immediately hopped on his bike upon receiving Jiang Qin's call, pedaling energetically, drenched in sweat yet in high spirits. He eagerly anticipated being summoned by Jiang Qin, convinced that money was just around the corner. However, upon finding Jiang Qin, he was taken aback. There was Jiang Qin squatting on the ground, each hand clutching a plucked chicken. Jiang, what are you doing? Gu Zheng observed the zoo sign, bewildered, yet profoundly astonished. Did you bring animals to the zoo? I didn't bring them. I bought them. These are for feeding the tigers. A chicken in the market sells for $11, but buying from them to feed the tigers is half price. Then why don't you go feed the tigers? Jiang Qin's eyes narrowed at the response. Why should I feed the tigers with the chickens I earned through my own efforts? Gu Zheng hesitated for a moment before replying. You are exploiting the zoo, aren't you? Less chatter. Do you want one or not? Yes, I love chicken. Gu Zheng accepted the chicken Jiang Qin offered, tightening his grip on its neck before glancing at it, his expression suddenly turning complex. He could envision the scene of the zoo's tiger and the staff reconciling their accounts, yet found that no matter how they reconciled, it simply wouldn't add up. The tiger would insist, I didn't eat it, don't accuse me. While the staff retorted, stop making excuses, you did eat it. The tiger countered, you stole my chicken and expect me to accept this? While the staff shot back, didn't you eat it? Then who did? Why did you come to the zoo to buy chickens? I plan to purchase chickens in bulk at half price, quietly transport them out, and sell them at $10 in the market, effectively doubling my investment. Then why did you only buy 2? I assessed the security guard at the zoo entrance and deemed him a bit formidable. I estimate I cannot overpower him, so I called you to test his strength. No, Jiang, I'm most cowardly. I can't even curse without stuttering. Useless thing, only knowing how to eat. Jiang Qin stuffed the chicken into a plastic bag and took a sip from his bottled water. He was currently troubled by the matter of his first earnings, having explored various methods that yielded no results. Damn it, being without a system indeed rendered progress arduous. Nonetheless, even without a clear direction, he refused to remain idle at home, for he believed that lethargy breeds more laziness, a truth he had gleaned from his past life. Thus, he resolved to visit the library, hoping to find some enlightening material. Perhaps within the pages lay a hidden treasure that could inspire him. How to become the charming man favored by wealthy women. Effective opening lines. When meeting wealthy women, the glamorous transformation of the third generation Tang Sung success stories of courting wealthy women. Jiang Qin selected several books from the humanities and social sciences section, intending to study them meticulously. To be honest, he believed that given the current situation, The only shortcut to earning his first pot of gold was to align himself with a wealthy woman. As a young man in robust health, working hard to earn money was not something to be ashamed of. Jiang Qin approached the reading area with a stack of books, but before he could sit down, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a corner in the southeast. There sat a young girl, adorned in a fitted long dress, with a delicate arm resting on the table. Fair as snow, her eyes, vibrant as flowing water beneath thick eyelashes, complemented her full, rosy lips. Her long, silky hair cascaded down her shoulders, glistening like pearls under the sunlight. The girl was engrossed in a thick book, her eyes flickering with concentration, exuding a serene and demure aura. Feng Nanshu, the academic prodigy of Class 1 in her senior year, was the epitome of unattainable beauty, a true gem at Cheng'an High School. It was said that she was chauffeured to and from school in a car with wings, accompanied by dedicated drivers and bodyguards, and her family background was shrouded in mystery. Some claimed her father was a tycoon involved in international business. Others suggested she was a banished princess from the capital circle, while some whispered that she was a hidden, illegitimate daughter. Regardless, the credibility of such rumors was quite low. It was precisely due to her aloof demeanor and the imposing presence of her bodyguards that, despite having countless admirers, no one dared to confess their feelings to her. Chu Siki had already become a significant part of many people's youth, yet she paled in comparison to Feng Nanshu. After entering university, Jiang Qin encountered numerous girls who could rival Chu Siki, but Feng Nanshu remained an astonishing presence in his mind. Mr. Lu Sun was indeed not misleading. There were indeed beauties like jade within books. However, did Lu Sun truly say that? Jiang Qin pondered, realizing he could not recall the exact phrasing attributed to the author. At that moment, Feng Nanshu seemed to sense a gaze upon her and raised her brows, casting a glance in his direction. For a fleeting moment, their eyes met, and her eyelashes fluttered slightly before she quickly redirected her attention back to her book. Truly aloof, Jiang Qin mused, offering a fair assessment before he stepped over and took a seat at the table across from her. Reading could be a monotonous endeavor. When one found it difficult to focus, glancing at a beautiful girl was a splendid alternative. Reading was for the purpose of earning money, while admiring beauty was a means to enhance the reading experience. Ultimately, both pursuits served as tools, adhering to his principle of prioritizing wealth. Jiang Qin opened a book in front of him, his gaze inadvertently falling upon the title of Feng Nanshu's book, The Magical I-Girl Peggy Sue. Wasn't it unusual for a girl with such a cool demeanor to be engrossed in a whimsical adventure novel rather than a literary classic like Kafka on the Shore? Just as Jiang Qin was lost in thought, the novel before him suddenly shifted upward, obscuring his view of her delicate features entirely. Not even half a face to see. Truly aloof, Jiang Qin remained unfazed and turned the pages of his own book. Chapter 8. Finally courting a wealthy woman teacher, Qi portrayed the third-generation Tang Sung in 1986, subsequently achieving fame across the land. Through the introduction of teacher Zhao, he met a wealthy woman who was already 49 years old at the time. While his acting career soared, teacher Qi chose not to walk a singular path, but resolutely decided to marry, becoming a son-in-law by marriage. Today, he possesses an entire street in the capital, standing in stark contrast to the second-generation Tang Sung, who, at over 60, still performs at various venues. What constitutes a glamorous transformation? This is a true glamorous transformation. But how can one achieve such a splendid metamorphosis? The author outlines several conditions in the book, with the most crucial being physical appearance. In simpler terms, being attractive is essential for the possibility of a fruitful beginning with a wealthy woman. It serves as a stepping stone, if one cannot even enter through the door. There is no need to ponder what lies beyond. Moreover, one must possess a strong physique, capable of enduring the various joys and tribulations that accompany a wealthy woman. Much like a South African energy ring that efficiently retains power and surpasses expectations. Jiang Qin read with great intensity, but inadvertently got a little too carried away, extending his foot too far and fortuitously kicked the delicate, porcelain-like calf of the girl across from him. I apologize. I was too engrossed in my reading and did not mean to do that. It's fine. Yet the question remained, where could one find a wealthy woman? He had just scoured the entire bookshelf, but failed to locate the fabled contact information for wealthy women nationwide. If he could not encounter a wealthy woman, wouldn't all these strategies be in vain? Jiang Qin felt a tinge of disappointment, casually closing the book and rising, intending to leave. Just then, Feng Nanshu unexpectedly moved her book aside, gazing at him with her clear eyes, before picking up the sign on the right side of the table and placing it in front of him. Jiang Qin glanced at the sign, shrugged slightly, and silently departed. Observing his retreating figure, Feng Nanshu's eyelashes fluttered, and a hint of melancholy flickered in her eyes. As Feng Nanshu packed the last book, she suddenly heard footsteps behind her, and Jiang Qin's voice followed. "I didn't plan on leaving. I was just thirsty and went to buy a bottle of water. Also, I sincerely apologize for kicking you earlier. Please accept this drink as a token of my apology." Jiang Qin twisted open a bottle of cherry juice and pushed it towards Feng Nanshu. This beverage had once been all the rage, far surpassing Sprite and such, but for reasons unknown, it had since declined. However, Feng Nanshu did not reach for it, remaining frozen in place, silent and motionless. Jiang Qin found it rather perplexing. Had he acted inappropriately? His actions were, after all, rather gentlemanly. Why did this aloof beauty appear so tense? In the following days, Jiang Qin frequented the library whenever he had the chance, and each time he would encounter Feng Nanshu. It became an unspoken routine for them to sit at the same table, facing each other in silence, engrossed in their respective books. However, Jiang Qin never came empty-handed. Occasionally, he would bring snacks, such as small bear cookies, savory rice crackers, and shrimp chips, dividing them into 2 portions and pushing one towards Feng Nanshu. After a few exchanges, Feng Nanshu began to bring her own snacks, including macarons, truffle chocolates, and Jenny cookies, placing them closer to Jiang Qin. Although their interactions were devoid of spoken words, they had certainly established a tacit understanding through their shared treats. On June 13th, the 6th day of summer vacation, Jiang Qin closed the final book on wealthy women. Resting his chin on his hand, his gaze becoming increasingly profound. Within books lies a house of gold. Within books lie beauties like jade. He had searched online and discovered that this phrase was not uttered by Mr. Lu Sun, but by Zhao Heng, the 3rd emperor of the Song dynasty, originating from a work called Encouragement of Learning. However, Jiang Qin felt he only captured half of the truth. It was indeed true that books contain beauties like jade, exemplified by Feng Nanshu sitting across from him, who was truly a sight to behold. Yet, books offered no house of gold, not at least for him. Jiang Qin's gaze inevitably wandered to Feng Nanshu, who was now nibbling on shrimp chips like a little hamster. She no longer hid her face entirely behind the book, but her icy demeanor remained unchanged, and her desire for communication was nearly non-existent. Wait a moment. A black car with wings? A dedicated driver for her school commutes, accompanied by security personnel, macarons, Jenny cookies, and truffle chocolate. Jiang Qin widened her eyes slightly, realizing that her mind had been quite muddled. She had been contemplating how to encounter a wealthy woman, yet she had completely overlooked the fact that the person sitting before her was indeed a wealthy woman. "I didn't say you couldn't eat. Continue if you wish." "Oh." Feng Nanshu picked up a shrimp chip again and popped it in her mouth, only to find Jiang Qin still gazing at her. Her expression gradually turned perplexed. "Phone classmate, may I borrow some money from you?" Jiang Qin coughed lightly, striving to appear as sincere as possible. Feng Nanshu blinked in confusion, then fell silent for a moment, removing the small black leather bag hanging on her chair. She extracted a pink metal clasp wallet and placed it squarely on the table. Jiang Qin was utterly bewildered, thinking to herself that this demeanor was undoubtedly that of a wealthy woman, but the amount she was talking about was not merely a few hundred, but rather a substantial sum. "I would like to borrow a bit more. How much do you need?" Jiang Qin initially intended to state a specific sum directly, but found herself hesitating, torn between the fear of asking for too much and putting her in a difficult position, and asking for too little, which would not suffice. "How about this? You lend me whatever you can, and I promise to repay you soon. I will definitely not abscond with the money." After a moment's contemplation, Feng Nanshu obediently nodded. "Understood. I will bring it to you tomorrow." Jiang Qin was further perplexed. Borrowing money had never been this straightforward. Was she truly reborn into the same world as before? Chapter 9. Spending cannot be extravagant. The warm sunlight streamed through the library's vast floor-to-ceiling windows, cascading upon Feng Nanshu, casting a subtle golden hue upon her silky long hair and thick eyelashes. She sat upright, composed and tranquil, with a delicate finger pinching the corner of a book page, gently turning it. Her lively eyes radiated purity. After finishing one page, she popped a shrimp chip into her mouth, producing a satisfying crunch before continuing to the next page. This cycle repeated several times until the bag of shrimp chips was nearly empty. It was only when Feng Nanshu reached for another chip that she realized it was the last one. She then looked up at Jiang Qin. "I won't eat anymore. You can finish it." Feng Nanshu's eyes sparkled with delight as she popped the final chip in her mouth and turned to the next page. Jiang Qin observed her for a while, realizing that Feng Nanshu was indeed serious about lending him money. Yet, why did it feel so absurd? Shouldn't there be some sort of IOU? At the very least, wouldn't she inquire about the purpose of the money and when he would repay it? Jiang Qin possessed the soul of a 38-year-old man, and one would expect him to easily discern the naivete of a high school student. Yet he genuinely could not comprehend Feng Nanshu's actions. However, this was understandable. He had no prior experience with wealthy women before his rebirth. So it was not surprising that he was bewildered. Perhaps all wealthy women were like this. She consistently left at the same time each day, indicating strict curfews. However, this time, before exiting, Feng Nanshu deliberately paused and waved goodbye to Jiang Qin. Not so aloof after all. Jiang Qin watched her depart, then turned to gaze out the expansive window. Through the glass, he could clearly see a black Bentley parked below. The driver, clad in white gloves, had already opened the car door, waiting respectfully, while a bodyguard stood at the other side of the door, his expression serious and vigilant. Feng Nanshu exited the library with serene composure, silently slipping into the car, which roared to life and vanished into the dusk. The golden house and the beautiful jade were, in fact, the same person. It was Wednesday, a working day. Ms. Yuan Yuqin was an employee at the government guest house, while Mr. Jiang Zhenghong worked at the health bureau, meaning their home should be empty now. Jiang Qin could only settle for some dumplings. However, having consumed numerous takeout meals and instant noodles in his previous life, he had become quite indiscriminate, possessing no excessive demands regarding food quality. Moreover, the dumpling shop's offerings were genuinely delightful, with thin skins and ample filling. A decade later, they even opened branches. Jiang Qin pinched a dumpling from the plastic bag and took a bite. It was warm and greasy, retaining the familiar flavor of the original recipe. However, the current heat made him sweat after just 2. At 7 in the evening, the night crept in silently. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and he struggled to catch his breath, urgently calling for Jiang Qin to fetch him some water. "Dad, where have you been? Why are you so worn out?" Jiang Qin placed a cup of water in front of him. "Wasn't it just a few cents cheaper? Is our family that poor?" Jiang Zhenghong took a sip of water, expressing satisfaction. "This isn't about being poor. You're going to college soon, and after that, you'll need to marry. There will be plenty of expenses. So we must save wherever we can. No more extravagant spending." Just as he finished speaking, the door creaked open again. Ms. Yuan Yuqin entered, carrying a shopping bag from a department store, her expression brimming with joy as she hummed a tune. The father and son exchanged a knowing glance. "What did you buy?" "Sister Sue from our unit told me that the department store has a half-price sale on wool coats. I got a fantastic deal." Jiang Zhenghong's eyes widened. "A wool coat? How much did you spend?" Ms. Yuan Yuqin beamed with pride. "Originally $888, now only $488. Dad, is this what you mean by not spending extravagantly?" Jiang Qin was astonished. "This wasteful woman, it's the height of summer. Why on earth are you buying a wool coat? What do you know? If it weren't summer, it wouldn't be on sale." Jiang Zhenghong assumed the authoritative role of the head of the family. Jiang Qin has just finished his college entrance exams. Once the results are in, there will be celebrations and tuition fees to pay. Expenses are bound to accumulate. Ms. Yuan Yuqin changed her shoes and walked into the living room. "Isn't that what I said? And did you go to the South Village Market as I asked? So today we've saved $320? Jiang Zhenghong was momentarily at a loss. Where did the 300 come from? Ms. Yuan Yuqin lifted a shopping bag. "I bought a coat for $488 that was originally $888. Doesn't that save us $300? Yuqin, I must say your spending habits are evidently flawed." Jiang Zhenghong retorted. "I've been married to you for so many years and haven't bought much clothing. Now you criticize me for one wool coat?" Jiang Qin watched with amusement, finding this long-lost familial dispute quite heartwarming. His father was still in his prime, vigorous and not yet showing signs of aging at 53. Nor had he resorted to secretly driving for extra money. His mother, too, was youthful and fond of beauty, willing to spend a little on shopping without refraining from purchasing meat to save money. This was undoubtedly the happiest aspect of his rebirth. However, His enjoyment of the spectacle soon drew attention to himself, resulting in simultaneous glares from both parents. Jiang Qin, what are you laughing at? Do you also think I shouldn't have bought this wool coat? Jiang Qin suppressed his smile and replied, Mom, I'll earn a lot of money in the future, and you won't have to buy outdated, discounted clothing anymore, nor will Dad have to go to such distant markets. Ms. Yuan Yuqin looked momentarily stunned, her expression softening. Now that's my good son. Just don't learn from your father. Always penny pinching. What do you mean by penny pinching? Ms. Yuan Yuqin retorted, turning to head into the kitchen. Jiang Zhenghong was left bewildered, thinking to himself that this was a case of entrapment. Chapter 10. Spending my father's money on you. In the early morning, sunlight slanted through the window, spilling across the bedside. Jiang Qin abruptly opened his eyes, dashed out his room, and rushed to the bathroom. After squatting on the toilet for 3 minutes, he stood up in a daze, utterly confused. Damn it. I had completely forgotten that I had been reborn. The troublesome habit of waking up only to have an upset stomach was long gone. Jiang Qin quickly washed up, hung his towel neatly, and ventured downstairs to retrieve his bicycle from the storage room before heading to the Jizhou City Library. Upon reaching the second floor of the library, his eyes immediately fell upon Feng Nanshu. Today, she donned a black and white checkered dress, her long hair cascading down to her waist, and her bright, clear eyes sparkled with brightness as she stood on tiptoe, searching for a book on the shelf. This posture accentuated her slender waist, creating a graceful curve that was undeniably alluring. What are you looking for? He inquired. I wish to find that book, she replied, turning her head to gesture with her delicate fingers toward the upper shelf. Subsequently, Feng Nanshu opened her small handbag and pulled out a bank card, placing it squarely in front of him. Here you go. To be honest, Jiang Qin felt a bit embarrassed. A 38-year-old man borrowing money from an 18-year-old girl was rather awkward. Moreover, the very first thing Feng Nanshu did upon sitting down was to produce this card, indicating that she had been contemplating this matter for some time, which was somewhat touching. Jiang Qin picked up the bank card, his fingertips brushing over its surface, still feeling a tinge of disbelief. Was he truly borrowing money just like that? He recalled the time in 2016 when he had been unjustly dismissed and had to scramble for funds to cover his rent, enduring quite a bit of disdain from others. Although it wasn't exactly a psychological scar, the experience had certainly been unpleasant. Thank you. You're welcome. What's the password? 6/8. The simplicity of the wealthy's bank card password was indeed striking. Jiang Qin tucked the card into his pocket, tapping it twice to reassure himself that he could feel its outline. He initially considered asking how much money was on it, but hesitated, feeling that such a question might come off as impolite and overly direct. Never mind whatever amount it is, he thought. However, he assumed that it was likely Feng Nanshu's allowance or perhaps her New Year's money, estimating it might be around 80 or 90,000, possibly even less. His plan was to utilize this sum for a month, hoping to double it, after which he would purchase an old, dilapidated property in a bustling area to profit from potential redevelopment. He would then repay Feng Nanshu, assess the remaining amount, and commence with his genuine entrepreneurial endeavors. Have you opened a bank account so early? It's not mine, Feng Nanshu replied calmly. Jiang Qin was momentarily taken aback by her response, his eyes widening in surprise. If this card isn't yours, then whose is it? Feng Nanshu raised her clear eyes. I borrowed it from my father. You took your father's money to spend on me? Is that permissible? Feng Nanshu's expression turned a bit perplexed, as if she herself was unsure of the propriety of her actions, and thus she posed the question back to Jiang Qin. He was utterly at a loss. What kind of relationship could lead a young girl to pilfer from her father for someone else? A boyfriend? A fiancé? A husband? Beyond these possibilities, he could think of nothing else. Yet, the crux of the matter was that he and Feng Nanshu were hardly acquainted, even as classmates in the same school. They were not in the same class. Although they had spent the past few days studying and snacking together, they had barely exchanged words, making this money feel particularly sensitive. After much hesitation, he reluctantly retrieved the card from his pocket and returned it to Feng Nanshu. He was indeed in dire need of money, as without it, nothing could be accomplished. Yet, to entice an innocent young girl to steal from her family, that simply didn't sit right with him. Are you not borrowing it? Feng Nanshu inquired, slightly bewildered. Feng Nanshu shook her head coolly. It won't be a problem. My father has many cards, and one less won't be noticed. Jiang Qin waved his hand dismissively. If it were your own money, I would have borrowed it, but taking without asking is stealing. Will you repay it? Of course, repaying means it's a loan, Feng Nanshu asserted confidently. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin hesitated once more. At that moment, it felt as though a little devil perched on his shoulder was urging him to accept the offer, reminding him that as long as he returned the money before being discovered, he would face no repercussions. Jiang Qin, you've forgotten the regrets of your past life. The rules of this world dictate that the bold thrive while the timid perish. Moreover, borrowing money is not the same as stealing. At least it is legitimate, having no bearing on his moral standards. Convinced by his own reasoning, Jiang Qin picked up the card once more and took Feng Nanshu to the bank. Since she had no idea how much money was on the card, she appeared quite perplexed. However, Jiang Qin felt that, as the creditor, she ought to know the exact amount. He had no fear of deceiving her, inflating the figures as he pleased to extract all the hidden sums, leaving her with no room to lament. Upon arriving at the bank, Jiang Qin was astonished to discover that poverty had indeed limited his imagination. 5 or 10,000. The digits on the screen were beyond counting. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Feng Nanshu, thinking to himself that the wealthy truly did not regard money as money. Over 6 million sat on a single bank card, and with a password like 6/8. What a risk! Feng Nanshu, meanwhile, was also staring at the screen. After a moment, she expressionlessly raised her hand and pointed at the string of numbers displayed. Wow, you have so much money. Regardless of the circumstances, the matter of his first pot of gold had been perfectly resolved. He no longer needed to tread carefully in his entrepreneurial pursuits. He could proceed boldly and decisively. He planned to buy an old property, await redevelopment, profit from it, invest in stocks, and engage in some real business ventures. Entrepreneurship was about to become exceedingly simple. At that moment, Feng Nanshu suddenly set her book aside and gazed at him with her clear eyes, as if she had something to convey. I wish to befriend you. I hope you won't overlook this. Feng Nanshu's expression was earnest. Jiang Qin was left bewildered, unsure of her intentions. However, he soon recognized the title of the book he had helped her retrieve, How to Quickly and Effectively Make Good Friends. His mind momentarily blanked, and after casting a glance at the somewhat anxious Feng Nanshu, he slapped his forehead, realizing that the situation had suddenly clarified. Who had spread the rumor that she was aloof? This girl was evidently both innocent and socially anxious. Actually, we are already friends. When will you take me out to play? Chapter 11. Boldly seizing opportunities to earn money engaging in business carries inherent risks. In other words, there is no such thing as a guaranteed profit in this world. Yet, Jiang Qin was a reborn individual. He already knew the outcomes of many events that had yet to unfold, making it relatively easy for him to achieve a risk-free venture. The renovation of the old district in Jizhou City was on the verge of commencing, with a vast area set to be impacted and generous compensation offered, making the acquisition of properties slated for demolition Jiang Qin's primary objective. High-priced acquisition of residential properties in this area. Contact information: Fanwali, Rongqing, Xingfu Community, Hongyun Community. These neighborhoods were notorious for their dilapidated properties. Countless residents, disheartened and eager to relocate, were more than willing to sell their homes. Unbeknownst to them, these locations were about to be redeveloped, so upon hearing of high-priced offers, they promptly contacted Jiang Qin. Of course, Jiang Qin could not purchase every single building. The old district renovation was an official project, strictly confidential. If a sudden surge of purchases occurred just before the official announcement, what would that imply? Jiang Qin might not even receive his demolition compensation before facing scrutiny over his dealings. Thus, regardless of the old, dilapidated community, he would always buy only one unit. One may be greedy, but one must first assess whether they possess the capacity to digest that greed. Naturally, selecting clients also required finesse. Properties that were still inhabited were off the table. Individuals with elderly family members should refrain from engaging. Those facing financial difficulties should also abstain. Thus, what constitutes the ideal target? It is a household of affluence, residing in a dilapidated old property, long vacated prior to this moment. Such properties facilitate a more seamless transaction, devoid of protracted delays. Jiang Qin currently possesses nothing more than the unremarkable status of a high school graduate, which renders such matters challenging to navigate. Mr. Su from the bustling city, Mr. Liu from Rongqing, Mr. Bai from the happiness community, and Mr. Wang from the fortune community. In mid-June, under the scorching sun, Jiang Qin sat with Mr. Bai from the happiness community at a noodle shop, each with a transfer document and purchase contract before them. Guo Zihong accompanied Jiang Qin, sitting nearby, appearing rather tense, resembling a timid individual weighing 140 pounds. Uncle Bai, as agreed, the 630,000 has been transferred. Oh, very well. Mr. Bai scrutinized Jiang Qin's visage, feeling somewhat incredulous. I just checked your ID at the housing authority. And you are only 18? Jiang Qin dismissed this age bias with a grin. As Mr. Lu Sun stated, owning property is not contingent upon age. But why would you purchase such a property? My father simply adores these old houses. He believes they possess character. Mr. Bai tucked the contract into his bag, mentioning he needed to catch a train that afternoon, and hurriedly departed. Only then did Guozhang raise his head, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Qin, overwhelmed by anxiety. A high school graduate spending over 600,000 on a house, regardless of its state, was astonishing to Guozhang. While he was still contemplating how to enhance his own living space, his classmate was already exploring properties to purchase. How could anyone accept such a reality? The crux of the matter lay in Jiang Qin's audacity. Guozhang felt that even if he possessed over 600,000, he would hesitate to spend it. For such an amount was far too daunting at their age. You truly bought a house? That is over 600,000. Jiang Qin pushed the water cup before him forward. I'm revealing my cards. I'm a millionaire. Guozhang swallowed hard. I haven't even been to a foot massage parlor. Once the admission notices are released, I'll find a time to take you there for a visit. Thank you, foster father. Jiang Qin grinned, thinking to himself that Guo was quite resourceful, broadening the path ahead. Moreover, was this not superior to pursuing romantic interests? You could save 3 months' salary to gift a necklace to your goddess, only for her to respond coldly with a mere thank you, discarding the accompanying flowers when you weren't looking. Conversely, look at your brothers, friends, and roommates. A small act of kindness earns you the title of foster father. By the way, Zhanggu, their essay gathering in our class this afternoon. Will you attend? Guozhang pondered for a moment. Isn't the results about to be released? If we don't gather now, those who performed poorly will likely lack the spirit to celebrate afterward. You all go. I won't attend, as I have other matters to attend to. Enjoy yourselves. But Chu Siki will be there too. Jiang Qin placed an arm around his shoulder, fixing him with a piercing gaze. Why do you always bring up Chu Siki in my presence? Guozhang recoiled slightly. Aren't you fond of her? I thought you wanted to see her. If I wished to see her, would I have turned and walked away that day on Central Street? Isn't that a case of playing hard to get? You must admit, it worked, she cried. Those unaware might think you rejected her. Jiang Qin was disinclined to explain further, pulling out money to hand to the shopkeeper. I recently met a girl and promised to take her out. I'll forego the gathering. Guozhang gazed at his close friend in astonishment. Which girl? Do I know her? Not sure. Where do you plan to take her? If it's to a foot massage parlor, I'll tag along. Gatherings merely involve listening to those excelling academically boasting. I'm not keen on attending. Jiang Qin felt Guozhang's intellect might be as small as a peanut. Have you ever seen someone take a girl to a foot massage parlor? Guozhang paused. Are there other worthwhile places to visit in Jeju? She wants to go to the small commodity market in the city center. That place is filled with small vendors selling counterfeit goods. What is the appeal? She has never been, so she is curious. Guozhang found this hard to believe. She has never visited such a place? How impoverished must her family be? Jiang Qin couldn't help but glance at him. Why are you so inquisitive? Aren't you skipping the gathering? Fine. Chapter 12. A day out with the young wealthy. After sending Guozhang on his way, Jiang Qin departed from the beef noodle shop, heading towards the Jizhou City Library, accompanied by his affluent companion, the young wealthy lady, Feng Nanshu. Today, she adorned a floral dress that exuded an enchanting aura. With a small black leather bag slung over her shoulder and brown leather shoes revealing a hint of lace-trimmed socks, brimming with youthful charm. With a 38-year-old's jaded soul, one might describe her as so youthful that she could almost be squeezed for water. She strolled along the narrow walkway, her bright, clear eyes flitting about, filled with curiosity for the items displayed at the stalls. This small commodity market is quite renowned among students at the Southern High School, as it predominantly offers counterfeit goods at low prices, making it an attractive option for the financially constrained student body. Particularly for day students who dine at home, their pocket money is scant. Thus, on weekends, they often gather in groups to peruse the market, acquiring mostly trinkets that are visually appealing yet practically useless. Feng Nanshu likely heard others mention this place at school, prompting her desire to explore it. Why do they have so many car keys? Ah, those are actually lighters. Do you need to take a test to get a beauty certificate? I want to obtain one. That is fake and holds no value, if you desire one. It's merely a yuan each. Jiang Qin, I'm thirsty, I want a Sprite. You're mistaken. That S its sister version, Laby. This pair of underwear is torn in the middle. Why is it still for sale? Well, you're still young. It's best not to inquire about adult matters. 3 minutes later, Feng Nanshu paused in front of shop at the corner, seemingly unable to move her legs. Before her stood a whimsical rocking horse, gleaming and inviting. Calling out to little friends to come and play, Feng Nanshu turned her head, quietly gazing at Jiang Qin, her cool gaze flickering with determination, leaving Jiang Qin utterly bewildered. You can't possibly want to play on that, right? Miss, let me explain. That toy's intended for children under 8. You're 18. If you were to play on that, it would be utterly mortifying. Jiang Qin attempted to dissuade her from this notion. Despite the toy's lights, movement, and music, one must not wear open-crotch pants to qualify for play. However, 3 minutes later, melodious singing resonated from the shop's entrance. What does Grandpa's father call him? Grandpa's father is called Grandpa. The beautiful young girl was mounted atop the horse, laughing joyfully, radiating pure happiness. Jiang Qin, with coins exchanged in the shop, couldn't he help but chuckle softly, leaning against the shop's doorframe, quietly observing her. That day, he had chanced upon a meticulously planned schedule within Feng Nanshu's bag. Morning piano and violin practice, midday ballet and judo lessons, and evening news and finance reading, leaving only the afternoon for her respite at the library. The young, wealthy lady likely had little childhood experience, which explained her lack of friends, social anxiety, and the misconception of being aloof. Jiang Qin chuckled, choosing to ignore it, instead retrieving the contract from his bag. He now possessed 4 sets of relocation properties, varying in size, amounting to a total expenditure of $273,000 from his account. The demolition compensation plan for the renovation of the old district in Jizhou has yet to be issued, although he has not witnessed it in his previous life. He deduces that the compensation in the bustling areas should amount to approximately 128. In contrast, the geographical locations of Xingfu Community and Hanyun Community are rather marginal, resulting in lower compensation, at most 121. He is uncertain about the situation in Rongqing, yet it is likely to reach 124. Jizhou is not like Kyoto or Shenzhen. The prospect of becoming wealthy overnight through demolition is nearly impossible. Achieving such ratios is already quite rare. So what more could one desire? It is worth noting that Xianba Village, located near the North Second Ring, was included in the demolition scope back in 2018. Yet the compensation ratio was merely 113. What does this indicate? It signifies that demolition, much like love, is heavily influenced by timing. He intends to withdraw 270,000 yuan to venture into business. While purchasing a demolition property may be seen as taking advantage of the situation, true entrepreneurship is an entirely different endeavor. He wishes to swiftly embrace the mindset of an entrepreneur, requiring him to familiarize himself with commercial processes and strategies. Thus, he plans to utilize this 270,000 yuan as capital to initiate small ventures in Jizhou, treating it as a preliminary exploration before formally embarking on his entrepreneurial journey. Lost in thought, the music nearby suddenly ceased. The time for swinging had come to an end. However, Feng Nanshu, perched atop the swing, was reluctant to dismount, her eyes sparkling with lingering excitement. Jiang Qin chuckled helplessly and retrieved a coin from his pocket, placing it into her palm. "Come, play with me," she suggested, pointing to another swing nearby. "Me? A rugged man like me? A paragon of masculinity? Don't jest." 3 minutes later, a duet of "What is your grandfather called" resonated from the entrance of a small shop. Jiang Qin found himself seated in a rather cramped carriage, swaying along and revealing a look of astonishment on his face. This contraption truly brought immense joy. After a prolonged period of swinging, the 2 exuberant kitty cats finally came to a halt, and the shopkeeper emerged, his brow furrowed and his demeanor exuding an air of hostility. "How much does the child weigh? And you, a towering young man, how much do you weigh? Don't you have any self-awareness?" Yet, Jiang Qin remained oblivious to the shopkeeper's expression, instead reaching into his denim pocket to retrieve the Nokia phone his father had left behind. While riding the swing earlier, he had sensed a notification sound. Upon checking his phone, he discovered it was the alert tone from the 2008 version of Love You, a nostalgic blast from the past. Brother Jiang, can you guess where this class reunion is taking place? All right, no more suspense. The venue is also in the city center. What a coincidence. Qin Zong had booked the reunion banquet at the Longwei Hotel, and he was currently en route, determined to make that silly dog weep today. Guo Zihong's avatar depicted a long-haired man sporting sunglasses, complete with a filter reminiscent of early 2000s aesthetics, epitomizing the non-mainstream trend. Jiang Qin found it perplexing that, despite being short, stout, and dark-skinned, Guo Zihong chose to represent himself with an image of a slender figure resembling a chick. This 9-key keypad is utterly challenging to navigate. Little rich girl, where do you wish to go next? Feng Nanshu extended her hand, her delicate fingers pointing toward the snack shop ahead, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Chapter 13. Graduation gathering. Students from Class 2 of Year 3 began to arrive one after another, taking their seats. This gathering was initiated by Qin Zong, who sought the finest private room and ordered the best banquet. In this era, impressionable youths often emulate their parents' behavior. Qin Zong's father is a real estate developer, which has bestowed upon him the aura of a high-quality man at a young age. With slick hair, a tailored suit, and a golden watch adorning his wrist, he exuded sophistication. Everyone, 3 years of high school may seem neither long nor short, yet I feel privileged to share this time with all of you. From this moment forward, we are adults, so I propose we raise our glasses together. No soft drinks allowed. We must drink alcohol for today. We are not merely consuming liquor, but embracing maturity. He raised his glass, downing the beer in one gulp, mimicking his father's business demeanor by turning the glass upside down to demonstrate that not a drop remained. This display prompted thunderous applause in the room. Brother Zong, you truly don't resemble a student at all. Every gesture exudes maturity. Indeed, in comparison to you, we appear rather juvenile. Someone remarked, a person like Zong will undoubtedly excel upon entering society. He is simply too impressive. This declaration is the most powerful I have ever encountered. Qin Zong humbly waved his hand, claiming he was merely expressing his feelings, while discreetly glancing at the disinterested Chu Siki across the table. The display of flamboyance is intended to attract attention, much like a peacock spreading its feathers. The year 2008 marked the zenith of non-mainstream culture, and such expressions were popular. Qin Zong believed he possessed an air of dominance, leading him to maintain a perpetual smile. However, Chu Siki's expression remained indifferent, revealing little enthusiasm. She was engrossed in her phone, noting that Jiang Qin had not arrived, his avatar appearing gray, which filled her with concern regarding his awareness of the reunion. At that moment, the door of the private room was abruptly pushed open by a pudgy hand, and Guo Zihong hurriedly entered, mumbling an apology. I took a wrong turn earlier. It took me ages to find my way here. Hey, Guo Zihong, why did you come alone? Jiang Qin didn't join you? Guo Zihong initially intended to mention Jiang Qin's outing with a girl, but inexplicably altered his statement. Upon hearing this, Chu Siki bit her lip. Her fists clenched beneath the table. Since their last encounter on Central Street, she had been waiting for Jiang Qin to regret his actions and seek her forgiveness, yearning for another chance. Yet, a week had passed without a single message from him. She felt that Jiang Qin had genuinely changed, becoming extraordinarily patient. Previously, he could hardly endure half a day without conversing with her. Now he could withstand an entire week. This realization vexed her. How could the once submissive Jiang Qin transform into someone so unyielding? She had only intended what was best for him, encouraging him in his pursuits. Although she initially hesitated to attend this gathering, she ultimately wanted to see whether Jiang Qin had truly become as carefree as he claimed. In her view, he must be suffering immensely, and upon seeing her, he would undoubtedly apologize. However, she was taken aback when she discovered he knew about the reunion, yet chose not to attend. Is Jiang Qin engaged in business? Qin Jian inquired, casting a surprised glance at Guo Zihong. Indeed, what kind of business is he involved in? Opening a shop? Huh. Selling boxed lunches can be considered business now? Qin Zong chuckled, though his expression conveyed disdain. Other classmates around them stifled laughter, grateful that Jiang Qin did not attend the gathering, as his presence would have been mortifying. Although professions should not be judged by their status, even Confucius would not shed his long gown. These high school students naturally looked down upon lower-tier jobs. To them, as aspiring university students, they were the elite of society and the nation's backbone, rendering the notion of selling boxed lunches utterly disgraceful. Upon hearing this, Guo Zihong felt an urge to retaliate. Do you know that Brother Jiang just made 650 000 yuan today? Brother Jiang frequents the foot massage place. Can you compete with that? However, he ultimately refrained from voicing these thoughts. As Jiang Qin had mentioned a phrase to him 2 days prior, some individuals mock you not for your actions, but simply because they desire to laugh at you. Could it be that Jiang was alluding to something specific? If so, his foresight is truly remarkable. What a remarkable figure he is, my righteous father. Yet, upon this reflection, Gu Ziaich suddenly cast a glance at CHSQ, who he had always regarded as a radiant presence akin to the moonlight. Today, however, he felt as though the filter had shattered. It appeared that even goddesses could speak ill of others in private. Was she still a goddess then? It seems Ji's abrupt departure had its reasons. Gu Ziaich wished to maintain peace, yet others were not so easily deterred from discussing Jiang Qin. Apart from Wing, who are CHSQ had a close friend named YSHSH, who often spoke with a sarcastic tone. Upon hearing Jiang Qin's name, she immediately interjected. By the way, SQ, didn't Jiang Qin confess to you on the last day of the college entrance examination? He must have realized he couldn't pursue you and, fearing humiliation, chose to remain silent. Indeed, Hua shares the same sentiment. Perhaps that is the case today as well. What do you mean? A flicker of confusion crossed Siege SQ's eyes. He knows he would be ridiculed, which is why he didn't dare to show up today. YSHSH explained while pouring herself more water. Upon hearing this, CHSQ's furrowed brow suddenly relaxed. Indeed, how had she not considered this possibility? Jiang Qin was not as nonchalant as she had imagined. He was merely afraid of being mocked. He deserves it. Who asked him to treat me that way? A little hardship will do him good. Let's see who will regret it in the future. With her pride ignited, CHSQ clenched her small silver teeth tightly. Just then, the door to the private room swung open once more, and Wing who hurriedly entered, apologizing much like Gu Ziaiching. I was delayed by something on the way. I truly apologize. What were you discussing just now? We were talking about Jiang Qin. He is too embarrassed to come because he fears losing face. Isn't that amusing? Upon hearing this, Wing who's expression froze, and even her motion to sit down momentarily halted. The reason for her tardiness was that she had encountered Jiang Qin outside. Moreover, she hadn't merely encountered him. She had also met his girlfriend. Wing who was a person with a keen sense of time. Otherwise, she wouldn't have served as the class representative for math for 3 consecutive years. Thus, she arrived at LNGWI quite early, even before QNZNG, the host. However, she didn't head directly to the hotel, but took a stroll nearby. It was then that she spotted Jiang Qin. At that moment, Jiang Qin was standing at the entrance of a snack shop, one hand clutching a black backpack while the other playfully petted a tabby cat lounging on the freezer. Wing who assumed he was also attending the gathering, so she approached to greet him and inquire about his arrival. To her surprise, as their conversation unfolded, Jiang Qin revealed he had no intention of attending the gathering. Wing who being a diligent student highly regarded by her teachers, felt a sense of responsibility as her classmates were about to part ways. She intended to persuade him to join them. You've already come this far. You might as well enjoy a meal with us. Forget it. You all go ahead. I prefer to avoid the crowd, Jiang Qin said, absent-mindedly toying with the tabby cat's paw. Suddenly, Wing who recalled a conversation from a few days prior. Are you feeling embarrassed about your failed confession? Surely not. Our class atmosphere is quite harmonious, and you generally get along well with others. We've already graduated, and in the future, we'll hardly see each other. It's okay to laugh. Who hasn't experienced a failed confession? I don't mind, but that is truly not the reason I'm not going. Then what is? Jiang Qin, I want to eat that colorful crystal ball. Crystal ball? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin appeared momentarily perplexed as an image involuntarily surfaced in his mind. What on earth is a crystal ball? That should be soaked soybeans. That cannot be eaten. Miss, not everything in the snack shop is edible. Jiang Qin exclaimed, rushing inside. Wing who discerned that it was a girl's voice, and driven by curiosity, she followed him. Inside, she encountered a girl clad in a floral dress. Her long hair cascading down her waist, her slender waist curvaceous, standing graceful and radiant, even more dazzling than a pearl. To her surprise, this was someone she recognized. FNSH, the academic prodigy who had secured the top spot in the school for 3 consecutive years. A reticent young lady of privilege and an exceptionally beautiful girl. Jiang Huar's eyes widened in astonishment as she watched Jiang Qin snatch a box from Jiang in NSH's hands and nervously inspect it, even pinching her rosy lips to peer inside. What was happening? Were they too busy with their date to attend the gathering? The image lingered in Jiang Huar's mind, and she found herself in shock. While her classmates continued to mock Jiang Qin, unaware that he had already captured the true moonlight of Jiang in high school. She was at a loss for words. Do you know what he's been up to lately? She asked. I just heard Gu Jiang say he should still be selling box meals. Wen Gehao fell silent, realizing her friend was entirely uninformed about Jiang Qin's circumstances. SQ, are you still waiting for Jiang Qin to apologize? SQ gritted her teeth in response. Yes, I've waited a long time, but he is quite adept at enduring. He even sent me a message. Do you think he is enduring? What else could it be? He used to chat with me every day, and even when I scolded him for being annoying during my bad moods, he remained undeterred. Now he puts on a cold facade. Isn't that enduring? Jiang felt torn, unsure if she should reveal what she had just witnessed. SQ, I'm seriously asking you, do you like Jiang Qin? SQ looked at her expressionlessly. He is driving me mad. How could I possibly like him? Yet, it seemed to her that Jiang Qin had moved on from her thoughts, while she remained consumed by him. That is because he's been too much. It leaves me restless. He hasn't apologized to me 100 times. I want to forgive him. Jiang leaned closer, speaking in a voice only they could hear. If Jiang ends up with someone else, would that make you sad? SQ coldly chuckled twice. What does it matter if he is with someone else? But then again, he wants to be able to pursue me, so he will eventually lose hope. Settling for second best is also a viable option. What is wrong? Nothing, let us eat. After hearing her friend's words, SQ picked up her chopsticks and poked at her plate, but she found she had no appetite. She was genuinely troubled. She could not comprehend why Jiang was oblivious to her feelings. In this world, how could one simply pursue a girl and win her over? She had already given him opportunities and even hinted that perseverance would yield hope. Wasn't that enough? She truly wished to see Jiang and regret his choices. Yet it remained an unattainable desire. Perhaps this was why she felt so vexed. As the gathering approached its conclusion, SQ had been engrossed in conversation with Jiang. Eventually, she displayed a demeanor that signaled her desire for solitude. While Qin could not find an opportunity to speak with her and suggested they take a stroll nearby, hoping to find another chance to connect. Jiang felt quite anxious. She genuinely feared that SQ might encounter Jiang and FNSH together. She was all too familiar with her friend's personality, headstrong and proud, requiring the world to bend to her will. If she were to see Jiang with FNSH, Jiang was unsure of what might transpire. Fortunately, her concerns were somewhat unfounded. As Jiang Qin and Feng Ninshu were not within their line of sight, it was merely Qin Ziong who persistently inched closer to them, which irked her considerably. Meanwhile, at a nearby street food market, Feng Ninshu clutched a large zizalong, took a couple of bites, and then glanced up at Jiang Qin. Do you enjoy gazing at breasts? You've looked at mine 16 times today. Jiang Qin's lips twitched slightly. He thought to himself that although she was adorably naive, her candor was indeed a bit overwhelming. I merely appreciate beauty. Feng Ninshu pointed to a shop across the street. Jiang Qin, what is adult merchandise? That is something only adults should know about. My birthday is on February 3rd. So according to the law, I am now an adult. Is this your idea of adulthood? No, your understanding of this world is less than that of an 8-year-old. Feng Ninshu staggered slightly, her expression turning despondent. Your words are truly hurtful. Jiang Qin chuckled. It's all right. Summer vacation is still a long way off. Take your time to learn. Chapter 15. The progress of demolition time passed swiftly, as if in the blink of an eye. On June 25th, the National College entrance examination results were freshly released, stirring the hearts of countless families. Jiang Qin's score mirrored that of his previous life, a solid 653 points, securing him a place at 985 institutions without a doubt, which left him feeling remarkably calm, though he had to display sufficient excitement in front of his parents. It was truly a test of his acting skills. However, Mr. Jiang and Mrs. Yuan were genuinely ecstatic. 653. This score is 20 points higher than Jiang Qin's mock exam. Mrs. Yuan Yuqin immediately went to Baiyun Mountain to offer incense and express gratitude. Mr. Jiang Zhenghong was so overwhelmed with joy that he was at a loss for how to act, alternating between sitting and standing, his fists trembling with excitement, before finally dragging Jiang Qin downstairs to run 3 laps around the residential complex. Jiang Qin understood his parents' feelings well, for in their generation, the college entrance examination was seen as a springboard to success, a crucial turning point in life, the only opportunity to change one's fate, and a stepping stone to wealth and prosperity. Yet, he could never have anticipated that just a few years later, this world would be teeming with PhDs and masters, as common as weeds. On the 3rd day after the examination results were announced, developments regarding the demolition began to surface. On the morning of June 28th, in the bustling city of Rongqing, the street offices of Xingfu Community and Hanyun Community successively contacted Jiang Qin, succinctly informing him about the demolition and inviting him to meet with a specially established demolition team for discussions. Although the formal demolition documents had yet to be publicly announced, the matter was essentially a foregone conclusion. This was not something meant to be widely publicized. In fact, aside from the owners of the properties slated for demolition, no one else was aware of this situation, which spared Jiang Qin, as a high school student, from considerable trouble. In the subsequent days, Jiang Qin shuttled between various street offices, listening to them read aloud the higher-ups' documents and the compensation clauses he had already heard numerous times. While each street office reiterated the same information, there was a certain satisfaction in hearing it again. Nevertheless, Jiang Qin was wise enough to know when to withdraw. He presented the street office with a figure based on his previous highest estimate, requesting that they contact him upon agreement. His nonchalant attitude stemmed from a crucial reason. When the demolition process moved to its 2nd stage, those who signed contracts first would have the privilege of choosing their relocation housing, and selecting a prime location was far more significant than haggling over a few tens of thousands. If one were to wait until the end, all the good spots would be taken, leaving the remaining individuals to draw lots. Contracts would be signed, and no one would be inclined to cater to such demands. Additionally, he had an urgent reason for his actions. He needed to repay the money he borrowed. Although the funds for purchasing the property were lent by Feng Ninshu, it was, after all, her father's money. The absence of trouble thus far indicated that her father had not yet discovered the situation, but the longer it dragged on, the higher the risk. Jiang Qin was uncertain about what kind of person Feng Ninshu's father was, and was unwilling to take such risks. Securing the compensation sooner would allow him to fill the gap and render the incident as if it had never occurred. Guo Zihong claimed to have scored 472, while Feng Ninshu announced her score as 671. Guo Zihong's score was unsurprising, as he had always been of such caliber, but Feng Ninshu, a prodigious academic talent, falling short of 700 was indeed unexpected. Of course, their homeroom teacher was also dissatisfied with this score, believing it to be a misjudgment, and promptly went to the city to review the exam papers on the day the results were released. It turned out there was no error. She indeed scored 671, with the issue lying in the Chinese essay topic. Out of a possible 60 points for the essay, Feng Ninshu received a mere 12. What was this year's essay topic? Writing about friendship? She didn't even have friends. How could she write about friendship? This was akin to asking a mouse to write a treatise on cat care. Not to mention, 12 points was hardly a loss. That score was likely awarded merely for neat handwriting. Don't laugh, Feng Ninshu said, seated in her usual spot on the 2nd floor of the Jizhou City Library, her demeanor utterly despondent. I've thought about it seriously, and this situation is actually your fault. Jiang Qin looked puzzled. We didn't know each other during the examination. How is my score relevant to your results? But if I had known you sooner, I would have surely written it well. If we were to hypothetically consider that the current you were to take the exam, how would you write that essay? Feng Ninshu, her expression grave, lifted her head. I met a friend in the library. He is a poor, unfortunate soul who loves gazing at breasts. Stop, Jiang Qin interjected, interrupting her impromptu essay. Is this the image I have in your mind? Is it not? A flicker of confusion crossed Feng Ninshu's eyes. If you truly wrote that, you wouldn't even earn the last 12 points. Feng Ninshu lowered her head, returning to her melancholic state. Have I presented an unworthy friend? Jiang Qin's expression twitched. Regardless, the exam is over, and pondering these matters is futile. That makes sense. As a rich young lady, why even take the exam? Why not just study abroad? Feng Nanshu raised her head, her delicate, curled lashes trembling slightly. A lonely girl who cannot socialize would perish if sent abroad. Jiang Qin had not considered this perspective. He merely regarded her as an ordinary wealthy heiress. However, from Feng Nanshu's viewpoint, the idea of studying abroad was indeed precarious. While foreign countries constantly extol freedom and democracy, their societal conditions were chaotic. And in America, where gun violence occurred daily, the population was only 3.7 billion. Yet the number of registered firearms exceeded 3.9 billion, averaging 4 guns per household. Were they planning for a second child? To cast Feng Nanshu, a naturally naive and socially anxious girl, into such an environment would be akin to tossing a lamb into a den of wolves. It's all quite indifferent. Domestic universities are quite good as well. Which one do you intend to attend? And which one do you plan to attend? She retorted, her expression blank, the sunlight casting a golden hue on her thick lashes. Chapter 16. My affairs are none of your concern in his previous life. Jiang Qin was a student at Linchuan University, majoring in international trade, so he would naturally attend Linchuan in this life, as he was already immensely familiar with the city. Wishing to embark on an entrepreneurial journey, starting from a familiar city would be considerably advantageous. Just then, the Nokia phone on the table suddenly flickered. Jiang Qin unlocked it and discovered a message from Wang Huiru. Jiang Qin, Chu Siki scored 632. What about you? Did she send you to inquire about my score? Well, you guessed correctly. She indeed asked me to check. My affairs are unrelated to her. Just convey that to her. Jiang Qin typed a response using the physical keyboard and hit send. Wang Huiru was taken aback. Jiang Qin, you and Chu Siki have no deep-seated enmity, do you? Even as classmates, inquiring about each other's grades is quite normal. You shouldn't always act like this. What have I done? It's so petty. Jiang Qin's fingers danced across the physical keyboard with increasing fluidity. If I'm petty, so be it. Let her think whatever she wants. Wang Huiru sent a message with a pause. Jiang Qin, Siki has done nothing wrong. It is her prerogative to refuse you. But even if lovers cannot be, friends can still be made. Am I to blame? Choosing not to entangle myself is my right as well. I simply do not wish to be friends with her. Why not? Jiang Qin began typing with one hand. She believes the entire world should adore her, that everyone must cater to her whims. She dictates what is to be, and no one is allowed to oppose her. Such a friend is a burden I cannot bear. It is truly vexing. Wang Huiru remained silent for a moment. I know Siki can be a bit proud, but isn't that also part of her charm? A little pride is acceptable, but she has overstepped. Like that day on Central Street, in front of so many people, she ordered me not to leave. On what grounds? We aren't even friends. Yet she thinks she can dictate my actions. Does she think the world revolves around her? You should have a proper conversation with her. Just tell her change. Jiang Qin furrowed his brow. Why should I waste my time on her? If one friend is unsuitable, I shall find another. Am I wrong? I made my stance quite clear. Why do you all still think this way? I suspect Chu Siki thinks the same, believing I am merely playing hard to get because I was rejected. No, I do not think that at all. Jiang Qin, please do not misunderstand. Jiang Qin continued typing on his keyboard. Wang, I truly do not wish to say another word to her. My explanations are solely for your sake. Do you understand? Jiang Qin, such words are quite hurtful. She left a glimmer of hope when she rejected you and even encouraged you. Must you be so cold towards her? Ugh. Every time I bring this up, I am at a loss for words. What does it mean to persist for hope? Is that encouragement? She does not harbor feelings for me. She simply has not encountered someone she genuinely likes, thus feeling lonely and thinking I can accompany her. Once she finds someone she likes, I will surely be forgotten. Wang, sometimes it is better to speak harshly to cut ties cleanly, thereby alleviating any lingering fantasies. Siki, what will you do if you meet someone you truly like in the future? Then I will definitely choose the one I like. I cannot possibly choose Jiang Qin just because he persisted longer, can I? She knew Jiang Qin was entirely correct, thus she found herself without a ground to argue, even feeling somewhat sympathetic towards Jiang Qin. All right, Jiang Qin, I understand how to proceed now. Wang, it has been delightful chatting with you. But please do not involve me in matters concerning her again. I do not wish to ruin my mood for the day, all right? I apologize. It's fine, as long as we are clear. After concluding their conversation, Wang Huiru sighed, her gaze momentarily lost in thought. Indeed, Jiang Qin had no lingering affection for her dear friend. It had transformed into aversion and repulsion. What Feng Nanchu? Was she truly dating Jiang Qin? She was the daughter of a wealthy family, transported by a Bentley. A dream for countless boys from Chengnan High School. The boys who secretly adored her could line up from Chengnan High all the way to the city center. Yet here was Jiang Qin, pinching her cheek, making her irresistibly cute and willful. Who would believe such a tale? Even Wang Huiru felt compelled to inquire. Why? Jiang Qin was indeed quite handsome, tall, and academically accomplished, yet she still could not fathom how he could win Feng Nanchu's heart. Feng Nanchu was notoriously aloof at school, speaking to no one, exuding an air of nobility that kept strangers at bay. Forget pursuing her. Some boys felt a sense of inferiority just approaching her, as if they were daring to harbor such extravagant hopes, unaware of their own appearances. Thus, this was simply unfathomable. Wang Huiru found herself increasingly perplexed by Jiang Qin, and she could not help but think of her friend. Siki was still strutting about, waiting for Jiang Qin to regret his actions and apologize, entirely unaware of the multitude of events that had transpired in just half a month. Wang Huiru picked up her phone again, locating Chu Siki's number, and sent her a message. I just asked Jiang Qin. He said his affairs have nothing to do with you and requested that you cease all contact with him. What an insufferable person. How dare he speak like that? Did you not defend me? Siki, let it go. You have already rejected him. Just forget about him. In a bedroom of a certain household in Fenglin Green City, Chu Siki, dressed in pajamas, was infuriated, hurling the volunteer application guide against the opposite wall, tears welling in her eyes. That Jiang Qin, he is furious because I rejected him, and now he's taking it out on himself. Yes, he succeeded. She was indeed enraged. But had he not endured for so long? It was sheer folly to cling to pride at the cost of suffering. In truth, Chu Siki had her own reasons for asking Wang Huiru to inquire about Jiang Qin's grades. She wanted to provide Jiang Qin with an opportunity to step back, hinting that he should cease their quarrel. Recently, she had been increasingly troubled, obsessively checking her phone, fantasizing about Jiang Qin, sending her a message saying, I was wrong. This had nearly become her inner demon. She had not previously cared so much for Jiang Qin, but now he consumed her thoughts. And Chu Siki despised this version of herself, loathing the feeling of losing control. Yet she had not anticipated Jiang Qin's heartlessness. He was utterly ungrateful. Fine. If there will be no contact, then let there be none. Whoever reaches out first is a dog. Chapter 17. The little rich girl in a swimsuit in early July. On a sun-drenched afternoon with a gentle breeze, the Housing Acquisition Department of the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau called Jiang Qin, agreeing to his proposed compensation terms and inviting him to sign the contract immediately, serving as a model for other owners. Why? Because there were far too many greedy individuals, even forming alliances to demand exorbitant prices. The demolition team had struggled for 3 days without securing a single agreement, as everyone believed that the longer they delayed, the more they could extract. Whoever signed first would undoubtedly suffer a significant loss. In contrast, Jiang Qin's straightforward offer appeared refreshingly genuine. After deliberation in a meeting, the acquisition department concluded that since the owners were banding together to inflate prices, it would be more effective to break them apart internally. Simply put, as soon as someone signed, others would inevitably follow suit. Thus, Jiang Qin became the breakthrough, encouraging everyone to sign contracts promptly. After signing the contract, Jiang Qin received a total compensation of 479 million yuan, along with 4 relocation apartments, 2 in the newly developed Yeshuan district and 2 opposite Fuzhou in Jinyuan. From the perspective of 2008, these 2 neighborhoods were not particularly advantageous, as the new district had just been established and the surrounding infrastructure was still lacking. In simple terms, it was desolate. However, by 2010, a high-speed railway station was built opposite Yeshuan, and a new middle school relocated to the southern bank of Fuzhou, while the municipal government also moved northward, causing property prices to soar dramatically. Nevertheless, Jiang Qin did not dare to inform his parents about the housing acquisition, as he found it difficult to explain. After all, his parents were currently free from worries, enjoying good health. This matter could wait to be disclosed later, so he chose to keep it under wraps for the time being. On July 13th, in an effort to encourage residents to sign contracts, the demolition office transferred the compensation to Jiang Qin within 3 working days. By July 15th, Jiang Qin successfully completed his college application, enrolling in the finance program at Linchuan University. On July 16th, he transferred to 73 million yuan to repay the money borrowed from Feng Nanshu and, as a gesture of gratitude, took her to a hot spring town in the eastern suburbs for a day of enjoyment. The private hot spring pools were perched atop a cliff overlooking majestic mountains, presenting a breathtaking view. Draped in a swimsuit, Feng Nanshu luxuriates in the warm embrace of the hot spring, her delicate visage flushed from the steam. One hand clutching a bottle of fizzy drink while the other grasps a piece of osmanthus cake. Her gaze frequently flits towards the distant mountains, overwhelmed by sheer delight. The swimsuit she wears, a charming white two-piece with straps above and a skirt below, was procured by Jiang Qin. Although he deemed it quite modest, he underestimated the allure of Feng Nanshu's figure. Her long legs, pale as snow, and her slender waist, easily encircled, coupled with her fair and delicate abdomen showcasing a defined line, create a captivating silhouette. The innocent girl, oblivious to Jiang Qin's gaze, elegantly stretches, unaware of the intoxicating blend of purity and sensuality she exudes, nor of the fact that the man across from her cannot tear his eyes away. Moments ago, a large bird had soared by. Yes, it was grand and white, slowly turning her head. A flicker of confusion crossed her eyes, yet the bird that had just passed was black. Jiang Qin wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel and remarked, one must not merely observe appearances. Sometimes it is essential to see the pristine essence beneath. Feng Nanshu lowered her gaze to her chest and asked, "Are you staring at my bosom?" Jiang Qin, caught off guard, remained unfazed. "You think too much. I am a man of integrity, unflinchingly virtuous. Then perhaps you could refrain from massaging my feet. They are beginning to ache under your ministrations. That is because this hot spring is rather cramped, and I fear your movements might inadvertently strike me." Jiang Qin, brimming with justifications of a virtuous man, discreetly released Feng Nanshu's tender, rosy feet, feigning indifference as he gazed at the distant mountains and picturesque views. With a splash, Feng Nanshu rose from the hot spring, leaning over the edge to reach for a bag of spiced rice crackers, yet falling short. Jiang Qin, seated nearby, found himself close enough to sense the warmth radiating from her skin. Who could withstand such a temptation? "I am done soaking. I will go shower," he declared, climbing out of the spring and casually passing her the rice crackers before stepping into the shower. The icy water cascaded down his back, sending shivers through his 38-year-old soul. Yet he could not help but scorn himself for coveting the youthful form of an 18-year-old girl. How impolite of him. It seems that men are indeed forever captivated by youthful maidens. Listening to the sound of water in the shower, Feng Nanshu glanced down at her chest, her delicate nose crinkling slightly. She tore open the packaging and popped a piece of rice cracker in her mouth, savoring the crunch. Oomph. It seems this person truly enjoys gazing at breasts, and he has a penchant for feet as well. After Jiang Qin finished his shower, the pair departed the hot spring hotel, taking a sightseeing vehicle to the commercial street of the small town, hoping to find something to eat. Upon inquiring about prices, they discover a roasted chicken priced at 58 yuan, leaving Jiang Qin questioning his own hearing. This is 2008. A roasted chicken for 58 yuan? Had I known, I could have bought half-price chicken from the zoo and sold them here for profit. The scenic area is rather ruthless. Yet Feng Nanshu's eyes glistened as she gazed at the roasted chicken, saliva practically pooling. Jiang Qin couldn't suppress a chuckle. It was indeed his first time witnessing someone so entranced by roasted chicken. Reluctantly, he reached for his wallet and spent 58 yuan on the bird. After all, the wealth he had amassed, over 170,000 yuan, was largely due to Feng Nanshu. She was his benefactor. And even if she wished to pluck the moon from the sky, he would endeavor to fulfill her desires, for gratitude is a virtue. But is Feng Nanshu truly the daughter of a wealthy family? Why does she seem so eager to indulge in whatever tempts her, unable to resist? "Have you never had roasted chicken?" she asked, wiping her mouth, her expression still cool. "My mother says that true socialites are not swayed by appetites, for that would reveal a weakness." Jiang Qin sighed, contemplating how she was on the verge of being consumed by desire. What kind of predatory culture is this? Eat, indulge, and waste not? "Thank you, Jiang Qin, for buying me roasted chicken. You're my best friend." "Miss, you have but one friend, so I must indeed be the best," he replied. After a moment's thought, she conceded, "Then I believe you are a good person." Jiang Qin felt slightly disarmed. "If you intend to compliment me, simply say I am handsome. Spare me the platitudes of being a good person." Oh, by the way, I may become quite busy in a few days, learning to drive and dabbling in a small business venture. I may not have time to accompany you. Do you have anywhere to go? Won't you feel lonely? I won't feel lonely. I used to be like this, alone, Feng Nanshu replied, lifting her gaze to meet his, her eyelashes fluttering as if she had never truly comprehended the concept of loneliness. How things were in the past and how they will be in the future suffice for her. Her life would not dramatically alter based on the presence or absence of another. Chapter 18. See Jiang Qin in times of trouble in the sweltering summer. The heat was unbearable. It felt as though the heavens had cloaked Jizhou City in an invisible steamer, rendering even standing still a sweaty ordeal. At that moment, the sun-kissed Jiang Qin stood at the entrance of the traffic police station, clutching his freshly acquired driver's license, before hailing a cab to the bank, where he withdrew 270,000 yuan in cash. This was a decision he had made earlier. He intended to use this sum to explore various industries, determining his entrepreneurial direction to avoid unnecessary detours. To be frank, 270,000 yuan could last a long while if spent frivolously, but it was hardly enough to make a significant business impact. Thus, Jiang Qin approached this venture not for profit, but as a means of gaining insight into the industry while maintaining his entrepreneurial fervor. On July 21st, he contacted his classmate Huang Ying's mother, procuring a batch of facial slimming injections and hyaluronic acid from abroad. The cost price was 150 yuan per injection, and he marked them up to 899 yuan at the beauty clinic. Although the beauty industry in 2008 had yet to explode, the future boom in medical aesthetics indicated it was indeed a lucrative sector. As long as women yearned for beauty, it would remain an ever-flourishing industry. On July 22nd, while perusing financial news, he stumbled upon an announcement from Nongfu Spring seeking new advertising slogans, offering a reward of 300,000 yuan. Jiang Qin opened his email and penned, "We do not produce water. We merely transport nature," leaving his phone number. The following day, a call from an unfamiliar number arrived. The caller claimed to be the manager of the Nongfu Spring Publicity Department, expressing gratitude and requesting his bank account number. When the funds were deposited, Jiang Qin felt as though he had stumbled upon a fortune, reveling in the joy of rebirth. On July 24th, Jiang Qin invested in his classmate Yang Xuan's mutton soup restaurant, acquiring a 30% stake. Recalling that Yang Xuan's father's culinary skills were unrivaled in Jizhou, he anticipated a profitable venture, as 5 years later, the restaurant had expanded to nearby cities. Although Jiang Qin had little interest in investing in stores, he was curious to uncover the secret recipes, ultimately discovering a packet of condensed milk hidden in the cupboard. On July 29th, his driving instructor mentioned he was brokering a pharmaceutical product with a 10-1 profit margin, eager to involve Jiang Qin, who had cash on hand. Intrigued yet cautious, Jiang Qin conducted some discreet research, only to uncover that the instructor's wife was involved in a pyramid scheme, prompting him to report her. As the Olympics approached on August 6th, Jiang Qin hired 10 individuals at the labor market to sell national flags and the mascots along the streets. Ultimately, all the earnings were distributed as wages, with an additional 500 yuan out of pocket, yet seeing the streets adorned in red filled him with joy. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Jiang Qin felt he had gained much from his endeavors. The medical aesthetics industry was indeed highly profitable, though it required substantial upfront investment and incurred high costs, while the restaurant industry offered stability and quick returns, albeit often at the expense of conscience, as the risk of loss was considerable without it. Moreover, labor costs are an essential consideration. From the inception of your entrepreneurial journey, you must contemplate how to ensure that customers bear the burden of labor costs rather than shouldering the risk yourself. Take, for instance, the sale of national flags. With a procurement cost of 50 cents, selling them for 3 yuan ultimately leads to losses when it comes time to pay wages. It is paramount to avoid believing in opportunities that come knocking, as they may lead you into unforeseen predicaments. Jiang Qin genuinely enjoys engaging in business, finding it fascinating even when facing losses. Why did I not consider entrepreneurship in my previous life? Simultaneously, in the class group of Senior 3, Class 2, the newly admitted graduates are buzzing with excitement. Their restlessness differs from Jiang Qin's. His is fueled by anticipation for business, while theirs stems purely from a sense of emptiness. Hey everyone, the admission notices have arrived. Shall we go out and have some fun together? I think that sounds great, Summer vacation is too long, and staying at home is dreadfully boring. I've been eager to find someone to hang out with. Are there any fun places to go? We can form a group and head there. I heard there's a bar across from the fire station where a bunch of people gather to watch the Olympics while drinking. Let us go experience it. As the conversation progresses, more classmates join the chat. Frankly speaking, the 3-month vacation after the college entrance examination can be stifling, leading many to crave outings. Previously, they were constrained by studies, suffocated by the pressures of exams. But now that they have the time, what is wrong with enjoying their youth? Choose Siki. I'm feeling a bit restless too. Count me in if we go out. Qin Xiang. Siki is going? Then I'll go too. Yushasha. I'll join as well. I've never been to a bar. When shall we go? Forget it. We went a few days ago, but couldn't get in. You need to book in advance. Yes, that bar is quite popular now. It's packed every day. And I've heard even money won't guarantee a reservation. How can a group of broke students compete for seats with adults? Guo Zihong. Are you talking about the nightlight bar? Qin Xiang. What, do you know about it too? Guo Zihong. Actually, you could ask Jiang Qin to book a table. Guo Zihong's sudden remark left the entire group in bewilderment. What does it mean to ask Jiang Qin to book a table? Can he secure a reservation when everyone else cannot? Does he have connections? Qin Xiang. Haha, Jiang Qin? Is he not selling lunchboxes now? Has he become a bartender? Yushasha. This guy must be money crazy. How poor can his family be to do everything? Guo Zihong. He is not a bartender. He rented half a bar for a collective viewing of the Olympics. It became so popular that the bar owner entrusted the entire operation to him. Shu Siki. How much does it cost to rent half a bar? Guo Zihong. Including the venue and drinks, it seems to have cost about 300,000. Yushasha. Are you kidding me? How could he possibly have 300,000? I know you two are best buddies, but there's a limit to exaggeration. Guo Zihong. I'm not exaggerating. I watched the opening ceremony at Nightlight Bar yesterday, and I didn't spend a dime. Huang Ying. Guo Zihong is not lying. Jiang Qin partnered with my mom to purchase a batch of 500,000 worth of beauty needles, and he contributed 100,000. Yang Xuan. My family's lamb soup restaurant has opened a branch. If you can't go to the bar, come to my restaurant for soup. Chu Siki. We're discussing serious matters, and you're advertising? Yang Xuan. My second branch also has Jiang Qin's investment. I don't know how much, but it's definitely over 100,000. I now have to call him uncle. Guo Zihong. Why do you call him uncle? Yang Xuan. On the day of signing the contract, Jiang Qin and my dad both got drunk and insisted on becoming sworn brothers. No one could dissuade them. Chapter 19. Please don't pretend to be my adoptive father. See? I told you I wasn't lying. Guo Zihong's last statement plunged the group into silence. No one dared to speak anymore. Not even Qin Zhang, who typically boasted about treating everyone at the cafeteria. Honestly speaking, at this moment, they would rather doubt their own eyes than believe Guo Zihong, Huang Ying, and Yang Xuan's word are true. 300,000 is not a sum accessible to high school students. They'd be overjoyed to have just 10 yuan in their pockets. 300,000 would send them flying into the galaxy. Does that mean everything Guo Zihong said is true? But we are reluctant to spend on a yellow diamond. So how could Jiang Qin, that rascal, dare to spend 300,000? Are we all in the same high school? The most shocked among them is actually Chu Siki. She never imagined Jiang Qin could accomplish so much over the summer, each venture seeming more incredible than the last. While everyone else was at home chatting online, basking in the sun, playing games, and fretting over early romantic relationships, Jiang Qin was already conducting business worth hundreds of thousands. Yet he never boasted about it, as if such an accomplishment was unworthy of pride. Reflecting on this, Chu Siki suddenly felt Jiang Qin had become distant in her heart, inducing a sense of anxiety that he was now out of reach. He was not merely avoiding her to prevent losing face. He was genuinely engaged in business. While others squandered their time, trying to prove their maturity through drinking, he transformed into an astonishing figure in the class. After a moment of distraction, Chu Siki suddenly felt a surge of anger. How could Jiang Qin not share such significant news with her? Even Guo Zihong knew. Yet he chose to keep it from her. This was too much. He used to share everything with her. Guo Zihong, tell me honestly, where did he get his money? I mentioned it during our previous gathering. Jiang Qin has always been in business. He must have made a profit. What business can yield 300,000? I would know. If I did, wouldn't I be making 300,000 too? But you said the business was selling lunchboxes, right? I saw you all selling lunchboxes. Guo Zihong sent a series of ellipses. Old Gama used to sell wontons. Did that stop her from starting a company? Qin Xiang, now restless, interjected, impossible. I don't even have 300,000. How could he? Nonsense. Guizihong smiled. Don't compare yourself to Jiang Qin. Relying on your father is not a skill. What are you all talking about? Wang Huiru suddenly emerged from her silent state. Zhu Siki, Hiuzu, they say Jiang Qin spent 300,000 to rent half a bar. Huh? You find it hard to believe, too? Zhu Siki instantly sent a look of astonishment. Is there more to this? Huiru, did you disconnect? It's nothing, I was just joking. Wang Huiru hesitated but still chose not to disclose the matter of Jiang Qin and Feng Nanshu. 300,000 is indeed shocking, but it is merely a number. Everyone might express their astonishment, but at most, they would only marvel at the magnitude of the sum. However, Feng Nanshu is not just a number. She is a living embodiment of pure admiration. If this information were to leak, the group would certainly explode, and within a night, the entire school would know. At that moment, Jiang Qin was also observing the group chat, primarily finding the incessant messages bothersome. He attempted several times to mute the notifications, but to no avail, wondering if the 2008 version lacked the upgrade for this function. If it were Qin Xiang, he would have jumped in eagerly to flaunt. Ah, yes, it was me. I'm that impressive. But Jiang Qin found no merit in such behavior, nor did he harbor a desire for attention. Why would he need to boast for a few free spots at the bar? Is he that idle? Furthermore, he felt it necessary to clarify with Guizihong that he refrained from boasting because he deemed such matters immature. Could you please refrain from always acting as my spokesperson? He decided to turn off his phone, though he found himself still wanting to check the messages. One must admit that having someone assist in one's pretense can indeed be somewhat gratifying. Jiang Qin pressed the hang-up button, awaiting the screen to dim, before entering the Jizhou City Library with a bag of snacks in hand. Upon reaching the second floor of the library, he immediately spotted the familiar figure of the wealthy young lady. Dressed in a white, elegant dress adorned with a black bow tie, she appeared serene and demure, cradling a thick book in her hands, though her gaze wandered outside the window rather than resting on the pages. This particular volume was reputed to be the most captivating of the entire series, recounting a harrowing disaster on the planet Candida. A monstrous entity, having slumbered underground for eons, awakened from its slumber, frantically seeking fissures in the earth with its multitude of tentacles, abducting the slumbering children within their rooms. As time passed, this creature grew ever larger, causing asphalt roads to crack and cities to collapse in its wake. Following an investigation by Peggy Sue and her companions, they were astounded to uncover that this planet was, in fact, an egg that had been incubating in the cosmos for countless eons, with the life forms that emerged here being the true outsiders. Had it been in the past, Feng Nanshu would have been utterly engrossed. Such a 396-page tome could have been devoured in a mere 3 afternoons. Yet, half a month had elapsed, and she had scarcely completed even half of its contents. Gazing out at the sunlit window and the lush branches swaying in the breeze, an inexplicable sense of loneliness washed over her. At that moment, the chair across from her was abruptly pulled back. I've been swamped these past few days. Finally, I have a moment to breathe. How have you been, little rich girl? Jiang Qin, I think I'm genuinely feeling a bit lonely, Feng Nanshu replied, a flicker of confusion passing through her icy gaze. Reading alone had always been her fundamental state of existence, and Jiang Qin's presence was merely an unexpected occurrence in her life, akin to a peanut inadvertently mixed in with a jar of rice. Removing the peanut shouldn't alter the essence of the rice. Yet, she could not fathom why her life had suddenly taken on a hue of solitude. Chapter 20. Blinding white moonlight. Jiang Qin was momentarily taken aback by her words, then pouted. You spend all your time either practicing the piano or dancing. Your most delightful moments consist of reading fantastical adventure novels. I've taken you shopping and treated you to hot springs, even humiliated myself by accompanying you on a kiddie ride. In comparison, it's no wonder you feel lonely. Where are we going? She inquired. To the bar to watch the Olympics. Though it was still midday and the bar had yet to open its doors, as the proprietor, Jiang Qin could easily command its opening. Moreover, the lack of patrons would ease Feng Nanshu's social anxiety. He guided her into the bar, directing her to a seat, and then went outside to retrieve a wooden board, placing it at the entrance. Just then, 4 figures suddenly dashed across the street. The first was a stout, dark-skinned boy, followed by a well-groomed gentleman, and finally, 2 girls carrying crossbody bags. Foster father. Jiang Qin lifted his gaze and recognized Guizihong. Qin Xiang, Yu Shasha, and Wang Huiru. What brings you here? Guo Zihong was panting heavily, yet a sense of pride illuminated his eyes. I told them this bar was under your management, but they wouldn't believe me, so I brought them to see for themselves. Wang Huiru interjected. I never said I didn't believe. I simply came to see the excitement. It was Yu Shasha who was skeptical. I never said I didn't believe. I was just here to check it out for our family's sake. Yu Shasha pouted, her gaze darting curiously over Jiang Qin. Did you really spend 300,000 to rent this bar? Don't listen to Guo Zihong's nonsense. I was just saying, where would you get 300,000? Guo Zihong's face flushed with embarrassment. Brother Jiang, you explicitly told me it was 300,000. Jiang Qin scoffed. I said 320,000. Have you lost your mind? 2,000 is not a trivial sum. How dare you round it off? Oh, right, 320,000. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang's expression shifted dramatically. He was relieved it was Yu Shasha who spoke up and not himself. Otherwise, he might have been the one to receive a slap. Yu Shasha, too, felt as if she had been metaphorically slapped, struggling to respond. However, Jiang Qin remained unfazed, thinking adults should not fuss over trivial matters with children. He set up the blackboard, opened the door for the four of them, and instructed them to find a place to sit. He then proceeded to turn on the 4 televisions positioned in the center of the bar. Truth be told, the bar's atmosphere was indeed well suited for a small gathering. It exuded a vibrant ambience and offered an endless supply of drinks. Watching diving competitions or table tennis matches here, accompanied by the cheers around, was far more exhilarating than observing them alone at home. Yu Shasha and Wang Huiru, visiting a bar for the first time, entered with a hint of trepidation, fearing the emergence of colorful and bizarre figures. However, upon realizing the absence of any patrons, they quickly relaxed. At that moment, Qin Xiang suddenly heard Yu Shasha exclaim, "Oh my!" Unable to resist, he followed her gaze, curious about what could elicit such surprise, and was taken aback. In the southwestern corner of the bar, Feng Nanshu sat serenely, her hands resting on her knees, exuding an aura of calmness. The white moonlight of Jiangnan High School, the silent goddess who was to be kept at a distance. What was she doing in a bar? A young lady of her stature belonged at galas or soirees. Not in such a setting. The incongruity was overwhelming. Qin Xiang wondered if he was mistaken, rubbing his eyes vigorously to dispel any illusions, even losing a few eyelashes in the process. Yet Feng Nanshu remained seated before them. What would you like to drink? Beer, perhaps? The bartender hasn't arrived, and I don't know how to make anything else. Both were momentarily dazed, unclear about what was being asked, and instinctively murmured their agreement. I'll just have beer as well. Feng Nanshu raised her hand, showcasing the grace and indulgence expected of a wealthy heiress, embodying a demeanor that was open to all, refraining from imposing additional demands while projecting sufficient goodwill. At that moment, Guo Zihong emerged from behind the bar, glancing at Feng Nanshu with a tremor in his voice. Brother Jiang, what is going on? Why is Feng Nanshu here? Jiang Qin replied flatly, We are good friends. But Feng Nanshu has never had friends. She hardly speaks to anyone. All right, you guessed it. She is clearly after my body. Wang Huiru nodded, unable to resist casting a glance at Feng Nanshu. I saw you two shopping together last time. You even pinched her cheek. Are you really not dating? Dating? That nonsense isn't worth discussing. Jiang Qin handed a beer to Guo Zihong, signaling him with his eyes, Go, take this to Qin Xiang. Guo Zihong reluctantly accepted the beer, noticing the foreign lettering on the label. This isn't imported beer, is it? Does he even deserve it? There is no genuine product in this bar. It's watered down. Let him drink it. That foolish dog wouldn't discern the difference. Wise foster father, Guo Zihong exclaimed, eagerly carrying the beer over to Qin Xiang, setting it before him and personally opening the bottle. Surprised by Guo Zihong's sudden friendliness, Qin Xiang drank a sip of beer, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, Wang Huiru observed Jiang Qin bustling behind the bar, contemplating whether to mention Chusiki. Jiang Qin had previously requested her not to bring that person up, yet she felt compelled to say something. Jiang Qin, Siki isn't here because she caught a cold. Indifferent. Jiang Qin handed her the open beer and then stepped out from behind the bar, presenting Feng Nanshu with a bottle of Waha. In silence, the four of them observed a men's singles and mixed doubles badminton match for over an hour. However, aside from Jiang Qin, Feng Nanshu, and Guo Zihong, the others appeared deeply pensive, for Bai Yue Guang was indeed a dazzling presence, and Feng Nanshu's allure was simply too striking. Qin Xiang felt indignant, pondering how an unremarkable individual like Jiang Qin could possibly draw so near to someone as noble as Feng Nanshu. Meanwhile, Yu Shasha surveyed the bar and contemplated the figure of 300,000, believing that Chu Siki might soon come to regret her decisions. Such a boy radiated brilliance even to her, who wouldn't feel remorse at missing out. But her regret was futile. Which girl wouldn't feel inferior in the presence of Feng Nanshu? Chapter 21. Delete friends, old Jiang. Go pick up your mission notice. Let us go together. Unable to resist, he glanced at the calendar on the wall and noted that today was indeed the day for collection. However, given Guizihong's academic performance, he could barely manage to enroll in a second-tier university. Surely, the notice wouldn't arrive so swiftly, would it? Has your notice arrived too? Not yet. I'm simply accompanying you. Not for myself, so why are you so eager? You promised that once you receive your notice, you would take me to the foot massage parlor. Jiang Qin couldn't help but scoff at his phone, thinking, is this the extent of modern university students' aspirations? Obsessed with foot massages every day, he tossed his phone aside, got up to wash up, and then dressed before heading out. By the time he arrived at the post office, Guizihong had already been waiting at the entrance. Adoptive father. Your admission notice is the fifth one from the top on rack 3. How do you know? I've already checked for you. If it weren't for the staff stopping me, I would have retrieved it myself. Jiang Qin was thoroughly impressed by Guizihong. If only he had demonstrated such enthusiasm during school. No, even half as much, the likes of Tsinghua or Peking University would have been at his fingertips. Guizihong chuckled, offering no explanation, and followed Jiang Qin into the post office like a loyal sidekick. The admission notice was a crucial document. While there was no strict requirement for the recipient to collect it in person, even proxy collection necessitated presenting the original ID. Jiang Qin found his admission notice on the top of rack 3, and after a brief search, he retrieved another package. Brother Jiang, why do you have 2 admission notices? The other one belongs to Feng Nanshu. That one do. If it's not in person, you need Feng Nanshu's ID to collect it. Without uttering a word, Jiang Qin pulled out 2 ID cards from his pocket, handing one to the postal worker, his own and Feng Nanshu's. Witnessing this, Guizihong's eyes widened in astonishment, gripping the other ID card tightly. Was this merely friendship? Brother Jiang, which university did Goddess Feng apply to? The same as me, Linchuan. Did she tell you? No. I just guessed. Guizihong was about to inquire further when his gaze suddenly caught a familiar silhouette. She wore a denim skirt and sported a neat ponytail. It was Chu Siki, the Belle of Class 2, Senior 3. Jiang Qin, long time no see. Jiang Qin nodded slightly. Long time no see. Chu Siki bit her lip. Did you also apply to Linchuan University? I'm in the law department. How about you? Who told you I applied to Linchuan University? Wang Huiru did. But don't misunderstand. I wasn't asking on purpose. We just happened to chat about it yesterday, and I overheard. Jiang Qin smiled faintly and stepped out of the post office. He genuinely had little interest in what Chu Siki had said. He only engaged in a few pleasantries out of courtesy. The fact that they attended the same school was inconsequential, as the financial college was on the main campus while the law department was at the east campus. Unless they arranged to meet separately, their paths were unlikely to cross. Seeing Jiang Qin turn to leave, Chu Siki felt a surge of urgency. She had been waiting nearby, seated in the milk tea shop across from the post office, and upon spotting Jiang Qin, she rushed over, hoping to exchange a few words. Aren't you upset with me? I'm reaching out to speak to you. Isn't that acceptable? But Jiang Qin's resolute departure took her by surprise. You think having 300,000 is impressive? It's you who likes me, not the other way around. I've given you an opportunity, and you still refuse to take it. Jiang Qin, are you truly intent on becoming a stranger to me? Yes, I've already conveyed my answer long ago. Upon hearing this, Chu Siki clenched her jaw in anger. Fine. Then tell me why you applied to the same university as me. Jiang Qin was momentarily taken aback, recalling a detail he had forgotten. What a coincidence, isn't it? My application to Linchuan University has nothing to do with you. Huh, your grades are good enough to get into the capital, yet you chose Linchuan University precisely because you knew I would attend. Tears welled in Chu Siki's eyes, her lips reddened from biting them. Then let us sever all ties. Delete me immediately, right in front of me. What's wrong? Why the silence? Are you afraid? Chu Siki exclaimed, her chest heaving with indignation. Jiang Qin hesitantly pulled out his phone, casting a guilty glance at Guizihong. Old Gua, How do you delete a friend on an old model phone? Guo Zihong was stunned, staring at him as if he had seen a ghost. Adoptive father, you don't even know how to do this? I genuinely don't know. Please assist me. Watch closely. Guo Zihong took control of Jiang Qin's phone, promptly deleting Chu Siki from his friend list. Upon witnessing this, Chu Siki burst into tears, angrily cursing Guo Zihong and running away, even forgetting to collect her admission notice. Guo Zihong, bewildered by the outburst, thought, what did this have to do with me? I merely provided technical support. Suddenly, he looked up, fixing his gaze on Jiang Qin with an accusatory stare. Did he intend to transfer the animosity onto him while pretending to be the good guy? In truth, Jiang Qin felt wronged. He truly didn't know how to navigate that old version. Old Jiang, if you don't take me to the foot massage parlor today, I'll hold it against you. Fine, I'll give you a thorough wash. Jiang Qin hopped on his bicycle, taking Guo Zihong to Shanghai Road, and climbed the grand steps of Shuyunjian. However, just before entering, Jiang Qin paused to explain the rules and various terminologies to avoid embarrassing himself inside. Guo Zihong's face turned crimson, his gaze darting around until he finally declared he wouldn't go in, pulling up his collar to shield his face like a thief. Weren't you eager to come? Bro, I thought it was just a foot massage parlor. And so? Useless. It's clear you're not destined for greatness. With a look of indignation, Guo Zihong couldn't help but glance down at his own feet. He genuinely believed it was just a foot massage venue, the only difference being the presence of young ladies offering services. Before leaving, he had even scrubbed his feet with soap 3 times, fearing the ladies would find him smelly. Little did he know that the foot massage parlor was not merely for feet. Chapter 22. He shone throughout the summer. On August 20th, Class 2 of Senior 3 organized another reunion at Jindingshuan. Except for those who had failed and were repeating the year, nearly everyone attended. Of course, there were also those who were neither unsuccessful nor particularly courteous, like Jiang Qin. Yet this time, regardless of whether it was Qin Xiang, Yu Shasha, or others, no one brought the topic back to Jiang Qin. In fact, during conversations, they deliberately avoided acknowledging his presence. Why would they? He was no longer the rejected suitor from before. Now he held hundreds of thousands in his hands, managed a bar, and dabbled in various investments. Bringing up the topic now would only allow Guo Zihong to flaunt his adoptive father's accomplishments. Huiru, I heard Jiang Qin deleted Siki from his contacts. Wang Huiru sighed. I inquired with Siki, and indeed, it has been deleted. Yu Shasha could not help but sneak a glance at Chu Siki. Does Siki still not know about Feng Nanchu's situation? I don't know, but you mustn't spread rumors. What if Siki finds out? With her temperament, she might confront Jiang Qin. She has always believed that Jiang Qin still harbors feelings for her, and she would never allow him to like someone else. However, this approach is unsustainable. She will inevitably learn the truth someday. Wang Huiru lowered her voice. I have asked Siki. Her feelings for Jiang Qin are merely a slight fondness, not love. Therefore, I believe Jiang Qin is correct. This fondness will not endure for long and will soon fade away. At that point, they may forget each other altogether, perhaps even reconcile. Yu Shasha looked at Wang Huiru in astonishment. Huiru, you have never been in a relationship, have you? Why do you sound like an emotional expert? Just because I haven't experienced it doesn't mean I am unaware of how it operates. Then I shall consult you for any future emotional dilemmas. Wang Huiru's cheeks flushed, and she sighed again. Do you think there is still a chance for Siki and Jiang Qin? I actually think Jiang Qin is quite a decent guy. Then shall we play matchmaker for them? It's futile. Why? You must understand. Your rival is none other than Feng Nanchu. Wang Huiru protested. Jiang Qin said he and Feng Nanchu are just friends. After hearing this, Yu Shasha pouted. In 3 years of high school, did Feng Nanchu ever have a friend? The issue isn't about titles. It's that Jiang Qin is Feng Nanchu's one and only. Do you comprehend the significance of the term one and only? You have a point. However, we need not worry too much. We will soon be in university. Perhaps Siki will find a boyfriend even better than Jiang Qin. After Yu Shasha spoke, she paused slightly, then exchanged a glance with Wang Huiru, and they both fell silent. Can there truly be a boy better than Jiang Qin in university? After high school, those boys began to spend entire nights in internet CAFs, discussing game cards, ghost jumping, and stair climbing. In contrast, Jiang Qin, from day one, he has been in business, quietly earning hundreds of thousands and capturing the coveted high-cold moonlight that many desire. Suddenly, Yu Shasha and Wang Huiru felt that they were no longer merely contemplating Chu Siki's future. Jiang Qin's presence had also influenced their own perceptions of romantic partners. In the future, when they step into university, they will inevitably compare the boys they meet with Jiang Qin. When he talks to you about summer vacation, you will recall the boy who silently shone throughout the summer. When he takes you to the movies, you will remember the days spent watching the Olympics together, with all the bartenders in the pub calling that boy brother. Even when he takes you to stroll along the pedestrian street, you will remember the boy who made a profit by reselling, earning 200 yuan from a single address. Girls have delicate thoughts and are accustomed to comparisons. Yet what they derive from such comparisons is often hurtful. It's over. I feel like I won't find a boyfriend in university. Yes, they all seem so immature. Yushasha suddenly remembered something. Huiru, did you apply to Linchuan University too? Wang Huiru nodded. My grades are similar to Siki's, so we plan to accompany each other. Jiang Qin is also at Lin University. Your entire university life is doomed. You will absolutely not find a boyfriend, because without comparison, there is no pain. Please. I am in the East Campus, while Jiang Qin is enrolled in the financial college at the main campus. I would have to cross a long bridge just to see him. There is no chance we will meet. As they drifted from topic to topic, the gathering was gradually approaching its conclusion. At that moment, someone mentioned past events, and the atmosphere in the private room suddenly turned somber. Deep down, they all understood that after this summer, opportunities to gather like this would be scarce. Everyone would have new friends, new classmates, and new experiences. Even the best of friends would gradually drift apart once they went their separate ways. This was a necessary part of growing up. Though it was painful, it was unavoidable. Chen Xiuxiu, I like you. I have liked you for a very long time. Although I know this confession is ill-timed, I still hope you will be my girlfriend. The sports committee member, Yang Taisong, downed his drink in one gulp, finally voicing the words he had held back for so long, his booming voice startling everyone present. Opposite him, the girl named Chen Xiuxiu blushed deeply, flustered and at a loss, but ultimately mustered the courage to say, I'm sorry. Upon hearing this exchange, all the classmates could not help but sigh. They had hoped for a new couple to emerge from their class, yet it ended without a beginning. But perhaps this is youth. It is precisely because of their fearlessness that it becomes all the more precious. After the gathering dispersed, the classmates began to form small groups. Some planned to go online, while others intended to wander around. Chu Siki remained silent throughout the night until she finally spoke after stepping outside with Wang Huiru and Yushasha. Why didn't Chen Xiuxiu agree to Yang Taisong just now? There are always rumors about them in class. It's simple. She just doesn't like him. Well, if you don't like someone, you can reject them. The two can still be friends. What about Jiang Qin? What is his issue? Why has he ignored me all summer? Siki, trust me. Forget about Jiang Qin. You don't even like him. Chapter 23. Heading to Linchuan on a clear morning at the end of August, Jiang Qin arrived at the train station with his luggage. In the sweltering heat, the train station was bustling, so crowded that one could almost lose a shoe simply by stepping in. This phenomenon was quite normal, considering it was the back-to-school season. Jiang Qin stood before the entrance, unscrewed a bottle of mineral water, and thought to himself how fortunate it was that Ms. Yuan Yuqin and Mr. Jiang Zhenghong did not come to see him off. Otherwise, he would have surely lost them in the crowd and wasted time searching for the elderly couple. 10 minutes later, his friend, the chubby Guizihong, arrived. He had applied to Linchuan University of Science and Technology, a mediocre second-tier institution, not far from Lin University, so they decided to travel together. After passing through security and ticket checks, the two boarded the train, found their seats, and sat down. For Guizihong, it was his first time traveling far. He had never even had the chance to ride a train before, so he immediately became excited, looking around restlessly. However, once the train started moving, he calmed down considerably, captivated by the changing scenery outside the window. Brother Jiang, what do you think university life will be like? University students? It's quite good. Jiang Qin removed his jacket and placed it behind him, leaning back against the seat while gazing out the window. The economic strength of Jizhou is quite decent, yet the investment in urban construction is too low, resulting in dilapidated streets that are not as good as those in county-level cities. Therefore, when the train departed the station, the first sight that met his eyes was a vast expanse of rural towns, followed closely by golden wheat fields, and the river that encircles the entire Jizhou. Strangely, Jiang Qin felt an unusual sense of unfamiliarity with the scenery outside. Had he never traveled by train in a past life? That couldn't be. Did he walk here? However, he quickly remembered that he had been too preoccupied waiting for news from Chu Siki to pay attention to the view outside. Thus, love is truly something best left untouched, as one often overlooks the beauty missed for the sake of another. Jiang Qin lifted his clothes to shield himself from the sunlight streaming through the window, intending to sleep through the journey. At 11 o'clock noon, the train arrived at the station, and a throng of travelers surged down the platform, all heading toward the exit. Jiang Qin and Guozihong walked side by side, pulling their suitcases as they entered the arrival hall. From their vantage point, they could clearly see the imposing Xinmao building across the street, adorned with a massive sign proclaiming Jin Qiangui business. Brother Jiang, where shall we head now? Guozihong hesitated for a moment before suggesting, how about joining me for a social gathering? A social gathering? What's that about? Jiang Qin inquired. I recently joined a freshman group from our university, and they mentioned organizing a meetup to get acquainted. I signed up, but I feel a bit apprehensive about attending. Jiang Qin smirked. You're such a pushover in real life, yet you become a bold warrior online. True enough. I'm just feeling idle anyway. Let us go. But you're covering the taxi fare. Fine, I'll pay. Thus, they hailed a taxi at the train station and set off towards Lin and Keiji Dashue. Guozihong, feeling increasingly anxious during the ride, took deep breaths, nervously fidgeting with his jeans. Jiang Qin found it amusing, thinking to himself that this wasn't an online romance. He needn't worry about looking unattractive. It was merely a gathering. Soon, the taxi arrived at the entrance of Linchuan Keiji Dashue, where Guozihong led Jiang Qin to a nearby milk tea shop. The so-called gathering was more of a small group meetup with 4 girls and 2 boys. Likely all social anxiety suffers from the group. The students from 2008 lacked a refined sense of fashion, appearing rather plain compared to their counterparts from a decade later. Their shirts were mostly in shades of pink or yellow, adorned with intricate patterns, and most wore small hair clips. As for the 2 boys, neither seemed more appealing than Guozihong. Em Lian Shao, Em Su Qingqing, Em Guo Zhihang, Jiang Qin. After introductions, Jiang Qin's attention was suddenly captured by a girl sitting at the edge. She introduced herself as Hong Yin from Hangzhou and mentioned her close friendship with Su Qingqing, yet did not disclose her major. She was tall, with fair skin, wearing a gray short-sleeve shirt and black denim shorts. Perhaps due to a nutritious diet, her form-fitting shirt accentuated her curves beautifully. Her appearance distinctly outshone the other 3, exuding an elegance even without makeup. Jiang Qin was aware that evaluating girls was rather superficial. Yet first impressions often led to comparisons, especially when the differences were stark. Naturally, the boys were captivated by Hong Yin, while the girls focused on Jiang Qin. Which department are you in, Jiang Qin? I'm in the computer science department, studying software engineering, and my brother is as well. Su Qingqing's eyes lit up instantly. I'm also studying software engineering. Which class are you in? Class 2. Class 2? Is there a girl in your life? Jiang Qin playfully nudged Guozihong. She's asking you. Do you have a girlfriend? Guozihong's face flushed, not at the moment. And you? Su Qingqing pressed further. I have a passion for learning. I can't bear a day without studying, so I don't plan to date in college. Su Qingqing frowned slightly, clearly dissatisfied. You love studying, but ended up at Linchuan Keiji Dashue? Should you be at Linchuan Dashue? Suddenly, Hong Yin nudged her. Qingqing, be mindful of your tone. Perhaps he simply didn't perform as well as he hoped. It's fine. That's what everyone says. I'm the type who studies hard. See, I told you. Su Qingqing gleefully lifted her chin. Hong Yin frowned slightly. That indicates he is at least making an effort, so he won't have regrets. Jiang Qin was somewhat surprised. It was rare to encounter a girl who considered others' feelings in this day and age. As the group engaged in light conversation, noon quickly approached. After finishing their drinks, they called for the bill. To Jiang Qin's surprise, the other 2 boys were not the type to be taken advantage of. They only paid for their own drinks. However, Guozihong, in his foolishness, attempted to pay for everyone, only to be stopped by Jiang Qin. Why should you play the fool, treating a bunch of strangers, including 2 boys? In the end, everyone paid their share, while Jiang Qin exchanged a glance with the owner and requested a discount. That milk tea is already 10 yuan. There's no way to discount it. Can I offer 8 yuan instead? Well, I suppose that could work. The university students often had limited funds. A 10 to 20 yuan beverage was generally manageable. With a swift motion, Jiang Qin placed a crisp 10 yuan note on the table. No change needed. The remaining 2 yuan is a tip. The owner was baffled, as were the students of Linchuan Keiji Dashue, while Jiang Qin simply smiled. What is the essence of life? It is, of course, to indulge in moments of leisure, offering solace amid the long and tedious passage of time. Upon witnessing this, Han Yin couldn't help but scrutinize Jiang Qin more closely. She found him intriguing. His conversation was engaging and deviated from the norm compared to other boys she had encountered. Meanwhile, the three boys pondered whether such clever yet inexpensive tactics might work for them in the future. As the clock struck 1, the weather grew warm, and they began discussing where to have lunch. Jiang Qin patted Guozhang's shoulder, indicating he would not be joining them, as he was not a student of the tech university and had no reason to linger. Guozhang panicked. "Brother, I can't manage without you. I can't speak to people I just met." Jiang Qin scoffed. "You coward. You're embarrassing me. I'm helping you socialize. Not to mention, I shouldn't have to assist you in dating. But classes don't start until tomorrow. We have planned this afternoon. Feng Nanshu is arriving this afternoon, and I need to show her around. She struggles to adapt to new environments." As Jiang Qin spoke, he checked the time on his phone. "Brother Jiang, you sound like you're raising a daughter." Jiang Qin paused, considering the comment. It wasn't entirely inaccurate. Feng Nanshu was socially anxious and somewhat naive, resembling a child. As a nearly 40-year-old man, it felt fitting to say he was raising a girl. He bid farewell to the group and boarded a bus heading towards Linchuan Dashue. Upon arrival, he immediately recognized the familiar entrance, which was not so much a gate as an irregular four-sided structure, purely white, emblazoned with the words Linchuan Dashue. It exuded a sense of grandeur and artistic flair. Due to the new semester, the entrance was bustling with activity, filled with the sounds of chatter, shouts, and honking cars. Among the crowd were new students arriving with their families and returning students, alongside vendors selling various necessities like pots, cups, and clothing. In short, it was chaotic. Preferring to avoid the throng, Jiang Qin squatted at the bus stop, observing the flow of female students, their delicate legs and curvaceous figures. However, in the next moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar girl, who also looked astonished upon seeing him. "Jiang Qin? Han Yin, what brings you to Linda?" With their questions exchanged, they locked eyes, and suddenly everything made sense. What a marvelous coincidence. They were both performing in this unexpected play. Although all of them were clearly students of Linchuan University, it was a fortuitous encounter at the social gathering of KG University that brought them together, and they pretended to be classmates, only to discover that they truly were. Let me reintroduce. From the Law Department of Lin University, there is Hong Yin, and from the Finance Academy of Lin University, we have Jiang Qin. Hong Yin was taken aback by her correct guess and couldn't help but smile. "Why didn't you mention it earlier? You pretended to be from the Computer Science Department of KG University so convincingly." Jiang Qin replied with a slight smile. "I suppose I look too dashing to be a studious type. I feared people wouldn't believe me if I revealed my true identity." "Really?" she inquired. "Of course, but primarily I was there to accompany a friend. He was the main attraction, so I didn't see the need to elevate myself." "I felt the same way," Hong Yin mused, her eyes sparkling with a newfound curiosity towards him. She had always possessed an emotional intelligence that surpassed her peers, adept at nurturing the feelings of others, which earned her many friendships, but also left her feeling troubled. Why? Because her heightened emotional acuity rendered the actions of those around her rather juvenile in her eyes. Especially given her striking appearance and commendable figure, many boys in high school would often try to catch her attention by making a scene around her. On one occasion, while passing a basketball court, someone even dunked the ball in front of her and then pretended to accidentally toss the ball toward himself. She found their antics foolish but could not voice her thoughts, so she opted for fewer words and more smiles. Such was her loneliness. Yet this time, she encountered someone whose words and actions brought her a sense of comfort, a rarity indeed. Imagine if someone else had been at the milk tea shop instead. They would likely seek to flaunt their superiority, proclaiming their affiliation with Lin University, hoping for the admiration of others. Hong Yin did not harbor disdain for such individuals. She simply preferred the company of those who exuded a sense of steadiness, and Jiang Qin's choice to conceal his identity aligned perfectly with her inclinations. "This is the first time I've taken the initiative to add a boy," she reflected, "and I've never done so before." "What coincidence." "It's also my first time being added by a girl," Jiang Qin replied. Hong Yin smiled serenely and said, "I must take my leave now. I have a multitude of things to attend to in the dorm. Shall we chat together sometime?" Jiang Qin nodded slightly. "Sure, let us meet when we can. Goodbye." Hong Yin waved and turned to enter the gates of the East Campus. while Jiang Qin crossed the overpass, making his way to the main campus, only to find himself squeezed into an even more crowded space. There was a young man who seemed to have lost his girlfriend, frantically calling out, "Qi Jiai! Qi Jiai!" Jiang Qin, feeling irritated, squeezed his way over to inform him. "Hey, brother, Qi Jiai equals 8. How is it that you can't manage basic arithmetic at this age?" Subsequently, following the map provided with his admission letter, Jiang Qin navigated through the throngs of students and finally located his dormitory building amidst the chaos. Upon entering, he found 3 others already engaged in conversation. Feeling a bit agitated by the crowd, he took a seat, rested, and listened to their discussions, gradually gaining insight into the trio. Zhou Chao, from a southern dragon city, had a darker complexion and was rather short. Ren Ziqiang hailed from Dongshan, was tall and slender, with a few adolescent blemishes on his face, yet spoke very courteously. Chao Guangyu, from Hangcheng, was dressed in designer apparel, exuding an air of superiority, and even mentioned during introductions that his father was a businessman. "What about you, buddy?" Jiang Qin asked. "I'm from Jizhou and enjoy engaging in business," he replied. "What the hell? Are you taking advantage of me?" Chao Guangyu's mouth twisted in disbelief. "Are you trying to make me your father?" Meanwhile, Ren Ziqiang and Zhou Chao burst into laughter, thinking it served him right for being pretentious. Jiang Qin thought to himself, "I didn't say anything wrong. I truly enjoy business. If you disagree, then come at me." Chapter 25. The boys' dormitory. After tidying up the dorm and ensuring cleanliness, the 5 gathered to engage in casual conversation. As they were still unfamiliar with one another, their dialogue bore an air of serious nonsense. Zhou Chao declared his intent to study diligently, aspire to become a civil servant, secure a stable job, and eventually bring his parents from the countryside to the metropolis for a comfortable retirement, hiring a caretaker for them. Ren Ziqiang expressed his ambition to join the student council to hone his abilities, with plans to start his own business and become a prominent entrepreneur. Gao Guangui, ever the show-off, proclaimed that he was a second-generation wealthy individual attending the finance academy to learn advanced management concepts, with the aim of inheriting the family business and expanding it to new heights, inviting Jiang Qin and the others to join him post-graduation. In essence, each individual harbored grand aspirations, so lofty that mere ambition seemed an understatement. "Gentlemen, can we discuss topics of interest to men?" Jiang Qin interjected, bluntly shattering their pretentious FA-aids. Zhou Chao fell silent for a moment before grinning widely. "I think the senior sister who was registering students at the school gate earlier today was exceptionally beautiful. Indeed, that senior sister was quite something," Ren Ziqiang concurred. "And the ones selling water cards and activating campus cards, those 2 senior sisters were also impressive." "Absolutely. Especially the ones selling water cards. Her legs are long and fair." Jiang Qin chuckled, realizing that this was indeed a boys' dormitory, and in a proper boys' dorm, discussions about girls took precedence over ideals. Chao Guangyu gazed out the window, arching an eyebrow. "Women are rather uninteresting. I dated 5 in high school and have grown weary of it. I now find myself enamored with the single life." "What about you? Surely you've all had your share of romances?" Ren Ziqiang immediately shook his head in denial. "I dated one in high school, but I decisively ended it for the sake of my studies." Zhou Chao, crossing his legs, added, "I've never dated, but I had 2 girls pursuing me. I rejected them all to focus on my academics." "What about you, Jiang?" "I've been single since birth," he replied. "What does that mean?" "It means I've been single my entire life." Upon hearing this, the 3 of them smirked, feeling confident about their standing in the dormitory hierarchy. To be honest, Jiang Qin was the most attractive among them, not only tall, but also possessing fair skin and well-defined features, fitting the type that girls typically adored. Who would have guessed he had never been in a relationship? Chao Guangyu clicked his tongue, feeling a surge of pride, standing a little taller. "Old Jiang, while dating might seem trivial, not having a girlfriend during your student years is rather regrettable. How about I share a few tips with you? Pursuing a girl is quite simple. With patience and perseverance, success is almost guaranteed. Treat her well, buy her gifts, frequently engage her in conversation. Send her good morning and good night messages, ensuring she becomes accustomed to your presence. Of course, she might not reciprocate your attention at first. You must learn to persist. In essence, girls are soft-hearted creatures. Once they soften, the matter is half resolved. For someone like me who is affluent, it usually takes 3 to 4 months to win a girl over. You might take a bit longer. Don't be afraid of losing face or being rejected. Seize any opportunity to invite her out for a meal, and once she agrees, you're golden. After listening to Chao Guangyu's so-called wisdom, Jiang Qin felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, thinking, what kind of nonsense is this? Why do willful and spoiled girls have a market? It is precisely due to individuals like you who fawn over them. In 10 years, the standard romantic model will likely shift to women being strong and men being weak. The root cause lies here. However, he soon noticed that Ren Ziqiang and Zhou Chao were listening intently, even taking notes. Finally, Chao Guangyu concluded with an enigmatic smile. The most crucial point is to never feel overly self-assured, believing that girls will approach you for meals and conversation. Today's girls are quite reserved. You must take the initiative to create a story. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Qin's phone suddenly began to vibrate. And not just once. He unlocked the screen and discovered messages from Wang Huiru, Hong Yan, and Feng Nanshu. Jiang Qin, we have arrived at school. Are you free tonight? Would you like to join us for dinner? No, I have plans tonight. Actually, this is Si Chi's idea. She mentioned she has something she wishes to discuss with you. If you're not busy, why not come out? Tonight is not feasible. I genuinely have matters to attend to. Perhaps we can find another time. Jiang Qin felt an instinctive aversion to the name Chu Si Chi. Even if they happened to cross paths, he would pretend not to recognize her. How could he possibly initiate a dinner invitation? After replying to Wang Huiru's message, Jiang Qin returned to the main interface and opened Hong Yan's message. Yes, I've arrived. I forgot to mention something. I'm really happy to have met you. Likewise, there are many female students in university and even more males. Especially given the division between the two campuses, it is likely that a chance encounter could lead to a permanent farewell. Jiang Qin, I'm in Building 7, Room 503, Bed 3. Your detailed description is futile. I cannot enter. Why not? I still wish to show you the mosquito net I set up. Who knows which fool made that rule? How about this? You tidy your bed first, then take a break. When will you come and visit me? At 4:30. Be ready downstairs, and I will pick you up. The people in the dormitory were engaged in conversation, and he felt uncertain about what to say. Just maintain a smile. After sending the last message, Jiang Qin noticed that the three individuals in the dorm were regarding him with serious expressions. What's wrong? Chao Guangyu wore an expression of exasperation. I was imparting my romantic experience to you. Why are you zoning out? I'm listening. No girl will approach you to dine or chat. You must take the initiative to create a story. Exactly. If you understand this, you are already halfway to success. Jiang Qin nodded nonchalantly and glanced at the time, realizing that only 15 minutes remained until 4:30. He then rose from his bed, changed into a jacket, and stepped outside the dormitory. Upon witnessing this scene, Chao Guangyu, Zhou Chao, and Ren Ziqiang were somewhat perplexed. The topic was lively. Yet Jiang Qin had suddenly chosen to depart without a word. Old Jiang, where are you going? I haven't finished my lesson. Chao Guangyu's smile abruptly froze on his face, and his heart skipped a beat, feeling as though the carefully laid groundwork had been undermined by another. Being invited out by a girl right at the start of the semester? No, Jiang Qin must be bluffing. He was merely frustrated by his lack of romantic experience and felt excluded from the conversation, hence his retreat. Indeed, it had to be this way. The romantic sage of this dormitory could only be himself. Chapter 26. Mistaken for being aloof, it seems the military training will last for half a month. Have you prepared enough sunscreen? Sunscreen is trivial, but we only received one set of military training uniforms, with no replacements. What is this? In 36-degree weather, wearing 2 layers is unbearable. I suggest not wearing an undershirt. The fabric is too coarse. It chafes painfully without one. Just use Band-Aids. I bought a box today. Who wants some? I do, just give me 2. I want 4. Let us make a cross with them. In Dormitory Building 7, Room 503, 5 girls from various corners of the world gathered to share their experiences on how to survive military training. However, after exchanging a few sentences, they would steal glances at the position of Bed 3. There sat a girl who did not quite blend in, with delicate and beautiful features, long curled eyelashes, and flawless skin. The oppressive heat in the room caused a rosy hue to flush her cheeks, enhancing her fragile charm. Additionally, she wore a black dress, clearly a summer piece from Chanel. Among girls, the penchant for comparison is prevalent, even among close friends, leading to the existence of a world where 6 girls maintain 42 sister groups, a 9th wonder of the world. Yet facing this girl, the other 5 in the room felt an overwhelming pressure. How could such an exquisite visage exist in this world? The crucial point was that she seemed to be a young lady of privilege. Otherwise, why would she have bodyguards? At that moment, two bodyguards in black suits entered the room, one carrying a suitcase and the other holding a thermos and basin, calling out, "Miss, be careful," and "Miss, you've worked hard," as they swiftly tidied the entire dormitory. Fan Shuling was the first to arrive. Upon her entrance, she discovered the bathroom was clogged. And before they could inform the dormitory supervisor, the two bodyguards had already resolved the issue. They even fashioned a bow out of toilet paper around the heating pipe. An absurd display of ceremonial flair. Due to this extraordinary entrance, the radiant Feng Nanshu instantly added a substantial air of intimidation to the small room 503. It was not until 4:30 in the afternoon that this young lady abruptly rose to leave the dormitory, allowing the five girls to exhale, their sense of pressure significantly alleviated. Her name is Feng Nanshu. Isn't she incredibly aloof? Indeed, she appears quite unapproachable. I truly hope I do not have to live with such a young lady. Otherwise, I would have to endure her expressions for 4 years of university. Keep your voice down. She might not be far away. At that moment, Feng Nanshu stood at the doorway, listening intently for a moment before pursing her lips, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. After a brief silence, she turned and descended the stairs. Meanwhile, a group of over a dozen boys had gathered outside the girls' dormitory, some fiddling with their phones, others idly drawing circles on the ground. Upon seeing Feng Nanshu come downstairs, they immediately approached with a swagger. Some of these older boys, who typically struggled to find partners, suddenly became overly forward with the arrival of new students, as if aging a few years would grant them an aura of charm, especially since Feng Nanshu was the type whose mere glance could be unforgettable. She naturally attracted many gazes. "Junior, I was the one who gave you directions earlier. Do you remember me? Shall we connect?" "Junior, I'm the head of the dormitory management department. Let us exchange contact information for any future needs. I'm part of the student council. Would you like to join? You haven't explored the campus since arriving, have you? Our university has a rich history. Let me show you around." Feng Nanshu took a step back, her brow furrowed, her hands tightly gripping the strap of her shoulder bag, her gaze filled with wariness. Just then, a shadow surged through the crowd, swiftly and naturally pulling Feng Nanshu behind him. The young lady was momentarily taken aback, ready to struggle, but upon recognizing the face of the newcomer, she instantly relaxed. Observing this, the surrounding boys could not help but furrow their brows. Who is this guy? Does he not understand the rules of precedence? I haven't even made my move, and he has already stepped in. Let us connect, shall we? Come on, add me. Jiang Qin retrieved his Nokia and reached out to grasp the foremost boy, declaring, "One for all for one. Everyone add me. How dare you harass a junior right after enrollment? No one is getting away." Upon hearing this, the boys surrounding them immediately changed their expressions and dispersed in a hurry. What kind of useless seniors are you? Not able to find partners in freshman year, and suddenly you think you can in your second or third years. Do you think juniors are blind and cannot see how ugly you are? What are you staring at? My name is Li Dazhuang, a freshman from the International Trade Institute. If you have the guts, come to the dormitory and fight me. Jiang Qin cursed at the cowardly boys, then turned to Feng Nanshu, only to find her gaze downcast, her spirits evidently low. What is troubling you? Feng Nanshu raised her head, her expression solemn. It's the people in the dormitory. They said I'm aloof. Jiang Qin understood but found it puzzling. Didn't you smile? Feng Nanshu furrowed her brow in contemplation for a moment. I smiled, a sweet one, but it felt strange. I don't know what I did wrong. Show me your smile. Hee. Feng Nanshu blinked lightly, her delicate eyelashes arching gracefully. In her beautiful eyes, the fiery hues of the twilight sky were reflected. Her exquisite face was both enchanting and cool, leaving Jiang Qin momentarily entranced, unable to divert her gaze. Is this what you call sweet? Although her smile lacked sweetness, it did not render Feng Nanshu feel isolated. Her sensitivity to the atmosphere around her had always been rather dull. If her roommates did not express their feelings overtly, she would not feel disheartened. Let us do this. Recount your story from the beginning, starting from when you arrived at the university. Thus, Feng Nanshu began to describe her entrance into the school with a frigid tone. After listening to her narrative, Jiang Qin couldn't help but twitch her lips, thinking that such a grand entrance was rather pretentious. With bodyguards clearing the way and even cleaning the toilets, If this were to happen in their dorm, Chao Guanyu would surely be frightened to death. It was no wonder others perceived her as aloof. The complexities of interpersonal relationships among girls surpass those among boys. Even the most trivial of misunderstandings can fester and grow. Jiang Qin, not having grasped the full situation, decided it wise to inquire further in a more suitable setting. Let us go. I'll take you out for a meal. What shall we eat? Jiang Qin took a few steps forward. It's as if the mere mention of food suddenly invigorates you. No way. Why not? Because no man is trustworthy. But you are a man too. Except for me. Chapter 27. Getting along well with roommates, the pedestrian street of the university town was bustling with a multitude of new students, 90% of whom were fresh arrivals, drawn by the allure of novelty to cross the street for food. Returning students, however, had grown increasingly careless, their daily university life making them indifferent even to the nearby food stalls. Sometimes, the mere act of descending to buy a meal felt cumbersome, except for those in relationships. Those with partners would go to great lengths to venture outside. When dining out, selecting dishes has always been a timeless dilemma. One fears disappointment with untried meals and is cautious of extravagant choices. Thus, Jiang Qin consistently ordered the same 4 dishes, hardly ever regretting her choices, a skill honed during her previous life as a corporate worker relying on takeout. While waiting for their food, passers-by couldn't help but pause beside them, casting admiring glances at the poised Feng Nanshu, their eyes sparkling with wonder. Jiang Qin clicked her tongue in displeasure. Serves you right for catching the attention of my wealthy companion. Why don't you just walk into the chef's frying pan? You mentioned eavesdropping on your roommates outside the dorm. What did they say? They remarked on how aloof you are, hard to approach, and how they would prefer not to share a room with the princess. Feng Nanshu wiped her mouth and occasionally glanced at the chef's frying pan at the roadside stall. After hearing this, Jiang Qin nodded, beginning to understand the mindset of the 5 girls. The little wealthy girl was simply too beautiful, naturally radiating an aura of distinction, and her grand entrance with bodyguards, while seemingly a kind gesture of cleaning, inadvertently created an atmosphere of intimidation within the dormitory. The roommate, who was perceived as a female version of a domineering figure, was now fixated on the large black frying pan, utterly unaware of the explosive impact of her actions. In truth, resolving this matter amicably was quite simple. The girls were intimidated by her rather than disliking her. A slight display of goodwill would suffice. However, Feng Nanshu was indeed rather oblivious and often failed to articulate her thoughts clearly. It would be unreliable to expect her to express kindness through words. A different approach was required. Jiang Qin, I want to eat that. Following her pointing finger, Jiang Qin turned to see a small cart selling colorful cotton candy. No, you don't want that. Feng Nanshu swallowed hard. Can I buy myself? That stuff is filled with artificial coloring. Your tongue will turn colors after eating it. Be good, don't eat it. I'll buy you one. What color do you like? I adore pink. Will you take blue? Jiang Qin could barely contain herself. Can you refrain from bribing me with such childish things? Which official could withstand such a bribe? I said no, and I mean it. Feng Nanshu quickly returned to her icy demeanor. Childish? Huh. You've ridden on a kiddie ride before. Jiang Qin's eyes widened in disbelief, thinking to herself that while she might struggle with making friends, she certainly excelled at playing the victim. Would I, a formidable individual, really sit on a kiddie ride just to accompany you? Jiang Qin, are there any kiddie rides nearby? Not a chance. Jiang Qin envisioned the 2 of them playing on a kiddie ride amidst the throngs of people, a shiver running down her spine. While they conversed, the chef had already prepared their dishes and skillfully placed them on their table. Upon seeing food, Feng Nanshu's spirits lifted, and she ceased her excessive demands. After dinner, Jiang Qin took Feng Nanshu to a supermarket, gathering various snacks from the shelves and dividing them into 5 bags. No more, no more. I can't eat that much. They aren't tea for you. Feng Nanshu paused, her face falling instantly. Jiang Qin, oblivious to her change in expression, continued filling the bags with sweet treats. You aren't tea skilled in conversation, so you needn't tea say much. Just smile more in the dormitory. Your roommates don't dislike you. They merely find you somewhat unapproachable, which creates pressure on them, so you must actively express goodwill. As the saying goes, one who eats from another's plate ought to be generous. If you share these snacks with them, they will know you are easy to get along with. Jiang Qin led her to the checkout, and as they exited the supermarket, she suddenly recalled Guo Zihong's words. Wow, I really do resemble your father now. Feng Nanshu panicked. No way. I already have father. I only want to be friends with you. It's just a metaphor. Oh my, you nearly scare me to death. Jiang Qin walked ahead with the bags of snacks, while Feng Nanshu followed closely in her little shoes, the two strolling beneath the moonlight. With gentle breezes caressing the willows to their left and shimmering waters to their right. As they walked, Jiang Qin abruptly halted, catching the small, wealthy girl off guard as she bumped into Jiang Qin's back, soft and warm. Jiang Qin smirked, believing that someone as naturally oblivious as Feng Nanshu would never perceive his true intentions. Thus, he repeated this playful maneuver 7 or 8 times until they reached the girls' dormitory. All right, Feng Nanshu took the bag. Can I sneak a taste? No. Oh. Jiang Qin adopted a serious expression, articulating each word carefully. I am serious. If you sneak a taste of something and it results in someone else missing out, the consequences could be quite troublesome. After a moment of silence, Feng Nanshu slightly understood. Can I choose one and eat 5 of those? You really are a clever little thing. Jiang Qin could not discern whether she was complimenting or teasing her, waved her hand in farewell to the small, wealthy girl, and then strolled away under the moonlight, exiting the girls' dormitory area. After watching her leave, Feng Nanshu lowered her head to gaze at her chest, her eyelashes fluttering slightly as she pondered. What is so special about these things? Just gazing isn't enough. I must find ways to touch them. The small, wealthy girl remained silent for a moment before carrying her 5 bags of snacks upstairs. The girls in room 503 had been chatting animatedly, but when she pushed open the door, the room fell silent, all eyes turning towards her, glimmering with tension and hesitation. Feng Nanshu took a deep breath, walked in, and placed the bags of snacks on their desks, biting her lip without speaking. After a pause, Fan Shuling suddenly coughed, signaling to the other 4 with her eyes. So, Feng Nanshu, we report at 8 tomorrow. Shall we go together? Yes, let us go together. If we have time in the afternoon, shall we gather for a meal? Feng Nanshu smiled and nodded happily, and the 5 girls in the dormitory immediately breathed a sigh of relief, eagerly pulling her to sit in the middle. The atmosphere in the dormitory began to grow lively, with melodious laughter echoing like silver bells. However, Feng Nanshu still struggled with conversation, remaining quietly attentive. Jiang Qin, perhaps concerned about her current state, soon sent her a message inquiring whether she had sent out her items. She felt a subtle yet indescribable flutter in her heart, reminiscent of her previous loneliness, yet somehow distinct. Chapter 28. The Great Fool Who Bought Saipan on the night of her arrival at school. The campus was bustling with students reveling in the novelty of their new environment. Internet CAFs, supermarkets, and bubble tea shops were the prime targets for aspiring student entrepreneurs, as they required minimal initial investment while offering stable and promising returns, not to mention their convenience. However, the drawbacks were glaringly evident. There was little room for growth, and the potential was quite limited. As Jiang Qin strolled leisurely, she paused at the entrance of the campus supermarket, her gaze drawn to a poster affixed to the door. It advertised a university forum, a professional platform utilized by all students. Jiang Qin approached, tore the poster off the wall, and studied it intently, her expression thoughtful. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Jiang Qin pulled out her phone and noticed a pixelated little penguin bouncing in the signal bar. Adoptive father, may I ask you a question? How can I obtain someone else's contact information? Already setting your sights on a goal upon entering school? Not bad. Just be bold and straightforward. There is no penalty for rejection. But is there a way to acquire contact information without speaking? Jiang Qin's lips twitched slightly at Guizihang's query. Thinking to herself that this brother must be utterly hopeless, was his mouth bought on credit and he was reluctant to use it? Nevertheless, out of respect for the title of adoptive father, she decided to clarify the situation first. Is she an upperclassman or a lowerclassman? If she is an upperclassman, then that is not worth considering. She has seen it all, and your little tricks will be easily seen through. As for a lowerclassman, you might pretend to borrow her phone and secretly call yourself. What if it's a small ant selling fruit at the school gate? That ant has a doll-like voice. I nearly swooned when I heard her speak. Jiang Qin was momentarily taken aback, suddenly feeling as if a mystery had been unraveled. It seemed Guizihang had never experienced the stirrings of affection. During high school, he had never shown sufficient interest in any girl, not even glancing at Chusiki. Jiang Qin had thought he was simply late to the game of adolescence, but it appeared he preferred his feelings to be fully ripened. In high school, he had been cautious and discreet, but now in university, this rascal was beginning to let loose. However, she had to admit that the doll-like voice of a mature woman was indeed quite captivating. Upon entering the dormitory building, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from upstairs as 6 or 7 university students rushed down from the second floor, creating quite a chaotic scene. As Jiang Qin observed, she made her way upstairs, only to find Chao Guangyu, Zhou Chao, and Ren Ziqiang gather at the entrance, also caught up in the commotion. "What is happening?" Jiang Qin inquired. Zhou Chao lowered his voice. "There is a scuffle between the new and old students from the Foreign Trade College. Apparently, it started when someone named Li Dazhuang made some insulting remarks, provoking the seniors by calling them ugly." Jiang Qin raised her eyebrows in surprise. "Is there really someone named Li Dazhuang in the Foreign Trade College? What is wrong? Is he your friend?" Not important. What is the current situation?" Ren Ziqiang, suddenly animated, exclaimed, "Do you know why this guy is called Dazhuang? He truly lives up to his name. His arms are thicker than my thighs." Those seniors are in for a rough time. They swaggered in, but left in disgrace. "Really, fighting at this age is so childish and lacks substance," Chao Guangyu scoffed, pulling out a sleek smartphone from his pocket and tapping it a couple of times. Zhou Chao and Ren Ziqiang were instantly captivated. "Wow, what phone is that? Why is the screen so large?" "It's a Nokia 5230, new model, not yet released in the country. My father got it through internal channels. Costs around 3,000 yuan. It's decent, but the feel isn't as good as my BlackBerry, and the response is a bit slow. It's fine as a backup." Chao Guangyu spoke as if he had seen all the top brands. 3,000 yuan? That's nearly the cost of tuition. Can we have a look? Chao Guangyu nonchalantly handed the phone to Ren Ziqiang, feigning indifference, but could not help but mutter, "Just be careful not to drop it." Ren Ziqiang and Zhou Chao treated it like a treasure, handling it with utmost care, nearly breaking the stylus as they played with it, causing Chao Guangyu to wince in pain, but too embarrassed to say anything further. He quickly redirected his focus to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin remained entirely unfazed by Chao Guangyu's new phone, her attention still fixated on the unfolding drama at the Foreign Trade College. Chao Guangyu felt somewhat disheartened, sensing that his efforts to impress had fallen flat. "Old Jiang, aren't you going to take a look? My phone has only 8 physical keys. Have you heard of the Symbian system? It's a smart device. I remember you used to have a Nokia too, the 7610 from 2005. That antique is a mere child compared to the 5230. Only 3 physical keys. You're just bragging." Jiang Qin ignored him, pushed open the door to her dormitory, and pulled out the poster she had just torn down, smoothing it out on the desk. She then retrieved a Lenovo Workstation 500 from her suitcase. This model, launched in 2008, was a work-oriented laptop with a dual-core processor and 4 gigabytes of RAM, priced at 12,600 yuan. Jiang Qin had purchased it after receiving her relocation compensation. As starting her entrepreneurial journey would inevitably require internet access, she could not rely solely on internet CAFS. Upon witnessing this scene, Ren Ziqiang and Zhou Chao promptly returned the phone to Chao Guangyu and surrounded Jiang Qin with eagerness. The allure of 8 physical keys and a Symbian smartphone lost its charm. "Wow, a laptop? Old Jiang, can you play games on that?" Jiang Qin connected her mouse and pressed the power button. "Are you talking about Crossfire? I wouldn't know. I've never tried it." Zhou Chao rubbed his hands together with envy. Buying a laptop and not playing games? What a waste. This is a workstation, not a gaming laptop, so it probably won't handle games well. Ren Ziqiang couldn't help but leaning closer. "Well, you could at least watch a movie. Have you seen Xianjian? Huga starred in it, and I missed the finale." Jiang Qin pulled out a data card and inserted her SIM card. "You know about mobile data plans, right? 5 yuan for 30 megabytes. Can you guess how much data it takes to watch an episode of a drama?" I haven't really looked into that. At the very least, it would be 500 megabytes. To put it in perspective, watching a single episode of a drama would cost around 100 yuan in data. Discussing this issue made Jiang Qin feel somewhat frustrated. Although laptops from 2008 were not widespread, there would typically be at least 1 or 2 in a dormitory. However, Linda had an incredibly foolish rule. To prevent freshmen from losing focus, all first-year students, except those in the computer science department, were prohibited from connecting internet cables in their dorms. Now, she could only access the internet using her SIM card while also installing a data monitoring app, evoking a sudden wave of nostalgia. Unable to play games or watch movies, what was the point? Chao Guangyu felt a twinge of jealousy. contemplating calling his father to bring over a high-spec desktop computer, determined not to let Jiang Qin have the upper hand. Chapter 29. Is there a mine in your family? The University Town Forum in Linchuan resembled the one in Jiang Qin's memory. The homepage was divided into 4 sections: casual chat, campus life, internal announcements, and study resources. Study resources? Jiang Qin felt intrigued and reached out to click on it. Previous year's graduate entrance exam questions and answers comprehensive guide to the TOEFL exam, complete text of Professor Wen's lectures in the Finance Academy. Jiang Qin glanced over and found that there were indeed study materials, which instantly diminished her interest. However, this is quite normal, as the forum itself was jointly established by 4 nearby universities and serves as an official platform, making it unlikely to feature content that college students would find entertaining. The presence of official oversight lends a rather tedious and austere atmosphere to the posts within the forum. Yet, college students are undeniably a vibrant and youthful demographic. It is rather peculiar that they would willingly engage with such a staid forum. On his way to the campus, Jiang Qin had already formulated a plan to create a website targeting college students as the primary user base and extending its reach to the surrounding community. Adolescents. Both boys and girls are in an age of hormonal exuberance, with a strong desire for courtship. Thus, the initial focus of the website would be a confession wall. In addition to this, considering interests and trends, Jiang Qin intended to establish 2 more sections, one dedicated to gaming and anime, and another to fashion and lifestyle. Apart from attending classes and romantic pursuits, the daily life of college students largely revolves around virtual idols and self-adornment. As for academics, that segment would be abandoned, as he did not wish to siphon off traffic from the official forum. The website Jiang Qin envisioned leaned towards lifestyle sharing, yet it diverged from the currently popular social platforms. Unlike those which are accessible only to friends and operate within a closed social circle, his website would be fully open. The method of attracting users was, of course, quite simple. He could feign the persona of a female college student and post a few threads. Surely, those rough older gentlemen would be drawn in, spending sleepless nights on the forum. Attracting female college users would also be straightforward. He merely needed to create a few points of contention. Hey folks, who understands this? My boyfriend insists on splitting the bill when he takes me out to eat. What a letdown. Hey folks, who gets it? My friend and I both fancy the same guy. Should I let him go? The initial profits of the forum would certainly stem from advertising, while later stages would need to adapt to internet trends, seeking opportunities in the realm of short videos. First, he needed to purchase a domain name. Additionally, he would have to rent virtual space. Jiang Qin browsed the domain marketplace, quickly assessing the prices. Domains are tiered. The more popular the domain, the higher the cost. Those related to college students were prohibitively expensive, and domains associated with Tencent were even pricier, while many trendy keywords had long been registered. After pondering, Jiang Qin suddenly recalled a question. What year was the actual Jihu founded? Was it after 2010? This meant that Jihu did not yet exist. How fortuitous. It seemed that this domain was temporarily his. Jiang Qin retrieved a small box from his bag, inserted a USB drive into his computer, and unhesitatingly purchased the domain. The name, Jihu was quite sophisticated. Despite being a homophonic pun, it carried a sense of cultural depth, aligning well with the college demographic. Old Jiang, what did you just spend 3,000 yuan on? I bought a domain name, planning to create a website for fun. Jiang Qin then noticed that the other 3 had not left and decided to be candid. Chao Guangyu slightly curled his lips, contemplating silently before refraining from speaking. Even as a rich second generation, spending 3,000 yuan in one go was not something one could do casually. After all, the money belonged to his father, and his allowance was only 1,000. In comparison, Chao Guangyu felt Jiang Qin appeared more like a rich heir. Was he perhaps pretending to be modest while hiding great wealth? Old Jiang, what does your family do? Why do you spend money so freely? Ordinary working class. Peyton Siqiang, feeling exasperated, asked, how much is your monthly allowance then? Jiang Qin opened his shirt to reveal his wallet. 500, after buying a train ticket. I have 300 left. By the way, does anyone want this 1 yuan coin? I do, give it to me. Zhou Chao reached out and grabbed the coin. Jianggu, you're such a spendthrift, but I like it. Jiang Qin closed his wallet. It's not being wasteful. It's just that coins are easy to lose in my pocket. Better to gift them. Chao Guangyu scoffed. Old Zhou, you're really pathetic for wanting a single yuan. Haven't you seen money before? You think I'm after the front side of the 1 yuan, but I actually cherish the emblem on the back. You really know how to argue. Ren Ziqiang yawned and headed to the restroom. Chao Guanyu glanced at his phone and then at Jiang Qin's computer, his expression suddenly turning gloomy. He had put on a FA odd A 3 times today, intending to establish himself as the leader of their dorm. Yet Jiang Qin had consistently overshadowed him, which was understandably frustrating. Old Jiang, could you give me some face next time I try to show off? Did I not? Did you? All right, I got it. Next time I'll let you shine. Chao Guanyu pouted, uncertain whether he was speaking the truth, but at least felt somewhat relieved. So he grabbed his new phone and began browsing online. Meanwhile, Jiang Qin noticed a message alert pop up in the lower right corner of his computer screen. Grasping the mouse, he clicked on it and found it was from Hong Yin, someone he had met yesterday. Jiang Qin, do you have time? Let us go out to eat. Now. How about tomorrow, after orientation? Jiang Qin rested his hands behind his head, leaning back in his chair with a contemplative expression. He and Hong Yin had only met once and were not exactly familiar. They merely exchanged pleasantries at the school gate, and he had thought it was a casual remark. But he hadn't expected her to take it so seriously. All right, let us connect tomorrow. Chapter 30. Freshman Enrollment Day, early the next morning. Warm sunlight quietly bathed the campus. As the alarm rang, Chao Guanyu, Zhou Chao, and Ren Ziqiang sprang from their beds, bouncing down to the floor as if electrified. They began washing their hair, shaving, styling their hair, and changing into new clothes, preparing themselves as if for a blind date. Today marked the official freshman enrollment day, where all students would gather in the classroom. These three had been eagerly waiting to make a grand entrance, hoping to captivate the girls in their class from the moment they appeared, insisting that none would be able to resist them. At that moment, Jiang Qin also jumped out of bed, perhaps due to his mature spirit. He did not care much for his appearance and simply donned a pair of brown shorts and a white shirt. Ready to go, guys? Let us go. Chao Guanyu responded and turned to leave, but his gaze froze when it landed on Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's height was already impressive at 1.8 meters, and his casual attire made him appear clean and sunny. While not overtly handsome, he certainly had a pleasant demeanor. Chao Guanyu felt somewhat disheartened. He had woken up half an hour early to prepare, yet his casual look was more appealing than his meticulously curated outfit. I'm a rich second generation, adorned in branded goods from head to toe, yet somehow I'm outshined by his effortless style. Old Jiang, I genuinely dislike you. After a moment, the four of them collectively stepped outside, making their way to the front square of the teaching building. Under the brilliant sunlight, the campus was filled with beautiful long legs and well-shaped figures, igniting excitement in Chao Guanyu and his companions. However, while they were adept at boasting, they faltered when it came to real engagement. They had courage only to gawk, but lacked the audacity to approach. Jiang Qin regarded them with a sidelong glance, inwardly scoffing. Is this all? 5 girlfriends, and he still doesn't have the guts to get closer? Upon arriving at the financial college to complete their registration, the four successfully located their designated classroom. Despite Chao Guanyu's claims that women were uninteresting, the moment he heard female voices emanating from the classroom, he hesitated, feeling a sudden weakness in his legs and fidgeting nervously. Old Jiang, you going first. Why? No reason, just going first. Jiang Qin discerned the bravado veiling his insecurities, and without uttering another word, he entered the classroom, promptly captivating the attention of several girls. Amidst their hushed whispers, Chao Guanyu astutely caught snippets of conversation wherein a girl mentioned the term handsome, causing him to unconsciously straighten his posture. In an attempt to appear nonchalant, he even took out his new phone, feigning interest in a non-existent message. Zhou Chao and Ren Ziqiang were equally eager to impress. Although they dared not glance at the girls, they felt immensely attractive, particularly when they mistakenly believed the girl was looking their way, sending shivers down their spines. Jiang Qin took a seat by the window in the back row, chuckling to himself as he watched his 3 roommates approach, resembling a trio of overgrown monkeys. It seemed that regardless of the era, university students were rife with inner turmoil. Hey, Lao Chao, that's a nice phone you have. How much did it cost? The latest model, I presume? Jiang Qin inquired. Caught off guard for a moment, Chao Guanyu swiftly regained his composure, his demeanor instantly invigorated. Yes, just over 3,000. My dad got it through internal channels. It hasn't even been released domestically yet. Jiang Qin's eyes widened in astonishment. 3,000? Goodness. That's almost the cost of tuition. Pocket change. My dad runs a company. He pays out hundreds of thousands in salaries every month. The girls in the class turned their attention to their conversation, only to lower their heads again erupting in a fit of giggles. "No thanks, I'm not interested." Jiang Qin chuckled. "Why not? You're all just love-struck. However, I have a suggestion I hope you'll consider." As Ren Ziqiang and Zhou Chao settled into their seats, they leaned in inquisitively. "What's your suggestion? When it comes to dating, it's best not to pursue someone from our class to avoid future awkwardness." "Future? Puffed. We'll deal with that later," Chao Guangyu replied nonchalantly. "Who said anything about the future? I'm talking about the present." Jiang Qin paused, suddenly recalling something, and stood up to leave, swiftly making his way to the adjacent financial class 4. Peering through the back door, his gaze immediately locked on a Feng Nanshu, who was seated towards the back right, surrounded by 4 or 5 girls, each with a cup of the same milk tea brand before them. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Qin felt a wave of relief wash over him. Just as he was about to leave, Feng Nanshu seemed to sense his presence and turned her head. She maintained her usual cool demeanor, or perhaps appeared adorably naive, and expressionlessly raised her right hand, forming a peace sign beside her left cheek. Jiang Qin grinned and mirrored her gesture. Feng Nanshu wrinkled her nose slightly, as if in defiance, and raised her other hand to display 2 peace signs. "Nanshu, what are you doing?" Gao Wenhui, seated beside Feng Nanshu, keenly noticed her actions and followed her gaze to Jiang Qin. After a brief moment of hesitation, her eyes widened in surprise, as if she had just uncovered a juicy secret, and she eagerly nudged her friends. "Look, it's Feng Nanshu's boyfriend." "Where? Where's the boyfriend?" "At the back, by the classroom door." Just as Jiang Qin entered the classroom, the instructor for financial class 4 arrived. He appeared to be in his 40s, sporting black-framed glasses and a standard square face. Upon taking the stage, he wrote his name, Lu Guangrong, on the blackboard. "I am Lu Guangrong. You may call me Teacher Lu. If all goes well, I will accompany you for the next 4 years." Teacher Lu began with some warm, welcoming remarks, and then proceeded to outline the university regulations and military training guidelines. These were the usual protocols recited every time new students arrived, so he spoke rapidly, devoid of any redundant chatter. After finishing these formalities, he allocated time for the students to introduce themselves one by one. Throughout this period, Jiang Qin was preoccupied with thoughts of creating a website, paying little attention to the introductions. He was not a computer science major. He had ideas but lacked the technical skills, so he intended to outsource the website development. Fortunately, being at a university meant that there were numerous individuals capable of building websites, and university students typically charged modest fees, allowing for minimal costs. "That girl named Jiang Tian is quite nice. Her legs are long and fair. I think Song Qingqing is the most beautiful. You don't know anything. Song Qingqing is clearly made up. Without her makeup, she wouldn't compare to Jiang Tian. What do you think, Lauren? I also think Song Qingqing is pretty." "Damn. So y'all like that flashy type? You really have no taste." Chapter 31. Lost in flattery, though 1,000 people may have 1,000 interpretations of Hamlet, there are always those who believe their own opinions to be the gold standard. Can Song Qingqing truly be more attractive than Jiang Tian? Nonsense. Chao Guangyu's mouth twisted in frustration as he pondered this, and he turned to Jiang Qin for validation, thinking that if he could gain Jiang Qin approval, it would validate his stance. However, Jiang Qin was utterly disinterested and did not even look their way, offering a perfunctory agreement to Chao Guangyu's assertion. "Ah, yes, you're right." Chao Guangyu instantly beamed with pride. "See, even Lao Jiang agrees that Jiang Tian is the best. Are your eyes just for breathing? Lao Ziyang, what is wrong with your perception? Clearly, Song Qingqing is the most beautiful," Ren Ziqiang scoffed. Zhou Chao couldn't help but mutter, "Lao Jiang, do you not like girls?" "You seem completely uninterested." Jiang Qin stretched lazily, leaning back in his chair. "Women only serve to hinder my ability to earn money." "Earning money? You're not wasting your youth on part-time jobs, are you?" "Part-time jobs? You little sparrows, how could you possibly understand my lofty ambitions?" After a moment of contemplation, Ren Ziqiang smirked. "I get it, Lao Jiang. You are lacking in confidence, aren't you?" Zhou Chao chimed in. "No wonder you didn't date anyone in high school. Afraid of rejection? You don't need to pursue someone like Song Qingqing. She's out of your league, but with your looks, you could definitely attract someone more ordinary." This was akin to reading comprehension while ignoring the questions, merely guessing wildly. Is that what I meant? Nevertheless, Jiang Qin found himself somewhat intrigued by Song Qingqing, and he turned to steal a glance at her. Her makeup was indeed well done, showcasing a level of skill that far exceeded that of girls merely beginning to learn. who often fail to conceal imperfections. However, even with her makeup, her beauty barely reached a score of 6, comparable to Wang Huiru. As for Feng Nanshu, her beauty was beyond comparison, a perfect 10. Yet, Chu Siki would undoubtedly eclipse Song Qingqing, and even Hong Yan, whom he had just met the previous day, would surpass her. Lao Ziang. Huh? Ren Ziqiang pouted. You claim to have no interest, yet you're completely captivated. Can't you be honest for once? Jiang Qin chuckled. Yes, I'm utterly captivated. Don't get your hopes up. Girls like that are never sure of boyfriends. Why would they ever look our way? It's more practical to seek someone gentle and demure. Jiang Qin regarded Ren Ziqiang with newfound respect. Lao Run, that is a commendable perspective. I wholeheartedly agree. After a while, the new student orientation came to a close. The students of financial class 4 filed out of the classroom, following their instructor to the academic affairs office to collect their military training uniforms. Chao Guangyu, standing at a modest height of around 172 meters, found a 175-sized uniform to be a perfect fit, which teacher Liu had originally intended. However, feeling self-conscious with many girls watching, he insisted on a 180-sized uniform, disregarding the instructor's objections, refusing to heed any advice. Lao Chao, can you be a bit more honest? What do you mean I'm not honest? The 180 fits me just right. Chao Guangyu glared at Ren Ziqiang, harboring resentment for exposing his little scheme at such a moment. Upon witnessing the scene, the girl beside them was laughing so hard that she could scarcely breathe, her eyes continuously scrutinizing Chao Guangyu. Even more unfortunate was that the self-proclaimed 180 centimeters tall Lao Chao stood at the same height as Liu Xiaowan and shamelessly remarked, "You're also 180 centimeters?" This left Liu Xiaowan feeling quite embarrassed. Jiang Qin had taken Feng Nanshu for a stroll the previous night, resulting in an incomplete dormitory population, but now everyone had gathered, and it was clear that they all desired a sumptuous meal. Lao Chao, being a rich second generation, you should treat us to the first meal, right? Ren Ziqiang inquired, patting him on the shoulder. Get lost. Why should I treat you? Gao Guangui Di Do. You always boast about your family's business, making millions daily. Surely you can afford to show a bit of wealth. Although Chao Guangyu could indeed pay for a meal, having just been teased about his height by Ren Ziqiang, he was in no mood to treat. At that moment, Jiang Qin subtly waved his hand, beckoning Ren Ziqiang and Zhou Chao to gather around. Do you want Lao Chao to treat us? Of course. If we could eat off him, I'd be delighted for a whole day. Jiang Qin beckoned with his finger. Each of you give me 10 yuan, and I'll make Lao Chao treat us. Ren Ziqiang and Zhou Chao exchanged glances and quickly retrieved 10 yuan each, handing it over to Jiang Qin. Just follow my lead. After pocketing the money, Jiang Qin stuffed it into his wallet and pulled out a 20 yuan note, striding confidently ahead as if nothing unusual had transpired. Ren Ziqiang and Zhou Chao, uncertain of his intentions, could only curiously follow along. As the 4 of them exited the school gate, Chao Guangyu suddenly halted, his eyes sparkling as he let out a shrill cry. Damn, I found 20 yuan. Brothers, I found 20 yuan. Damn, Lao Chao, you're so lucky, finding money right as the semester begins. Your 4 years in college are bound to be smooth sailing. Jiang Qin swiftly escalated the envy and astonishment to its zenith. Really? Just 20 yuan? It can't be that significant, can it? Zhou Chao responded, having caught on, damn it. Why don't I have such good fortune? Is this the halo of the rich and handsome? The phrase rich and handsome struck a chord within Chao Guangyu. It seems I truly am a dragon among men. Of course, not only in studies, but I bet your romantic prospects will also flourish soon. At that moment, Ren Ziqiang quickly added a supportive remark. Lao Chao, the 4 of us came out together. Why is it that you alone have such good fortune? You must treat us. Jiang Qin patted Chao Guangyu on the shoulder. Lao Ren is right. If you don't treat us, you can't justify it. All right, I'll treat. Chao Guangyu declared, exuding confidence. Chao Ge, you truly deserve the title of rich and handsome. Subsequently, the 3 of them made their way to Nanshan Restaurant, where they spent 120 yuan on dishes. However, Chao Guangyu felt that something was amiss, though he could not pinpoint what it was. I found 20 yuan and spent 120. Does that mean I effectively lost 100? Chao Guangyu shook his head, convinced that money should not be calculated this way, as the 20 he found surely carried a stroke of good luck. Just then, Jiang Qin's phone unexpectedly chimed. Upon opening it, he discovered a message from Hong Yan. We've finished reporting. Where shall we eat? Jiang Qin was momentarily taken aback, realizing he might have misunderstood something. This habit was a remnant of his prolonged work hours. Upon hearing someone mention a meal, he instinctively thought it referred to after 9 o'clock. However, flipping through the chat history revealed that Hong Yin had indeed meant after their report. But now, surrounded by his dorm mates, what should he do? If he abandoned them for another meal, it would surely haunt him for 4 years. How about Nanshan Restaurant on Walking Street? I've heard the food there is quite good. Sound great. I'll head out now. Wait for me. Hold on. There is one more thing. What is it? My dorm mates are here. Would you mind? Of course, you can bring a few along. Chapter 32. The Inequalities of Life. After replying to the message, Jiang Qin stretched lazily, only to find his dorm mates gazing intently out the window. Curiously, he followed their gaze and discovered the girls from Class 3 of Finance were at a nearby stall. Among them, Song Qingqing and Jiang Tian, all laughing brightly. Old Jiang, stop staring. They aren't yours. Zhou Chao couldn't help but nudge Chao Guanyu. You can't catch them, so why not let Jiang Qin have a peek? While Chao Guanyu didn't agree with Song Qingqing being the best, he did concur with Zhou Chao's earlier remark. Old Jiang, change your target. I think Pan Xiao is quite nice. Though she doesn't team match up to Song Qingqing and Jiang Tian, she is still a beauty among ordinary girls. Certainly, Feiyin Xiqiang, who had remained silent, looked up. Pan Xiao was out of the question. I just added her contact. Old Jiang, don't even think about it. If she is yours, I might genuinely lose. Zhou Chao and Chao Guanyu's eyes widened in shock. Damn, you're quick. If you're not proactive in flirting, you must be lacking sense. Jiang Qin couldn't help but scoff, his expression dripping with disdain. If I truly wanted to find a partner, would I need you 3 fools strategizing here? Which of you has noticed my interest in Song Qingqing? What a farce. Seeing Jiang Qin's contemptuous demeanor, Chao Guanyu, Ren Ziqiang, and Zhou Chao exchanged glances. Old Jiang, are you feeling competitive? You're somewhat handsome, but against a beauty like Song Qingqing, your chances are slim, especially since you lack dating experience. I agree with that. If you don't believe it, go out and try. You'll surely be turned down. Jiang Qin shook his head. Not attractive enough. I wouldn't consider her. Zhou Chao pouted. I don't believe you. Jiang Qin shot him a glance, thinking about how to awaken them from their ignorance. Stay away from diabetes. I would want you to taste sweetness. Chao Guanyu regarded Jiang Qin with a smirk. Old Jiang is just being coy. Clearly, he has captivated. Yet he insists he has no intentions. Perhaps he secretly hopes to pursue her. However, chasing after someone of that caliber is indeed challenging. Even I, as a rich second generation, feel uncertain, let alone old Jiang. Yet, once Jiang Qin faltered, he could swiftly strike and win over Song Qingqing. At that point, Jiang Qin would no longer be so carefree. Perhaps he would even concede, comfortably settling into the role of a subordinate. The more Chao Guanyu contemplated, the more satisfied he felt. He had always thought he couldn't outshine Jiang Qin, but in matters of romance, he could certainly redeem himself. Damn, look over there. A beauty. Chao Guanyu and Ren Ziqiang followed his pointing finger, their gazes instantly freezing. A young girl, carrying a light gray handbag adorned with lychee patterns, was gracefully approaching them. She wore a pair of washed denim shorts, revealing her delicate and slender legs, accentuating her slim waist, while her top was a black leather t-shirt. Though it wasn't tight fitting, her superb figure gave it a snug effect. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that she possessed a standard oval face, with rosy lips and captivating eyes, her earlobes resembling jade beads and adorned with silver clover-shaped earrings. In that fleeting moment of astonishment, the allure of Song Qingqing dissipated into thin air. The comparisons of Song Qingqing is the best and Jiang Tian is the best faded away entirely. However, this sense of wonder quickly transformed into panic as they realized the girl was heading directly towards them, her exquisite face adorned with a faintly shy smile. The timid boys, upon seeing Song Qingqing, dared not lift their heads, feeling an intense nervousness. Each pretended to look elsewhere and instinctively began to adjust their hair and smooth their clothes. Yet, to their astonishment, the girl actually sat down in front of them and casually tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, then turned to Jiang Qin. I'm here. Jiang Qin raised an eyebrow. Your timing is impeccable. These guys can finally be jolted awake. Hong Yin blinked her beautiful eyes, revealing a hint of confusion. What do you mean? It's nothing. I'm just very pleased to see you, Jiang Qin replied. Thank you, but since this is a group gathering, will my presence be a bit of a disturbance? Jiang Qin immediately shook his head. Don't worry, just sit down. They deserve to be disturbed. Hong Yin chuckled softly, though still puzzled, and glanced at the empty table. Haven't you ordered yet? Shall I take care of it? We've already ordered, but due to the busy season, the kitchen is a bit overwhelmed, so the food is taking longer. How about a cup of tea in the meantime? Sound good. Jiang Qin handed over his already prepped cutlery and casually picked up the kettle to pour a cup of tea for Hong Yin. She whispered her thanks, a smile gracing her face as she placed her small handbag on the neighboring chair. Ren Ziqiang and Zhou Chaoren were dumbfounded, exchanging glances between Hong Yin and Jiang Qin. Their mouths agape. Old Jiang, who is she? She's a freshman in our year from the law department, Hong Yin. Jiang Qin turned to introduce her. Let me introduce you. These three are my roommates, Zhou Chao, Ren Ziqiang, and Chao Guanyu. Ren Ziqiang stared at Jiang Qin with disbelief. You actually managed to invite such a beautiful girl to dinner? Hong Yin suddenly coughed. You misunderstood. It was actually I who invited Jiang Qin. She chuckled shyly. I even added him first. Jiang Qin quickly waved his hands. It's just that you spoke too quickly, leaving me no chance to respond. But what I said is true, Hong Yin said, her eyes fluttering, showing no embarrassment in being the one to take the initiative. In fact, she had come to meet Jiang Qin with an indescribable anticipation. Ever since their first encounter, she had felt an unusual fondness and curiosity towards him. Sensing that he was neither rigid nor overly flamboyant, he managed to blend into gatherings without overshadowing others, and when it came to the bill, he didn't stick to the usual routine. In simpler terms, Hong Yin found him to embody youthful exuberance without being obnoxious, distinctly different from the rowdy boys around. Upon seeing him again, she realized her expectations were not in vain. He didn't seem to take pride in her initiating contact. Rather, he was considerate of her feelings. He truly was a good person, and that was enough for her. Meanwhile, Ren Ziqiang and Zhou Chao were left in a state of shock. Just moments ago, they were debating whether Song Qingqing or Jiang Tian was more attractive, even thinking Jiang Qin was pursuing Song Qingqing. Now, they understood how laughable that notion was. Jiang Qin was evidently on an entirely different level. Being approached by a goddess and invited to dinner, they felt the stark contrast of life before even stepping into society. Are we even attending the same university? Old Chao, did you hear that? This is simply outrageous. Actually, he knows Hong Yin. She was the belle of their high school, and also his white moonlight from that time. However, judging by her demeanor, it seems she might not remember him at all. By the way, didn't you say you would bring your roommates along? They went shopping, so they might be a little late. Zhou Chao couldn't help but lean forward. Hong Yin, are your roommates beautiful? Hong Yin stole a glance at Jiang Qin, her cheeks flushing slightly. They're stunning, far more beautiful than I. Is that true? Absolutely. You'll see when they arrive. While they were conversing, the kitchen had finished preparing the dishes, which were served to their table by the staff, accompanied by a case of beer, 8 bottles in total. Perhaps due to the bustling business, Jiang Qin couldn't find a bottle opener and had to use the edge of the table to pop the cap off with a firm strike. Boom! Ren Ziqiang's eyes widened. Jiang Ge, that was impressive. Jiang Qin waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, just familiarity with the task. Hong Yin's eyes sparkled as her lashes fluttered. That as from the Song Dynasty literary giant Ouyang Xiu as the oil seller. The original phrase is as nothing but being skilled, but replacing it with just the lines perfectly with modern language. Jiang Qin, you can actually apply classical literature. Jiang Qin was taken aback, thinking to himself that this was just a well-known saying from later generations. Whenever he watched anime on a certain streaming site, that phrase would pop up alongside it as nothing but automatic. Was this phrase still not overused? Jiang Qin instinctively glanced at Hong Yin, furrowing his brow slightly. This girl seemed to have an extraordinary filter for him. My roommates must have arrived. I'll go greet them. After a while of casual conversation, Hong Yin stood up, and Zhou Chao and Ren Ziqiang could hardly contain their excitement, instantly leaning toward Jiang Qin, grabbing his arm and refusing to let go. Jiang Ge, enlighten us, we're all ears. Jiang Qin struggled to free his arm. You're overthinking it. I'm not even in a relationship. Chao Guanyu couldn't help but interject. Are you not interested in a girl of her caliber? It's not that I'm uninterested. I just think dating is a waste of time. Zhou Chao pouted. Jiang Ge, I'm not making things up. Hong Yin definitely has feelings for you. Jiang Qin was somewhat surprised. You can tell that? Of course. The way Hong Yin looks at you. It's like she's melting, and she smiles every time you speak to her. Isn't that obvious? It seems we can't dine together anymore, Jiang Qin remarked. Zhou Chao. Ren Ziqiang chimed in. Old Jiang. Hong Yin just said her roommates are even prettier than her. You should have her introduce them to us. Jiang Qin gently shook his head. Hong Yin is quite emotionally intelligent. She cares about others' feelings when she speaks. So when she says her roommates are beautiful, it may not necessarily be the truth. Be cautious in your words later. Is that true? I haven't seen them. It's just a guess, but it's highly likely. Just as he finished speaking, Hong Yin reappeared at Nanshan Restaurant, accompanied by two girls. The girl on the left wore a floral dress, revealing a glimpse of her smooth calves, her skin as fair as snow, with enchanting features and a tall, striking figure. The girl on the right was slightly less attractive, but still a beauty, exuding a graceful demeanor. Chao Guangyu, Ren Ziqiang, and Zhou Chao all widened their eyes, wondering how Jiang Qin could have exaggerated. This was what they called beautiful? The girl on the right might be slightly inferior, but she was still on par with Song Qingqing, while the girl on the left was certainly not lacking compared to Hong Yan. At that moment, Jiang Qin was also stunned, realizing that perhaps coincidences like those in novels truly existed. Let me introduce you. These are my roommates, Chu Siki and Wang Huiru. Chu Siki stared at Jiang Qin with a dazed expression, feeling as if she had transcended time. Wang Huiru, equally surprised, could not comprehend why Jiang Qin would appear at Hong Yan's gathering. It was worth noting that she had previously tried to arrange meetings between Chu Siki and Jiang Qin multiple times, but Jiang Qin had consistently declined, claiming he was too busy. Now, this unexpected encounter made it impossible for them to avoid each other any longer. Soon, the two regained their composure, sitting quietly beside Hong Yan without uttering a word. Chu Siki remained silent due to her swirling emotions, unsure of what to say, while Wang Huiru was considerate of Hong Yan's feelings, trying to avoid any awkwardness. So what do you think? Aren't my roommates beautiful? Hong Yan smiled. Ren Ziqiang and Zhou Chao nodded vigorously. They're gorgeous. You guys aren't the legendary dormitory of school beauties, are you? I wouldn't dare to claim that title. However, Siki is certainly close. Does Chu have a boyfriend? Upon hearing this question, Chu Siki bit her lip, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin, devoid of any sorrow or joy, gently nodded as a gesture of politeness. He then lowered his head to eat, refraining from participating in the conversation around him, as if everything were of no concern to him. This sense of detachment and indifference caused Chu Siki to momentarily lose her breath, an overwhelming sense of grievance surging from the depths of her heart. Throughout the entire summer, their exchanges had not exceeded 10 sentences. Encountering each other in a foreign city, only to be treated like strangers, was unbearable for anyone. You once cherished me, once adored me so deeply. Yet at this moment, why can I not even elicit a smile from you? Wang Huiru silently observed the two, feeling the need to confirm something. She leaned slightly towards Hong Yan's ear and asked, Yin Yin, which one do you like? Hong Yan's cheeks flushed suddenly. I merely came to see a friend. Please do not misunderstand. After a moment of hesitation, she lowered her voice and confessed, All right, it is that person, Jiang Qin. After a prolonged silence, Wang Huiru inquired, What do you like about him? He is unlike any boy I have ever met, came the reply. It seemed everyone recognized Jiang Qin's merits, except for Siki, and Wang Huiru felt an ominous sensation, completely at a loss as to how to proceed. Ren Ziqiang and Zhou Chao were oblivious to the tension, still offering their attentions, asking what dishes they preferred. Chao Guangyu felt overwhelmed. While their generosity was fine, he was the one footing the bill. However, as a wealthy second-generation heir, he felt compelled to maintain appearances and could not voice his discomfort, especially since Hong Yan's two roommates were indeed stunning, particularly Chu Siki, whose beauty was on par with Hong Yan's. Chu, do you drink? No, thank you. Then what dishes do you like? I can order some for you. Chu Siki shook her head again, this time not uttering a word. Chao Guangyu's eagerness was met with dismay, leaving him feeling utterly dejected. Was the disparity in life's experiences truly so glaring and painful? Let us eat first. We can chat later. Jiang Qin suddenly spoke, extending his chopsticks towards Hong Yan. This was merely a friendly gesture, devoid of deeper meaning. Yet upon witnessing this scene, Chu Siki could no longer contain her emotions. Her heart ached as if pierced by needles, and her gaze turned resentful. Jiang Qin clearly favored her. All the tenderness and consideration were privileges reserved solely for her. She could no longer endure it. Jiang Qin, you promised we would part amicably. Why have you suddenly appeared before me? Chu Siki's voice commanded silence throughout the room. Jiang Qin's hand faltered momentarily as he raised his head with a resigned expression. It is merely a coincidence. I had arranged to dine with Hong Yan, but I was unaware you were roommates. It is too coincidental. Chu Siki's temper flared instantly. I said you were involved, and you dare deny it? I have matters to attend to. Enjoy your meal, Jiang Qin remarked, genuinely irritated by her melodramatic demeanor, thinking that if she claimed something existed, it must. He placed his chopsticks down, offered a slight apologetic smile to Hong Yan, and excused himself from the table. Do you know each other? Hong Yan momentarily failed to grasp the situation, her expression somewhat bewildered. Jiang Qin paused briefly, then nodded nonchalantly. Yes, we were high school classmates. Not merely classmates. You once vowed to love me for a lifetime. Chu Siki felt an immense heartache at his nonchalance. Simultaneously, Chao Guangyu, Ren Ziqiang, and Zhou Chao were all taken aback, their minds spinning, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. What just happened? Is this Chu Siki also connected to Jiang Qin? Have I been quietly sidestepped by Jiang Qin? Chapter 34. Wake them up. Upon entering the pedestrian street, one first encounters snack stalls, followed by restaurants, and further back are supermarkets, bathing establishments, barbershops, and outdoor barbecue stands. Qing, don't you think the boys in our class are rather disappointing? Indeed, not a single one is pleasing to the eye. The girl named Song Qingqing nodded without comment, her heavy makeup, false eyelashes, and dyed strands of hair making her the center of attention wherever she went. Not at all. I find that Jiang Qin quite impressive. Pan Xiao, trailing behind, offered a differing opinion. Though her looks were average, her demeanor was sweet, giving her an endearing quality. Song Qingqing frowned slightly. Which one is Jiang Qin? The one sitting by the window in the back, about 8 meters tall, quite handsome. Did you not notice? I did not see him. Then, Jiang Tian, did you? I have some impression. He is indeed good-looking, but he seems a bit aloof. Jiang Tian, a leggy beauty with a childlike voice, recalled how Jiang Qin and Chao Guangyu pretended to be wealthy, finding it rather foolish, and thus could not help but feel a sense of disdain. At that moment, Pan Xiao revealed a suggestive smile. You know, Jiang Qin intends to pursue Qingqing. Jiang Tian's eyes widened in surprise. Is that true? Absolutely. He has a roommate named Ren Ziqiang. I just spoke with him, and he told me so. Qingqing, your charm is indeed remarkable. Already a suitor at the start of the semester? Song Qingqing found it amusing. Am I really so approachable? Why does everyone feel so emboldened to pursue me? Tian, you are too naive. What good is being handsome without wealth? You know my spending habits. I refuse to date someone from an ordinary family. If he envies a phone worth 3,000, how could he buy me cosmetics? That is true. Jiang Qin certainly lacks the means to support you. Just then, Pan Xiao glanced northward and quickly pulled them. Look, there goes Jiang Qin. Song Qingqing and Jiang Tian turned their heads in response, spotting Jiang Qin emerging from Nanshan restaurant. Their eyes lighting up. He is indeed quite handsome. Shall we go chat with him? Why not? After all, chatting is free. Pan Xiao, notorious for her gossiping tendencies, rushed forward to call out to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was initially seething with frustration and unwilling to engage with anyone, but upon realizing they were classmates, he tempered his demeanor. After all, it was the beginning of the semester, and he preferred not to make enemies with everyone. The girls from Financial Class 3 were quite direct, immediately asking if he liked Song Qingqing, while she looked down at him, adopting a somewhat condescending demeanor. Jiang Qin felt overwhelmed, thinking, I came here to make money. Why must I entangle myself with girls? Someone give him a reality check. Jiang Qin, are you feeling shy? Shy my foot. That was just Ren Ziqiang's nonsense. Trusting him is akin to believing in ghosts. As soon as the words left his mouth, laughter erupted among the girls, realizing that boys were all the same, once exposed. They would not dare to admit it. Just then, a striking figure dashed out from Nanshan restaurant, pushing past them and grabbing Jiang Qin's arm. Upon recognizing her face, the girls from Financial Class 3 were momentarily stunned, their eyes widening in astonishment. The girl was breathtakingly beautiful, her eyes sparkling with vivacity, and her figure was exquisite with delicate features. Song Qingqing, who was known as the most beautiful girl in Financial Class 3, felt a twinge of insecurity before this girl, instinctively stepping back. Jiang Qin, what grievances do you hold against me that you choose to act like a stranger? Chu Siki, I harbor no grievances. I merely wish for us to part amicably. Chu Siki's lips pressed together, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Then why have you suddenly ceased to like me? Jiang Qin took a deep breath, striving to keep his voice steady. Focus on your studies. I assure you, you will soon meet someone you truly like. As for us, there is no future. I do not care. You must like me and only me. You cannot leave without my permission. You're truly something else. Jiang Qin truly wished to say no more, turning to leave. Yet CHSQ refused to let go, insisting that he promised to continue liking her. The girls in Class 3 were left dumbfounded, first by the girl's stunning beauty, and second, by the sheer incredibility of such a beautiful girl persistently pursuing Jiang Qin. Hyn, I considered you a good sister. Why must you insist on liking Jiang Qin? CHSQ glared at her with a look of resentment. Hyn, with a downcast expression, replied, I had no idea you two were acquainted. CHSQ trembled with anger. Let me tell you, he has no interest in you. He only approaches you to provoke me. The two stood facing each other, the atmosphere growing slightly tense. I'm sorry, I was unaware of your relationship with SQ. Hyn immediately apologized. Jiang Qin shook his head. I have no connection with her. Don't feel pressured by this. Hyn's eyes widened slightly. Really? After living for over 40 years, Jiang Qin realized for the first time that some matters cannot simply be articulated. Today's situation was too chaotic. Let me treat you to a meal another day, and we can discuss it further. All right, just the two of us next time then. It's settled. Jiang Qin smiled gently, turned, and left, merging into the bustling crowd as he departed the pedestrian street. While Hyn took a few deep breaths and, after regaining her composure, entered the restaurant. I truly believe Jiang Qin may not have feelings for Qin. After a moment of silence, PN's words struck unexpectedly, jolting the girls present back to reality. They exchanged glances, agreeing with PN. The two girls vying for Jiang Qin were both extraordinarily radiant, far beyond what Qin could compare to. This is not a drama. Jiang Qin has no reason to settle for second best. How could he possibly like Qin? Meanwhile, Qin's expression darkened, her shopping bag torn from her grip. She had intended to tease Jiang Qin from a position of superiority, only to find herself outmatched, ultimately realizing she was unworthy. It was truly disheartening. Moreover, Jiang Qin had not even acknowledged her as he left, which was hard for the self-important Qin to accept. When did I become a character who could be overlooked? I am the most beautiful in financial class 3. Chapter 35. Some beautiful images. The 6 individuals remaining in NSH in F. Nzuing sat in silence. Hyn pondered her future relationship with CHSQ, while CHSQ was simply furious, and Wing who contemplated the best resolution. Co Guingi, Zhucho, and our NZ regretted not leaving with Jiang Qin earlier. The 3 fledglings, with no girlfriends of their own, found themselves caught in a battleground, daring not to even breathe, desperately seeking an excuse to make their escape. The same sentiment echoed. Romance is not the main theme of their lives. Making money is. Many students in the computer science department at LND engaged in side jobs. Creating a website or writing a simple program was nothing out of the ordinary for them. Last night, Jiang Qin posted on a university forum seeking help for website creation and received a private message from someone named N9. They arranged to meet today, but an unexpected encounter nearly delayed the matter at hand. Is it true that women can hinder the pursuit of wealth? It was too hot. He decided to buy an ice cream to cool down and lower his blood pressure. Jiang Qin selected a small pudding from the freezer in the campus supermarket, licking it as he made his way toward the library. They had agreed to meet on the 3rd floor, so upon entering, Jiang Qin went straight to the elevator. Upon entering the library, the cool air enveloped him, a refreshing contrast after being exposed to the sun for so long. It was almost overwhelming. Jiang Qin paused at the entrance, his gaze drifting down the corridor. LND truly deserved its reputation as a prestigious 985 university. Even on the 2nd day of the semester, the library was filled with students, the sound of pages turning echoing throughout, and a faint scent of ink wafting through the air, undeniably pleasant. After observing for a while, Jiang Qin marveled, damn, this is what university is supposed to be. It was time for dating. Once he regained his composure, Jiang Qin followed the information provided by his contact to the reading room in the social sciences area on the third floor, where he found N9. Indeed, N9 was a senior. She wore a black dress, had 2 braided pigtails, and sported large black-framed glasses. Though she appeared petite, her school badge was sky blue, indicating she was not a freshman. Hello, I'm SN from a computer science department, a third-year student. Should I call you senior or junior? Jiang Qin took a seat and pondered for a moment before responding. My surname is Jiang from the financial college. You may call me senior. SN nodded slightly, without a hint of doubt. Senior, I have reviewed your website requirements and can assist you. How long will it take? 3 days. Jiang Qin, unfamiliar with the website creation process, instinctively felt that was insufficient. 3 days? Are you certain? I'm not in a rush. The most important aspect is the quality. SN, embodying the essence of a homebody, adjusted her glasses. Trust me, 3 days is ample time, though ongoing maintenance may be required. Let us start with the website. If the results are satisfactory, the maintenance can also be assigned to you. SN took out her notebook and placed it on the table. The screen displayed Jiang Qin's post from last night. I understand pop-up ads, but what do you mean by images of beautiful women? Jiang Qin cleared his throat, glanced around, and lowered his voice. It refers to eye-catching image advertisements. You know, the kind featuring alluring ladies, which can increase click-through rates. Still unclear? I see. You mean those risque issues? Jiang Qin widened his eyes in surprise. SN, your summarization skills are impressive. SN bit her lip and glanced at Jiang Qin. Senior, are you truly a serious person? I assure you, I'm a serious person. However, the content you described constitutes inappropriate material. If reported, the site could certainly be shut down. SN advised gently, hoping this senior Jiang would reconsider his intentions. I wish for you to remember that technology is innocent. All right, but if something goes wrong, it won't be on me. I'm aware of the risks. Just give it a try first, and if it doesn't work, we can always switch approaches. In 2008, internet regulation was not as stringent. Otherwise, sites like Movie Heaven wouldn't have thrived. Jiang Qin lacked the capability to saturate the internet with pop-up ads, so the likelihood of being reported was minimal. Moreover, a domain name isn't expensive. If one fails, another can always be acquired. SN fell silent, bowing her head in contemplation. Jiang Qin assumed she harbored reservations, feeling that creating such content would be an affront to her talents. So he spent a long time coaxing and persuading her. Ultimately, however, she was not troubled by that at all, and her response left Jiang Qin bewildered. I've never seen such images. Do you have resources, senior? Jiang Qin's mouth twitched slightly as he took her laptop and entered a series of URLs in the browser. In a 985 university, within the solemn and sacred library, the two huddled in a corner, silently fixated on the screen, spending the next half hour viewing beautiful images. By the end, SN's breathing had noticeably quickened. Even as a tech enthusiast, she could clearly appreciate why such images garnered clicks. I believe I will need 5 days to complete the website. Jiang Qin was momentarily taken aback. Huh? Why? SN adjusted her glasses. Viewing this content will impair work efficiency. I understand that. I used to be like that too. But I believe you should prioritize your work and minimize exposure to such distractions. I will exercise restraint, senior, but you must understand that this new world has a significant impact on someone like me. Is 5 days acceptable? All right, 5 days it is. But it cannot be delayed any further. Sunai nodded and then moved her mouse to the upper right corner. Is there a video section here? Jiang Qin promptly placed a card over the computer screen and gazed at Sunai with a serious expression. Junior, once this door opens, it will not merely be a matter of 5 days. I implore you to think carefully. Then I shall not watch it, Sunai said, pursing her lips. Jiang Qin nodded with satisfaction. That is good. Let's focus on our work and do not indulge in things that are not meant to be seen. Very well. I shall present you with a satisfactory website. Thank you, senior, for your trust in me. It is no trouble. Taking care of the younger students is my duty. Chapter 36. Father, let the classes begin. What background does old Jiang possess that 2 stunning school beauties would vie for him so fiercely? I simply cannot comprehend. I too find it baffling. He is merely a bit handsome, has fair skin, spends money lavishly, and is quite talkative. What else does he possess? How can he compare to us good boys? In the Financial Academy, Boys Dormitory 302. They could hardly fathom how such enchanting girls, who should embody the coolness of moonlight, could appear so distressed in front of Jiang Qin, while he remained indifferent, almost irritated, exuding a coolness that left them tongue-tied. Shouldn't such girls be cherished and protected, lest they break or melt away? Yet old Jiang simply gets up and leaves without a shred of sentiment, while those girls chase after him, tearfully pleading for him to stay. If one could master such tactics, wouldn't they dominate the school? Chao Guanyu felt they were utterly clueless. You have not even learned the inner workings of such a person, yet you merely observe a few of their moves. No amount of study will yield results. Have you never heard of someone becoming a martial arts master simply by taking too many beatings? Old Chao, what is it? Zhou Chao looked over with intense curiosity. You are a rich second generation, well-traveled. Enlighten us on this matter. Chao Guanyu had worn a dejected expression all afternoon and now remained half-hearted, speaking with little energy. You all just pinpointed the reason. Why ask me? When did I find the reason? Zhou Chao looked at Ren Ziqiang in confusion. Ren Ziqiang also appeared bewildered. What reason? I'm unaware. He is handsome, has fair skin, spends money freely, and is quite chatty. Isn't that enough? Of these 4 traits, do you possess even one? Zhou Chao paused. But I believe I possess all 4. Chao Guanyu grimaced. You'd best be off. No, old Chao, you seem off. What is wrong with me? Ren Ziqiang scrutinized him closely, growing more confident in his assessment. We have lost, and it is as it is, but you have always resisted old Jiang. Why today do you seem like a tail wagging behind him, not even daring to boast? Are you raising his stature while diminishing your own? After hearing this, Chao Guanyu felt agitated, muttering "get lost" as he turned to his bed, covering his head with the blanket. In truth, the lunch that day had not caused much harm to Ren Ziqiang and Zhou Chao. It merely gave them an early taste of life's inequalities, which they would eventually encounter anyway. It was no grave matter. However, for Chao Guanyu, the experience was a crushing blow. Even if Jiang Qin managed to win over Song Qingqing and Jiang Tian, or even both, he would still not concede, being a rich second generation. How would he be outdone? But Hong Yin was different, for she had been the dream of every boy in Hangzhou No. 1 high school. And this was no exception for Chao Guanyu. She was his most cherished secret affection, the only pure jasmine flower in his heart. A beautiful vision from his youth when his heart had begun to awaken. Throughout 3 years of high school, he had never dated, merely daring to greet Hong Yin from a distance. Thus, when he learned of her affection for Jiang Qin, he felt the heart-wrenching despair of a pure love warrior falling to the ground. Since the beginning of the school year, Jiang Qin had overshadowed him in every aspect. Yet Chao Guanyu had refused to yield, but now he felt utterly stunned. Old Chao, what is the matter? Have you been disheartened by that scoundrel Jiang Qin? As soon as the words left his mouth, the door to room 302 swung open, and Jiang Qin stepped inside. He looked up to see Ren Ziqiang and Zhou Chao approaching with serious expressions. They rushed to pull out chairs and offer slippers, nearly assisting Jiang Qin in removing his socks. Father, when shall we commence the lectures? Chao Guanyu threw off his blanket, glaring at his 2 roommates in fury. Old Ren and Old Zhou, has your ambition been devoured by dog? Zhou Chao looked up at Chao Guanyu seated on the bed. What ambition can compare to the allure of a woman? Old Ren, do you live up to your name? Chao Guanyu switched his target of attack. To his surprise, Ren Ziqiang stood tall and retorted, I disagreed with my father when he named me, but I had no say in the matter. In truth, Jiang Qin did not even need to inquire. He already knew what they were thinking, merely awakened from slumber. Struggling to accept their disappointment, they began to question others, then turned to doubt themselves. Very well, come gather around. Since I am in a good mood today, I shall impart some wisdom. Zhou Chao and Ren Ziqiang hurried to bring chairs, while Chao Guanyu, after posturing for a while, could not resist and leaned against the wardrobe, refusing to move a chair, as not doing so was his last vestige of dignity. Jiang Qin then took a seat and recounted how he had harbored feelings for Chu Siki for 3 years, only to be rejected when he confessed. Truth be told, there was nothing embarrassing about it. What is the greatest strength of a man nearing 40? It is the ability to reconcile with oneself, to make peace with the younger self, acknowledging that loving the wrong person is not your fault, to reconcile with the middle-aged self, accepting that not earning enough money is not your fault, and even to make peace with the aging self, recognizing that leaving behind so many regrets is not your fault. Life is often filled with disappointments, yet one should not speak of them to others. If you cannot reconcile with yourself, admitting your mediocrity and failures, then you cannot survive in this chaotic world. In an instant, Chao Guangyu's eyes sparkled with life. Old Jiang, have you also faced unrequited love? Jiang Qin scoffed. Why do you look so gleeful? Chao Guangyu felt a surge of confidence, even smiling somewhat smugly. You should have mentioned that you also like someone for 3 years. We are kindred spirits. Jiang Qin raised an eyebrow. Old Chao, you have quite the subtlety. Do you have a story to share as well? Very well, I shall share mine. He was uncertain why he felt proud to stand alongside Jiang Qin, but he did. After he finished his tale, Zhou Chao and Ren Ziqiang exchanged glances, their expressions suddenly shifting to something rather peculiar. What is it? Chao Guangyu asked, perplexed. Just this, and you think you can call old Jiang your brother? I feel embarrassed for you. How am I embarrassing? Gao Guangui, that? Ren Ziqiang scoffed. While we both endured 3 years of unrequited love, look at Jiangge. He can incite Chu Siki to despair with just a few words, while you sat in a restaurant for 2 hours, and Hong Yin had no idea who you were. Zhou Chao chimed in, patting his shoulder. Even though Jiangge never dated Chu Siki, he has Hong Yin's affection, while you have nothing of substance. Jiang Qin then delivered a crushing blow. Old Chao, I find myself looking down on you. Chapter 37. Do not pursue too many relationships, no. I was just joking to comfort old Jiang. There's no way I could pursue a girl for 3 years. A rich second generation like me? It's simply inconceivable. Chao Guangyu regretted his words, attempting to argue. Yes. Zhou Chao, not wanting to hear more, took some tissue and headed to the restroom. I have genuinely dated 5 girls, but as I continued, it grew increasingly uninteresting. I realized that being single is the true luxury. I understand, Lao Chao, but could you refrain from incessantly pursuing me? I am, after all, in the restroom. If you wish to debate, seek out Ren Ziqiang. Zhou Chao, clutching a roll of toilet paper, stood at the restroom door, thoroughly annoyed by Chao Guangyu, who promptly shut the balcony door. With no other option, Chao Guangyu turned to seek Ren Ziqiang. At that moment, Ren Ziqiang was lounging in bed, engaged in a lively conversation with Pan Xiu, laughter nearly reaching his ears, completely disregarding Chao Guangyu's words. Chang, you should understand, right? A privileged second generation like me could never be referred to as. What was that term old Jiang just mentioned? I find it quite apartment, Jiang Qin chuckled. A sycophant. Chao Guangyu nodded vigorously. I could never be a sycophant. Yes. Ren Ziqiang, engrossed in his chat, wore an indifferent expression. In an instant, Chao Guangyu was infuriated. Old Run, you're showing me a lack of respect. I am chatting with Pan Xiu. What are you discussing? Damn it. Don't tell Pan Xiu that I am a sycophant. If you say that, how will I ever fit in with Class 3 of Finance? Without waiting for Ren Ziqiang to turn his phone around, Chao Guangyu caught sight of the key phrase and couldn't help but erupt in a torrent of curses. Ren Ziqiang felt quite wronged. He was merely enjoying a conversation when Chao Guangyu insisted on repeating sycophant in his ear, leading him to casually type it out. The absence of a recall function in 2008 rendered this story even more tragic. Chao Guangyu stared at him intently, saying nothing, ultimately collapsing onto his bed, lying flat while gazing at the white ceiling, enveloped in a profound silence. This night, he lost love and also dignity. The summer night was as sweltering as fire. Yet in the dormitory of Linda, there were merely 2 fans, one mounted above the dormitory door and the other at the top of the balcony door. The old fan blades whirled madly under the power of electricity, emitting a buzzing sound akin to an elderly man coughing violently. Senior, I found several websites that cater to your needs. You can take a look first. I have other matters to attend to. Jiang Qin scrutinized the sites for a while and noted that they all seemed to share a common flaw in their attempt to showcase rich content. They cluttered the homepage excessively. The foundational sections were essential, but features like trending rankings, keyword searches, and external links were utterly unnecessary, as they not only rendered the entire page cumbersome, but also wasted users' precious time filtering out unwanted content. Of course, the product managers of large websites are not idle. Their actions primarily aim to provide advertisements with sufficient viewing time, sacrificing user experience in the process. Jiang Qin sent a message filled with reflections and suggestions to Sunai. He closed the chat window with a frustrated huff and opened Hong Yan's contact, inquiring about her well-being. Regardless of the circumstances, today's events stemmed from him, and to omit even a simple greeting would be rather inhumane. The smile emoji from 2008 represented a genuine smile, devoid of any negative connotations. Thus Jiang Qin felt a slight relief. No one could withstand Chu Siki's arrogance. After all, she was raised in a manner that led her to believe the world revolved around her. However, if one simply ignored her, her temper would be of no consequence. Hong Yin, being a clever girl, should understand this method of cold treatment. Yet why did his actions resemble those of a scoundrel? Despite the fact that he was not even in a romantic relationship, Jiang Qin felt disheartened. Was the tribulation of romantic entanglements an inevitable trial for reincarnators? He then messaged Feng Nanshu, asking if she was adapting to staying overnight at school. Feng Nanshu did not express homesickness, but mentioned that the night at Linda felt exceedingly dark, hinting at her longing for home. Besides chat messages, his notification list contained several friend requests, most of which bore the format of Class 3 of Finance, predominantly from female classmates. One was from Jiang Tian, whom Chao Guangyu held in high esteem, which took him by surprise. Classmate Jiang Qin, I am Jiang Tian. Let us be friends. Good evening, Teacher Liu. Are you here to check on us? Liu Guangrong responded with a grunt, then earnestly addressed Jiang Qin. You are quite handsome, but as a student, your focus should remain on your studies. Linda does not oppose students dating, but do not engage excessively. Jiang Qin was left speechless before he could articulate a response. Rin Ziqiang and Zhou Chao burst into laughter, unable to contain themselves, even doubling over in mirth. All right, cease your laughter. I am here to check on you, and to inform you that military training officially commences tomorrow morning. Everyone should rest early and avoid being late, to make a good impression on the instructors. Liu Guangrong dutifully relayed this message before exiting the dormitory, proceeding to deliver the same announcement to the neighboring dorm. The military training commenced the next morning at 7 o'clock, as black double-decker buses transported numerous armed police officers into the campus of Linda simultaneously. A throng of freshmen poured from the dormitory area into the training grounds. At that moment, outside the formation of Class 4 Finance, waves of chatter erupted, intermingled with exclamations of astonishment about a stunning beauty, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a celebrity meet and greet that drew spectators from afar. Jiang Qin, tossing his hat, ran his fingers through his hair, lamenting the sweltering heat. It was only morning, and he was already struggling to keep his hat on. He could only imagine how unbearable it would become once training began. Meanwhile, Chao Guangyu, Zhou Chao, and Rin Ziqiang were making their way from the Class 4 formation, their faces adorned with awe. Old Jiang, I have realized I have been a frog at the bottom of the well. Jiang Qin grinned. How did you come to this realization so late? Chao Guangyu exclaimed. Rin Ziqiang, stepping past Chao Guangyu, continued, Old Jiang, don't laugh. Do you think Hong Yin and Chu Siki are the pinnacle of beauty? I tell you, there's an even more stunning girl in Class 4. Her aura is simply radiant. Zhou Chao nodded vigorously in agreement. I have never seen such a perfect girl. She resembles a star, no? She is even more beautiful than a star. My worldview has shattered. Jiang Qin fanned himself with his hat, maintaining a composed demeanor. Is it truly that exaggerated? Not exaggerated at all. If you don't believe us, come take a look. You will surely feel like a frog at the bottom of the well. Indeed, old Jiang. Come and see. Observing beauty costs nothing. Jiang Qin waved his hand dismissively. Never mind, this unbearable heat is exhausting. I'll save my energy for military training. Chao Guangyu felt a twinge of discomfort. Damn it, you're the only one in the dorm who thinks he is above it all. Military training lasts for half a month. There will be ample opportunities to see her. No need to rush. Perhaps she will seek me out later. What? Seek you out? If she comes looking for you, I will eat dung on the spot. Jiang Qin could not resist giving Chao Guangyu a sidelong glance. If you want to eat dung, just say so. Don't always use me as an excuse. Just as the four in room 302 were conversing, the girls from Class 3 of Finance suddenly swarmed in from behind. What are you looking at? Even if you look, she's not yours. Chao Guangyu turned around, unable to resist, and saw a plain yet delicate face. Pan Xiu, I did not provoke you. I merely stated a fact. Pan Xiu retorted. Her military training uniform appeared oversized, making her look rather slouchy, diminishing even her remaining charm. Everyone has a desire to be beautiful. Is it wrong to look? Chao Guangyu asserted with righteous indignation. Pan Xiu could not help but huff. What is wrong? Are the beauties in our class not enough for you? You have to go admire those unattainable ones? Ren Ziqiang, the persistent sycophant, immediately chimed in. Xiao, I don't look at anyone else. I only have eyes for you. Ah, Chao Guangyu shot him a disdainful glance. You pathetic sycophant. Unable to move your legs in front of girl, and what happens? You end up with a cold shoulder. Ren Ziqiang gazed at Pan Xiu with a mournful expression, then glanced at Chao Guangyu. All right, I'll keep quiet. I want to say another word. While the few of them were entangled in their quarrel, the other girls from Financial Class 3 were all focused on Jiang Qin. Standing at a height of 1.80 meters, he towered under the brilliant sunlight, appearing particularly striking. Such a figure is not a rarity at Lingda. Yet among Class 3, he is indeed a rare gem. His dormitory mates were hardly worth mentioning, with only Zhuo Baiqiang from the adjacent dormitory able to match him in a contest of strength. However, Zhuo Baiqiang could not compare to Jiang Qin in terms of facial features and complexion, making Jiang Qin even more conspicuous. At this moment, Jiang Qin was grumbling, seemingly displeased with the day's temperature, applying a chilled mineral water bottle to his face while idly gazing at the supermarket across the street, exuding an air of indifference towards the happenings around him. Witnessing this scene, the girls from Class 3 could not help but whisper among themselves. Among all the boys in Class 3, it was Jiang Qin who was the most adept at putting on airs. Indeed, if I hadn't heard that he had harbored a crush on someone else for 3 years, I might have genuinely been deceived by him. Did he really pursue someone for 3 years? He certainly doesn't seem like the type. Indeed, Ren Ziqiang told Pan Xiu this directly. It cannot be false. Qingqing, weren't you furious yesterday on the pedestrian street? Why not go tease him later? Song Qingqing, staring at Jiang Qin's back, scoffed, suddenly recalling how she had been ignored yesterday. Her made-up face clouded with frost. After hearing this story, they realized that everything that transpired on the pedestrian street yesterday was a misunderstanding. Jiang Qin was merely a boy who liked to please pretty girls, albeit with a facade of composure. Teasing him sounds good, especially since he ignored me yesterday. Song Qingqing displayed a spoiled expression and couldn't help but take a step forward. But before she could speak, a commanding voice echoed from the entrance of the playground, calling out a rhythmic 1-2, 1-2 as a whole squad of uniformed military cadets came running, their steps synchronized and their shouts resonating powerfully. The first military training at Lingda was simple. Endure standing at attention in the scorching sun for an hour, aimed at tempering the wildness of the freshmen and building their endurance. However, since it was the first day of training, many incidents occurred. Some fainted midway, while others suddenly vomited. Each time an incident arose, Jiang Qin could not help but glance anxiously towards Class 4's formation. Fortunately, by the time of the break, Class 4's squad remained unscathed. Old Jiang, let's go to the restroom together, Zhou Chao suggested after the brief period of free activity, patting Jiang Qin, who stood in front of him. Jiang Qin turned to glance at him. Did you not just go when you arrived this morning? It hasn't even been 2 hours. Do you need to go again? Is your kidney failing you? Zhou Chao momentarily stammered. Don't you need to go? I can hold it for at least 3 hours. Then I won't go either. Meanwhile, Song Qingqing, Jiang Tian, Pan Xiu, and a few other girls gathered around, casually surrounding Jiang Qin as various fragrances enveloped him, overwhelming him in the sweltering heat. Jiang Qin, I heard you pursued a girl for 3 years in high school and ended up failing? Don't you feel embarrassed bringing this up? Jiang Tian questioned. Jiang Qin responded nonchalantly. What's embarrassing about failure? I begged the cafeteria lady yesterday for extra meat and also failed. Indeed, the cafeteria lady is the true high-cold campus belle. Zhou Chao interjected from back. Upon hearing Jiang Qin's words, the girls from Class 3 couldn't help but stifle their laughter, thinking he truly had a tough exterior but could still hold his ground when pricked. In truth, these girls did not harbor ill intentions. Their overly self-centered personalities, coupled with the boredom of a new semester, naturally led them to seek amusement at the expense of others, especially as Jiang Qin stood out among the boys. Jiang Qin, do you pursue any girl you find attractive? I also heard from Ren Ziqiang that you want to chase after our Qingqing. Jiang Qin, perplexed, turned his head, pondering whether these girls had been awakened yesterday, or were they drinking too sweet or something. Then he noticed Song Qingqing with an air of arrogance, declaring, let me tell you, Jiang Qin, don't get any ideas about me. I'm not the type of girl you can pursue. Maybe you should visit a hospital? I doubt a neurologist could treat you. Jiang Qin replied with a frown. His voice was loud enough for Song Qingqing to hear, but it was drowned out by a sudden commotion, drawing everyone's curiosity. The source of the disturbance was from Financial Class 4, where an extraordinarily captivating young lady stood up and walked towards Class 3's formation. The loose military training uniform did little for her appearance, yet looked especially adorable and lively on her, particularly her exquisite profile and elegant nose, glistening with a few beads of sweat, but appearing as pristine as jade. As the crowd's gaze shifted towards the girl, curiosity filled their eyes. This girl was the same one who had drawn attention from multiple classes during the morning assembly. The one who had led Chao Guangyu to self-deprecate as a frog in a well and shattered Zhou Chao's worldview. The three boys from dormitory 302 watched her approach, their scalps tingling with a sense of DJVU. Wasn't this the sensation they had when Hong Yan appeared before them yesterday? Chao Guangyu's face paled, thinking no way. Meanwhile, Song Qingqing was also taken aback, watching the radiant girl walk in front of Class 3's formation, squinting her eyes in confusion. At that moment, everyone was either squatting or sitting, clad in identical military training attire, appearing like a neatly arranged patch of green radishes. It was indeed not easy to find an individual among them. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Jiang Qin suddenly raised his hand and waved at her. Song Qingqing, seated behind him, could not help but widen her eyes, momentarily bewildered. Jiang Qin, I want to drink water. Can't twist it open? Feng Nanshu gently nodded, extending the mineral water bottle towards him. She tilted her head back, taking small sips of water, her long, fair swan neck fully visible. After finishing the water, she adjusted her clothes and sat down beside Jiang Qin, slightly leaning towards him. Despite having undergone over an hour of training, a faint fragrance still wafted from Feng Nanshu, reminiscent of lilies blooming after rain, soothing to the senses. Jiang Qin's gaze silently swept across her chest, thinking that the military training uniform was rather unflattering, and shifted his focus to her face, his eyes gliding over her elegant nose and plump lips. Are you getting along well with your roommates? Feng Nanshu's eyes sparkled with delight. They are nice people. They even took me to eat the rainbow cotton candy you forbade me from having. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin immediately narrowed his eyes. Feng Nanshu, were you just implying that I'm not a good person for not letting you eat cotton candy? I said you were a good person, but you won't let me say that. Feng Nanshu replied with a pitiful expression. Jiang Qin paused for a moment. That's quite a statement. You can't just hand out good person cards to me. They should be given to others. Feng Nanshu took another small sip of water, her pink lips now glistening. Jiang Qin, my roommates saw you yesterday. They want you to treat them to a meal. Jiang Qin raised an eyebrow. On what basis should I treat them? They said you're my boyfriend, so you should treat them to a meal, allowing them to take good care of your Feng Nanshu throughout college. Ah, the tricks of contemporary female college students are indeed profound. Jiang Qin considered his schedule, realizing he likely had little to do before the website was established, aside from military training. Oh, and the meal he owed Hong Yan. This meant that after 6 in the afternoon, he would essentially have nothing planned. Let us choose a moderately warm afternoon. I shall send you the specific time and place later. Upon hearing his words, Feng Nanshu's long eyelashes fluttered slightly as she turned her head to glance at him quietly, her eyes shimmering like a jade-green lake. What's wrong? You don't want to eat? That would save me some money. No, I'm just pondering what I should eat. Feng Nanshu replied, gently caressing her chest. Jiang Qin shifted his sitting position, allowing the scorching ground to torment the other half of his posterior, and then spoke. Having assisted you so much, you must repay me in the future. Have you heard the saying, do not forget your benefactor when you have wealth and honor? You are already quite affluent, so you must not forget me. After contemplating for a moment, Feng Nanshu extended her long legs, angling her dark green military shoes towards Jiang Qin. I can let you play with my feet. Jiang Qin felt an inexplicable stirring, as if he had been touched. Simultaneously, the entire playground fell into a profound silence, with all eyes fixated on the pair seated closely together, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. Chapter 40. I truly haven't watched the video section. Is that her boyfriend? Under the blazing sun above Lin University, the hearts of the boys in Class 4 felt as cold as ice. Feng Nanshu was universally recognized as the ethereal beauty of Class 4. Her mere appearance yesterday had captivated every boy in the class. Her presence incited envy among boys from other classes who lamented, why wasn't I placed in Class 4? Hearing such remarks repeatedly, the boys of Financial Class 4 developed an inexplicable confidence, as if being in this class was a matter of great pride. Although she ignored every boy who attempted to speak with her, the more aloof she became, the more she was idolized as a goddess. It seems that boys are inherently foolish. The more unattainable she is, the more they admire her. Yet, this celestial beauty was now sitting next to a boy from the adjacent class, laughing and conversing amiably. It dawned on them that the girl they had idolized from the start belonged to another boy. They had merely been indulging in self-delusion. This realization was painfully disheartening. Thus, the pure-hearted warriors fell in defeat. Meanwhile, Chao Guangyu, Zhou Chao, and Ren Ziqiang felt as if electric currents coursed through their bodies, from their scalps down to their toes. They gazed at Jiang Qin with complex expressions, feeling the pang of jealousy they had experienced just yesterday resurface within them. No wonder he was indifferent Hong Yin and turned away in front of Chu Siki. He must know countless beautiful girls, akin to a stamp collector. Chao Guangyu couldn't help but recall an hour earlier when he had insisted on dragging Jiang Qin to Class 4 to admire the beauty. He had eloquently described her as breathtaking, while Jiang Qin had certainly chuckled inwardly. That was his girl. He could gaze upon her at will, without needing anyone to extol her virtues. Damn it, Jiang Qin wouldn't really make me eat feces, would he? Chao Guangyu swallowed hard, feeling as though he had lost face. He vowed never to compare himself to Jiang Qin again. This man, who had claimed to be a virgin at the beginning of the semester, was truly invincible when it came to romance. At that moment, Jiang Qin suddenly recalled something and turned to Song Qingqing, who had approached earlier. "Are you awake?" Song Qingqing tugged at the corners of her mouth, intending to smile confidently and dismiss his inquiry, but she found herself unable to smile, as the humor lay in her predicament. What had Pan Xiu, that little vixen, said? Jiang Qin had pursued a girl for 3 years, only to face rejection? She had believed it, strutting over to gloat and declare that Jiang Qin would never catch up to her, and now, reflecting on it, she felt utterly humiliated. Meanwhile, Pan Xiu's face turned pale as she turned to Ren Ziqiang. "Was that story you fabricated?" Ren Ziqiang quickly waved his hands in denial. "No, it was Jiang Qin's creation. I now finally understand. 11 out of 10 of his statements are fabricated. This person is unfathomable." What did Pan Xiu say? She said Jiang Qin is unfathomable. Word spread that Jiang Qin was enigmatic. Have you heard? Jiang Qin is dating a model. Wow, Jiang Qin is even keeping a model off campus. Well, that's a bit exhilarating. Jiang Qin readily admitted that he had indeed been somewhat ostentatious earlier. In the following 3 days, the freshmen endured training sessions of marching, running, and more, each one turning as sunburned as an African chicken. The heavens were merciful. Not a single drop of rain fell. Chao Guangyu was the first to succumb. After all, he was a delicate young master unaccustomed to such hardship, and thus spent his days in the dormitory cursing and invoking rain. Jiang Qin could no longer tolerate his complaints and discreetly offered him some advice. The next day, Chao Guangyu requested 500 yuan from his family and, during the afternoon break, underwent a circumcision procedure at the hospital, presenting his medical certificate to his instructor to request leave. "Old Jiang, your method is brilliant. The instructor really granted me time off. Well, from now on, you'll be a man adorned with lace. Be a bit more composed and refrain from shouting." Jiang Qin waved him off and resumed his reading of the website operation manual, only to receive a message from Sunai. She informed him that the website was nearly complete, barring a few remaining optimization tasks, and was now fundamentally ready for launch. She inquired if he had time to come to the library for an initial review. After changing clothes, Jiang Qin made his way to the 3rd floor of the library and entered the reading room in the humanities and social sciences area. Sunai was already logged into the website's backend and immediately began showcasing the homepage, demonstrating 3 secondary page transitions and 2 different post-presentation styles. After viewing, Jiang Qin felt quite satisfied. To be honest, the essence of product development lies not in technical prowess, but in comprehension. If you possess 80% technical skill paired with 100% understanding, you can create a product that meets 80% of the client's needs. However, if you only have 100% technical skill, yet your understanding barely reaches 50, you might struggle to produce even a half-finished product. The navigation was clear, the design was simple, and the transitions between pages lacked excessive effects, ensuring a swift response time. The structure was straightforward, allowing users to quickly access the sections of interest. What has been completed is quite good. What remains unfinished? Jiang Qin stroked his chin. So, does that mean it is now essentially ready for launch? Sunai adjusted her glasses. It can go live. The subsequent optimizations can be executed gradually. Then let us launch it. I will subsequently find someone to handle the content. Once the volume reaches a certain threshold, we can commence promotions. Will the optimization progress be able to keep pace with the promotions? Absolutely no problem. Jiang Qin shifted his gaze from the computer screen to Sunai, observing her for a moment. Have you been out thieving at night? Those dark circles are quite pronounced. Sunai coughed lightly before quickly lowering her head. Senior, developing a website is mentally taxing. To ensure quality, I stayed up a bit late. But it's nothing to worry about. I told you to have it ready in 5 days. Why rush to complete it in 3? You're not hoping I'll pay you extra, are you? No. This is my first time independently completing a commercial webpage design, and I must treat it with seriousness. Therefore, I am studying reference materials while I work, striving for the best results. Besides, didn't you say that if the outcome is good, you would entrust me with all the maintenance work? I was just a bit excited, so I lost track of time. Jiang Qin remained silent for 3 seconds before finally clicking his tongue. Junior, I advise you to read less. Sunai's face turned crimson as she hurriedly raised her head. Senior, don't say such things. I wasn't looking at anything. I meant the reference materials. Oh, so you were referring to the reference materials. Haha, Sunai said, rubbing her hands together and pushing her glasses up. Jiang Qin suddenly withdrew his hand from his chin. Can we also establish a video section? Is it technically challenging? It is not difficult. The playback function is quite straightforward. One merely needs to upload a suitable format and embed the server code. Will there be playback stuttering? It has never occurred. But there are advertisements featuring alluring dealers at the beginning, which can be quite bothersome. Sunai, mid-sentence, suddenly faltered and then realized the trap in her question. Her mouth slightly agape. She became petrified. What I meant was a website construction video. Do you believe me? Jiang Qin nodded earnestly. Watch less. It's harmful to your health. Chapter 41. Truly worthy of the literary society, once certain doors are opened, they cannot simply be closed again. Sunai, devoid of hope, lay her head on the desk, her flushed cheeks pressed against the cool surface, yet could not quell the tumult within her. She felt corrupted, having succumbed to an unwarranted curiosity. She began to linger, marveling at the world's splendid wonders, even learning a few foreign phrases to express refusal. Undoubtedly, she had transformed into a bad girl. Sunai adjusted her glasses. I could copy a ready-made version from the internet, modify the code, and see if it can be used directly. Jiang Qin, sensing potential, still solemnly advised. Focus on work, watch videos less. Once again, Sunai collapsed onto the desk. Sorrow flowing like a river. Jiang Qin ceased to tease her, recalling their agreement that a heart encased in cement would attract no affection. Provoking her anger would lead to an unsatisfactory conclusion. Junior, I shall take my leave now. Thank you, Senior. Please hurry. Jiang Qin pouted, contemplating how the young girl had seen all manner of things, yet still felt shame. He tucked the library card into his pocket and turned to leave the library. The website was established, yet it remained a mere shell, akin to freshly distributed essay paper, with neat grids but devoid of content. To retain visitors, a wealth of information for prolonged browsing was essential. Jiang Qin resolved to visit the Literary Society at Ling to seek out some self-crafted stories. The Literary Society is affiliated with the Department of Literature, which is currently situated in the East Campus. Lacking a vehicle, Jiang Qin could only walk there. Fortunately, it was the beginning of the semester, and every club was preparing for recruitment activities, thus he did not encounter any dead ends. Upon entering, he immediately spotted a group working on promotional boards. The words club recruitment should be bolded and ideally changed to red for visibility. Hey, you there? Why are you just sitting idly? Don't you see everyone is busy? Jiang Qin, hands behind his back, aimlessly directed in the activity room. A second-year student, caught off guard, glanced at him, unsure of his purpose, and silently put away his phone to get to work. Eventually, someone could no longer contain their curiosity and inquired, "Who are you? Are you a new teaching assistant from the Department of Literature? You look rather young." Jiang Qin flashed a charming smile and replied, "I am merely an unremarkable freshman," which earned him a rather warm greeting. After clarifying his intentions, someone called for the head of the Literary Society. One was the president, Yao Yanling, a junior majoring in Chinese language and literature, and the other was the vice president, Dong Wenhao, a sophomore majoring in broadcasting and hosting. Short life stories. 5 yuan per 1,000 words. Can I write about anything? Jiang Qin pondered for a moment. What I need is first-person narrative stories that may be bizarre, but not absurd. Dong Wenhao expressed interest. So, it's a pseudo-documentary style of writing? Jiang Qin acknowledged, precisely, for instance, the experience of effectively managing time with 3 girlfriends. Or the secret ID never reveal. Or what it's like to have a campus beauty as a girlfriend. And that handsome fellow from Finance Class 3. Topics that spark controversy. Isn't that reminiscent of the promotional monthly magazine from a urology clinic? Something like a wife unexpectedly getting pregnant after 3 years of separation? Jiang Qin was surprised. You've read such literary masterpieces, President Dong? Clearly, I have not sought the wrong person. Yao Yinling interjected. Do you produce magazines? No, I run a website. Can this website serialize original novels? Jiang Qin was momentarily taken aback by Yao Yinling's inquiry. The serialization of novels was a direction he had never considered. But if he wished to retain a substantial user base on the website, continuing updates might indeed be a viable approach. However, there was a concern with serialized novels. If the word count was extensive, it would undoubtedly escalate the cost of remuneration, and poorly written pieces would garner no readership. Serialization is acceptable, but must first pass my review. I will not pay for content lacking value. Yao Yinling smiled confidently. In fact, I have an original novel with commendable writing. However, I am unsatisfied with the 5 yuan per 1,000 words. It should be no less than 10. Jiang Qin shook his head. I do not seek eloquence. I seek captivating narratives. A well-written story must be engaging. If you agree to 10 yuan per 1,000 words, I can send you a portion for your perusal. What about cooperation? Dong Wenhao leaned forward slightly. I will handle the collaboration. Our literary society has 67 registered members, so the number of submissions will surely satisfy you. But I have a request. Jiang Qin leaned back in his chair. Go ahead. The remuneration should be 6 yuan per 1,000 words. I will organize the writers and ensure quality control, while President Yinling will primarily oversee the serialization. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin scrutinized Dong Wenhao, perceiving that he possessed a sharper acumen than Yao Yinling. While serializing lengthy novels could yield greater remuneration through volume, recruiting 67 individuals to share in the profits would undoubtedly surpass the earnings of just a few. Clearly, many at Ling De were not solely focused on their own financial gain. In contrast, Yao Yinling seemed more enamored with literature, her interest in monetary gain being secondary. Her demand for 10 yuan likely stemmed from a desire for validation of her work. See, my words can fetch 10 yuan, while yours can only bring 5. Such individuals, if genuinely talented, would undoubtedly achieve success, yet there was a fear they might be overly ambitious, becoming trapped within their own worlds. 6 yuan per 1,000 words can be acceptable, but let us retain the 5 yuan for remuneration, Jiang Qin stated. Dong Wenhao's expression briefly revealed confusion. If it's 6 yuan per 1,000 words, why is the remuneration still 5? Jiang Qin grinned. One cannot allow a senior to work for free. The additional yuan shall serve as your commission for your assistance in maintaining stringent quality control over the submissions. Dong Wenhao's breath hitched, his previously crossed leg instinctively lowering. He had initially sought 6 yuan to extract a commission from each submission, unaware Jiang Qin would expose this arrangement so openly, transforming what should have been a private matter into a public negotiation. In essence, he had shifted from being an intermediary to that of a worker. As the vice president, it is my duty to advocate for the interests of our members. Receiving a commission would be improper. Jiang Qin glanced at Yao Yinling. In this world, there is no such thing as working without compensation. What do you think, President Yinling? Yao Yinling found Jiang Qin's distribution method rather reasonable. Wenhao, since you will be reviewing the content for the members, it is only fair that you receive a commission. Then I shall graciously accept. Dong Wenhao reluctantly acquiesced. Jiang Qin could only shake his head in admiration. Graciously accept. Truly, this was the essence of the literary society, where even the pursuit of money could be approached with such refreshing sophistication. Chapter 42. The gradual forming of the website on Saturday. A sudden rainstorm swept through Lingda, washing away the oppressive heat of recent days. Jiang Qin deliberately shared a website link with Chao Guanyu without mentioning anything about the robots, simply encouraging him to experience posting. As a result, Chao Guanyu found himself increasingly enamored, feeling as though he had become an extraordinary individual. Old Jiang, this website you've given me is incredibly engaging. Absolutely delightful. At that moment, Chao Guangyu was seated before his newly purchased computer, his fingers dancing over the keyboard with joyous fervor. Jiang Qin, maintaining a composed demeanor, turned away, inquiring, "What is so interesting about it? This is my first time flaunting online, and it's astonishing to encounter so many people who resonate with me. There's even a girl who claims to admire me. Truly, gold shines bright. Yet, they remain blissfully unaware that I'm merely skimming the surface, hardly exerting any effort." Jiang Qin secretly logged into the administrator's backend and discovered that Chao Guangyu had created a series of posts titled "My Humble Life" as a rich second generation. Filled with ostentation, he showcased his Nokia 5230, lamenting its poor quality, questioning how it could be sold for a mere 3,000 yuan, claiming it paled in comparison to his previous Vertu. He then shared an image of a BMW 5 Series, stating that after military training, he intended to purchase a vehicle. Yet found himself in a dilemma, as his family suggested he buy a Porsche outright. However, he deemed such an action overly ostentatious, fearing it would tarnish his approachable image. These posts triggered a cascade of responses, leading to an incessant stream of flattery from commenting bots. After this whirlwind of engagement, Chao Guangyu felt as if he had discovered the meaning of life. Ren Ziqiang watched with envy, but lamented that the website was currently limited to a single forum, leaving him unable to participate. The people here expressed themselves so eloquently. "Old Jiang, when will the forum be live? I wish to join in. Soon, perhaps tomorrow or the day after," Jiang Qin replied. At 10 o'clock that morning, as the rain persisted, the temperature at Lin University plummeted, creating a refreshing ambience. Jiang Qin was busy rubbing his socks when suddenly, he received an email from Yao Yanling of the Literary Society. Upon opening it, he found a novel titled Lonely City, which narrates the story of a girl with autism who, encouraged by her classmates, gains admission to a prestigious university. The first 10,000 words featured a narrative style that meticulously illustrated the girl's profound loneliness, even stating that her eyelashes emitted a sense of solitude. 10 yuan per 1,000 words? You expect to earn 100 yuan from this? Should I report it as fraud instead? He mused. Your writing is indeed quite impressive. Even someone like me, a layman, can sense a deep isolation, he complimented. Thank you for the praise, Junior. So, it's settled at 10 yuan per 1,000 words. I will consider it a favor to you. However, Senior, my website is rather mundane and cannot accommodate such highbrow works, he replied. What do you mean? Can't you choose another theme? Avoid the inspirational genre. Write something more trivial and melodramatic, like love triangles or affairs. That's what we enjoy. Junior, you clearly lack an understanding of literature. I've misjudged you. Jiang Qin felt indifferent. His website, like Weibo, catered to fragmented reading. Having novels would be a bonus, but their absence would not be detrimental. However, he grew concerned that if Yao Yanling, being the president of the Literary Society, were to impact its contributions, what would become of his website's content? Surely, he couldn't rely solely on Chao Guangyu's ostentatious posts. Unexpectedly, half an hour later, Dong Wenhao called to inform him that the first batch of manuscripts had been completed and requested Jiang Qin's feedback. Consequently, Jiang Qin changed his attire and made his way to the East Campus, accidentally crossing boundaries with my female best friend. What should I do? My boyfriend graduated first, documenting my transition from a long-distance relationship to a breakup. The first time I went to a hotel with my girlfriend, I'm uncertain about what to say. My ex-boyfriend caught a cold. I went to care for him, and now my current partner wishes to break up. What is it like to date the campus belle? Absolutely authentic. The Literary Society submitted a total of 20 manuscripts, but after Jiang Qin's thorough review, only 8 were deemed acceptable. Dong Wenhao felt a bit embarrassed and incessantly explained that this was their first time handling such writing tasks, and their familiarity would undoubtedly improve over time. Jiang Qin waved his hand, dismissing the concern, and pulled out 150 yuan to hand to Dong Wenhao. Only these 8 are acceptable, right? 6 yuan each means 48 is sufficient. This being the first submission, I'll accept all, whether good or bad, to encourage their enthusiasm. Seeing immediate rewards will make them perceive me as a generous boss, enhancing your influence in the society and making future endeavors easier. Dong Wenhao accepted the money, his expression somewhat conflicted. Brother, your family must be in business, right? Jiang Qin tucked his wallet into his pocket. Not all. I'm just an unremarkable handsome guy. After hesitating for a moment, Dong Wenhao inquired, Did Senior Yao Yanling seem displeased today, claiming you lack an understanding of literature? Was there an issue with the novel? Not particularly. The writing is decent, filled with beautiful characters, yet the arrangement lacks aesthetic appeal. It's truly perplexing, Jiang Qin shrugged. Does your website still accept novels? I wish to, but quality works are scarce. I'm in business, not charity. Dong Wenhao hesitated before retrieving another manuscript from his bag. What about this one? Can be accepted? Jiang Qin skeptically took it, glancing at the title, You Are the Color of Fire in the Human Realm. After a brief perusal, he found himself raising an eyebrow. There is some merit here. The excitement is palpable, and the flavor is quite enticing. Who penned this, and why did you hide it? A former member named Shi Miao Miao. Former? Did she leave after being criticized by senior Yao Yanling for lacking spirit in her writing? Told not to waste time here? 7 yuan per 1,000 words. Ensure daily updates, and the copyright will belong to me. Agree, and I'll accept it. Just then, the door to the Literary Society's activity room swung open, and Yao Yanling walked in. Upon seeing Jiang Qin, she paused momentarily before coldly ignoring him. Previously, she had held a favorable impression of Jiang Qin, but now he appeared to her as an unrefined commoner devoid of literary understanding. Don't take it personally. She's like that, never allowing others to criticize her work. Dong Wenhao interjected, attempting to defend Yao Yanling. Jiang Qin waved his hand. Individuals with aspirations, like her, deserve admiration, unlike me, who merely possesses a few paltry coins. Chapter 43. No misunderstanding, no need for explanation emerging from the Literary Society's activity room. Jiang Qin gazed at the clear blue sky, following the rain, contemplating whether he should treat Su Nuo to the 2 meals he had promised. After all, such refreshing weather was a rarity, and once the temperature returned to its previous levels, even rewarding himself with a meal would lead to perspiration, making future dining out a luxury. Yan, Feng Noshu. Jiang Qin opened his contacts, hesitating between the 2 names before glancing at the time, deciding to invite Hong Yin for lunch and Feng Nanshu for dinner. It would likely be more convenient for evening activities, as doing so in broad daylight could easily attract attention. Before long, the call connected, and he heard Hong Yin's melodious and sweet voice, laced with surprise. The attractiveness level at your East Campus isn't high. Jiang Qin clicked his tongue, somewhat disappointed. Dong Wenhao immediately protested, asserting that this was a matter of pride for East Campus. It's the weekend today. The more attractive ones have already been whisked away. You want to be able to meet them. Really? Let us not even mention others, just focusing on this year as freshers. There are 2 campus Belle-level newcomers who have set a new record for attractiveness at East Campus. Jiang Qin quietly sipped his water, already aware of who he was referring to. Law department? Dong Wenhao's eyes widened. Your intel is quite accurate. Do you have any thoughts? I'm not even dating a love dog. Indeed, it seems futile to dwell on it. Beautiful girls are all rather aloof, and even a simple addition proves to be a challenge. My roommate, a scion of wealth, has offered a bounty of 1,000 yuan online, yet he remains unsuccessful. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin nearly spewed his drink. Is there truly such a fool? To be honest, I am quite familiar with them. I can sell. Just have your roommate come seek me out. Dong Wenhao shot him a glance. Nonsense. Damn, in this day and age, even speaking the truth is met with disbelief. What a wretched world we live in. Jiang Qin grumbled as he strode forward, traversing the vine-laden corridor alongside Dong Wenhao, arriving at the southern bank of Dongxiao Lake. Dong Wenhao, perhaps feeling guilty for earning 150 yuan for only 8 articles, insisted on playing the role of tour guide, accompanying Jiang Qin throughout. This vice president of the literature club was quite popular, as several individuals greeted him along the way. Dong Wenhao seized the opportunity to introduce Jiang Qin to 2 acquaintances, Gao Dapeng, who studies graphic design, and Peng Hai, the president of a part-time club. He believed Jiang Qin's website promotion would undoubtedly require campus publicity, and given that the next steps were imminent, these 2 individuals would be invaluable. Jiang Qin conversed pleasantly with them, even initially determining the direction for their promotional plan and poster design, eagerly awaiting the content to reach a standard before commencing fervently. However, as they began discussing pricing, Dong Wenhao suddenly tugged at Jiang Qin and pointed toward the pavilion in the garden across the way. Look, one of the campus beauties. Chu Siki. Jiang Qin lifted his gaze and indeed spotted Chu Siki, clad in a flowing white dress, her appearance reminiscent of a heroine from a literary novel. Her voluminous hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her bare arms were as delicate as jade. Before her stood a boy dressed in black, approximately 6 feet tall, adorned with silver-rimmed glasses and sporting a pair of Nike sneakers akin to those worn by Kobe. Gao Dapeng also glanced over, his eyes widening in surprise. Isn't that Jiang Qin, the student council president of the law department? I heard he's been pursuing Chu Siki since the semester commenced. He finally managed to secure a date? Damn, it seems the early bird catches the worm. How despicable. Pang Hai appeared displeased. Come on, let us take a closer look and hear what they are discussing. Jiang Qin quickly waved his hands in refusal, eager to distance himself. You go ahead. I'll pass. I know her, and I fear it might cause trouble. Nonsense, come on, don't be shy. It's a great chance to witness the beauty standards of our East Campus. Dong Wenhao pulled him along without hesitation. I genuinely do not wish to watch. No choice. Otherwise, you might later claim our East Campus lacks good looks. The four of them stealthily approached, intending to catch them off guard. However, the target was simply too conspicuous. They were not blind, and it was impossible for them to remain oblivious to their approach, as a mere glance would reveal their presence. Nevertheless, being discovered was of little consequence. Pang Hai, Gao Dapeng, and Dong Wenhao boldly walked over. Jiang Qin, you sly fellow, charming a campus beauty right from the start. And the most beautiful one at that. Jiang Qin revealed a handsome visage, adjusting his glasses with a smile. Don't make a fuss. I merely seized an opportunity to chat with the junior. Pang Hai could not contain his scoff. Spare us the nonsense. I've never seen you seek me out for a chat. All right, I do have a fondness for Junior Chu, but she has yet to respond positively. Please do not speak carelessly. Yet, temporarily, I scoff. Junior, do not accept his advances. This fellow is all sweet talk. Be cautious of being deceived. Jiang Qin donned a gentlemanly smile. If you do not agree to me, who else could possibly be worthy of Junior Chu? Chu Siki felt a tinge of embarrassment at their words. She intended to convey that she had no plans for romance in university, but upon raising her gaze, her complexion suddenly paled, her hands instinctively clasping together. At this moment, Jiang Qin stood at the back of the gathering, exhibiting minimal movement and expression. Jiang Qin paused, realizing that Chu Siki was suddenly stepping towards the unfamiliar boy behind her, her eyelashes fluttering, her face bearing a hint of fluster. Pang Hai, Gao Dapeng, and Dong Wenhao's gazes shifted accordingly, ultimately resting upon Jiang Qin. After 3 seconds, they witnessed a scene that left them utterly astonished. Jiang Qin, what brings you to the East Campus? Jiang Qin took a step back and politely nodded. I have some matters to attend to. Chu Siki, looking slightly dazed as he retreated, attempted to clarify. Please do not misunderstand. He is a senior from our law department, claiming there is an issue with my academic information and requested to discuss it. That is fine. You may converse. I shall not intrude. What sort of attitude is this? Everything I said is true. Jiang Qin sighed in exasperation. I understand. I heard you, but I genuinely do not care. You handle your affairs. Chu Siki had that, biting her rosy lips, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Why won't you listen to me? You are intent on driving me to frustration. What is wrong with me? Pretending not to care, feigning indifference. I admit it is effective. You have won, but I am utterly exasperated. Please let us reconcile. Jiang Qin inhaled deeply. How many times must I repeat myself for you to comprehend? I truly do not harbor any feelings for you. I am not pretending. Must you insist on treating me as if I were your boyfriend? We have no relationship. Your actions create discomfort for me. How could you treat a person so cruelly? Chu Siki, your words are as frigid as ice, delivering such harshness. Return to the past. I pursued you relentlessly, yet you rejected me, only to turn around and embrace your new boyfriend, asking me whether he is handsome. It would be better to have perished in a pitiful manner than to endure this rebirth. Chu Siki stared at him blankly, a wave of sorrow rising from within her. Tears brimmed in her eyes, her nose slightly reddened, and at that moment, she truly grasped the meaning of parting as strangers. Mountains and rivers shall not meet again. In this life, we shall not cross paths, forever separated by the seasons, indifferent to the winds and moonlight. Chapter 44. My heart encased in concrete for Jiang Qin in his previous life. The name Chu Siki represented a nightmare throughout his university years. It took him many years to emerge from that dreadful experience, learning to let go, to not regard love as the essence of life, and to not attribute all mistakes solely to himself. Now, In this second life, he harbors no feelings for Chu Siki whatsoever. No, it is not simply indifference. To maintain his inner peace and tranquility, he subtly represses any disdain he may feel for Chu Siki, exhibiting the remnants of his politeness toward her. This is called refinement. Otherwise, he would genuinely be inclined to unleash a torrent of expletives. Junior, is this your friend? Jiang Qin inquired, slightly furrowing his brow, testing the waters. He had inquired about Chu Siki during his pursuit and knew she was single. However, he could not comprehend the identity of the suddenly emerging individual before him. He had not even made a move, yet the goddess he painstakingly invited out approached this fellow, who appeared visibly annoyed and hastily retreated. Jiang Qin could not fathom why the disparity felt so pronounced. Jiang Qin is my high school classmate. Chu Siki bit her lip. Jiang Qin wished to extricate himself from this absurdity, lifting his gaze to Dong Wenhao. Old Dong, just contact me by phone if you need anything, if necessary. You may seek me out at the main campus. I shall not return to the East Campus again. All right. Even more unexpectedly, the goddess like Chu Siki would persistently pursue Jiang Qin. How implausible. But even more implausible was the sound of footsteps approaching from the left side of the garden. Hong Yin approached with a lively gait, clad in a fitted, waist-cinching short skirt, complemented by sheer black tights, and adorned with a pair of black-heeled shoes. Upon reaching the center of the garden and witnessing the scene before her, she could not help but pause momentarily, then gracefully stop in her tracks. Weren't you supposed to be dining? What are you all doing? After Jiang Qin cleared his throat, he spoke. It's nothing, just a small misunderstanding. Let's go have dinner first. Oh, okay. Hong Yin subconsciously glanced at Chu Siki and stepped forward to follow. Jiang Qin, do you really like Hong Yin? I warn you, if you take her away, I will never speak to you again for the rest of my life. Chu Siki was infuriated, feeling as if her heart had been pierced by multiple daggers, seeing how gentle he was with Hong Yin. Jiang Qin's eyes widened. Is there really such a wonderful situation? You must not go back on your word. What did you say? Jiang Qin, you are being too much. Witnessing this scene, the few people who had just regained consciousness fell into a deep silence once more. Isn't that Hong Yin one of the campus beauties? There was a campus heartthrob in the literature department named Wang Junyi, who had played guitar under her building for 5 days and still couldn't get her to go out with him. Yet Jiang Qin merely called her softly, and she obediently followed him to dinner? Jiang Qin waved his hand, suppressing his expression, and led Hong Yin out of the East Campus towards the food haven of South Street. At this moment, it was lunchtime, and South Street was bustling with people. The noise incessant, filled with the aroma of street food. Throughout the journey, neither Jiang Qin nor Hong Yin spoke, maintaining a silence until they found an outdoor seat adjacent to the main road. Only when the dishes arrived did Jiang Qin leisurely begin to reminisce about the past. He recounted his acquaintance with Chu Siki, the 3 years of unrequited love, and the passionate confession after the college entrance examination, sharing every detail as if it were a drink to accompany the meal. Hong Yin sat her chair, legs crossed, resting her chin on one hand, quietly listening, unconsciously placing herself in the role of the heroine, feeling the affection this boy had for her. However, after hearing these stories, she felt a twinge of doubt, sensing that Jiang Qin had not revealed everything. To her, Jiang Qin appeared both mature and composed, as if he could see through the essence of all things at a glance. A person like him had no reason to be attracted to someone with Chu Siki's personality. Do you have someone you like now? Jiang Qin set down his empty wine glass. I have cemented my heart. What does cemented heart mean? Hong Yin asked, puzzled. It means I don't believe in love, think dating is nonsense, and only believe in benefits. I need to work hard to earn money to ensure a good life for myself and my family. Hong Yan's gaze dimmed slightly. Have you ever encountered a girl who made your heart flutter? Aside from Chu Siki. Jiang Qin pursed his lips. A boy only experiences love brain once in his life. There will never be a second time. But you must get married eventually. Can you really remain single for a lifetime? That won't happen. So I'm working hard, hoping a wealthy lady will take care of me. Hong Yin felt he was joking. Yet upon hearing his answer, she felt a pang of disappointment. Jiang Qin, why are you telling me all this? Jiang Qin filled his glass. I do not wish to cause trouble for others, so I want to clarify those misunderstandings. I hope you and Chu Siki can still get along well, since you will be spending your entire college life in the same dormitory. It is not worth it to fall out over someone. Hong Yin bit her lip, realizing that the others he referred to was indeed herself. He did not want her to feel troubled, nor did he wish for her to be at odds with her roommate. He wanted her to experience a harmonious and warm college life. You see, this person, despite being exceedingly vexatious, still considers others' feelings. How could little Hong Yin not be moved? Yet he does not like her. But what does it matter if he does not? She still had to like him. Hong Yin suddenly felt an inexplicable courage rising within her, enough to support her in confessing her feelings. However, at that moment, a sound of footsteps approached from behind her, and three striking figures strolled along the noisy street. One was Chu Siki, now dressed differently, her long skirt replaced by a short one, slippers swapped for small leather shoes. Her originally plain face now adorned with light makeup, looking exquisite. The second was Wang Huiru, her expression conflicted, eyes filled with worry, clutching Chu Siki's arm as if afraid she might rush out. The last person, whom Jiang Qin had never seen before, was called Si Huiying, also a roommate of Hong Yin, now with a frosty demeanor, glaring fiercely at Jiang Qin. Chapter 45. Someone is looking in the mirror. Hong Yin. Jiang Qin has liked me from the very beginning. Why must you compete with me? Chu Siki was the first to speak, her gaze filled with resentment. Hong Yin slowly lifted her head. He does not like you. Even if he did, you are not worthy of his affection. Wang Huiru was momentarily stunned, unable to believe that the usually gentle Hong Yin could utter such words. Hong Yin, please calm down. Am I wrong? Hong Yin retorted. Chu Siki, what are you trying to do? Do you want him to continue liking you, only to reject him again, seeking a sense of satisfaction? Chu Siki gasped, her face paling. You're talking nonsense. I am not. Hong Yin turned to Wang Huiru. Huiru, you understand many things better than I do. Who do you think is speaking nonsense? Wang Huiru bit her lip, remaining silent for a long time. I don't know. I don't understand anything. If even you dare not speak the truth, it shows that Chu Siki is truly beyond saving. Hong Yin, do not shift the narrative. Jiang Qin has liked me since the first year. Chu Siki ground her teeth. Hong Yin looked calmly at her. So what? What have you gained from it? Do you even truly like him? You just enjoy the feeling of being pursued, don't you? Selfish, vain, foolish. Hong Yin's words cut like a knife, instantly draining the color from Chu Siki's face. The weekend South Street was already bustling with diners, the tables in front and behind, and even the neighboring tables. With a dozen or so people, were all staring at Jiang Qin's table, wondering why so many beautiful women were surrounding an ordinary guy. Hong Yan, you've only met Jiang Qin twice. You hardly know him. Hong Yin smiled slightly. Does that matter? I will have plenty of time to understand him later. After all, I would not waste time chatting with seniors. Chu Siki's eyes widened in disbelief. How can you turn black and white upside down? Is there a problem with my student record? What should I do if I don't go? Is that so? Hong Yin reached in her bag, pulled out a Bubagao phone, opened the messages, and retrieved one. Junior, there is an issue with your student record. Do you have time to discuss it? Chu Siki's eyes widened slightly, staring blankly for a while, then checked her own phone messages and found them identical. I also received his message, but I didn't go because I knew he was just looking for an excuse. Didn't you realize? Hong Yin put her phone away and looked calmly at Chu Siki. You are not foolish. You are merely pretending to be naive. You hope for more people to pursue you, basking in the glory, so you feign ignorance about Zheng Qinglong's intentions, pretending to be innocent. Chu Siki felt utterly wronged. I didn't think much about it at the time. My student record had a problem once in high school. You're framing me. Stop acting innocent. It's truly detestable. Si Huiying could no longer hold back. Hong Yin, we are sisters in the same dormitory. Is it worth it for a scoundrel? Scoundrel? Jiang Qin frowned deeply, thinking to himself how he had been tirelessly making money without pursuing relationships. Where had he been scoundrel? For 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he had ever been labeled a scoundrel. However, Si Huiying clearly had no intention of stopping, immediately turning her focus to Jiang Qin. You sit here without saying a word, thinking it's glorious for 2 women to fight over you? Do you enjoy this feeling? Our dormitory, for sisters, has turned into a place of mutual animosity because of your presence, and you still have the face to eat here? If you like Siki, then like her well. She has said she will give you a chance, so why do you still provoke Hong Yin? Is it exhilarating to play both sides? Jiang Qin raised his head to glance at her, silently thinking about the absurdity of explaining himself to a stranger. As Si Huiying noticed his silence, she immediately perceived his discomfort and intensified her tone, her words becoming increasingly sharp. Why are you silent? You were right. I have nothing to say. Si Huiying let out a contemptuous scoff. You think you can just forget? The relationships in our dormitory have deteriorated to this extent, and you bear no responsibility? For is too many. The state does not permit me to take responsibility, he replied. In the middle of the road, a boy clad in a white shirt knelt on the ground, howling in despair, surrounded by scattered roses, their stems broken and strewn about in a tragic display. Before him stood a girl with flaxen hair, her expression one of shock, her arm draped around another boy, her eyes filled with panic. Tang Xiaoyan, I have loved you for 5 long years. From my first year of high school to my sophomore year in college, I believed I would eventually win your heart. You always encouraged me, saying that when you felt it, you would be with me. I believed you. I traveled all night on a long distance, bus only to find you shopping with someone else. I do not blame you for not liking me. But why did you say last night that you couldn't hold back your desire to be with me? Is this how you repay me? Do you honor the 5 years of my youth? The anguished cry echoed down the long street, plunging it into profound silence. The girl seemed to mutter something derogatory under her breath before hurling her bag at the boy's face. He did not flinch, only wearing a tragic smile. Jiang Qin observed this scene, bewildered, thinking that he merely came out for a meal. Why was he witnessing such a spectacle? Meanwhile, Chu Siki stared at the boy on the ground, her heart suddenly tightening for reasons unknown. 5 years is a long time. The boy was not unattractive. Would that girl regret her decision? No, she would not. Si Huiying glanced at Jiang Qin, her expression instantly turning icy. Who asked you? She retorted. A scoundrel has no right to speak. Jiang Qin calmly wiped his mouth with a napkin and fixed his gaze on the flaxen-haired girl. She will never regret it. She may not even realize that she once had the chance for the finest love. The fact that this man can be taken for granted indicates that she possesses no appreciation for truly beautiful things. Such divine opportunities are never granted twice. But fret not. Having encountered such a girl, he will never again suffer from emotional wounds. The 4 stunning girls from the law department gazed at him in stunned silence, their expressions laden with complexity. Si Huiying, in particular, seemed taken aback, unable to comprehend how a scoundrel could articulate such profound thoughts. As an outsider, Wang Huizhu perceived the situation with greater clarity, recognizing that Jiang Qin had matured to the point of seeing through everything, rendering romantic discussions before him utterly juvenile. Yet, they were unaware that at this moment, Jiang Qin was reflecting on his past self, having once repeatedly questioned where he had gone wrong without receiving any answers. He felt a heaviness in his heart, longing for the tender comfort of Feng Nanshu's delicate little feet. Love, such a trivial matter, is hardly worth discussing. In the end, the 4 girls from the law department departed in silence. Before leaving, none of them uttered another word or continued their quarrel. They merely observed Jiang Qin's expression transform into something intricate. Especially Si Huiying, who had several times attempted to speak only to restrain herself, her gaze now deep and forlorn. She had come to reprimand Jiang Qin, expecting him to feel shame for his actions involving 2 sisters from the same dormitory, or to desperately defend himself, revealing his unsavory nature. However, she was taken aback by his calm demeanor. Isn't this a story of a scoundrel taking advantage of 2 sisters? Why then does he insist that love is not worth discussing? Huiying, in truth, Jiang Qin is not Siki's boyfriend. What? He liked Siki for 3 years and mustered the courage to confess during the college entrance exams, but was ultimately rejected. Thus, they share no relationship. Listening to Wang Huizhu's words, Si Huiying was momentarily stunned, her gaze bewildered, her heart filled with confusion. But Siki did not say this to me. Wang Huizhu paused for a moment. What did she say to you? Perhaps it's a matter of perspective. Siki can indeed be rather self-absorbed. But I believe nobody in this world has the right to declare Jiang Qin wrong, Wang Huizhu remarked. Wang Huizhu was uncertain how to proceed. I feel that Jiang Qin is indifferent. Did you not see how he could not be bothered to explain himself to you? Si Huiying remained silent for a while. It would be awkward in the future, right? If Jiang Qin ends up with Hong Yin, how will we manage our interactions? Wang Huizhu could not help but chuckle lightly. He and Hong Yin are not meant to be. For the girl beside him is the most perfect goddess from our Changnan High School. Another one? ISN T. Chu Siki considered the most beautiful girl from your high school? Not at all. That girl is the true embodiment of ideal beauty. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the restaurant, Jiang Qin finished the remaining half of his beer, settled the bill, and exited. The foot traffic on South Street was quite considerable, and with several bubble tea shops opening across the street. The area buzzed with activity during mealtimes. Once the website began its promotions, he could arrange for someone to distribute flyers. Jiang Qin pulled out his phone from his pocket and called Feng Nanshu. The call connected swiftly, and aside from a gentle hello, he could distinctly hear the laughter of other girls in the background. "Little rich girl, what you up to?" Feng Nanshu's voice floated through, soft and sweet. "Listening to my roommate's chat." At that moment, an unfamiliar girl's voice suddenly chimed in. "Boyfriend, when are you treating us to dinner as promised? Otherwise, we might just bully Feng Nanshu." Jiang Qin stretched lazily on the roadside. "Why wait for a better day? Let us do it tonight. Make sure to dress nicely. I have a reputation to uphold on this street." "What does dressing nicely even mean? No matter how pretty we are, we can't compare to your Feng Nanshu." Upon hearing the phrase your Feng Nanshu, an inexplicable sensation washed over Jiang Qin. If she truly belonged to him, what was the point of starting a business? He could simply enjoy her company. "Jiang Qin, what time tonight?" Feng Nanshu's voice came through again. "How about 5? I'll meet you downstairs. Don't dress too extravagantly." As dusk fell, the sky gradually dimmed, the sun sinking slowly in the west, leaving behind a radiant afterglow. The clouds were painted in hues of gold, orange, and red, as if the entire heavens were ablaze. This was the practice room of the dance department, often left open for easy access by students. Jiang Qin sat by the window, one arm draped over his knee, the other resting on the bar, wide-eyed as he observed a myriad of marvelous postures. Though he claimed not to engage in trivial romances, it was not unreasonable for a normal man to admire beauty. She wore a pure cotton white t-shirt paired with a black low-cut slip dress, her long, smooth hair swaying with her steps, exuding an aura of youthful vitality. "What time is it?" Jiang Qin checked his phone, noting that there were still 20 minutes until 5. Why was she already here waiting? To his surprise, Feng Nanshu did not stop but dashed to the entrance of the supermarket across from the dormitory. Jiang Qin followed her gaze and spotted the poster at the supermarket door. "New rainbow cotton candy now available." Indeed, the next moment, Feng Nanshu emerged from the store, her pale arms raised, holding a pink cotton candy aloft. Jiang Qin leaned forward slightly, resting his arm on the balcony and propping his chin up, silently observing Feng Nanshu as she licked the cotton candy clean. After finishing, the young heiress stood beneath the soak tree at the entrance for a full 5 seconds in silence, before suddenly nodding vigorously and darting back into the campus supermarket. Jiang Qin pondered for a moment, then rose to head downstairs, just in time to see Feng Nanshu emerging from the supermarket, holding a blue cotton candy. "You calculated your time to sneak a bite before I arrived, did you?" Feng Nanshu paused, then playfully extended her delicate tongue to lick the candy, confessing, "I accidentally got caught by you. I might as well embrace it." Jiang Qin, taken aback, shifted his gaze to a more serious demeanor. "Feng Nanshu, who taught you to swear? Was it your roommate?" "Which one? I'll deal with her. I learned it from you." Feng Nanshu replied with a pitiful expression. "Me? Can't you learn something from good people?" Jiang Qin feigned a fierce expression as he approached her. "Let me have a taste." "Oh." Feng Nanshu offered him a bite, then took one for herself, saying, "Actually, I don't really like it. I can't finish one. I want to eat it again. You can have it all." "Nonsense. This is obviously the second one." Jiang Qin promptly exposed her. Feng Nanshu's lips parted slightly, her eyes momentarily frozen. "How did you know?" Jiang Qin disregarded her question. "No more eating after this. Go call your roommate down. Let us go eat." All right. Chapter 47. Feng Nanshu's daily life. The area beneath the girls' dormitory was bustling in the twilight, filled with affectionate couples, some nestled behind the greenery, others in the bike shed, minding their own business as if they had prearranged it. Jiang Qin watched Feng Nanshu ascend the stairs, then squatted by the roadside, intrigued by a couple in front of him. In just a few minutes, they transitioned from chatting to kissing, then to groping, utterly engrossed in their own world. However, Jiang Qin's gaze was soon noticed, prompting the boy to shift positions, turning his back to Jiang Qin while adjusting his pants caught in his backside. Witnessing this, Jiang Qin could not help but scoff at the self-serving university student. Just then, a short-haired girl dashed down the stairs, approaching him without hesitation. Jiang Qin recognized her as the one who had spotted him first at the back door of the classroom. "You must be Feng Nanshu's boyfriend. I'm Gao Wenhui. I'm Jiang Qin, a man aspiring to be pampered by a young heiress." Gao Wenhui didn't catch the latter part and continued, "It's not easy waiting for you to treat us. The flowers in our dormitory are about to wither." Jiang Qin brushed off his pants. I've been too busy lately. Delayed a few days. Today's treat is on me. No need to be polite. Is it really that busy since the semester started? You probably don't know. But your Feng Nanshu thinks about you every day in the dorm. Thinks about me? Jiang Qin was skeptical. That naturally clueless girl probably didn't even understand what longing meant. She is too young to be lying. You must not lead Feng Nanshu astray. Gao Wenhui raised her eyebrows. I'm speaking the truth. Nonsense. Did she whisper in your ear? Every time we chat. She mentions, Jiang Qin took me to the hot springs, Jiang Qin took me to a bar, Jiang Qin and I studied together, but it's always the same few places. We all can see she is genuinely waiting for you to take her out. Is that so? Jiang Qin was somewhat surprised, as such a well-crafted lie seemed implausible. Of course. I've never seen a boyfriend like you. It's been a week since school started, and you Haven T visited her once. She is too timid to approach you. It's truly excessive. Wait, why wouldn't she approach me? After a moment of thought, Gao Wenhui shook her head. I don't know either, she one T say. I'm quite surprised. She is not aloof, just socially anxious. Who bullied her? We all attend classes and share meals together, Gao Wenhui defended. Just classes and meals? Haven T, you taken her out at all? Gao Wenhui immediately shook her head, adding hastily, it's not that we don't take her. She just one T go. The other night, we planned to watch Twilight at Wanqing City, but she refused, saying you would definitely take her. Jiang Qin looked up at her. That statement must be fabricated, right? I wouldn't lie about that. I still have the movie tickets. Jiang Qin was momentarily stunned, envisioning the pitiful young heiress sitting alone in her dim dormitory, waving goodbye to her roommates heading out for a movie, murmuring that Jiang Qin would take her someday. He wiped his mouth, his expression somewhat dazed. His rebirth had indeed altered many aspects of the original timeline, with Feng Nanshu being one of the most affected individuals. Previously, Feng Nanshu had no friends. She had applied to Capital University instead of Linchuan University. Without Jiang Qin as presence, she wouldn't have been here, nor would she have met these people. Her life could have been entirely different. But why did she come to Lin University? It was clear that Feng Nanshu followed Jiang Qin to Lin University. Being his only friend, she went to hot springs, rode amusement rides, indulged in junk food, and visited bars. She even learned what loneliness meant. It was no wonder she clung to him. However, perhaps the desire to earn money had become too overwhelming. Recently, aside from military training, his mind was consumed with website development. And he hadn't taken Feng Nanshu out for fun. Why hadn't he considered taking her out? Jiang Qin thoughtfully reflected and realized he assumed Feng Nanshu already had good friends, so he overlooked her need for companionship. Yet now, it appeared that things were not as he had imagined. Jiang Qin pulled out his phone to check his contacts and found that aside from the first day of school, he and proactively reached out to Feng Nanshu. Jiang Qin, why are you in a daze? Just as the words left her mouth, the hallway echoed with the sound of footsteps. Feng Nanshu was at the forefront, her long hair flowing, her adorable figure swaying slightly as she descended the stairs. Following her were her four roommates, the dorm leader Fan Shuling, the southern-accented Yang Min, the plump Kai Fong, and the petite Wang Haney. After a brief introduction, Jiang Qin gradually understood their relationships. Gao Wenhui shared the closest bond with Feng Nanshu, followed by Fan Shuling, while Yang Min and Kai Fong were relatively good friends. And Wang Haney appeared somewhat reclusive. Jiang Qin, we're planning to treat you to a feast today. Don't hold back, Gao Wenhui said, linking her arm with Feng Nanshu. Jiang Qin was unconcerned. I may not have much, but I do have money. Don't worry about the cost. Even if it's a rocket meal. Jiang Qin, I want to eat a rocket, Feng Nanshu said quietly. In this hot summer, what rocket? Let us have hot pot instead. Hot pot is too hot. Let us eat something cooler. I want seafood. There is no seafood near the school. Let us just have the most expensive. The group of girls chattered excitedly, calling out dishes as they walked out the school gate. Upon reaching the entrance, Gao Wenhui suddenly recalled something. Nanshu, is the water in the water room hot? Can we wash our hair later? I didn't go get water, Feng Nanshu replied, confused. Didn't get water? Why did you all linger up there for so long? Shuling and the others went to get water. I was washing my feet. Feng Nanshu wrinkled her nose slightly. What good does that do? In that moment, Gao Wenhui's mind raced to comprehend those seemingly ordinary four words. Chapter 48. An unprecedented experience. The restaurants near the school could not be too upscale, considering that all businesses had to first account for the spending power of college students. After much deliberation, the group of 7 ultimately opted for the bustling Nanshan restaurant. Jiang Qin entered a private room accompanied by 6 young ladies, allowing them the freedom to order as they pleased, while he excused himself to the restroom. Upon his return, he unexpectedly received a friend request. The message beginning with a cordial greeting, "Hello, boss. My name is Shi Miao Miao." After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Qin recalled that she was the young girl who had been suppressed by Yao Yanling, leading her to withdraw from the literary society. Shi Miao Miao mentioned that she had heard from Dong Wan Hao and expressed her desire to serialize in I, Shirin Jian, Yin Hui Sei on the website, inquiring about when she could commence. After a brief consideration, Jiang Qin decided to pass the task to Su Nai, instructing Shi Miao Miao to request an internal account from her, enabling updates to begin that very night. A group of 17 or 18-year-old girls ordered an abundance of meat dishes, leaving Jiang Qin astonished, reminiscing about how delightful 2008 had been, when young women seemed free from body image anxieties. Nan Shu, look at Jiang Qin. His eyes are wide with disbelief. Is he worried about the bill? Gao and Hui teased as she playfully nudged Feng Ninshu's arm. Feng Ninshu proudly replied, "It's fine, I have money." Jiang Qin boldly plopped down beside Feng Ninshu, asserting, "Having money doesn't concern you, Gao and Hui. Feel free to indulge today. I wouldn't even blink if you turned into a pig." "Really?" Gao and Hui paused, then added, "Wait, did you just call me a pig?" "Remove the 'did you just' part. We're in college now. Be more confident." Feng Ninshu chimed in, and Gao and Hui's face flushed with embarrassment. "Look at your boyfriend, Feng Ninshu." Gao and Hui exclaimed, her cheeks reddening instantly. After a moment of silence, Feng Ninshu suggested, "Perhaps we should keep the 'did you just' in there?" The entire room erupted in laughter at her comment. Kai Feng remarked that this was indeed a case of harmonious partnership, and Gao and Hui's attempts to report Feng Ninshu were simply laughable. Hearing the laughter, Jiang Qin turned to glance at Feng Ninshu. Under the warm orange glow, appeared radiant and flawless, her delicate features accentuated by her cherry-pink lips and elegant nose. He found himself curious about how the misunderstanding regarding her boyfriend had arisen. Was it due to the playful faces he made at Feng Ninshu by the back door of Financial Class 4? Perhaps the little wealthy girl wouldn't clarify. Or maybe she simply conflated the terms boyfriend and male friend. Jiang Qin thought to himself that he wouldn't clarify either, given Feng Ninshu's captivating beauty. She would undoubtedly encounter numerous admirers during her 4 years in college, and he could serve as a shield against unwanted attention, particularly since he had no intentions of pursuing a romantic relationship. However, being a shield was not an easy task, and it seemed reasonable to expect some small benefits in return. "Jiang Qin, I want to eat some lotus root," Feng Ninshu exclaimed, her hands occupied with peeling shrimp. Jiang Qin promptly picked up chopsticks and from a dish soaked in vinegar, delicately fed her a slice of lotus root. The little wealthy girl crunched delightfully, finishing the cold dish in just a few bites. This scene elicited a chorus of playful gasps from the rest of the group, who observed them with teasing glances. "Jiang Qin, I also want some lotus root," Gao and Hui quipped, attempting to retaliate for earlier remarks by mimicking Feng Ninshu. Jiang Qin, undeterred, fetched another pair of chopsticks and offered her some, saying, "My little wealthy girl tends to be socially anxious. She'll need your guidance, Gao Jia, for the next 4 years, so consider this my preemptive gratitude." Gao Wenhui, initially joking, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, especially at being addressed as Gao Jia, which elevated her status too high for comfort. Hesitating for a moment, she opened her mouth. In an instant, a piquant flavor surged through her mouth to her nasal cavity. Gao Wenhui gasped in surprise. "Yuck, it's ginger." "Jiang Qin, you scoundrel, you fed me ginger." "Oh no, I thought it was a peculiar lotus root. The yellow one is acceptable, but this is just absurd," Gao Wenhui exclaimed, gulping down water to wash away the ginger taste. And upon regaining her composure, she dramatically stood up, declaring her intention to duel Jiang Qin, insisting he call her Gao Jia 3 times before she would relent. Once the commotion subsided, Jiang Qin set his chopsticks down, only to discover a small plate of peeled shrimp tails had appeared before him. He glanced at Feng Ninshu, who was still busy peeling shrimp. Her lips adorably reddened from spice. After a moment of contemplation, he picked up a shrimp tail and savored it, experiencing a sensation he had never encountered before, either in his previous life or this one. Eventually, as the gathering neared its conclusion, the 6 girls had feasted to their heart's content, pausing their chopsticks to engage in lively conversation. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Qin showcased his website, inviting them to explore it and provide feedback for potential improvements. The site had taken shape with content in place, yet it lacked genuine user experiences. As a business owner, his perspective could be skewed by profit, and only authentic users could truly gauge the site's merit. Is this a university student forum? One of them inquired. Yes, it's somewhat similar, but the original forum focused more on academics, while this one leans towards entertainment. Just then, Jiang Qin noticed Fan Shu-ling across from him, her expression frosty and disapproving. Fan Tong Shui, what's wrong? Didn't you eat enough? No, I had plenty, she replied, suppressing her emotions as she took a sip of tea. Jiang Qin was perplexed. This was his first encounter with Feng Nanshu's roommate, and he wondered why his generous invitation to dinner had seemingly irked her. Unknown to him, Fan Shu-ling had witnessed the scene of 4 girls surrounding Jiang Qin earlier that day at the cafeteria on Nan Street, and she had heard him sing a rather chaotic song. However, at that moment, she hadn't recognized him and paid little attention. It was only during dinner that a sudden realization struck her, merging the image of Jiang Qin with her memory of the earlier encounter. Wasn't he the scoundrel who had caused turmoil for an entire dormitory? How could someone like him be involved with the innocent Feng Nanshu? Surely, he must have seen her as an easy target. With such thoughts clouding her judgment, Fan Shu-ling's impression of Jiang Qin plummeted. Yet, she was unsure of how to voice her concerns or the best way to express them. Chapter 49. I Can Be Alone. Fan Shu-ling was evidently troubled, disapproving of Feng Nanshu's association with Jiang Qin. A scoundrel like him should be avoided at all costs. As the dormitory leader, I feel compelled to warn my roommate to remain vigilant. However, Gao Wenhui was a willing accomplice, effortlessly pulling Fan Shu-ling along. In the beautiful seasons of spring and autumn, those who forcefully intrude as third wheels will remain single for life. Hearing Gao Wenhui's humorous curse, Fan Shu-ling did not resist, watching helplessly as Feng Nanshu obediently followed Jiang Qin away. Upon returning to the dormitory, Fan Shu-ling remained visibly anxious. That Jiang Qin is a scoundrel. I saw him entangled with 4 girls, all from the same dormitory. I have never witnessed such outrageous behavior in my life. Gao Wenhui, soaking her feet, offered reassurance. Nanshu may be a bit introverted and naive, but she is not foolish. Yet she is easily deceived. Fan Shu-ling countered. I don't know about that, but she certainly knows how to choose someone who makes her happy, Gao Wenhui asserted, emphasizing the importance of happiness. Deciding to withdraw from the conversation, Fan Shu-ling picked up a book to read, but soon found herself unable to resist speaking up again. Wenhui, something isn't right with you. He even tricked you into eating ginger. Clearly not a good person. Shu-ling? Nanshu has been waiting for him for quite a while. Forget it, I won't interfere. The night sky, cool and serene after the rain, cast elongated shadows of 2 figures strolling along the campus path. Yet, the figure ahead seemed to have been struck by a sudden impulse, halting abruptly, causing the smaller figure behind to collide unexpectedly. However, this seemingly advantageous situation did not strike Jiang Qin as entirely justified. At least, that was her sentiment. Feng Nanshu appeared somewhat dazed, her understanding of the world rather limited, primarily gleaned from fantastical novels like Mo Yin Xiao Nu. Why? Thus, Feng Nanshu remained blissfully unaware of any exploitation she was subjected to. This thought made Jiang Qin feel a twinge of guilt. After all, someone was financing her entrepreneurial endeavors while she, in turn, was taking advantage of them. How utterly disgraceful. This was the last time. Tonight was the final occasion. Jiang Qin came to a halt, waiting for Feng Nanshu to collide with her, then spoke earnestly. I heard your roommate invited you to the movies. Why didn't you go? Feng Nanshu tugged at her blouse, a flicker of stubbornness dancing in her eyes. I don't particularly enjoy watching movies. You must have heard of Pinocchio, right? Those who tell lies have long noses, much like yours at this moment. Upon hearing this, Feng Nanshu froze, subtly raising her hand to touch her nose. Oof. Trying to scare me. Liars don't actually grow long noses. Have you ventured out this evening? Feng Nanshu trotted a few steps to catch up. No, the nights in Linchuan are rather dark. But if you're with friends, there's nothing to fear. A roommate is still a friend. Why are you so timid about watching a movie with him? Feng Nanshu remained silent, her rosy lips pressed together as she followed Jiang Qin ahead. Not every friend provides a sense of security for me either. In truth, there is little excitement at night in Linda. At Fengshulen, Every few steps you encounter a couple kissing. It's utterly disheartening. The front square is crowded with people. Feng Nanshu would clearly not relish such an atmosphere. The playground had individuals playing cards under lampposts, but it was equally chaotic, with couples sharing kisses. Jiang Qin felt overwhelmed by the scene and mused to herself whether she should lend them money to secure a room, promptly covering Feng Nanshu's curious gaze as they hurried away. Ultimately, the pair wandered to the banks of Wanwell Lake. This was the largest artificial lake on campus, intentionally shaped to resemble a natural one, surrounded by bizarre stones and a grand stone boat dock. The entrance on the eastern side featured a waterfall, crashing down with a delightful sound, indistinguishable from a genuine wilderness. Jiang Qin found the place relatively tranquil and pulled Feng Nanshu down to sit. The chorus of frogs, the gentle sound of water, the moonlight, and the evening breeze enveloped them. Suddenly, Feng Nanshu removed her little leather shoes and lace-trimmed white socks, revealing her delicate little feet with adorably plump pink toes, gently extending them into Jiang Qin's embrace. As promised during military training, I'll play with your feet. Feng Nanshu gazed at him silently. Jiang Qin, feeling a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, retorted, "What jest is this? I am a person of integrity. Are you testing my virtue with such antics? I assure you, I shan't touch them." Feng Nanshu suddenly frowned slightly. "Be gentle, that hurts. I swear, my hand seems to have a mind of its own. It's rather ticklish." Tears began to shimmer in Feng Nanshu's eyes. "It's all right. It's not a big issue. Bring the other one over as well." Jiang Qin held her soft, warm foot, his gaze sweeping across the lake surface. "To be honest, I've been rather idle these past few days, yet due to daily military training, I haven't had time for much else. After it concludes, I may become even busier." Upon uttering these words, Jiang Qin felt a sense of déjà vu wash over him. Ah yes, during the previous summer, he had received relocation funds, juggling driving lessons while seeking to understand various industries, and had voiced similar sentiments. At that time, the little wealthy girl had claimed that she would not feel lonely, stating she had always been alone, only to become moody shortly thereafter, unable to focus even on her beloved books. Jiang Qin turned to Feng Nanshu and noticed her biting her lip, feigning nonchalance as she gazed into the distance. "Feng Nanshu, I can manage on my own." Feng Nanshu continued to look elsewhere. Jiang Qin could not help but lean closer to observe her. "So resilient, are we? Then turn your face this way. Let me see. No. All right, stop sniffling. When I am busy in the future, I will take you along, but you mustn't cause any trouble." "I'm not sniffling," Feng Nanshu softly replied, then quietly gazed at the lake, feeling her little feet warm and cozy, wishing to remain seated there indefinitely. Chapter 50. The cement is slightly loose, revised. "Did you guys order takeout while I was away?" Jiang Qin's eyebrows shot up. "Just a little something. Went out for a meal." Upon entering, Jiang Qin waved his hand to clear the air and scrutinized the surroundings, discovering Zhou Chao engrossed in his phone, while Chao Guangyu was fervently posting, and the source of the smoke came from Ren Ziqiang. This fellow sat in a chair, staring blankly out the window at the night, a half-burnt cigarette pinched between his fingers, his left foot propped up with a drooping slipper, the floor littered with cigarette butts, exuding an air of desolation, his eyes devoid of life. This scene felt familiar, reminiscent of the fire cloud, evil god. Jiang Qin glanced at Zhou Chao in confusion. What is wrong with Lauren? Cultivating immortality? He wanted to ask Panchio out today, but discovered she was involved with a senior from our department, getting rather intimate, which was quite disheartening. Stop. Let us not go further." Zhou Chao immediately fell silent, while Ren Ziqiang shot him a grateful glance. Liking someone is not shameful, but witnessing the object of one's affection entangled with another man, only to be teased by roommates, would make anyone feel miserable. Jiang Qin changed his clothes, booted up his computer, and accessed the administrative backend to check the website. Sure Miao Miao had already obtained her account and began serializing her original novel, launching with 30,000 words, but due to the lack of real users on the platform, she received no feedback. Moreover, the literature club, led by Dong Wenhao, had opened internal accounts and was gradually uploading submissions. The most impressive was Chao Guangyu. Despite not receiving any payment, had already updated his series My Simple and Unadorned Life as a rich second generation to the 35th post. Jiang Qin clicked in for a brief glance. Chao Guangyu seemed dissatisfied with merely pretending to be affluent and had resorted to stealing images online for his embellishments. In the fine wine section, he claimed Lafite was merely a junior, asserting that true men should drink Roman Iconi, the pinnacle of wines from France's oldest vineyard. In the luxury watches segment, he insisted that only the wealthy wore Rolex, while he preferred to purchase Patek Philippe, relishing its advertising slogan, "No one truly owns a Patek Philippe. One merely takes care of it for the next generation." In the campus Belle girlfriend section, he lamented being fervently pursued by the high school campus beauty, expressing distress because he preferred his own celestial little darling. Yet the high school beauty relentlessly clung to him, seeking advice online on what he should do. Jiang Qin was taken aback, thinking to himself, "Why am I looking in a mirror? Lao Jiang, when will this website support video uploads? I want to share a fitness video showcasing my abs." Chao Guangyu suddenly turned his head. Jiang Qin was struck dumb. "You have abs? I have hands, that's enough." "Ha, mixing Chinese and English, truly pretentious. Let us hold off on the video feature. It's still in development." Chao Guangyu pouted, his expression tinged with regret, lamenting that without the ability to post videos, his pretentiousness could not reach its zenith. Jiang Qin ignored him and turned back to observe the back-end data, only to suddenly notice a real account registered just a minute ago under the name Mo Yin Xiao Nu Feng Nan Shu. Jiang Qin crossed his legs, sipped his cola, and fixated on the screen, eager to see what the little wealthy girl intended to post. This is the nature of the internet. For those with access, no online user possesses any semblance of privacy. What a farce! Hidden, invisible to certain individuals, or visible only to oneself, are all mere illusions. In the eyes of an administrator, they are utterly meaningless. Magical Eye Girl Feng Nanshu. What should I do if I feel a bit scared? Reply 1. Do not worry, you are amazing. You can definitely do it. Keep it up. Reply 2. Believe in yourself, do not hesitate. Magical Eye Girl Feng Nanshu. What if I am not very good at chatting with people? Reply 1. Do not worry, you are amazing, you can definitely do it. Keep it up. Reply 2. Believe in yourself, do not hesitate. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Qin nearly spewed his cola through his nostrils. This simply would not do. He had to ensure Su Nai fixed it before the promotion. Magical Eye Girl Feng Nanshu. What should I do if I want to go out with a boy every day? At this point, Jiang Qin suddenly uncrossed his legs, his gaze momentarily dazed, as an inexplicable sensation stirred within him, causing a slight restlessness. Magical Eye Girl Feng Nanshu. Can good friends live together for a lifetime? Magical Eye Girl Feng Nanshu. Do you think the name Jiang Qin sounds nice? Jiang Qin looked at those questions, unable to suppress a soft chuckle, then momentarily lost in thought, quickly dismissing the ripples of emotion that surfaced within him. Talking about love was futile. Making money was the way to go. He should not dwell on such trivial matters. After finishing the conversation, Jiang Qin intended to shut down his computer and retire for the night, only to find Feng Nanshu's account illuminating once more. Magical Eye Girl Feng Nanshu. Can you tell me what it means to like someone? Jiang Qin's breath hitched slightly, and he promptly shut the computer. This was bad. It seemed the seal over his heart was indeed loosening. No, he must find some cement to seal his heart. Old Joe, recount to me what happened to Ren Ziqiang just now. The more detailed, the better. The more heart-wrenching, the better. Ren Ziqiang abruptly raised his head, his face paling. How can you be so shameless, old Jiang, when I am this heartbroken? Jiang Qin spat at him. Did you consider morality when you pursued someone else for 3 years? Hurry up, old Joe, quickly. All right. Zhou Chao felt an exhilarating rush. Being from the south, his dialect was quite thick, but to his credit, this little accent made his storytelling quite engaging. According to him, this morning, Ren Ziqiang had doused himself with half a pound of gel, mustering the courage to ask Pan Xiu out, only to find her frolicking with a senior at the entrance of the girls' dormitory, laughing and joking, nearly revealing her shoulder. Pan Xiu was impressive. The military training had yet to conclude, and she was already acquainted with the senior? After hearing this, Jiang Qin felt reassured. His heart was sealed with cement. For love indeed felt fantastical, and making money was the rightful path. How invigorating. He would have old Zhou retell the tale tomorrow morning, likely enough to energize him for the entire day. Chapter 51. Student Council Recruitment. What kind of senior is this? Relying on being a student council officer to flirt with young girls? Tomorrow, I shall become the student council president and show him. As soon as Zhou Chao finished his story, Ren Ziqiang immediately cursed, took 2 quick puffs from his cigarette, and rolled over onto his bed, wrapping himself in the blanket. However, he forgot it was summer, and enveloping himself in a blanket was far more uncomfortable than heartbreak. Ren Ziqiang could not endure for 5 seconds before surrendering, emerging from the blanket to stare at the ceiling for a long while, eventually pulling out his phone to change his status. I resign. This resignation lasts a lifetime. At this moment, Zhou Chao seized the opportunity. Speaking of the student council, I think I just saw a notice in the group chat that the student council is recruiting new members tomorrow afternoon. Who's going? Not going. I was born a leader, destined to lead others, not to be led, Chao Guangyu declared with arrogance. Old Jiang, are you going? Jiang Qin emerged from the bathroom, pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Not going. I have a mountain of tasks for tomorrow. Zhou Chao pouted. I heard the student council at Lingda is quite prestigious, with significant power. After a year, when we become seniors, finding a partner will be easier. Sorry, I have no need to find a partner. Damn it, I can no longer discuss relationships with old Jiang. It awakens too many unwelcome thoughts. At this moment, Jiang Qin climbed onto his bed, opened his phone to set an alarm, only to notice a pixelated penguin bouncing in the top right corner of the screen. Upon opening it, he found a message from Jiang Tian. This girl, for some reason, had been messaging him frequently lately. Jiang Tian, Jiang Qin, why do you never chat in the class group? Jiang Qin, their SA group? Jiang Tian, yes, you are in it, but I have never seen you participate. Jiang Qin, I've been too busy lately, no time to check my phone. Is there something? Jiang Tian, nothing much. Just wanted to ask if you would like to join us for the student council selection of new officers tomorrow. Jiang Qin, not going. I lack the ability. What if they elect me as the student council president? I cannot handle that. Jiang Tian sat on her dormitory bed, gazing at the messages with disappointment. Initially, she found Jiang Qin somewhat intriguing, even envying his 3,000 yuan phone, and his exaggerated antics in class were anything but composed. Particularly when she witnessed Jiang Qin being pursued by 2 stunning girls, and his flirtation with the ethereal beauty from the neighboring class. She could not help but feel a heightened curiosity towards him, eager to discover what remarkable qualities he possessed. The boys in class would often seek out girls to chat with in the group at night, calling out to this beauty and that little sister, while Jiang Qin remained silent, lurking, shrouded in mystery, leaving everyone wondering what he was preoccupied with. Thus, Jiang Tian had recently been proactive in messaging him, seeking to learn more, yet Jiang Qin perpetually evaded her attempts. Of course, she was not the only one who noticed Jiang Qin's unusual demeanor. Just a week into the semester, even before the military training had concluded, some people could not even recall the names of their classmates. Yet discussions about Jiang Qin frequently arose in the girls' dormitory's night talks. This individual carried an air of indifference, yet was not off-putting, truly remarkable. How about it? Tian, is Jiang Qin going to join the student council? Jiang Tian shook her head. He said he is not going, fearing someone might elect him as the student council president. Song Qingqing nearly burst into laughter. Student council president? He must be dreaming. It's hilarious. Can't you tell he is joking? So what? In any case, that is just how I feel. Jiang Tian pouted. Why didn't you say that when that girl from class 4 was around? Song Qingqing's expression darkened, reminiscent of the humiliation she felt. What skill is there in deceiving girls? It merely indicates that he is quite adept at sweet-talking. I secretly checked his profile. He comes from an ordinary family, nothing remarkable. Pan Xiu pondered for a moment. Yet, I feel Jiang Qin does not seem like a boy from an ordinary family. Jiang Tian could not help but nod. I too sense an unusual calmness and poise about Jiang Qin, unlike any boy I have encountered before. Hey. Are you serious? That guy is clearly just putting on a show. Do you really believe that? Qingqing, have you been so charmed by Jiang Qin that you get defensive every time he is mentioned? Jiang Tian struck the truth. Song Qingqing fell silent, immediately turning away and ceasing to speak. The following morning, Jiang Qin's alarm clock rang beneath Zhou Chao's pillow, waking Zhou Chao with a curse, inquiring whose phone it was, thus rousing Jiang Qin, thinking this alarm clock was quite effective. After rising, he grabbed a towel to wash up in the bathroom, only to find Ren Ziqiang fussing with his hair, the entire bathroom filled with the scent of gel. Old Ren, you've revived again? Ren Ziqiang nodded excitedly. I asked Lu Xiaowan this morning, and she said that scoundrel Minister Su is actually trying to pursue Song Qingqing, using Pan Xiu merely to gather intelligence. Jiang Qin paused for a moment. Who is Lu Xiaowan? The one who stood next to Old Chao while distributing military training uniforms. about the same height as old Chow, who even cheekily asked her if she was also one. 8 meters tall. Oh, I have a vague recollection. Jiang Qin squeezed some toothpaste onto his toothbrush. So, does this mean you still have a chance? Of course, there is still a chance. I plan to invite Pan Xiu to participate in today's student council interview, using this opportunity to deepen our connection. After being awakened by the noise, Zhou Chao could no longer sleep and poked his head out from the bed. Didn't Pan Xiu say a few days ago that she wasn't familiar with you? Why are you still being so forward? Ren Ziqiang pouted. Nowadays, girls are all like this. They appear aloof but are passionate inside. What a profound saying. Zhou Chao inexplicably found it quite sensible, acknowledging that some girls indeed say one thing while feeling another. Jiang Qin shot him a peculiar glance. I think there's nothing wrong with that. Pan Xiu must be head over heels for you. Wishing she could bear your child right on the spot. Hee. Have you thought of a name for the child? Ren Ziqiang wiped his mouth. Let us name her Ren AI Pan. Jiang Qin nodded, thinking to himself that Run, you truly are impressive. You are indeed a talent at Linchuan University. Chapter 52. Exhausted, seeking support in the early morning at Linda, the gentle breeze rustled the lush leaves of the trees. Jiang Qin walked towards the second row to the college, greeted by the soft morning light, and observed the university students jogging, feeling a surge of vitality and vigor. He had arranged to meet Dong Wenhao and Peng Hai from the design department to discuss promotional matters. How should the poster be designed? What specific promotional strategies should be employed? How can we maximize the impact of our advertising? After all, tomorrow is Monday, and Jiang Qin must attend military training. He cannot take leave and does not wish to burden himself unnecessarily, so subsequent tasks must be arranged in advance and delegated to others to ensure efficiency. Dong Wenhao has always been responsible for the website's content, lacking expertise in promotions, yet Jiang Qin still called him. On one hand, it was because Peng Hai was a friend of Dong Wenhao, making communication easier. On the other hand, Jiang Qin found Dong Wenhao to be quite imaginative, possessing strong organizational skills and decent character, so he wanted to involve him more in the construction of Jihu. Once he becomes more engaged, his sense of belonging will naturally increase, making it a good idea to recruit him from the literature club to manage content. 15 minutes later, Jiang Qin arrived at the girls' dormitory. After receiving Jiang Qin's call, Feng Nanshu obediently waited downstairs. Today, she wore a long Chanel dress, its pure white hem adorned with ethnic-style embroidery, while the sleeves were made of delicate chiffon, giving her an exceptionally serene appearance. The black ribbon around her neckline tied into a bow added a touch of elegance to her innocent charm. Jiang Qin paused, feeling a sense of awe each time he saw the petite heiress, wondering how such a beautiful face could exist. This girl, no wonder she could stir even the most hardened heart. Why is she so attached to me? Jiang Qin couldn't help but recall the question Feng Nanshu had asked on the website last night, his expression turning serious. He thought to himself, little heiress, your friendship seems to have taken a strange turn. After picking up Feng Nanshu, they headed to the Linda library. Jiang Qin found a spot to sit down and handed her the milk tea he had bought on the way. You must behave today, all right? Go find a book to read. I need to discuss something with others. All right. Just her presence made all the boys in the library restless, their eyes darting towards them. Jiang Qin was unperturbed, staring back at anyone who looked over. After 3 minutes, his eyes began to ache. Yet the number of those stealing glances at Feng Nanshu continued to rise. Then Dong Wenhao and Peng Hai arrived. With the recent heat, I plan to print the promotional posters on fans. This way, they will have a higher retention rate, as people generally do not discard them easily. When everyone has one, they will be all over the streets, and even those who do not receive a fan will be curious. In simpler terms, it is a way to create a trend. Jiang Qin spoke at length, only to suddenly notice the two men staring blankly. Dong Peng? Did you hear what I said? Jiang Qin glanced at Feng Nanshu. She's mine. Don't look. Feng Nanshu obediently nodded. It's his. Junior, you're already so vibrant in your freshman year. What will you be like in your second and third years? No wonder he had arrogantly claimed that the girls from the East Campus were not attractive. In the presence of such girls, who would dare to mention beauty standards? By the way, Junior, if I heard correctly, you just said you were going to make fans? Yes. Is there a problem? Jiang Qin had never worked on such items before. Everything was based on his imagination. But judging by Peng Hai's reaction, it seemed quite complicated. To be honest, making leaflets and posters can be done anywhere, but printing fans, which are irregularly shaped items, is challenging. You need specialized equipment, and this task can only be handled by a professional printing factory. I can design the graphics, but you will have to negotiate the printing yourself. Jiang Qin nodded thoughtfully. Do you know any printing factories? Please introduce a couple to me. Yes, I met a few during my part-time job. I could send you their addresses. Pang Hai took out his phone and sent the addresses. Once you agree on the terms, let them send someone to coordinate with me. I'm familiar with the process. However, about the money. Old Pang, don't be so mercenary. My boss is a wealthy second generation. Would he shortchange you? Dong Wenhao raised an eyebrow. Indeed. Jiang Qin felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, thinking to himself that this guy is quite the money grubber. However, the college student demographic is quite earnest. Once they receive payment, they will surely handle the task diligently. Unlike those seasoned professionals in society who take the money without delivering results. Jiang Qin is quite willing to resolve issues through financial means. After finishing their discussion, Jiang Qin took Feng Nanshu out of the school gate, intending to visit the printing factory. After all, he only had the afternoon free today. It was better to act promptly. The weekend heat was intense, with the sun blazing. As Jiang Qin stepped out of the campus, he cursed under his breath. If I had known, I would have bought a car. In a university town, taxis are not allowed in pedestrian streets. It's infuriating. A car? Jiang Qin glanced at Feng Nanshu and suddenly smiled. Having a car would make things much more convenient. We could go anywhere, even to distant places for fun. Wouldn't that be tempting? Please beg me, and I might just buy one. Feng Nanshu looked at him and began tapping away on her phone. 2 minutes later, a black Bentley rolled in from the street and slowly came to a stop in front of them. A middle-aged man in a black suit and white gloves stepped out. It was Feng Nanshu's dedicated driver. Young lady, good afternoon. Young Master Jiang, long time no see. Jiang Qin was momentarily stunned, instantly recognizing this as Uncle Gong, the driver he had asked to take him to the hot spring town previously. Is this the kind of treatment that comes with being a wealthy heiress? How extravagant. Uncle Gong, why are you still in Linchuan? Uncle Gong smiled and nodded. We haven't left since we arrived. We rented a place in the neighborhood just outside the campus. If the young lady needs anything, we can be there immediately. Feng Nanshu subtly tugged at Jiang Qin's sleeve, her clear eyes looking at him. We have a car now. Yes, we have a car now. But suddenly Jiang Qin felt a bit demotivated, his eyes pleading for support. Chapter 53. Jiang Qin falls short half an hour later. The three of them arrived at a printing factory named Shengshi Advertising based on the address provided. This is one of the larger printing factories in Linchuan, equipped with comprehensive facilities and a variety of options. The type of advertising Fan Jiang Qin wanted was available, along with different styles. The workers in the factory, sensing the arrival of a Bentley, immediately abandoned their tasks to call the manager. The factory manager, not daring to be negligent, hurried out to warmly welcome Jiang Qin and even invited him to tour the workshop. He believed he had encountered a significant client. After inquiring about the prices, he found that the round fans cost 1 yuan each, while the folding fans were 2 to 5 yuan each, with discounts for bulk orders. Boasts over 60,000 undergraduate students. Jiang Qin pondered for a moment and decided to initially order 10,000 round fans to test the waters, dismissing the idea of folding fans due to their high cost and fragility. Furthermore, promotional efforts cannot rely solely on imagination. One might assume that fans will not be discarded. Yet reality may differ. Thus, a balance between idealism and pragmatism must be established, making it prudent not to overestimate the initial quantity. Jiang Qin, the folding fan is indeed exquisite. Feng Nanshu picked up a sample folding fan, unfurling it in front of her face, revealing only her clear and lively eyes. Jiang Qin's breath momentarily caught, suddenly captivated by the beauty reminiscent of a woman partially veiled, akin to a pipa player. This young lady is undeniably enchanting. No folding fan, no matter how beautiful, could rival her allure. Meanwhile, Uncle Gong stood beside the Bentley, hands folded before him, observing his young lady follow Jiang Qin back and forth, his gaze betraying a tinge of complexity. He had never witnessed the young lady so exuberant. Perhaps the second madam was right. It would be best for her to marry an ordinary person and avoid becoming entangled in endless disputes. At 2 in the afternoon, the sun blazed fiercely. A throng of students poured out of the comprehensive building. Leading the procession were Song Qingqing, Zhang Tian, Pan Xiu, and several other young women, accompanied by Su Junli, the publicity minister of the student council, a young man with long hair parted in the middle. Trailing behind were the dejected Ren Ziqiang, the foul-mouthed Chao Guangyu, and the pouting Zhou Chao. They had just completed their interviews for the student council and were now heading to the cafeteria for a meal. Your performance in today's interview was commendable, and your chances of joining the student council are promising. The subsequent application forms should be submitted to the departmental instructors, and I will inform you as soon as there is news. Our finance department is one of the largest at Linda, boasting 5 premier majors and 5 key specialties, granting the student council substantial authority. Many aspire to join, and your choice is undoubtedly wise. However, there have been instances in previous years where candidates with excellent interview results were still dismissed. But fear not, I will advocate for you with the academic affairs director. Su genuinely spoke with an air of authority, subtly conveying a message. Joining the student council offers numerous advantages, yet the competition is fierce. Rest assured, I, the charismatic senior, hold considerable sway within the student council. Upon hearing this, the nearby girls could not help but harbor a glimmer of admiration for this mature, elegant, and confident upperclassman. Senior, that watch on your wrist is stunning, Song Qingqing exclaimed suddenly. Su genuinely smiled slightly, nonchalantly rolling up his sleeve. Longines, a relatively affordable watch brand, which cost me 15,000. 15,000 for a watch. Pan Xiu's face was one of astonishment. Song Qingqing shot her a proud glance. Wealthy individuals do not concern themselves with prices. They only consider their preferences. Su genuinely nodded gently. You are correct, Song Xiume. The most important thing is to like it. If it is something I desire, I would purchase it even if the price doubled. Doubling would mean 30,000? Senior, your family must be quite well off, right? It's decent. We own a few chain supermarkets, a hotel, and 2 cafes. Pan Xiu's mouth formed an A shape, her eyes sparkling with excitement. In these times, being handsome is already a lethal advantage. Coupled with refined taste and a wealthy background, he is undoubtedly a campus heartthrob. Ren Ziqiang, eavesdropping on their conversation, could no longer suppress a derisive snort. He had accompanied Pan Xiu for the interview, hoping to foster a closer bond, but was dismayed to find her completely captivated by this Su fellow. So what if he has a bit of money? What is so impressive about that? Chao Guangyu also wore an expression of disdain, considering himself a wealthy second generation from Hangzhou, most irritated by others flaunting their wealth in his presence. What Longines? Who would brag about a 15,000 watch? Zhou Chao was even less pleased, finding it uncomfortable when an unfamiliar male flaunted in front of him, especially since he wished to impress girls from his class. This senior is just putting on a show, Ren Ziqiang muttered darkly. Chao Guangyu nodded in agreement. He deliberately flaunts that watch. Who walks around with their arm raised, as if smoking? Zhou Chao sighed. I miss Jiang Qin. Although he occasionally shows off, at least he does so naturally, without leaving traces that irritate others. Indeed, if only Lao Jiang were here, he would put this Su in his place. Oddly enough, the 3 of them, fully aware of Jiang Qin's humble background, without a luxury watch, not even a phone that was not outdated 3 years ago, still instinctively believed he could overshadow this Su fellow. Despite his usual bravado, Chao Guangyu could not help but concede this point. Meanwhile, Song Qingqing and Pan Xiu switched places, gently taking Jiang Tian's hand. How do you feel? What do you mean? Jiang Tian looked bewildered. A boy from a non-ordinary family. Compared to him, Jiang Qin pales in comparison, right? Jiang Tian chuckled helplessly. Are you still dwelling on last night's conversation? Song Qingqing could not suppress a derisive laugh. Did you not say Jiang Qin did not seem like a boy from an ordinary family? Now that you see a true, rich second generation, what do you think? Do you still think he is ordinary? I was referring to his temperament, all right? Temperament? So you believe the senior with a luxury watch possesses better temperament than Jiang Qin? Jiang Tian sighed, regretting discussing Jiang Qin last night. Yes, you are right. Can we drop it now? Song Qingqing immediately beamed with satisfaction. Therefore, Jiang Qin is merely posing. He cannot hold a candle to a true rich second generation. Qingqing, you cannot constantly criticize him just because you felt outshone in front of Jiang Qin. I am not. It is a fact that his family is ordinary. Is it wrong to speak the truth? Chapter 54. The Unremarkable Young Master Jiang. Senior, what exactly does the publicity department do? Do you have a girlfriend, Senior? Your hometown is the same as mine. Which neighborhood are you from? As the group walked from the comprehensive building to the cafeteria, the finance department girls surrounded Su genuinely, asking questions reminiscent of a gathering of stars around the moon. At that moment, a black Bentley happened to glide past them, slowly proceeding along the college road before finally stopping at the cafeteria entrance, drawing their attention. This car bore unfamiliar out-of-town plates and, by all accounts, should not have been allowed entry. Yet the gatekeeper dared not stop it, and even the patrolling security guard refrained from questioning its presence, allowing it to enter brazenly. That black car is so imposing. Why didn't he see the license plate? What kind of car is that? Just look at the rims. It's a Bentley. The pinnacle of British luxury car brands, Su Junli replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing the term luxury car, Pan Xiu's eyes lit up. Senior, what car does your family drive? Is it also a top-tier luxury vehicle? Su Junli could not resist rubbing his nose. A car like this could cost several million. Ordinary families cannot afford it. While my family can manage, we do not need to spend all our money on a car. After all, it is merely a means of transportation. Being able to afford it is impressive enough. Not many families can buy a Bentley nowadays, Song Qing interjected. There is nothing impressive about it. I usually keep a low profile at school and do not reveal my family situation, mainly to avoid putting pressure on my friends. Upon hearing this, Ren Ziqiang, Chao Guangyu, and Zhou Chao felt incensed, ready to draw knives. You claim to be low-key? You've been talking about it the entire way. Our ears are nearly calloused from listening. Moreover, your wrist, adorned with that watch, has never lowered. Doesn't that tire you? If you want to show off, just do it openly. Why pretend to be humble while flaunting? It's truly hypocritical. Behold, this is the epitome of the affluent and handsome, far more graceful than those who, despite possessing nothing, feign an air of aloofness. Song Qing could not resist poking Jiang Qin once more, her face adorned with pride. As her words fell, the left rear door of a sleek black Bentley suddenly swung open. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Qin emerged from the vehicle, his left hand resting on the door frame, while his right held a fan casually acquired from a printing house. Oh, Feng Nanshu responded softly, gazing longingly at him through the car window before departing with the vehicle. Meanwhile, a group of individuals poised across the street halted in their tracks, staring in bewilderment at the figure fervently fanning himself, their gazes seemingly frozen in time. What is happening? The person arriving in the Bentley is our classmate Jiang Qin? What a coincidence! Are you also here? Upon hearing Jiang Qin's voice, Song Qing was suddenly engulfed by a sense of suffocation, reminiscent of the embarrassment she felt days prior. She instinctively clutched Jiang Tian's arm, as if seeking a semblance of reality. Jiang Qin strode over, first addressing Chao Guangyu. You had surgery just on Monday, and today you're already up and about? Chao Guangyu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. It feels incredible, truly phenomenal. Is it that delightful after the operation? Is it true? I recall the doctor advising a month of bed rest. No, I meant your appearance is simply too delightful. Ren Ziqiang and Zhou Chao nodded vigorously in agreement, joining Chao Guangyu in enthusiastic affirmation. They had just endured a confrontation with someone surnamed Su, which had left them simmering with frustration. Yet upon witnessing Jiang Qin's arrival in the Bentley, they felt a wave of relief wash over them. The absurdity of a $15,000 Longines watch or the ownership of 3 supermarkets and a hotel paled in comparison to the grandeur of the Bentley. The sheer joy was palpable, as they had never anticipated that witnessing a roommate's public display of opulence could be so gratifying. This individual exuded an effortless elegance, truly exemplary. Jiang Qin regarded his 3 roommates, bewildered by their tearful expressions of gratitude. What exactly are you so delighted about? That Bentley belongs to your family, doesn't it? Share with us the details of your background. How many supermarkets and hotels do you own? Chao Guangyu deliberately raised his voice, casting a glance at the nearby Su Junli. Jiang Qin paused for a moment, but quickly grasped the situation. Damn it, old Chao has fallen into his old habits again. Eager to showcase himself, and hinting for Jiang Qin to play along. He is not a bad person. He just has this peculiar penchant for seeking attention. If you do not comply with him, he would be miserable all day. Sigh, no more pretense. I shall lay my cards on the table. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am merely Jiang Xiaoye, unremarkable in every way. Chao Guangyu immediately felt a wave of relief, thinking to himself that there is indeed a tacit understanding among brothers. Meanwhile, Zhou Chao and Ren Ziqiang felt a shiver run down their spines. A young master is still a young master, and to add unremarkable is simply too much. Old Jiang, with your status, if you were to join the student council, Surely the chairmanship would be fitting, as no minister could possibly match your caliber. The underlying mockery in Chao Guanyu's words was directed at Su Jianli. Jiang Qin did not pick up on the subtle jab. Instead, he responded with an intrigued "Oh, so that is why you are up and about. You went for the student council interview? Did you not say you would not attend? What was the outcome?" At that moment, Su Jianli interjected. "It went well. The chances of passing are quite high." "Who are you? Are you in our class?" Jiang Qin found the person before him somewhat unfamiliar. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Jianli, a senior in my 3rd year, currently serving as the publicity minister of the student council." Su Jianli extended a polite greeting, displaying a courteous demeanor. Recognizing that anyone arriving in a Bentley would be keen to forge connections, such relationships could prove advantageous even beyond university. Jiang Qin suddenly understood. "Ah, you are that Su senior. You seem quite amiable." No, I'm merely offering assistance. It is the duty of student leaders to help newcomers who may not be familiar with the school. Let us dine. I nearly starved after a morning of interviews." Su Jianli nodded gracefully. "No problem. Feel free to approach me with any issues in the department, and I will ensure they are resolved." "Jiang Qin, have you eaten?" As he prepared to leave, Song Qingqing could no longer contain herself and suggested, "Why not join us for a meal? I shall treat you." "Forget it. The cafeteria's offerings are too mundane, and dining there would dampen my spirits while riding in the Bentley." "Oh, very well then." Song Qingqing glanced at the fan in his hand, which bore the words "Men's Health" and "Wishing you happiness." Yet at that moment, he radiated an air of nobility that was hard to confront. Song Qingqing's complexion paled slightly. He claimed to come from an ordinary family. "I have seen it with my own eyes." Forget it. Do not speak of it again. I shall never trust you again." Song Qingqing sighed, observing that the senior had suddenly lowered his wrist, which he had been holding aloft, and tucked his hand into his pocket, concealing the $15,000 longines. It turns out that true second-generation wealthy individuals are remarkably discreet. Chapter 55, Male God, I Sigh. The camaraderie established in high school often struggles to endure after transitioning to university, unless one resides nearby or attends the same institution. Thus, during the first weekend of military training, Qin Xiang, Yu Shasha, Zhao Lu, Ma Bolong, and Chu Xiaocong all gathered at Linchuan University. Qin Xiang aimed to court Chu Siki, while Yu Shasha naturally sought to enjoy time with her 2 close friends. Zhao Lu, Ma Bolong, and Chu Xiaocong expressed a desire to explore, claiming they wished to experience the atmosphere of a prestigious university. Wang Huiru and Chu Siki, as hosts, were eager to welcome them. Initially, they had reserved a private room at Nanshan Restaurant, but Yu Shasha insisted that an outdoor setting would be more enjoyable. Consequently, they ventured to Shui Tian's outdoor stir-fry establishment. However, Chu Siki's enthusiasm appeared markedly diminished. Qin Zong attempted several times to engage her in conversation, yet she seemed oblivious, her face devoid of the joy typically associated with friends' visits, as if burdened by unspoken worries. "Is Siki feeling down?" Yu Shasha inquired, puzzled. Wang Huiru could not help but sigh. "It has been like this for several days now." "Why? What could it possibly be?" "Naturally, it is because of Jiang Qin." Yu Shasha expressed surprise. "Is she still hung up on Jiang Qin? Did they not erase all contact? Besides, you're not even in the same campus." Wang Huiru suddenly gestured for silence. Do not say anything, or Siki will not be able to eat again today." Yu Shasha found this hard to believe. Chu Siki is the proud queen. She has always lived freely according to her emotions and does not overly concern herself with any one person. Yet today, she is so affected by a boy that she cannot even eat. Jiang Qin, you are indeed moving further along the path to becoming a male god. I recall Jiang Qin is also at Lin University, as is Guo Zihong, who is not far away. Why have these two not come? Chu Xiaocong scanned the area, unable to restrain his curiosity. Ma Bolong shot him a disdainful glance. "Are you foolish?" Jiang Qin confessed his feelings to the goddess and failed. How could he possibly show his face? "I see. I heard that old Jiang made a fortune over the summer and was hoping to treat us. I have no idea if that is true. I have never seen it, so I do not believe it." Upon hearing Jiang Qin's name, Qin Zong felt a headache coming on and quickly attempted to change the subject. Come, let us order. Siki, what would you like to eat?" "I will order for you." "Anything is fine. I am not picky," Chu Siki replied weakly. "Then let us have the braised lamb chops. I remember you enjoyed that dish at the graduation gathering." Zhao Lu glanced at him. "Qin Xiao, your words suggest you intend to treat us, yes?" What of it? If I choose to treat, then I shall treat. We are not short of money, Qin Zong boasted confidently. Wang Huiru quickly interjected. Since you have come to Lin University to visit us, the meal should rightfully be on us. Yu Shasha chuckled. Qin Xiang's intentions are not merely for the meal. You think he wants to treat all of us, but in reality, he only wishes to treat one person. So feel free to disregard his hospitality. Qin Xiang expressed his heartfelt gratitude towards Shasha, inquiring about her culinary preferences. What do you like to eat? I can order a bit extra. I'm indifferent. Perhaps you should consult Si Chi. She replied playfully, I don't owe you any favors. Just then, a stunning girl approached, momentarily taken aback upon spotting them, her steps halting involuntarily. Wang Huiru also noticed her, and their gazes locked, both wearing expressions that conveyed an unspoken peculiarity. Huiru, you're here too. Yes. Are you here to eat as well? Indeed. I'm meeting a senior from our department to discuss some matters. Hong Yin, adorned in a Nile-colored dress that accentuated her fair and radiant skin, revealed her long, elegant legs beneath the hem, instantly captivating the attention of everyone at the table. After a brief exchange, Hong Yin chose not to sit, as she could not bear the prospect of dining beside Chu Si Chi, and thus turned to exit Nan Street. She asked my roommate, Are you all from the campus beauty dormitory? My goodness, you're on the same level as Chu Goddess. Chu Si Chi's expression soured, yet she refrained from speaking, pretending not to hear as she focused on washing the tea utensils. Observing the scene, Yu Shasha sensed something amiss. If Hong Yin and Wang Huiru were roommates, then surely she was also a roommate of Chu Si Chi. Why was there no greeting exchanged? Before she could voice her thoughts, Ma Bolong interjected, Wang Huiru. What is your roommate's number? Puffed. Old Ma, you ought to consider your appearance first. Do you really think you're worthy of such a goddess? Jin Jiang scoffed. What if I'm not good looking? My soul is intriguing. With a frustrated slap, Chu Si Chi slammed the clean chopsticks down on the table, gritting her teeth as she muttered about needing to use the restroom before storming away from the group. Witnessing this, the others at the table exchanged bewildered glances. They were not oblivious. They had all seen her slam the table. How could they not sense the tension? Consequently, all eyes turned towards Wang Huiru. Huiru, is your roommate at odds with Si Chi? Yu Shasha directly addressed the crux of the matter. Yes. Already having conflicts so soon after the semester begins? That seems improbable. Wang Huiru remained silent for a long moment before finally exhaling. Hong Yin has her sights set on Jiang Qin, but Si Chi is opposed, and their quarrel has escalated significantly. Please refrain from mentioning Hong Yin later. Pursuing Jiang Qin? Are you kidding? Are you certain Jiang Qin isn't pursuing her? Ma Bolong exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. If it were Jiang Qin chasing Hong Yin, it would have reached this level. Just a few days ago, they had a fierce argument over him, and since then, they haven't spoken. Chu Xiao Tsung felt a chill run down his spine. So, Jiang Qin and Hong Yin are together? Wang Huiru gently shook her head. Jiang Qin stated that he is not interested in dating, which effectively serves as a rejection to Hong Yin. At this revelation, the diners collectively gasped in astonishment. To be pursued by campus beauty while two beauties quarreled over him, and he still rejected them. What kind of male god scenario was this? In just one summer, had the gap between Jiang Qin and them widened to such extremes? Yu Shasha, captivated by Wang Huiru's narrative, mentally reconstructed the scene and couldn't resist pulling out her phone, composing a message. Darling, I've arrived at Linda. When will you take me out for a meal? At that moment, Jiang Qin had just exited his dormitory, heading to a milk tea shop to meet Su Nai for work updates, staring blankly at the message that popped up on his computer screen. What in the world? Has Yu Shasha lost her mind? Senior? Did you hear what I just said? Su Nai nudged her glasses. Oh, right. Su Nai reached for the last cookie on the plate, hesitating momentarily before asking, Senior, it's the last one. Would you like to have it? Jiang Qin smirked slightly. Have you washed your hands? Yes. You wouldn't have touched anything strange, would you? Su Nai paused, her innocent and bewildered eyes glimmering behind her glasses. Chapter 56. Talent Showcase. After a perfect weekend, the military training at Linda resumed, starting with 10 laps around the track, followed by standing at attention and marching in place, culminating in a series of vigorous exercises. The freshers were utterly exhausted, their postures faltering as they stood or sat. Jiang Qin removed his cap, feeling the sweat trickling down, and rested his hand on his bent knee. Just then, a delicate hand extended from behind him, offering half a bottle of Waha mineral water. Jiang Qin, would you like some water? Song Qingqing leaned forward, her lined eyes playfully blinking at him. Forget it, Qingqing. You've already sipped from yours. Here, take mine. It's still unopened. Jiang Tian also offered a bottle of Waha mineral water, her simple face tinged with a hint of blush. Jiang Qin, having forgotten to bring water today, accepted Jiang Tian's offering and took a few sips. Thanks. I'll return it tomorrow. No need to return it. It's just a bottle of water. Jiang Tian smiled as she spoke, while Song Qingqing's expression turned slightly resentful. Observing this, Zhou Chao, seated behind him, felt a pang of jealousy, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. Realizing that his ice-cold drink had lost its sweetness, now merely a soulless fizzy water. Pan Xiao, I forgot to bring water too, Ren Ziqiang suddenly interjected. Pan Xiao flashed two dimples. According to scientific research, one can only die of thirst after 3 days without water. After a while, the instructor deemed the training sufficient and gathered the 4 nearby squads, inquiring if anyone wished to showcase their talents. Despite their usual bravado in the dorms, facing such a crowd made everyone shy, resulting in a silence among the 200 participants. The instructor, noticing this, stated there are still 2 hours until the training concludes. Either talented students can perform for 2 hours, or everyone can run for 2 hours. Upon hearing this, the squad immediately stirred. Goodness, we nearly collapsed after 1 hour. 2 hours would surely break our legs. We must showcase our talents. Report to the instructor, Li Qingqing can dance ballet. Report to the instructor, Du Jiahao can spray water from his nose. It's quite impressive. Report to the instructor, Jia Xiangru can perform the peacock dance. Report to the instructor, Yang Lu can sing Little Dimple. Hey, Lu Jinghao can also sing Little Dimple. They could perform a duet. This generation of youth certainly possessed considerable talent, especially the one who could spray water from his nose. While it might be off-putting, no one else could replicate it. However, after such a talent showcase, he had effectively forfeited his chances in the dating game. Which girl would fancy a boy who sprays water from his nostrils? Even if someone did, they would likely be peculiar. The duet of Little Dimple was delightful, with the pair exchanging glances as they sang, inciting cheers from the squad, infusing the atmosphere with a youthful exuberance. Additionally, Li Qingqing's ballet performance was impressive, but it was her physique that truly captivated, as she spun and leapt with her eyes closed, embodying grace. Thank goodness old Chao didn't come to watch our military training today, Ren Ziqiang murmured. If he had, he would have been in agony. Zhou Chao suddenly realized, old Run, you possess the ability to empathize. Hearing the surrounding cheers, Song Qingqing couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Instinctively glancing towards her squad only to find everyone staring up at her, while Jiang Qin remained with his head down, dimming her spirits. What is this man truly like? Quite impressive, jumping high and far. Jiang Tian had been attentively listening to their conversation and couldn't suppress a laugh. Song Qingqing felt a bit embarrassed but bore no resentment. If an ordinary young man from a typical family were to treat her this way, it would seem pretentious. However, as he is a second-generation, wealthy individual, his aloofness and indifference appear quite justifiable. Yet, it is not that Jiang Qin did not wish to look. Rather, Pang Hai had suddenly sent him a message, stating that the design for the promotional fan was complete and that it was now time to liaise with Shang Shi Advertising. With a mobile phone from 2008, which could only send text and built-in emojis, Jiang Qin was unable to view the image and thus could not ascertain if the content was suitable. When would this talent showcase conclude? Perhaps it would be best to feign a bathroom break. Jiang Qin tucked his phone away and raised his hand, only to discover that everyone around him was shouting, "Instructor, come on!" The instructor seemed to be swept up by the fervor of the crowd, promptly shedding his shirt to reveal his muscular physique and bronzed skin, performing a set of grappling techniques right there. The power behind his punches was formidable, eliciting applause from the entire assembly of freshmen. Once he concluded the display, the instructor wiped his brow with his shirt, and, upon spotting the ranks, his eyes lit up as he pointed to Class 3. "Come," the young man who raised his hand, "please come forward to perform." Jiang Qin glanced around, realizing he was the only one raising his hand, with all eyes from the 4 formations fixed on him. He even caught a glimpse of a peculiar anticipation sparkling in Song Qingqing and Jiang Tian's eyes, while Feng Nanshu from the adjacent formation slightly rose, her lively gaze fixated on him. "Wait, I merely wish to escape to the restroom. What does talent even mean?" However, Under such circumstances, retreat was no longer an option. It would be far too embarrassing to tell the instructor, "I need to use the restroom." Jiang Qin picked up his cap, donned it, and walked nonchalantly out of the formation toward the instructor. "What is your name?" "Jiang Qin." "What talent do you possess?" Reporting to the instructor, "I can do impersonations." "Impersonate what?" "I will impersonate you, instructor." This statement caused a stir among the ranks. The instructor's earlier display of martial prowess was impressive. Such vigor could not be replicated by an amateur. Surely this must be a ruse. However, the instructor's interest was piqued. Thinking that indeed, Lingda was a breeding ground for talent, and he immediately stepped aside, offering the space before him. "Now I am the instructor. When you observe, you must immerse yourselves in the experience, envisioning me as your instructor. This is a crucial prerequisite. Understood?" The freshman, uncertain of his approach, instinctively nodded. Thus, Jiang Qin strode before the four formations with hands clasped behind his back. "Everyone, heed my command, disperse." The formation's members were momentarily bewildered, but then a spark of realization struck, and they sprang to their feet, dashing out amidst a cacophony of jubilant cheers. The instructor was momentarily taken aback, rushing forward to intervene, but with over 200 freshmen, it was impossible to stop any one of them. Consequently, the throng of new students surged out of the playground, leaving onlookers from other formations utterly astonished. Only Feng Nanshu remained, dumbfounded, watching Jiang Qin, seemingly prepared to appreciate his martial display, only to be pulled away by Jiang Qin, swiftly exiting the playground. Chapter 57. The annoying client. Though they had escaped, the afternoon's military training was undoubtedly doomed. Surely, that impressive grappling technique would not be directed at me. Jiang Qin made his way to the library, tossing his cap onto the desk, a wave of dread washing over him. The physique of a professional soldier is not to be trifled with. Had he run just a moment slower, he would have been caught. Jiang Qin patted his chest and turned to glance at Feng Nanshu. The petite heiress had run alongside him, her delicate nose glistening with sweat, her cheeks flushed, resembling a ripe peach. After a week of military training, she had tanned slightly, yet still retained her exquisite charm, her flaws hardly noticeable. No, what flaws could there be? They were merely embellishments upon her beauty. Moving on, the military uniform was quite loose, yet the petite heiress possessed a certain allure. Feng Nanshu pursed her rosy lips. "Are you going to behave today and find a book to read?" Jiang Qin nodded as before. "Indeed. I have matters to attend to shortly." "All right. Do you really wish to converse with me?" Just as Jiang Qin was about to call Pang Hai, he felt an inexplicable flutter in his heart. Forget it. If you wish to behave, do so. If not, it's fine to stir up a bit of mischief. But remember, this is the library, so no loud outbursts. I want to be noisy." In truth, the petite heiress was far from rowdy. Otherwise, she would not have been mistaken for being aloof. Yet, she felt somewhat aggrieved, believing Jiang Qin's insistence on behaving meant she should remain silent, despite her desire to converse with him. At 18, a blossoming young lady, she had lived quietly in her own little world until friendship sparked a longing for chatter. Strangely, however, when she was with Gao Wenhui, she found little desire to speak. Perhaps it was due to Wenhui's incessant chatter, leaving her unable to interject. "Later, I'll take you for milk tea." Jiang Qin casually made a promise. Feng Nanshu was somewhat touched, her curled eyelashes fluttering. "Do you still wish to play with my feet?" "Shoo, that's a rather private topic. We must wait until it's dark and find a secluded place to discuss." "Oh, look, I'm teaching you another life hack for free. Where else could you find such a good friend?" Pang Hai arrived at the university library 10 minutes later, having pedaled there, his forehead slick with sweat. Accompanying him was a sophomore from the design department, named Lu Xiumai, one of Pang Hai's mates. She was there to assist him when his part-time work became overwhelming, though she had yet to reach a level of independence. Pang Hai brought her along to broaden her horizons and experience the process of liaising with clients. Earning money while mentoring a student, Jiang Qin thought, elevating his opinion of Pang Hai. Lingda truly was a prestigious institution. Not everyone was consumed by romantic pursuits. A significant number chose to focus on their careers and seek development, which is the hallmark of a healthy campus culture. The three found a secluded corner and engaged in a series of discussions regarding the promotional fan's design. To be candid, Jiang Qin was not entirely satisfied with the draft, as it deviated somewhat from his vision. "First, let us remove these vibrant geometric patterns." Pang Hai raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a glance at him. If we remove these, it will appear quite plain, lacking any sense of design, merely a background with text, which would render the composition rather sparse. Jiang Qin stroked his chin, enlarged the text, placing it centrally, occupying about a third of the space. Like this, Peng Hai manipulated the mouse, yielding a design that aligned more closely with Jiang Qin's desires. Upon seeing the revised design, Lu Xiumai could not help but frown slightly. She felt that this client lacked an understanding of commercial design. Such a minimalist layout, paired with a couple of bold characters and a string of URLs, rendered the final product overly simplistic, hardly qualifying as a design, something anyone could produce. The font shouldn't be so intricate. Let us simplify it further. Jiang Qin pointed at the title on the screen. Peng Hai silently began revising the draft. Is this acceptable? Lu Xiumai finally spoke up. This alteration completely strips away the previous character. Jiang Qin stared at the screen as if in a trance. It still seems a bit too orderly. Old Peng, could you perhaps use the distortion tool to give a sense of depth, making it more eye-catching? Certainly. Peng Hai continued, manipulating the mouse, distorting the text to impart a slight three-dimensional quality. While it did not achieve a striking effect, it did convey a sense of vibrancy. The more Lu Xiumai observed, the more discomfort she felt. All design elements had vanished, and merely adding a cheap distortion effect lacked any aesthetic appeal. Indeed, the design has lost its aesthetic appeal, and after removing several key elements, it fails to achieve the desired advertising effect, resembling an ordinary fan. Are you certain about this modification? Peng Hai felt a sense of hesitation, yet found himself unable to express outright disapproval, mindful of the potential fallout with the financial backer. However, Lu Xiumai was different. Upon discovering her mentor shared her perspective, she boldly asserted, "Junior, I believe my mentor's words hold merit. Since you have entrusted this matter to us, you should have faith in our professional abilities." The girl was undeniably beautiful, captivating to the point of distraction. Yet, Lu Xiumai could not help but furrow her brow, pondering the purpose of the man's sudden fixation on the beauty while they were engaged in serious discussion. What kind of person was he, anyway? What irked her most was not that, but rather the fact that the initial design, painstakingly crafted by her mentor after an entire night of effort, had been completely discarded under his directives. The lack of trust in the designer was indicative of the frustrating client archetype often described in textbooks. Lu Xiumai took a deep breath. The revised design is overly simplistic, lacking any distinguishing features, and the disparity from my mentor's original version is too great. I advise caution. Jiang Qin, reflecting on her insights, pondered for a moment before suggesting, "How about this? Take your laptop and survey a few people, asking them which design they find more appealing. And if everyone agrees that my mentor's design is superior, you must use it." Lu Xiumai promptly stipulated her condition. Jiang Qin readily acquiesced. "Fine, we'll do as you say." With that, Lu Xiumai seized her laptop and headed straight for the reading room, filled with university students. Although still young, she possessed sufficient expertise. Peng Hai added a comment. In Chapter 58, Lu Xiumai had laid out 2 design drafts side by side and approached 10 strangers for their evaluations. The outcome was clear. 7 favored the original version, 2 appreciated the final one, and 1 was indecisive. The superiority of one design over the other was evident. "See, I told you it was better left unchanged." This was sheer misdirection. Jiang Qin took the laptop and casually raised his gaze, inquiring if anyone had expressed curiosity about the website's content after viewing the images. Lu Xiumai nodded. Of course, people were curious and wanted to know when the website would be operational. Which design were they referring to? The second one, she replied, momentarily stunned as the earlier scene flashed back in her mind, her expression gradually shifting to one of astonishment. Indeed, it seemed that those individuals were inquiring about the simplest design draft, the one that had been revised. Why was that? Lu Xiumai felt a sense of bewilderment. This was quite normal. While the earlier design was aesthetically pleasing and undeniably sophisticated, its excessive elements rendered it difficult to discern any focal point at a glance. By removing the extraneous details, the information became more direct and accessible. However, only visually appealing advertisements can incite a desire to view them. If people are not even inclined to look, then no matter how succinctly the information is presented, it is of little use. Lu Xiumai felt a sense of indignation. While efficient information delivery is indeed crucial, what good is it if no one pays attention? "But it's a fan," Jiang Qin remarked as he gazed at her. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuamai paused, as if a sudden realization dawned upon her, rendering her momentarily speechless. In this scorching weather, one inevitably uses a fan while heading to the restroom, dining in the cafeteria, participating in club activities, or even attending classes. Even if it is not exquisitely crafted, is it truly difficult to glance at the information on the fan surface for just a second? Pang Hai's brow furrowed slightly, a sense of clarity washing over him. There is merit in that assertion. Jiang Qin rubbed his arms, chilled by the air conditioning, and continued. A flyer must be visually appealing because it lacks practical value. If it fails to attract attention, it will be discarded without a second thought. Most people do not concern themselves with its content, but a fan is different. It possesses retention value and practical utility. So why should we allow aesthetic considerations to hinder the accurate transmission of information? Lu Shumai pursed her lips, rendered speechless. She acknowledged that her focus had been solely on the visual appeal of the graphic design itself, neglecting the significance of its medium. Yet, as Jiang Qin had just articulated, since it is understood that those who receive the fan will not discard it casually, why impede the precise communication of information in the pursuit of excessive beauty? At that moment, Pang Hai looked up and asked, "Boss, have you ever studied commercial design and advertising marketing?" "No. I simply possess a touch more talent and aptitude than the average person," Jiang Qin replied. "I see you merely have thicker skin than others," Lu Xiaomai retorted, expressing her discontent. Jiang Qin smiled, dismissing her as a petulant child. "Young lady, how could you be so naive at such a tender age? It's quite unfortunate." "Enough," Pang Hai interjected. "Send the design drafts to Shangshi. I have military training in the afternoon, so I will take my leave." After speaking, Jiang Qin gathered his belongings and exited the library with his affluent companion, heading straight to the milk tea shop. Military training? Is he a freshman? Lu Xiaomai thought incredulously. Her heart suddenly filled with a sense of defeat. Here she was, a design student with 2 years of experience, being schooled by a mere freshman, and in her own area of expertise, no less. It was a bitter pill to swallow. Pang Hai leisurely organized the laptop, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. She went, "Do not be disheartened. It's not just you. I too had not considered the aspect of the communication medium." "Really, master?" Lu Xiaomai looked up at him. "Indeed. Over the past year, I have taken on numerous flyer designs for local small businesses, convinced of my superior aesthetic taste and technical skills. The client's requests were simple, merely requiring bold and legible fonts, which I took pride in fulfilling. But it was only today that I realized true commercial design is far more intricate than that." Pang Hai could not help but sigh. No wonder some designers only manage to secure a few hundred orders, while others can land contracts worth tens of thousands. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xiaomai suddenly asked, "How did he come to know all this? He isn't even in our field." You must admit, some individuals possess an innate ability to see the bigger picture. Despite Pang Hai's fervent praise of Jiang Qin, the latter would soon experience the consequences of his earlier bravado during military training. As he arrived at the training grounds, he was warmly greeted by the instructor and promptly subjected to 5 laps around the field, an hour of standing at attention, and 1,000 repetitions of the command, all dismissed, directed at the wall. After enduring this ordeal, Jiang Qin vowed never to showcase his talents again. Strike while the iron is hot. Seize the opportunity to earn. Avoid the pitfalls of romantic entanglements. Prioritizing sleep is beneficial for health. Read more in your spare time. If troubled, simply massage your feet. Living off soft money is painless. Indeed, affluent ladies are a boon. With a branch in hand, Jiang Qin inscribed his life motto, 20 versions, beneath the wall. Lao Chao, who was spared from military training and did not owe Jiang Qin any favors, felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing about the all-dismiss command, leading him to want to rain on Jiang Qin's parade. "Hey, Jiang, I heard you shouted all dismissed at the wall for an entire afternoon, scaring off stray dogs?" He chuckled. Jiang Qin smirked coldly. Chao Guangyu lay languidly on his bed, his expression resembling a deflated balloon. "I told you long ago, do not be so ostentatious. Some matters are beyond your control." Jiang Qin turned to him. "Lao Chao, how is your little friend doing? It still needs a few more days of recovery." "Why do you ask? Let me show you something interesting." Jiang Qin opened his notebook, entered the website he had shared with Sunai, and clicked on the video section. Chao Guangyu's face paled, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. In Chapter 59, while military training continued, the content on Jihu was steadily expanding. The narrative titled WPSHW, Who the FRDI are Ing has reached its 63rd installment, in which it meticulously recounts the dominance of the C.O. family in HNGZHU and their fervent commitment to philanthropy. Additionally, the confessional wall has accumulated over 1,000 fictitious courtship posts. A celestial beauty with a perfect figure seeks a boyfriend, claiming to have no demands and no love for money, which makes her seem easily deceived. A handsome gentleman with an 8-pack abdominal searches for a girlfriend, boasting wealth and loyalty, while abstaining from any vices such as smoking or drinking. Meanwhile, the anonymous forum is inundated with an endless stream of pseudo-documentary tales, rife with melodrama, controversies, and the intricate disputes involving former and current partners, alongside the subtle rivalries among close friends. Given this momentum, promotional activities were set to commence as scheduled. On a splendid Wednesday morning, the weather was delightful. SHNGSH dispatched 1,000 advertising fans via courier to the university, which were subsequently handed over to the president of the part-time association, GODPing, through the connections of D-ing WNHO and P-ing HI. The initiative of university students was commendable. On the very day the fans arrived, GODPing swiftly organized a few adept members from the association to undertake promotional efforts across both campuses. Under the sweltering summer sun, the fans proved immensely popular, and GODPing's team effortlessly distributed over 3,000 fans. Concurrently, the forum began to attract real users, with registration numbers gradually and steadily on the rise. Jiang Qin, seizing the opportunity post-military training, spent an afternoon at the library with SNI, monitoring the data. The registration figures continued to ascend, which was a positive sign. However, aside from a few comments in SHMEOMEO's novel section, genuine users were notably sparse in initiating posts. This indicated that most users remained in a state of observation, lacking the inclination to interact, a phenomenon that was far from ideal. Jiang Qin aspired for users to transition from mere readers to active creators of content. Only by establishing such a cycle could the vitality of the website be sustained. Otherwise, even an abundance of content would eventually be exhausted. Perhaps we should implement an experience point system on the website, Jiang Qin suggested. SNI adjusted her glasses and retorted, "Senior, I'm not a beast of burden for a production team." Jiang Qin, perceiving her essence, proposed, "How about this? Instead of paying you bit by bit, you could simply become my employee. I'll pay you a salary, and in time, you will be one of the founding members of ZH, enjoying project dividends and company shares. What do you think?" The notion sparkled in SNI's eyes, reflecting the innocent foolishness typical of university students. Jiang Qin nodded in satisfaction. "As long as you strive diligently, fortune shall not forsake you. One day, I shall drive a Bentley and reside in a villa." SNI paused. "If you drive a Bentley and live in a villa, what about me?" However, the prospect of being a founding member under a Bentley-driving boss seemed promising. A small villa might not be out of reach. Jiang Qin spoke gently, "Sister, you're already my employee. Assisting with the project's optimization is your responsibility. I do not wish to hear such foolish remarks from you again. The chairman would view your attitude as improper." SNI gasped. "We have a chairman? Who is it?" "I am." Jiang Qin's tone softened further. "Our project is in its developmental phase. Your share will be counted towards dividends. When we soar high, we shall achieve prosperity together." As a tech-savvy girl, SNI struggled to grasp the convoluted propositions and simply nodded. "All right, but you must ensure I receive dividends by the year's end." "No problem. If we earn $1 million, I'll give you $500,000. SNI chuckled lightly, momentarily overlooking the website's potential for monetization. "By the way, boss, could you lend me 33 yuan? Why are you bringing up money again? We are on the verge of creating a groundbreaking internet product. Isn't that a bit mundane?" Jiang Qin assumed an authoritative demeanor. "No, I want to subscribe to a membership." "Membership?" Jiang Qin paused, pondering the unusually specific fee. Most websites charge membership fees ending in 99, 99, 19, 99, or 29, 99, but 33 seemed refreshingly unique. A realization struck him. I must be referring to a specific video subscription. "Sister, didn't I mention before that we should prioritize work over constantly learning new techniques?" SNI appeared dejected. "Without a membership, I often find myself cut off midway, never having witnessed the complete progression. I have no idea what happens next. Jiang Qin's lips twitched. All right. I'm a member. You can borrow my account. That is fine, but you must promise not to peek at my favorites. Jiang Qin caution délibérément. I furrowed her brow. Why not? It's a jest. The chairman's preferences and vulnerabilities should not be laid bare before an employee. That would be quite perilous. Jiang Qin sighed, conceding, well, one must accept losses alongside gains. What more can I ask for? Jiang Qin, do you still need those old books? The recyclers are downstairs. If you don't want them, I'll sell them. Jiang Qin stretched lazily. No, don't sell them. Let us keep them as mementos. We're not short on money. Moreover, I must confess something. I'm already a millionaire. I'm serious. Do you want a cashmere coat? I could buy 2 for you. Jiang Qin probed discreetly. Mom doesn't want a coat. Just focus on your studies at school. Your father and I will handle the finances. You should maintain a proper attitude towards your studies. There will be ample opportunities to earn after graduation. Chapter 60. Cyber Love, What If I Really Earn Money? Jiang Qin quickly interrupted. Mom, long-distance phone calls can be quite costly. Listening to the busy signal on his phone, he exhaled deeply. It was a close call. One more sentence, and he might have subjected himself to half an hour of his mother's admonitions. This generation often believes that wealth is entirely disconnected from them, and contemplating such matters is deemed fanciful. In those days, he would mutter daily, one can never earn beyond their imagination. His parents shared this mindset, gazing longingly at wealth while daring not to aspire for it. In other words, for those who start from nothing, the initial capital is hard to acquire, and a limited perspective becomes a formidable barrier. If one cannot even dare to imagine, how could they summon the courage to earn? Zucho. Do you have plans tonight? Jiang Qin called out from the dormitory. Nope. Is there an event tonight? Help me distribute some flyers around the dormitory. Jiang Qin pulled out a large bag of flyers from under the desk, designed using PNHI's initial drafts. Although not as effective as the fans, they would certainly yield results. After all, using fans for promotional efforts was too costly for sustained use. Furthermore, it was already mid-September. Even if summer lingered, it would eventually pass, rendering the fans useless for future distributions. Zucho peeked at the bag of flyers. You have that many? My hands will surely ache. You owe me a meal. What do I want to eat? 21 portions of braised porkhock from the second cafeteria. After saying this, Zucho felt a bit embarrassed, realizing he had been rather greedy. Jiang Qin handed him 30 yuan, apart from the hock. I'll add 10 yuan for old duck soup. Zucho's face lit up with joy. Thank you, brother Jiang. Look at you, so cheap. Don't worry. Zucho, brimming with enthusiasm, leapt from his bed. Jiang Qin expected him to start distributing flyers, but instead, he grabbed his phone and began making a call, his voice suddenly tinged with a hint of a whimper. Mom, I got a part-time job and earned 30 yuan. Mother, please do not cry. I have grown up and will be dutiful to both you and father. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Chao opened his contacts, locating one of the last names and dialing it. Hello, Grandpa. I have taken a part-time job and earned 30. Huh? What do you mean, Bianni? I said I earned 30 from my part-time job. After finishing the call with his grandfather, Zhou Chao appeared somewhat unfulfilled. After careful consideration, he dialed another number, deliberately softening his tone. Hello, Xiao Yu, how is university life? I earned 30. Is there something you desire? I can buy it for you. Oh, you're going to take a shower? All right, I will wait for you. Jiang Qin observed Zhou Chao's spirited demeanor and wondered about the identity of Xiao Yu. Zhou Chao tucked the phone into his pocket, explaining, a high school classmate who used to pursue me fervently, but I declined for the sake of my studies. Jiang Qin gave him a thumbs up, thinking that in light of Zhou Chao's assistance with distributing flyers, he would refrain from exposing him as a hopeless admirer. Going to take a shower? That's amusing. After Zhou Chao exited the dormitory with the flyers, Chao Guangyu happened to emerge from the restroom, adjusting his pants and clearly appearing as if he had just taken medication. Upon seeing Jiang Qin, he began to curse. After undergoing a circumcision, he had already been recovering for 10 days, but a recent video had sent him spiraling once more. Old Chao, why haven't you been active on my website these past few days? Not entertaining anymore? Jiang Qin understood. He had been schooled by real users. Surely not. Just a few days ago someone said they admired you? That is no longer the case. Aside from Wei Wei, there is not a single decent person online. Upon uttering this, a nostalgic expression crossed Chao Guangyu's face. He then opened a web page, logged into the forum, and clicked into his private message section. Jiang Qin curiously leaned over and noticed the top right corner of the private message window displaying the words "Beautiful Wei Wei." Wasn't this nickname that of a back-end bot? Jiang Qin pondered silently, then subtly moved closer, discovering that Chao Guangyu had been messaging this virtual Wei Wei for 3 consecutive days. What major are you in? What year are you? What type of boy do you like? Do you have aspirations of becoming a wealthy young lady? Old Chao had become accustomed to being an admirer, chatting away as if no one were present. So this is Wei Wei? Chao Guangyu said with a confident smile. Yes, she has commented on every one of my posts, expressing admiration for me. She seems like a pure and kind girl. Jiang Qin felt a shiver run down his spine. What is your purpose in sending her so many messages? To foster a relationship. Once the time is right, I will ask her out. I have a feeling she cannot be less attractive than Han Yan. You are rather modest in your boasting. Why not claim she is more beautiful than Feng Ninshu? Jiang Qin retorted mockingly. Chao Guangyu pressed his lips together and eventually shook his head in resignation. Such a girl is too fantastical, exceedingly beautiful to be real. She is somewhat shy. Chao Guangyu's lips curled into a slight smile. Jiang Qin felt a wave of goosebumps wash over him. Old Chao, I advise you to abandon this fantasy before it becomes an obsession. No. Do you remember what I said at the start of the semester? Girls these days are overly reserved. You must take the initiative to have a chance. Jiang Qin found himself speechless and resolved not to shatter Chao Guangyu's illusions. Typically, a university student's first crush is either a senior or a junior, and those who enjoy nesting may even pursue classmates. If this illusion were to be broken, he would likely never hold his head high in the dormitory again, and if Ren Ziqiang found out, the entire financial college would be aware. Jiang Qin clasped his hands in admiration, realizing that indeed, cyber boys engage in cyber romance, while some are genuinely eager to connect online. Chapter 61. What a nonsense love. On a sultry summer's night, the old fan hanging from the doorframe whirred and buzzed, generating a sound that perfectly masked the presence of mosquitoes, biting in stealth. This infuriated Chao Guangyu, who began cursing loudly. Jiang Qin had also been bitten several times, but with no time to curse. He used his fingernail to create a cross pattern on his skin, then returned to his desk to gaze at the data on the administrator's backend. Just after a short while, a series of beeps emanated from the computer speaker, and the icon of Feng Ninshu appeared in the lower right corner of the screen. Faturing seemingly tabikat. Good night. Jiang Qin glanced at the time, realizing it was only 8 o'clock in the evening. Looking outside, the sky was merely dim, with the outlines of the white poplar trees still visible. How could a little rich girl at this age be asleep at this hour? Besides, they had not exchanged a word before, so her sudden good night was bewildering. Jiang Qin paused momentarily and typed rapidly on the keyboard. Feng Ninshu, are you the one who was complaining? Wasn't it you who said good night first? Oh, if you are tired, go to bed early. We have military training tomorrow, so don't stay up late. After a minute of silence on Feng Ninshu's end, she sent another message. Jiang Qin, there are people singing downstairs in our dormitory. A joyful sparrow, sleeping naked on the utility pole. Jiang Qin replied, it must be noisy, right? The hormones of university students explode at night. You will experience it many times. Closing the door should help. Oh, sleep well. Jiang Qin typed, that's impossible, since the founding of the nation. One cannot become a spirit. Even the king of inspiration must lie low in the lake. All right, good night. Apply some lotion before sleeping, as the mosquitoes tonight seem particularly numerous. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, room 503, Gao and Hui sat beside Feng Ninshu, anxiously scratching her head and making various clicking sounds. What century is this pure love story from? You want him, but do not dare to say it directly, insisting on various tests? It's too fantastical. Feng Ninshu, you resemble a fairy. Your beauty could bring nations to ruin. Could you not be so timid? Like Daji or Bao Si, who among them is not fierce. If I had your looks, I would gather 100 men and bring them into a group to nurture them. Ninshu, give me your phone. I will assist you. Feng Ninshu raised her clear eyes, looking at her with confusion. However, upon seeing Gao Wenhui's hand extended towards her, she obediently handed over her phone. Gao Wenhui had never been in love, but her passion for romance novels, especially the recent one titled You Are the Color of Human Fireworks, had equipped her with ample experience. She understood well that a woman who knows how to be coy has the best fate. I miss you. Before Gao Wenhui could finish typing the last word, Feng Ninshu swiftly snatched the phone back, hugging it close, her gaze wary. What's wrong? I do not miss him. You do. No, I don't. Trust me, you definitely miss him. Feng Nanshu clutched her phone, her lovely brows slightly furrowing. I just want Jiang Qin to take me out. Gao, when Hui wore a grin of a spectator, that feeling is longing. Otherwise, why wouldn't you want other boys to take you out? That is because he is my only boyfriend. Feng Nanshu declared with pride, standing tall and righteous. She then patted her small pillow. I'm a bit sleepy. I want to sleep. Fan Shuling. Gao and Hui was amused, thinking that her friend should be in the car rather than under it. She then turned to Feng Nanshu. Nanshu, men are quite oblivious creatures. If you don't express things directly, they will never comprehend. As soon as she finished speaking, Feng Nanshu's phone lit up, revealing a new message from Jiang Qin. Come out, I'm downstairs. The supermarket across the street seems lively. Let us go for a stroll. Gao and Hui glanced at it, her eyes widening in shock. You mean he can grasp that without you saying it? My goodness, how sweet is that? I'm going to the supermarket now, Feng Nanshu said coldly. Wait for me, I will accompany you. Yesterday, while I was sleeping, I accidentally damaged my headphones, so I need to go to the supermarket to purchase a high-fidelity pair. At the same time, Jiang Qin, clad in a black short-sleeved shirt and shorts, stood beneath the girls' dormitory, swatting mosquitoes while scrolling through the chat history between the two of them. Jiang Qin, there is someone singing downstairs in my dorm. This phrase implied an invitation for you to come down and listen to music, as I would like to see you. When Hui remarked that the koi in Wangyue Lake were so large that they might soon attain sentience. This statement suggested that you would take me to play at Wangyue Lake, the same place we visited last time, where you even touched my foot. Indeed, while it is true that one should not engage in romantic relationships, what is wrong with going out and having fun with friends? She is merely a friend who is a bit more charming and beautiful. The notion of friendship deteriorating is unfounded. There is no need for concern. The naive little rich girl does not even comprehend why men are attracted to women's chests. Love? She knows nothing of it. Just as I was contemplating, Gao and Hui suddenly rushed over, her face radiating pride. I just taught Feng Nanshu some dating skills. She probably understands a bit now, so you should thank me later. Jiang Qin's expression darkened. You little strategist. Meanwhile, Feng Nanshu emerged from the dormitory, wearing a black lettered t-shirt paired with a gray and white checkered skirt. Under the warm glow of the streetlight, the little rich girl's face appeared radiant, her complexion so moist it seemed one could squeeze water from it. Gao and Hui glanced at her, then at herself. The pink loose pajama pants were already quite ugly, but the dark green top did not even match. She felt momentarily dazed, thinking, are you trying to outshine me, Feng Nanshu? Chapter 62. I can't handle this. Feng Nanshu is truly beautiful. Jiang Qin, you have struck gold. Enough of that. I am self-aware. Feng Nanshu and I come from entirely different aesthetics. Gao wen yu puted. Jiang Qin raised an eyebrow, his expression turning serious. Nonsense. How can a dignified university student belittle herself? I see you and Feng Nanshu together. It is not an exaggeration to describe you as exceptionally beautiful. Really? Gao and Hui felt a delightful surprise, thinking, if you can speak so well, do continue. Jiang Qin nodded emphatically. Look at the little rich girl. After so long in military training, she still shines bright. Saying she's like jade is certainly not an exaggeration. That may be true, but if that's the case, does that make me like a flower? Gao and Hui realized something was amiss as soon as she spoke. Wasn't like a flower a reference to that unattractive character in the film Jiupinji Maguan? Although this movie premiered in 1994, it has maintained significant popularity among university students. One would be considered outdated if they couldn't recite a few classic lines. Since the film's rise to fame, like a flower has become synonymous with unattractiveness. And who would not know that? Oh, so your Feng Nanshu is like jade, and I am that like a flower? Jiang Qin, are you subtly calling me ugly? I will never teach Feng Nanshu about love again. I was waiting for you to say that. We must consider this a pact. While Gao and Hui was still in a daze, Jiang Qin raised his hands and hooked their pinky fingers together. I have made a vow with you. It shall not change for 100 years. Whoever teaches the other will remain single for life. Isn't that a bit malicious? Gao and Hui felt stunned. Her passion was to serve as an emotional consultant for others. Not being able to teach such an innocent soul as Feng Nanshu was quite distressing. Yet Jiang Qin paid no heed to her protests, thinking that as long as no one taught Feng Nanshu about love, everything would be well. Why not cherish friendship? Why must one pursue romantic love? It is all right for you to teach her about love, but what if she truly learns? One day, when she suddenly understands what it means to like someone, standing before you with innocent and clear eyes, confessing her feelings, can an ordinary person withstand that? Jiang Qin was quite confident in his determination, and since his rebirth, he had remained steadfast in his mission, unwaveringly pursuing the path of making money. Yet, every rule has its exceptions. If Feng Nanshu were to confess to him, he might not be able to withstand it, especially since he could hardly endure the sight of her delicate little feet, for the allure of beauty is a man's instinct, particularly when it concerns a breathtaking figure. While it is true that one should not engage in romantic relationships, even a man who understands this truth may sometimes be swept away by emotions. Therefore, the best course of action is to prevent the little rich girl from realizing it, to deceive her into remaining friends, to touch her little feet. Gaze at her figure. What more could one desire? What is this called? It is the wisdom of not falling in love. She is coming. Feng Nanshu hurriedly responded, sprinting towards him from under the streetlight, her skirts swaying, revealing her long, fair legs, a vision of beauty in the dim night. After all, the back door here connects with the school's front square, surrounded by open rest areas and milk tea shops, a perfect spot for social interactions. The students of Linchuan University have always maintained a high level of understanding in this regard. Those seeking romance gather in the front square to make friends. Those newly in love converse about life ideals on the playground. And those deeply in love retreat to the small woods behind the comprehensive building. Everyone's pursuits do not hinder one another. Although the little rich girl has mild social anxiety, she clearly becomes tense in crowded places. So once they entered the supermarket, she closely followed Jiang Qin, not straying an inch. Her exquisite features attracted quite a few university students, leading to whispers all around. Jiang Qin, I want to eat that. All right, then let your lifelong good friend buy you a rainbow cotton candy. Upon hearing this, Feng Nanshu beamed with joy, her beautiful eyes instantly sparkling. After purchasing the cotton candy, Jiang Qin led Feng Nanshu out through the back door and found a relatively quiet corner in the square to sit down. The little rich girl held the cotton candy, licking it delicately, her rosy little tongue peeking from her cherry-red lips. Jiang Qin, can good friends really stay together for a lifetime? Feng Nanshu tilted her head slightly, revealing her clear eyes from behind the cotton candy. Jiang Qin scratched his nose, uncertainly replying, I suppose so. Then when I grow old, I will still eat the cotton candy you buy from me, Feng Nanshu insisted. When you grow old, you probably won't like cotton candy anymore. Jiang Qin, under her mournful gaze, tore off a piece of cotton candy to taste. But when you grow old, if you still want cotton candy, just call me, and I will rush over in a wheelchair to buy it for you. After hearing this, Feng Nanshu let out a soft "oh," but she wasn't as happy as he had imagined. Will we not live together when we grow old? Why aren't you concerned about why I would be in a wheelchair when I'm old? Jiang Qin couldn't help but frown. If I'm in a wheelchair, you're still thinking about your cotton candy? Feng Nanshu, do you have no conscience? Feng Nanshu was momentarily stunned. I do have a conscience. Then why don't you ask me why I'm in a wheelchair? I didn't react in time. See? Love is a terrifying thing. You must never fall in love, for once you do, your life will be filled with such convoluted puzzles that are impossible to guard against. A hint of fear flashed in Feng Nanshu's eyes. I understand. Good girl. Jiang Qin couldn't help but smile, thinking, come on, Gao and Hui, let us see whether your teachings are quicker or my dismantling is faster. But when Hui remarked, friends cannot remain good for a lifetime. Only being lovers offers that chance. Feng Nanshu couldn't help but ask again. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin spat in disdain. Nonsense. The outcome of being lovers is most likely to lead to estrangement, and some may even become enemies. A lifetime? That is too fantastical. Oh. Chapter 63. The Test of Love, what are you two discussing? Gao Wenhui, clutching her newly purchased headphones, squeezed her way through the throng of people and plopped down beside Feng Nanshu. I was enlightening Feng Nanshu with the latest insights on love. You want tea, let me teach, yet you secretly seek knowledge yourself? Oh, I see. You're indulging in a nurturing type of relationship. Gao Wenhui smirked with a hint of sarcasm. Oh, how clever these men can be. Feng Nanshu, finishing the last morsel of cotton candy, lifted her glistening eyes and inquired, Wenhui, what do you mean by a nurturing type? In this world, there exist some naive girls, utterly oblivious to the nuances of love, akin to blank slates. Yet they tend to trust others easily. Some unscrupulous men exploit this aspect, molding them into their preferred shapes. This is what we refer to as nurturing. Feng Nanshu grasped this elementary explanation, but felt it bore no relevance to her, asserting, Wenhui, I've never encountered such girls. You are precisely one of them. Gao Wenhui shot back. Feng Nanshu, taken aback, protested, am I really that naive? Gao Wenhui frowned slightly, clarifying, this naivety doesn't imply foolishness. Rather, it describes someone who is quite slow to grasp matters of the heart, often taking ages to realize when they are smitten. Well, have I ever felt smitten? Your heart is practically soaring. Can't you see? Jiang Qin interjected, unable to contain herself. Gao Wenhui, please stop teaching. My little rich girl scored 671 on her college entrance exam. Do you dare call her foolish? What's your score? I managed 600, all right? Just less than hers. Jiang Qin chuckled, glancing at Feng Nanshu. She has never been in a relationship, yet plays the role of a teacher. Listening to her will surely lead you astray. Gao Wenhui felt a pang of vulnerability. Though I've never been in love, I believe I understand it better than Feng Nanshu. All right, let me pose a question to you. If your boyfriend sees a beautiful bouquet on his way to the hospital, but doesn't buy it for you, what would you do? How would he not buy it for me? Love needs little gifts to keep it fresh. I would directly ask him why he didn't buy it, then decide whether to forgive him. Gao Wenhui was fully immersed in the scenario, already feeling anger rising. Feng Nanshu pursed her rosy lips. You should ask, why is he going to the hospital? Is he unwell? Gao Wenhui was taken aback for 3 seconds, then exclaimed in disbelief. Jiang Qin, witnessing her reaction, burst into laughter, realizing that those who had studied were indeed different from those who had not. Moreover, this little rich girl was truly astute. Her ignorance stemmed from a lack of experience rather than a lack of intelligence. Once she grasped the thought process, she excelled effortlessly. As for Gao Wenhui, she was merely engaging in theoretical discussions, having read a few romance novels and mistakenly believing she had love figured out. While those who pen such tales might still be inexperienced themselves. Jiang Qin prepared to leave, but Gao Wenhui insisted, No, give me another question. I'm certain I can answer it. Jiang Qin, resigned, sat back down. If your boyfriend, on his way to a hotel, sees a beautiful bouquet but doesn't buy it for you, how would you react? I know. I would ask him why he is going to the hotel. Who is he going with? Huh, are you implying that you don't trust me? Break up. Gao Wenhui felt as though she had been struck by a bolt of lightning, darkness enveloping her vision. Jiang Qin laughed heartily. You can't even withstand my 2 punches. Yet you presume to teach my little rich girl about love? Now you understand the treachery of human hearts, don't you? Jiang Qin, I have a question for you. Feng Nanshu suddenly interjected. Jiang Qin turned her attention to the little rich girl. All right, go ahead. How could I possibly let you go to the hospital alone? Nonsense. I would definitely be by your side, buying you cotton candy. As soon as she finished speaking, Feng Nanshu couldn't help but smile, her eyes shimmering with moisture. Radiant and captivating. At 10:30 in the evening, the night was profoundly deep. To be frank, having endured 7 years of unrequited love and faced demands for money and housing from blind dates, he felt a twinge of fear towards romance. A reborn person is not omnipotent. Merely living once more does not guarantee mastery over love. What a jest. Additionally, he remained uncertain whether the little rich girl's feelings for him leaned more towards dependency or affection, thus rendering it impossible to contemplate clearly. Yet, the phrase for a lifetime carried significant weight. When a girl asks how one can ensure a lifetime together, it proves to be a fatal inquiry. Old Jiang, what is troubling you? As he entered, Chao Guangyu sat up on the bed, his expression curious upon seeing Jiang Qin's troubled demeanor. This guy had been exuding confidence since the semester began, breezing through everything, so it was a first for him to display such an expression, piquing Chao Guangyu's curiosity. It's nothing. We're brothers. What can't you share? The more Jiang Qin insisted it was nothing, the more Chao Guangyu felt compelled to pry. It's just a bit of mess on my mind. Jiang Qin rubbed his forehead, his brows furrowing. Seeing this, Chao Guangyu perked up, recognizing this familiar feeling. It was nothing more than encountering a perplexing dilemma. Goodness, after such a long time in school, this was the first time he had seen Jiang Qin flustered. If he didn't tease it out for his own amusement, he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Old Jiang, spill it. I'll help you analyze it. Zhou Chao and Run Ziqiang chimed in. Yes, share it. Three fools are better than one wise man. Jiang Qin sighed. All right, I'll briefly explain. Wait a moment. Let me sit up. Chao Guangyu quickly got off the bed, knowing it was unwise to laugh while lying down. Go on, old Jiang, I'm ready. Jiang Qin sighed again. Today, a girl told me she wants to spend her life with me, but I vowed never to date. What do you think I should do? Chao Guangyu slapped himself across the face. All right, I admit it. I've brought this upon myself. Chapter 64. Promotion progress. The dissemination of new phenomena among the college student demographic occurs at remarkable speed. After 2 days of fermentation, the blue promotional fans have become ubiquitous throughout the campus, and the Forum's registration has surpassed 3,000, with a continuing upward trend. During the subsequent military training, as Jiang Qin arrived at the playground, he observed numerous freshmen wielding the Jihu fans. 1, 2, 3, 4. Each squad averaged 4 to 6 fans, and at break times, they began waving them vigorously. With their vibrant base color and lively typography, these fans easily captured the attention of those around them as they swayed. Why? Because something new had suddenly emerged. If others have it and I do not, this phenomenon of shared identity is incredibly alluring. This is the essence of popularity. Where did you get those fans? What forum? Is it enjoyable? No way. Can we find partners there? I heard a rumor that Huang Pampan from the aviation department has 2 boyfriends. Thus, discussion surrounding the forum began to intensify. Jiang Qin removed his hat. Sitting on the scorching playground, listening to the chatter around him, his expression gradually becoming contemplative. In 2008, smartphones had not yet proliferated, and the concept was still foreign. The data charges from telecom companies were exorbitant, rendering video watching on mobile devices impractical, and gaming was limited to simplistic titles like Snake and Bubble Shooter. Thus, text-based forums naturally became the primary source of entertainment for college students. Just like Zhou Chao, who enjoyed watching football but was reluctant to visit an internet CAF for live broadcasts, he would invariably follow the text commentary on his phone. The shot missed, dribbling past defenders, first a round, then another. His footwork is enigmatic and unmatched in speed, ultimately hitting the post. Another own goal has occurred in this match. The entire football match was solely broadcasted through text on the 3 Xinwen platform, devoid of any visuals or accompanying images. Yet, Zhou Chao remained fervently engrossed, a feat unimaginable in a future dominated by short videos. However, in this era, it represented the most straightforward and expeditious form of entertainment. Jiang Qin understood that as the promotional effects continued to gain momentum, the forum's active user count would experience a dramatic surge following the National Day holiday. Once he gradually established his influence within the university town and steered media dissemination, any endeavor he undertook in the future would undoubtedly garner widespread support. At that moment, Jiang Qin suddenly sensed an unusual breeze wafting from behind him, a series of gentle gusts that sent a refreshing chill across his back. Is it cool? Song Qingqing, having appeared behind him at some point, wore a faint smile, energetically fanning him with an advertisement fan, clearly exhausted from the effort. Not all. Please stop. Jiang Qin replied, slightly frowning as he took his hat and waved it a couple of times. In response, Song Qingqing not only continued, but increased her speed and intensity, her movements rivaling those of an electric fan. He found it quite curious. What exactly were girls made of? When treated with kindness, they could be indifferent. When ignored, they would create all sorts of trouble to capture your attention. Yet, upon receiving a reprimand, they would shower you with flattery. It was truly remarkable. Jiang Qin turned a glance at her. Song Qingqing, you needn't fan me anymore. Fan yourself instead. It's fine. I'm not tired, she replied, wiping the fine beads of sweat from her forehead, her hands still grasping the fan's handle, continuing to wave it. Ren Ziqiang and Zhou Chao, watching from the side, were muttering complaints, even refraining from calling Jiang Qin to join them for a bathroom break. After a while, a flamboyant figure strolled onto the playground, swaggering with a watermelon in hand, a triumphant grin plastered across his face. Old Jiang, how's the military training going? Is it hot? Want some watermelon? Not hot at all. You just love to be stubborn. Doesn't it make you envious? Chao Guangyu squeezed through the surrounding students, preparing to sit next to Jiang Qin, only to find Song Qingqing panting and sweating as she fanned him, looking like a little maid. In such a state, who would remember her as the most attractive girl in financial class 3? Who could recall her cool demeanor and aloofness on the day of orientation? Chao Guangyu's face paled, his heart trembling. Although he had crouched in a horse stance, he summoned his willpower to stand upright, then turned and walked away from the playground, his gaze gradually losing its sparkle. At that moment, he couldn't help but question whether his decision to undergo circumcision had been right. Yes, he no longer needed military training, but he had also forfeited the opportunity to quickly bond with female classmates. If only, hypothetically, he had not undergone the procedure or fled. Would he be the one sitting there enjoying a beautiful girl fanning him today? At 11:30 in the morning, military training concluded, and Jiang Qin made his way to the cafeteria. He did not rush to get his meal, but rather strolled casually, his gaze fixed on those engrossed in their meals while engaged with their phones. Among them, many were chatting, others catching up on the news, but only a small fraction were involved with their forums. No matter, let the situation develop a bit longer. Boss. At that moment, Jiang Qin suddenly heard a familiar voice from behind. Turning around, he saw Su Nai, dressed in black overalls, her meal only halfway finished. Jiang Qin took a seat opposite her and inquired about the experience points title. This is quite challenging to manage alone, boss. Jiang Qin pondered for a moment. You could enlist a few people to assist. There should be plenty of students in the computer science department, right? Don't you have to design small programs for your assignments? Perhaps form a team to help you. Finding people is easy, boss, but can you pay them? Su Nai's eyes sparkled at the mention of wages. Su Nai slightly gasped, her spoon clattering in her plate. Boss, do you really expect to get something for nothing? Jiang Qin mused. How do I feel I've fallen into a pit that's deep, vast, dark, and round? He contemplated. How about this? We can discuss the wages later. For now, let me sing you an inspirational song to encourage you. Wind, rain, rainbow, resilient rose. At that moment, Su Nai wished she could bury her head in her plate. Oh my goodness, there are thousands of people in the cafeteria. You singing and clapping here, aside from the clean floor. How? Is this any different from public indecency? The boss of Jiangnan Leather Factory knew to leave his wallet behind to pay wages before fleeing. Yet here you are, trying to sing away my funding. Boss, can we skip the singing? This is too embarrassing. Jiang Qin ceased his serenade. Can you feel the power I grant you? I feel like I'm facing social death. Su Nai couldn't even lift her head. Youth can often be so sensitive about appearances, unaware that pride holds no value. A hint of resentment flickered in Su Nai's eyes. Boss, you are especially generous with the funds allocated to Dong Wenhao, giving him 200 when he asked for 150. Why are you so stingy with me? Jiang Qin withdrew his wallet, extracting the entirety of its contents, 527 yuan and 80 cents, and placed it on the table. As I said, the project is in its infancy, and funds are limited. You can use my living expenses for now. Huh? Living expenses? Isn't that inappropriate? Jiang Qin feigned a sigh. I understand that a boss can merely talk while employees run about. Let's make do for now. Tough times won't last forever, and common prosperity is just around the corner. Su Nai suddenly felt the weight of the 500 in her hand, as if it were a mountain. I understand, boss. I will strive to spend every penny wisely. Jiang Qin patted his backside and turned to leave the cafeteria, forgetting that he hadn't even had lunch yet. Meanwhile, Su Nai gazed at his retreating figure, feeling a twinge of emotion. After all, the boss had his own struggles. Despite being in his 4th year, he still wore the military training uniform from his freshman year. Su Nai, she tearfully handed him 5 yuan. You are too generous. Treat yourself to something nice. Thank you, kind soul, Jiang Qin said as he pocketed the 5 yuan and exited the cafeteria, heading to the supermarket to buy a small pudding. As he ate, he gazed at the artificial mountain across the way, furrowing his brow. If they asked for 50 cents, why give them 5 yuan? His concerns about funding applications had indeed manifested through Su Nai. Imposing hurdles on employees seeking funds wasn't a means to make things difficult. Rather, it was to ensure that those with the authority to apply for funds valued that privilege. A generous boss is seen as a good person, but as the enterprise begins to take shape, a practice of providing funds without restraint would inevitably attract a swarm of opportunists, necessitating a careful balance. Su Nai was undoubtedly an excellent employee, but unlike Dong Wenhao, she lacked the acumen to manage. While her recruits might share her expertise, they might not exhibit the same diligence. Some could very well be looking to profit and exit swiftly without any commitment. She wouldn't be able to discern their intentions. And once the team was formed, what would happen if there were those with ulterior motives? If you play the cue card and feign vulnerability, 50 cents could easily turn into 5 yuan. This simply wouldn't do. Jiang Qin, lacking technical knowledge and uncertain of whether the fund should be allocated, ultimately had to rely on Su Nai's judgment. Therefore, he needed to ensure she subconsciously learned to control and evaluate her decisions. Jiang Qin had witnessed far too many technical professionals falter when transitioning to management, leading to unemployment or career changes, all due to their inability to navigate such issues effectively. Su Nai is a female programmer. If she fails to master the art of management and cannot strike a balance between her subordinates and her superiors, her career may be rather short-lived, with the only foreseeable outcome being marriage and motherhood. Dong Wenhao is currently involved with the Literature Society, and it would be unwise to overtly undermine her, particularly since Su Nai is now his employee. Therefore, certain matters must be carefully orchestrated in advance, necessitating a display of financial hardship. Our boss is quite generous. Just focus on your work, and I will assist you in applying for funds. However, our boss can be rather stingy. Is your funding request reasonable? Please provide a justification, as I do not wish to listen to his lamentations. Yet, our boss is indeed generous, so you can proceed with this confidently. Nevertheless, our boss can be quite frugal. Will your efforts yield any results? Please draft a report for me, as I am not inclined to hear his complaints about finances. However, this matter cannot be rushed. Let Su Nai gradually acclimatize. The makeshift team has only just been assembled, and there is no need for Su Nai to shoulder responsibility so soon. Boss, the second batch of advertising fans has arrived, and they have already been handed over to the part-time society. Should we continue promoting? Jiang Qin pondered for a moment. Let's not rush. Distribute the flyers first, and then the fans. All right, by the way, Wenhao is with me. He needs to discuss something with you. Moments later. Dong Wenhao's voice came through the phone. Boss, there has been a slight issue with the Literature Society. Would you like to come over? The East Campus? Absolutely not. I refuse to set foot there again. Jiang Qin shuddered at the thought of Chu Siki. This situation seemed rather grave, as Yao Yanling is scheduled to hold a meeting in the activity classroom, and I have heard rumors that she may be considering canceling the collaboration between the Literature Society and our website. Jiang Qin pursed his lips. So sudden? What is the reason? Dong Wenhao hesitated, unsure how to articulate his thoughts. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps it would be best if you came over to see for yourself. Very well, I'll head over now. Please wait for me at the front square. Jiang Qin hung up, borrowed a bicycle from Zhuo Baiqiang in the adjacent dormitory, and pedaled swiftly to the East Campus. Upon arriving at the front square, he found Dong Wenhao already waiting under the blazing sun, waving at Jiang Qin with a smile that belied his evident anxiety. What's going on? Dong Wenhao sighed. Recently, several contributors who had an unusually high submission rate have suddenly ceased writing. I've urged them multiple times, but each time they brush me off with excuses. I started to feel something was amiss, so I discreetly inquired and discovered that Yanling had approached them privately. Jiang Qin found this hard to believe. They refused to work part-time? Your Literature Society members are far too obedient. The Literature Society and the Debate Society are planning to organize a city-level debate competition, and Yanling is one of the judges for the preliminary round. Ah, is it for credits and scholarships? The senior did not explicitly state this, but that seemed to be the implication. Chapter 66. Have you heard of the campus bell? I am aware that a large number of members from the society are currently engaged in part-time work, which is commendable, as the school has always advocated for work-study programs. However, due to this, several activities within the society have struggled to gather enough participants, which is quite unacceptable. I hope you all understand that this part-time opportunity is provided by the society to enhance your writing skills, not for you to pursue profit greedily. Do you remember the dreams you had when you first joined the Literature Society? Spending all day writing cliché fluff pieces. Do you still have the heart to create? The upcoming debate competition next month is significant, with 4 nearby universities participating. Those wishing to register should cease their part-time work. This is a firm requirement. Please consider this carefully, as I do not wish for the Literature Society to suffer embarrassment. In the East Campus, in the Literature Society's activity classroom, Yao Yanling was addressing the assembly. Her voice was loud enough to be heard clearly through the classroom door. Jiang Qin stood outside, listening intently, reflecting on how he had just considered recruiting Dong Wenhao for content management, and here was an opportunity presenting itself. Boss, what do you think? Dong Wenhao asked softly. Jiang Qin turned to him. You are responsible for the part-time work, correct? How can you continue in the society with Yanling acting this way? Dong Wenhao rubbed his nose. Surely the senior ISNT targeting me? Of course, she is not targeting you. She is targeting Shi Miao. Jiang Qin pulled him to the south side of the corridor. Are you aware that Shi Miao's "You are the color of the human flame" is quite popular on the forum? With a substantial following? Dong Wenhao nodded. Yes, I know. I'm genuinely happy for her. She is a girl who loves writing novels. And any success is a good thing. Do not feign ignorance. The ground promotion has been ongoing for a while, and Yinling must have seen Shi Miao's work on the forum. That girl has always been suppressed by Yinling. I rejected her submission in favor of Shi Miao's. You can't possibly be oblivious to this. Dong Wenhao's expression changed dramatically. Surely Senior Yinling wouldn't be so petty? Women can often be magnanimous towards men, but when it comes to women, jealousy reigns supreme, especially under comparable circumstances, Jiang Qin stated plainly. No, boss, I believe you may be mistaken. Dong Wenhao lowered his voice. After I privately submitted Shi Miao's work to you, I felt it was inappropriate, so I confessed to Senior Yinling. She appeared quite indifferent, showing no signs of anger. Jiang Qin could not help but sigh. She views Shi Miao's work as rubbish. Even if it were published on my website, it would still be rubbish. She certainly wouldn't hinder you and might even use this to showcase her discerning eye, while simultaneously proving me to be blind. See, I told you she was inadequate, and now she is indeed inadequate. But now, Shi Miao has gained popularity, and Dong Wenhao turned pale. Indeed, Shi Miao is now popular, proving that she is the one lacking insight. And since you provided me with her submission, who would she resent if not you? Dong Wenhao felt a chill run down his spine. She should resent you. Jiang Qin laughed coldly. What good would it do for her to resent me? I am neither a literature major nor a member of the Literature Society. I am not even remotely involved. Resentment is meaningless, but do not forget, you are her closest point of responsibility. What should I do now? Your future days may not be easy. Jiang Qin clicked his tongue. Dong Wenhao frowned tightly. But I love literature. I am passionate about it. Jiang Qin patted his shoulder. Stop deluding yourself. I realized from the moment I met you that you are simply not suited for the Literature Society. Boss, let us focus on the matter at hand, without personal attacks. Dong Wenhao believed he possessed significant literary talent. You, a member of the Literature Society, constantly reading male-oriented magazines while separated for 3 years, and your wife mysteriously giving birth. Does that truly qualify as literature? Dong Wenhao opened his mouth, struggling to find a counterargument. So, must I leave the Literature Society? Jiang Qin nodded subtly. Even if you leave, you can still continue working. After all, you are quite adept at content creation. Why not start as a content planner with me? But I'm already a lone commander. Who will I plan for? Only members of the Literature Society can write? Everyone has gone through compulsory education. Countless individuals were eliminated during the college entrance examination. Why should only members of the Literature Society possess talent? Boss, surely you jest? Jiang Qin opened his phone and glanced at the calendar. I'll give you 2 days to recruit a group of individuals for content creation. However many you can recruit will suffice, even if the quality of the posts is subpar. Dong Wenhao hesitated. But we are not a society. We do not have the authority to publicly recruit students for work. Rules are rigid, but people are dynamic. Other societies attract members with credits. We lack such capability. We have only a meager budget, and if they are willing, they can come. 5 yuan per post. I refuse to believe there are truly those who regard money as worthless. Dong Wenhao felt a buzzing in his head, pondering how his boss could articulate such impressive statements with such a humble tone. However, Jiang Qin understood that Dong Wenhao's inquiry was a sign of complete loyalty. With someone like Yao Yinling as the president, it was unrealistic for him to continue his presence in the literary society. After establishing the content team, the next step was to adjust the creative direction and guide the users, Jiang Qin remarked. Dong Wenhao was taken aback by the rapid shift in his boss's discourse and took a moment to respond. What direction are we changing to? Are you aware of the concept of campus bells? Yes, I have seen them in the video section. Jiang Qin was startled, thinking to himself that they might be using the same website. Please continue, boss. What about campus bells? Dong Wenhao's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Does your literature department have anyone who is known as a campus belle? Yes, Lu Yi and Sun Xiaoyu have always claimed that title for themselves, and some boys do acknowledge them, but I believe it is unjust. While they are indeed attractive, they do not reach the standard of a true campus belle. There are many at Lingchuan University who are more beautiful than them. Jiang Qin nodded. The upcoming discourse will likely revolve around sensationalizing the concept of campus bells. For instance, we could assert that Lu Yi is the top campus belle of Lingchuan University, while others are unworthy. At this point, someone will surely interject, claiming that Sun Xiaoyu is the true campus belle, while Lu Yi should step aside. Dong Wenhao listened, bewildered. What purpose does this serve? Although the forum's user base has been growing, the interaction rate remains low. People prefer to observe rather than engage. Hence, I plan to steer a highly controversial topic and subsequently hold a campus belle selection contest, allowing users to post, vote daily, and invite new users to support their favorite goddess. Jiang Qin briefly outlined his plan. Dong Wenhao, somewhat confused, furrowed his brow. And then, I established this website to generate profit. The simplest way to monetize now is through advertisements. I need to showcase to businesses in Lingchuan just how many active users my forum has, right? Dong Wenhao pouted. But how can anyone compete with your lady's looks? Are you referring to Feng Nanshu? She's too young and too exceptional. She is not allowed to participate, or else others will have no chance at all. Chapter 67. The trouble caused by looks. 2 days later, Sunai's technical team was successfully recruited. The group consisted of 4 members, 2 sophomores, Chen Wenxing and Yang Shuai, and 2 juniors, Wenjin Rui and Dong Yaomiao. Along with them were external members Pang Hai and Lu Xiumei, and the 2 part-time girls from the society, Wei Lanlan and Tan Xing. Jiang Qin gathered all 16 members in an empty classroom for their first meeting. The agenda was straightforward: to lay the groundwork for the campus belle selection contest. Sunai, alongside the technical team, would create a landing page and a voting app. So when the topic peaks in controversy, the campus belle selection event would officially launch, enabling users to earn flowers through daily sign-ins, posting, and inviting new users to support their favorite goddess. Additionally, Lu Xiumei, serving as the liaison from the design department, would be fully responsible for the poster design and front-end images, while Pang Hai would provide guidance in the background. Wei Lanlan and Tan Xing, having worked part-time for quite some time, were familiar with the market, so they were assigned to seek sponsorship. Whether they could secure advertising funds was not essential. The primary goal was to gauge if local businesses would be receptive to forum advertisements. This would be our forum's inaugural battle, and I hope everyone remains fully engaged and treats it with the seriousness it deserves. If this model succeeds, we will replicate it in various university towns, expanding the campus network, transforming points into lines, and creating a continuous network that can reach society at large. Sunai, you will be my chief executive officer, and Wenhao will be my chief operating officer, while the rest of you will hold various titles. When we go public, I will take you all to America to ring the bell. Jiang Qin painted a beautiful blueprint for everyone, but the response from the audience was muted. They exchanged glances with one another, showing no signs of excitement or joy. Sunai, let us treat everyone to dinner and karaoke tonight. Expenses covered by the fund. Hooray! Long live the boss. The boss is mighty, #1 in the world. The boss is a great person. We love him. Jiang Qin gritted his teeth, thinking that this ragtag team was truly lacking in ambition and awareness of the need to grow stronger. Jiang Qin refrained from interrupting his train of thought, swiftly changing into his military training uniform. As he passed by a mirror, he couldn't help but glance at his reflection. One word: stunning. By the time he left the dormitory, it was already 15 minutes past 2, and he was undoubtedly late. Considering this, Jiang Qin slowed his pace. Being 10 minutes late felt much like being half an hour late, as the number of laps for punishment remained the same, so there was no need to rush. Unbeknownst to him, the instructor was absent that afternoon, and instead, a group of upperclassmen from the finance department had arrived. Leading them was President Zhu Feng, Vice President Ma Mingjiang, along with several committee members. They stood in front of class for the finance department, scattered about, with a central focus on the coolly expressioned and adorably naive Feng Nanshu. Junior, tomorrow is the military training review ceremony. With your striking beauty, why not represent the finance college and hold the flag? Yes, Junior, the review ceremony is in front of the entire school. If you stand at the front with the flag, I estimate all eyes will be on our finance college. Consider it. This is an honor that not everyone has the opportunity to receive. Feng Nanshu gently shook her head, her eyes reflecting her reluctance. She was already overwhelmed by crowds, and military training had pushed her limits. Participating in the review ceremony, standing in the front row, facing thousands of spectators, an ordinary person might feel weak-kneed. let alone someone with her social anxiety. The little rich girl glanced towards the adjacent formation but did not spot Jiang Qin, so she tightly clutched the brim of her hat, her rosy lips pressed together. After much coaxing, President Zhu Feng could no longer hold back and turned to Gao Wenhui and Fan Shuling. Aren't he your close friends? Convince her. This is a good opportunity. We can't persuade her. Nanshu is quite stubborn, Gao Wenhui declined. Zhu Feng felt a bit of a headache. Then who can convince her? Fan Shuling glanced at Class 3S formation. The only person who could persuade her hasn't arrived yet. Who? Zhu Feng inquired. Her advisor can't even persuade her. Only that person can, replied Fan Shuling. Upon hearing this, Feng Nanshu pulled Gao Wenhui aside. Even if Jiang Qin urges me, I still want to go. Nonsense. If he encourages you, you'll definitely go. Gao Wenhui had thoroughly analyzed Feng Nanshu. Just then, Jiang Qin entered through the playground gate, and everyone in the formation turned in unison, exclaiming, "He is here." Those present understood that Feng Nanshu was quite attached to Jiang Qin, and it was likely that only he could persuade her, so there was anticipation for how the situation would unfold. Old Jiang is going to show off again. I'm so envious, Zhou Chao remarked with a hint of jealousy. Ren Ziqiang was momentarily taken aback. How is he showing off? The student council has been trying to persuade her for ages with no success, and when Jiang Qin comes over, a single word will have the fairy girl compliant. How is that not showing off? Zhou Chao seemed to see through it all. Ren Ziqiang couldn't help but imagine himself in that position, feeling a thrill. Wow, that does sound rather impressive. Sigh, Jiang Qin is going to bask in glory again. The remnants of his previous triumph haven even faded. Meanwhile, the student council members glanced over and noticed just another latecomer, not paying much attention. As each new student cohort always had a few rebels who enjoyed arriving late and being carefree. They had seen too many such instances, so they returned their focus to Feng Nanshu. But as Jiang Qin approached, he noticed Feng Nanshu among the crowd, and without invitation, he squeezed in a Class 3S formation. What is going on? What happened? These are the senior students from our financial academy, and they wish for Feng Nanshu to hold the flag at the front of the formation. Gao Wenhui succinctly explained the situation in 2 simple sentences. Zhu Fengmei furrowed her brow. Students who are unrelated should voluntarily participate in military training and not meddle unnecessarily. This matter does not concern you. Reporting to the senior. Feng Nanshu only listens to him. Gao Wenhui suddenly interjected. After listening, Feng Nanshu nodded seriously. I only heed Jiang Qin. The male staff present changed expressions, scrutinizing Jiang Qin closely. How could such a celestial maiden have a boyfriend right upon entering school? It defies logic, especially considering this person is rather unremarkable. What makes him deserving? Are your boyfriend? Then you should persuade her to hold the flag for our financial academy during the review tomorrow. Zhu pointed at Feng Nanshu. Jiang Qin immediately waved his hand in refusal. Senior, let it be. Her courage is even smaller than a peanut. You should choose someone else. Are you incapable of persuading her? Zhu's provocation was exceedingly skilled. Even if I could persuade her, I wouldn't knowing she listens to me. Why should I urge her to do something she dislikes? What kind of nonsense is that? Upon hearing this, Ren Ziqiang and Zhou Chao's faces turned pale, feeling as if they had been scolded without evidence. Is that where the difference between them and Jiang Qin lies? Meanwhile, Song Qingqing and Jiang Tian exchanged glances, their expressions filled with unspoken sentiment, their eyes shimmering with envy and longing. Some individuals, seemingly indifferent, can unexpectedly exhibit such tenderness. The student council members ultimately found themselves at a loss and had to seek others from different formations. The Financial Academy, being the largest department at Lingda, had no shortage of attractive individuals, even if they could not find someone of Feng Nanshu's caliber. Jiang Qin suddenly felt that the little wealthy girl was confident he would refuse, which is why she felt secure in handing him the choice. She is certainly no fool, and anyone who underestimates her will come to regret it. Chapter 68. Transfer application in the afternoon. Military training concluded. Jiang Qin agreed, thinking Sunai was quite thoughtful, enjoying delicious food, yet not forgetting her boss. She was indeed progressing on the right path. However, the next moment, Sunai's words extinguished his smile. Boss, the budget has all been exceeded. Remember to bring your wallet to redeem us. Sunai, why is your path so wide and narrow? After changing clothes, he arrived at Nanshan Restaurant, wandering in search of someone, but instead of finding Sunai, he unexpectedly encountered Si Huiying from the law department. She was seated with 3 males and 2 females, and upon seeing Jiang Qin, she froze, her chopsticks suspended in midair. Jiang Qin's gaze remained indifferent, devoid of any excessive expression, as he strode directly inside, only to be intercepted by Si Huiying. Jiang Qin, it's been a while. Si Huiying, seeing his silence, spoke for herself. I apologize for my previous misunderstanding. I didn't grasp the facts clearly. After hearing Hui Ru recount the events, I realized how terribly wrong I was. Can you forgive me? Jiang Qin gently nodded. Let bygones be bygones. There's no need to revisit the past. At the time, I was too lazy to explain, and it's not worth holding a grudge now. All right, are you here alone? A few class committee members from our law class 2 are gathering. Would you like to join us? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin held his breath, but Si Huiying quickly added, Don't worry, Si Chi isn't here. She is not a committee member. It's just us few. Oh, in that case, it's fine. Jiang Qin instantly exhaled in relief. He was currently severely allergic to celestial maidens, especially when hearing sentences like I won't allow you to do this or that or what I say is final, causing his inner fear to surge. However, while they conversed, the class leader of Law Class 2 suddenly stood up from the side. Jiang Qin, right? Hello, I'm Lu Shi. Jiang Qin was slightly taken aback, thinking this guy was quite friendly, greeting even strangers, but Lu Shi's next sentence made his scalp tingle. I'm also pursuing classmate Chu Siki. What do you mean by that? No, please don't. Lu Shi was momentarily stunned, considering Si Huiying had just mentioned Chu Siki and he had looked around the table. Was that not clear enough? Si Huiying coughed slightly, her expression somewhat awkward as she spoke. Class leader, don't misunderstand. Jiang Qin and Siki have no relationship. They're merely classmates from the same high school. Oh, high school classmates? My apologies, I misjudged. Lu Shi intended to assert his claim, but ended up creating a misunderstanding, his face turning crimson in embarrassment. No harm done. Please enjoy your meal. I have a gathering elsewhere, so I won't intrude. Jiang Qin turned to leave, but was called back by Si Huiying. Jiang Qin, I feel there is something I should inform you about. If it's about Chu Siki, please don't. I have no interest in knowing. Jiang Qin's words were blunt, leaving the committee members of Law Class 2 bewildered. How could someone like Chu Siki, a veritable goddess, beautiful and statuesque, be dismissed so casually? Yet Si Huiying disregarded their murmurs, pondering for a moment before speaking. What I want to say isn't about Chu Siki. It's about Hong Yan. She has submitted her transfer application, and after military training, she will be transferring from the law department to the international trade department. Jiang Qin was particularly surprised by this news. Many choose to transfer after military training. Does your department have transfers as well? Si Huiying inquired, somewhat curious. Certainly, many students' choices are heavily influenced by their families. Some enroll based on parental approval, while others follow the advice of seniors. However, many develop new ideas after military training, leading to a higher number of transfers. I'm genuinely happy for her to make a choice that aligns with her true self. That is not the case with Hong Yan. She genuinely loves the law major. I believe her transfer has other reasons, but when I asked her, she simply wouldn't tell me. After a moment of silence, Jiang Qin replied, She may have her own considerations. I often find myself doing things I dislike as well. Si Huiying pursed her lips. Jiang Qin, could you possibly persuade her? You know, Hong Yan is quite intelligent and has her own thoughts. Although she calls me sister, I'm nowhere near her level of maturity, so she wouldn't listen to me. But Hong Yan has always felt you are more mature and capable than her, so she would definitely heed your words. I doubt my words would be of any use. Jiang Qin felt that individuals should follow their own inclinations, if one is determined. Persuading them might disrupt their plans and add unnecessary pressure. Could you at least try? Even if it doesn't work, it's worth asking about her reasons. Si Huiying remained insistent, as she believed university decisions impact one's future, and she was worried for her good friend, not wanting her to act impulsively. After much contemplation, Jiang Qin nodded. All right, I will find an opportunity to talk to her. Thank you, Si Huiying said sincerely. No need for thanks. Please continue your meal. I'll take my leave for now. Was the argument between Chu Siki and Hong Yan that day because of this person? Lu Shi couldn't hold back and asked. Yes, Si Huiying nodded. Upon her confirmation, Lu Shi felt utterly perplexed. He doesn't seem exceptionally handsome, does he? What is the reason? Si Huiying shook her head. I don't know why either, but many things in the world are devoid of logic. Upon hearing this, the others at the table exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in confusion, unsure of how to respond to such dissonance, feeling uncomfortable yet enviously sour. We all have two eyes and a nose. Why can't I? Meanwhile, Jiang Qin arrived at the private room reserved by Su Nai, dining with his entrepreneurial team amidst a lively atmosphere reminiscent of a small company embarking on a team-building excursion. Jiang Qin proposed that they abandon the use of first names, opting instead for surnames followed by zone, thus initiating a cascade of titles such as Su Zone, Dong Zone, Lu Zone, and Pang Zone. Remarkably, this shift in addressing one another fostered a subtle transformation in the ambience, prompting everyone to unconsciously envision future possibilities. Jiang Qin took the opportunity to express a few encouraging words, urging everyone to be audacious in their aspirations, asserting that dreams are not the culmination of life, but rather its inception. Old Dong, what is your dream? Dong Wenhao set down his glass. Boss, my greatest dream used to be to become a Chinese language teacher in high school, but after hearing your words, I have changed my mind. This was precisely the outcome Jiang Qin desired. What is your current dream? I intend to become a vice principal. You can't even conceive of aiming for a principal's position? Dong Wenhao's expression faltered. The current high school principals are predominantly parachuted in. Without connections, it is exceedingly difficult. So why not boast a little? The atmosphere is so vibrant, and your dream is rather lackluster. Jiang Qin sighed in exasperation. Chapter 69. For the honor of the department. The day following the gathering, a vigorous discourse regarding public opinion commenced. Dong Wenhao demonstrated remarkable prowess in content management, mobilizing the entire forum's atmosphere with merely 5 individuals. As all registered users began to engage in discussions surrounding the campus bell, leading to widespread debate in a remarkably short span. Is Lu Yi from the literature department considered a campus belle? Nonsense. She merely possesses a hint of grace. Come on. The campus belle of Lin cannot be of such modest charm. The literature department pales in comparison. The law department boasts 2 new students this year, one named Chu Siki and the other Hong Yin, whose beauty truly qualifies them as campus belles. Why do the law and literature departments exude such confidence? Our media department's senior Fong Xian is the true campus belle. Mind you, she has even appeared on Lin Chuan television. Give it a rest. Wu Meng from the civil engineering department is the real campus belle. Ha ha ha. I'm amused. Does the civil engineering department even have a campus belle? What kind of delusion is this? Enough, enough. Let us not squabble further. The universally acknowledged campus belle from our computer science department is Lu Tian, and if you disagree, come forth to debate. The computer science department ISN team much better than the civil engineering department, so hurry off to wash up and sleep. The volume of posts in the forum surged alongside the topic's popularity, swiftly filling the entire confession wall and anonymous tree hole. This phenomenon was hardly surprising. After all, during student days, who isn't T-had a dream goddess? If you claim someone is more beautiful than my goddess, I certainly cannot acquiesce. Meanwhile, among the female students, the competitive spirit intensified, even among sisters in the same dormitory, as they engaged in fierce battles over looks. What is wrong with my complexion? My chest is still ample. Doesn't T that count for extra points? So what if your chest is ample? My hips are shapely, and I want T concede. Previously, everyone refrained from comparison, or felt too shy to do so, but the forum's promotional momentum ignited this latent rivalry. Moreover, the anonymity of the forum allowed for candid critiques of one another's appearances without jeopardizing friendships, which was simply delightful. Furthermore, the question of who the campus belle was transcended mere aesthetics. It also involved departmental pride and a clash of opinions between genders. Why should the campus belle be from your department? Why can't she be from ours? Among all departments, the civil engineering department exhibited the most fervor, as other departments dismissed them as a mere temple of monks, which they vehemently contested, striving to prove that their department too had its share of beauties. In these times, university students have limited entertainment options. A topic capable of inciting widespread controversy is sure to gain traction, especially with Dong Wenhao's behind-the-scenes support and the momentum of social media shares. The debate over who the campus belle was swiftly engulfed the entire school. Senior Wu Meng from the civil engineering department reigned supreme at Linda, with high-definition selfies attached. Senior Lu Tian from the computer science department presents 10 charming student photos ready for battle. Lu Yi from the literature department, a casual snapshot, breathtakingly beautiful. Choose Siki from the Law Department's military training photo. Quickly elevate your aesthetic standards. Not everyone can be called a campus belle. Hong Yin from the Law Department is the true beauty, alongside Chu Siki. They're the twin flowers, undoubtedly surpassing all other departments. Our campus forum has taken a rather peculiar turn. Why has the topic of campus belles suddenly emerged? Director, that isn't our official forum. It's a newly established one that has recently surfaced. Oh, I see. I was wondering when our old forum would become so trendy. The director of the literature department, donning reading glasses and gripping the mouse, like the post asserting Lu Yi as the campus belle and simultaneously downvoted posts from other departments. This forum is quite intriguing. It's far more entertaining than the old one. The director of the literature department wandered through other sections and stumbled upon a post entitled Plain, Yet Wealthy, Second Generation. What an odd title. He couldn't resist reading a few entries, but the more he read, the more furrowed his brow became, ultimately culminating in a fit of rage as he furiously typed on the keyboard. Nonsense. Openly promoting materialism and hedonism, glorifying idleness. Each word is banal. Have you even read a book? Are you also a student of Linda? Which department are you from? Gao Guangui. Bolok. He. The director of the literature department, now in his 50s, experienced for the first time an urge to wield a kitchen knife and slice through the power lines. The admission standards of Lin have truly declined over the years, allowing all manner of ostentatious individuals to enroll. Simultaneously, similar occurrences transpired in the offices of other departments. Everyone was captivated by this enigmatic forum and the sudden campus belle competition, each holding their own opinions on who was attractive and who was not. It is not to say that teachers are inherently old-fashioned. Rather, those in professions that engage with youth are often more susceptible to the allure of popular culture. Some teachers are acutely aware of which girls in their department are notably attractive, which boys are handsome, which girls are romantically inclined, and which playboys are juggling multiple relationships. They often engage in discussions in their offices, especially middle-aged female teachers, whose gossiping tendencies rival those of younger female students. However, in front of their students, they must maintain an authoritative demeanor, appearing serious, but in the grand scheme of life, who isn't an audience member. Nonetheless, when this matter reached the civil engineering department, their tone shifted rather significantly. In recent years, recruitment for the civil engineering department has proven challenging, as female students show little interest. Male students, aware of the lack of female enrollment, naturally feel disinclined to apply. High school graduates rarely declare a desire to become architects. Even top students consider gender ratios when selecting majors. Why? Learning is learning. There are plenty of popular professions. Why must I confine myself to a temple inhabited by monks? Consequently, the entire civil engineering department rallied behind the post claiming Wu Meng as the campus belle, with even student council officers subtly encouraging likes. If the campus belle were to emerge from the civil engineering department, it would significantly enhance recruitment prospects for the following year. Recruitment twin treasures, a campus belle from the department, air conditioning in the dormitory. Concurrently, individuals in the university committee office also took notice of this forum, named Jihu, especially since the school already has an old, albeit semi-dormant, forum, which is officially recognized. The emergence of a new forum struck them as curious, particularly as individuals have been recommending this new forum on the old one, creating quite a stir. I heard this forum was established by our school's students. It seems so. Which department? Is there a record? This is unclear. The website exhibits a commendable concept, yet it leans excessively towards entertainment. Integrating additional academic resources would be beneficial, particularly the lecture materials from various department professors, to truly embody the essence of campus network. Principal Wang, if my recollection serves me correctly, it seems we have a forum similar to the one you mentioned, although it is said to be largely ignored. Chapter 70. Application for entrepreneurial support. The site's popularity has surged remarkably, and the competition among the campus beauties intensifies. Even though the details of the beauty contest have yet to be disclosed, nevertheless, many are urging the administrators behind the scenes to expedite the organization of a competition. Merely engaging in banter lacks significance. You claim your department's beauties are the finest. I assert ours are superior, and ultimately, no one yields. The sole solution is for data to speak for itself. Let all the goddesses stand on equal footing, evaluated by the entire student body. The one with the highest ratings will be crowned the campus beauty. How fair is that? In truth, the beauty contest was initially Jiang Qin's plan. Yet he did not anticipate the rapid rise in interest surrounding the theme, leading forum users to become even more impatient than he was. Jiang Qin retrieved his phone and called Sunai. Sunai, how is the progress on your end? He nodded, not surprised. He had already heard this twice, as Dong Wenhao was facing a similar predicament. Following Yao Yinling's abrupt withdrawal, Dong Wenhao had sought to establish his own path. However, after departing from the literary society, the activity classroom was no longer available, and he was now forced to conduct guerrilla operations with his team, frequently moving about, which often led to a disjointed flow of ideas and poorly composed posts. It seems finding a suitable office space has become an urgent matter. After ending the call, Jiang Qin departed from his dormitory, eventually arriving at the college's entrepreneurial base located on College Avenue. According to policy, student entrepreneurial projects receive support from the university, and if approved, securing an activity classroom as a headquarters should pose no issue. As Jiang Qin contemplated this, he traversed the vacant corridor until he located the main office. As per the narrative conventions, this office would typically house a venerable professor, well-versed in finance and business, who, upon learning of his intentions, would engage him in a detailed discussion, offering enthusiastic support for his entrepreneurial vision and even facilitating his endeavors. However, the reality proved starkly different. The office was devoid of any faculty members, occupied solely by two duty students, one folding paper stars and the other engrossed in a television drama. This familiar scenario elicited memories of Jiang Qin's past life, confirming that distractions abound in every corner. Entrepreneurial application? First, fill out a form. Once the preliminary review is passed, someone will contact you. The student folding stars succinctly explained the procedure. Jiang Qin took the form and inquired, "How long does the review process typically take?" "About a month." "Oh, you're a freshman?" The star folding student glanced at the header information, her expression one of surprise. "If the review period for freshmen could be shorter, then I am." The star folding student promptly resumed her task. Freshmen starting entrepreneurial endeavors is quite unrealistic. Jiang Qin chose not to engage further, countering with a question. "Are there many entrepreneurs at Linda?" "Indeed, but they are usually graduate students working on projects with senior professors or doctoral students forming independent teams. Undergraduates rarely venture into entrepreneurship, and you are the only freshman." "That sounds quite impressive. I relish the prospect of being the pioneer." As soon as he finished speaking, the boy watching television burst into laughter. "Freshman, you might want to reconsider filling that out." Jiang Qin paused his writing. "Why?" "Students applying for entrepreneurial projects in their first year are usually just looking to earn credits, submitting a project proposal without any intention to follow through. We've seen it too many times. Not even Professor Yin would approve you." Jiang Qin stepped closer to glance at the boy's computer screen. "Magical phone?" "The female lead is a ditzy girl. Isn't she? Quite pretty." The boy looked up. "You've seen it too?" "I must tell you, I adore ditzy girls." "Have you watched the finale?" "Not yet. I lack a computer in my dorm and can only catch a couple of episodes here." The ditzy girl's last forced illegal operation leads to her energy depletion, resulting in her demise. Lu Xiaoqian cried inconsolably. "I still can't bear to watch it again. It's haunting." The star-folding student continued her task. "Freshman, your application for entrepreneurial support will undoubtedly be rejected. If you don't believe me, feel free to write whatever you wish. Anything goes." "Indeed." Jiang Qin glanced at the glass jar on the table, which was tied with a card reading, "Gao Sinu Lovetten Anhu." Alas, such a promising female student, yet consumed by romantic pursuits. "All right, I've completed it." The star-folding student reviewed the form, noting the basic information was quite ordinary, merely a freshman with nothing remarkable, but a particular remark nearly caused her to choke. Even love-struck dogs do not engage in romance. She stared at the nearly filled star jar, pondering if this was a jab at her inclination towards love. Yet college life is so splendid. Not engaging in romance would be a pity. As for entrepreneurship, such an unrealistic dream is often entertained solely by naive freshmen. Securing a job with regular hours is far more appealing. Once Jiang Qin departed, the entrepreneurial office door swung open once more, and an elderly gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit entered, startling the two duty students. The senior student hastily removed his headphones and switched off the television, while the female student awkwardly cradled her star jar in her lap, feigning innocence. The old professor regarded the star-folding student with a slight furrow of his brow. then reached for the application form on the table. Another application submitted? Yes, a freshman. I told him it was futile, but he wouldn't listen. Next time, refrain from engaging in such activities in the office. You're squandering your youth. Understood, Professor Yin. The elderly gentleman glanced at the application form, pondering the nonsensical content. A university student forum? There's already one in existence. What purpose would another serve? However, the last statement is quite noteworthy. Even love-struck dogs do not engage in romance. Nowadays, few young people comprehend this principle, leading many to squander their youth in school. There seems to be some merit here. Uncertain, I shall consider it further. Meanwhile, Jiang Qin exited the entrepreneurial base and settled onto a nearby bench, his brow slightly furrowed. A month for the approval of the entrepreneurial project? By that time, there would be no chance for campus beauties, let alone anything else. It appears he must not overly rely on the university's entrepreneurial support. He must contemplate alternative, more reliable solutions. Of course, the most expedient method would be to rent a venue, but on-campus spaces are not readily available for lease. And those off-campus would consume even more time. Ding, ding, ding. Jiang Qin retrieved his phone, glancing at the screen to find a playful tabby cat animatedly bouncing about. Good night, Jiang Qin. It was only 5 in the afternoon. Oh, wait for me downstairs. I'll take you to dine with a friend. At that moment, the petite wealthy girl had been waiting downstairs for quite some time. She wore a black dress cinched with a red belt, accentuating her long legs and her smooth, flowing hair cascaded over her shoulders, exuding a blend of youthful charm and an air of sophistication. Chapter 71. Feng Nanchu's moment of glory dining with Hong Yan had been arranged the day prior, as both a friend and a duty-bound act. Upon learning of her intent to change majors, it was imperative to inquire further. Additionally, the matter of securing a fixed office space remained unresolved, prompting Jiang Qin to consider exploring nearby areas for suitable rental shops. The East Campus of Linda and the main campus are not in close proximity, with the nearest location being Nan Street. This street, aside from the pedestrian zone, serves as another commercial avenue, with all shops available for rent, making it convenient for both the technical team from the main campus and the content team from the East Campus to find an office space. However, it is precisely due to its proximity to the university town that the rent in this area is exorbitantly high, and those wishing to transfer their leases are few and far between. One can only rely on luck. As dusk fell, the sky gradually darkened. The brilliant evening clouds stretched for miles, as if they were set to engulf the heavens. Feng Nanchu followed behind Jiang Qin, her black-heeled shoes clicking rhythmically against the ground. The petite heiress possessed a complexion so fair it could rival the frost, her figure tall and slender, accentuated by a flowing black skirt and a striking red belt that added an enchanting touch, exuding an aura of sophistication. Yet, who would have thought that she was merely a soft and adorable girl who enjoyed seeking Jiang Qin's company and had a penchant for delicious food? Sit here for a moment. I will go order. Do not wander off. Jiang Qin, I want to eat crawfish. Why you have such a fondness for those gaudy delicacies? Feng Nanchu slightly wrinkled her delicate nose, adjusting her skirt with poise, sitting upright with a gaze as cold as water, her eyes vast and empty. The boys along the way could not help but be drawn to her beauty, yet were deterred from gazing too long due to her frosty demeanor. The black attire exuded an air of solemnity, while the red accent shimmered like a fleeting glimpse of allure, combined with her expressionless yet exquisite features, creating an overwhelming presence. Her current demeanor mirrored that of her high school days, detached and expressionless, easily mistaken for an aloof goddess. Meanwhile, during Jiang Qin's ordering process, Hong Yan had already arrived at Nan Street from the East Campus. Today, she wore a checkered dress paired with white sneakers, embodying the essence of youthful sweetness. Jiang Qin, I have arrived. I am here too, at table 7 of Shiwei Tian. All right, I will head over. After putting away her phone, Hong Yan exhaled softly, steadying herself as she gazed at the brightly lit outdoor tables before resuming her steps. Ever since that day when she made a scene on Nan Street, Hong Yan had understood that she was subtly rejected by Jiang Qin, and they had not been in contact since. Even their nightly farewells ceased a week ago. Thus, when Jiang Qin messaged her yesterday, inviting her out for a meal, Hong Yan was genuinely taken aback. She pondered whether Jiang Qin had sent the message to the wrong person, but could not resist accepting the invitation. However, as she approached the entrance of Shiwei Tian, Her heart skipped a beat. The cause was simply that at table 7 sat a strikingly beautiful girl, expressionless, with deep-set eyes and a poised demeanor, radiating an undeniable presence. Even the casual atmosphere of the outdoor eatery and the surrounding noise could not tarnish her elegance. Hong Yin had always been confident in her appearance, yet she felt an overwhelming pressure in the presence of this girl. It seemed that everything about her, from her gaze to her attire, to her demeanor, exuded an air of coldness that discouraged any familiarity, making one feel as if she was an object of distant admiration rather than an approachable individual. Hong Yin glanced once more at the table number, confirming she had not made a mistake, and, feeling somewhat anxious, walked over to sit down under Feng Nanshu's scrutiny. "Hello, I am Hong Yin. I am Feng Nanshu, Jiang Qin's best friend for life." Hong Yin felt a slight breathlessness, her rosy lips involuntarily pressing together. The aura of this girl was simply too formidable, particularly her cool, clear voice and resonant tone, which exuded an undeniable pressure. Although Hong Yin herself was a mature and graceful girl, she felt she could never reach the level of confidence that Feng Nanshu possessed. Just sitting there with poise, Feng Nanshu could make any girl in her presence feel a sense of inferiority. "Are you also from the finance school?" "Yes." "Then we should be the same age." "When is your birthday?" "February 3rd. As Feng Nanshu spoke, she could not help but inwardly sigh, thinking Jiang Qin, "Where are you?" "I'm at a loss for words." Socializing was truly cumbersome. If only everyone enjoyed foot massages like you. Meanwhile, Hong Yin kept her head down, pretending to sip water, while secretly feeling a pang of envy. Those who are genuinely confident do, indeed, radiate brilliance. Just as they were conversing, Jiang Qin emerged from Shiwei Tian, having completed the ordering. "Long time no see." "Hong Yin, indeed it has been a while. I thought you might have invited the wrong person. I felt a bit apprehensive when I arrived." Hong Yin replied with a calm smile. Jiang Qin sat down and poured some tea. "Actually, I invited you out to discuss your desire to change majors." "How did you know?" Hong Yin asked, surprised. "I ran into Si Huiying before. She told me about it. She's quite worried about your decision, but feels unable to persuade you, which is why she sought my assistance. She certainly knows where my vulnerabilities lie." Jiang Qin took a sip of water. "I'm also curious as to why you insist on changing majors." Hong Yin bit her rosy lips. "You mentioned before that university life is beautiful, and having a harmonious dormitory relationship is vital. But I simply cannot coexist harmoniously with Chu Siki because she infuriates me every time I see her. That alone shouldn't warrant a major change. There are also family reasons. My father prefers that I study a trade-related major." Jiang Qin observed her. "Si Huiying said you have a great passion for law. Wouldn't that be a pity?" Hong Yin chuckled softly and shook her head. "Actually, Huiying is mistaken. I did not choose law out of passion. Rather, I developed an affinity for it only after choosing it. Changing to another major would not make a difference. Isn't it an impulsive decision?" "Absolutely not." Feng Nanshu, sitting silently beside them, suddenly recalled a famous line from the girl with the magic eye. "Do not alter your choices based on others' opinions. Do what you believe is right." Hong Yin was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the petite heiress with a tinge of admiration. "Feng Nanshu, I truly hope to live with your level of confidence." Jiang Qin looked at the two in confusion, wondering if there was some misunderstanding. Isn't the petite heiress more timid than a peanut? She doesn't even dare to leave the house, merely sending good-night messages every day. Where is the confidence? He then turned to the cool and composed Feng Nanshu, thinking, "Petite heiress, your summary is quite impressive. Are you playing me again?" "Feng Nanshu, I have another question. Could you share your thoughts on it?" Feng Nanshu confidently nodded. "Go ahead. If you like someone very much, but they do not reciprocate your feelings, what should you do?" Hong Yin asked, biting her lip as she spoke. Feng Nanshu's gaze suddenly turned icy. The likely outcome of becoming lovers is to grow old without any interaction. And some may even end up as adversaries. That is quite a sci-fi scenario. "So that is how it is." Hong Yan's eyes dimmed slightly. After a moment, she smiled gently, looking up and finding that Feng Nanshu's figure shone even brighter against the backdrop of the evening sky. Jiang Qin chuckled, thinking to himself, "You two truly represent a daring teacher and an eager student." Chapter 72. Life Philosophy. Hong Yin and Jiang Qin had shared 3 meals together. The first meal ended in a brawl shortly after they began eating. The second meal fared slightly better with a few bites before another fight ensued. This was the only occasion where they dined without incident, Yet the pressure Hong Yin felt was no less than during the previous encounters. Feng Nanshu was indeed dazzling. She sat there gracefully, silent, her delicate fingers deftly peeling the shrimp shells, and even a mere glance from her icy gaze commanded an overwhelming presence, making her utterly impossible to overlook. "Would you like some?" Feng Nanshu inquired, holding out a small shrimp tail. Hong Yin gently shook her head. "I can peel it myself. Thank you." At that moment, Jiang Qin was not at the table, but rather standing on the steps of Shui Tian, engaging in casual conversation with the owner who was taking a break at the entrance. Of course, Jiang Qin's chit-chat was not without purpose. He aimed to inquire about the rental rates on the street and to gain insights into the experiences of those in the restaurant industry. Alas, the culinary industry proves to be a challenging endeavor, yielding scant profits throughout the year. How enviable it is to be a student emerging from academia to secure a position, languishing in the cool embrace of air conditioning within an office, unlike us, who toil from dawn till dusk. The proprietor of Shui Tian spoke, retrieving a set of BMW car keys from his pocket, idly toying with them before gently pressing a button, causing the headlights of the car across from him to flicker in response. A 5 Series? For a worker like me, acquiring such a vehicle is no small feat. Jiang Qin instantly recognized the car before him. "It's all right, I bought it for my son, but he finds it too cheap and refuses to drive it. Hence, I'm left to enjoy it myself, though I actually prefer Audi," the owner of Shui Tian stated nonchalantly, reaching for a Zhonghua cigarette from the table and lighting one. Jiang Qin grimaced. "So this is how it is? I see we've established a rivalry. Tomorrow, I will collect the Bentley keys from Uncle Gong, and then we shall discuss matters further." "What are you two discussing?" Jiang Qin inquired as he pulled out a stool to sit. Hong Yin lifted her gaze. "Feng Tongxue has imparted numerous life philosophies to me, and I feel immensely enriched." Jiang Qin was taken aback, pondering how these two had found common ground, especially when Feng Nanshu had been joyously playing on a shaking car just days prior. What sort of life philosophies could she possibly share? Perhaps that the larger the banana, the better? Hong Yin rose, smoothing her skirt, and picked up her handbag from the stool, earnestly assuring Jiang Qin. As she departed, Jiang Qin couldn't help but tilt his body, gazing at her fair, delicate calves for an extended period, his brow slightly furrowing. After listening to the musings of the affluent young lady, he was astonished not to have been left bewildered. Were these platitudes drawn from children's fantastical adventure tales? Feng Nanshu, her lips reddened from the spicy crawfish, could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, "Jiang Qin, it's so spicy, I need water." Jiang Qin hurriedly fetched a bottle. Witnessing her take a quick sip, her eyes brimming with tears, truly, she was both inexperienced and indulgent. "Is it better now?" "Much improved, though my mouth feels slightly numb." Hong Yin feigned ignorance as she bypassed the study desk, retrieving her toiletries from the writing desk shelf, only to be called out by Chu Siki the next moment. "Did you go meet Jiang Qin?" "That's none of your business," Hong Yin replied coolly as she stepped into the restroom. Chu Siki was enraged and promptly followed her into the bathroom. "I've told you, since we are in fair competition, you should notify me if you meet him. I was merely discussing serious matters with him," Hong Yin said, squeezing toothpaste on her toothbrush. "If it's serious, then there is no need to avoid anyone. If you wish to see Jiang Qin, you may seek him out yourself. A Haven tea stopped you. Why do you persist in competing with me?" Chu Siki's eyes glistened with tears, but he deleted me and blocked my number. I tried to call him using Hui Ru's phone, only to find that blocked too. Isn't that quite clear? He wishes to sever all ties with you. Sitting on the bed, Chu Siki could no longer hold back her tears, dampening her lashes. By now, she understood that Jiang Qin was indeed serious. This was not some strategic game of cat and mouse, nor was it merely a matter of impulse. He truly no longer had feelings for her. Yet, she could not fathom why his affection for her could vanish so completely and cleanly, as if leaving no trace behind. Just a day before the college entrance examination, he had spoken of attending the same university as her. Yet upon the conclusion of the exams, he seemed transformed, as if he were an entirely different person. She had not even had time to prepare, nor any opportunity for a reaction. Now, he could so effortlessly withdraw from her life. While she wallowed in her distress, what gave him the right to do so? What fair competition was this but one-sided yearning? That aloof sister Feng was not someone who could simply be outshone by any popular girl. Even such a radiant figure was drawn to Jiang Qin. Yet Chu Siki continued to claim she would test him, which was truly laughable. Have you arrived at the dormitory? Yes. Consider carefully the matter of changing majors. All right. Old Jiang, isn't this website yours? Could you perhaps help me out with some positive reviews to support Pan Xiao? Jiang Qin looked puzzled. Support her for what? This afternoon, I posted about Pan Xiao, stating she is the true campus belle, and now she's being mercilessly criticized. Ren Ziqiang gritted his teeth in frustration, for it is often difficult to fight against many foes. Jiang Qin found Ren's taste somewhat perplexing. How many positive reviews do you want? The more, the better. Upon witnessing his post surge in favorable reviews, Ren Ziqiang's mood instantly brightened. Thank you, Brother Jiang. I'll treat you to breakfast tomorrow. You can choose anything from the first floor. Old Ren, do you really think Pan Xiao's looks qualify her as the campus belle? Chao Guangyu could not help but mock, utterly baffled by Ren Ziqiang's reasoning. She is the campus belle in my heart. Ren Ziqiang retorted. You love-struck fool. Jiang Qin's heart jolted. What way? Chao Guangyu turned pale. Damn, old Jiang, you have truly awakened me from my slumber. What do you mean, old Chao? Ren Ziqiang's expression darkened. No worries. Pan Xiao is indeed the campus belle. Rest assured, I can quickly help you with a few positive reviews. Now that's more like it. In mid-September, the military training finally concluded, and all new students at Lin University gathered on the campus playground for the final inspection drill. The scene was a veritable sea of humanity. Bustling and vibrant, an event of considerable magnitude. Of the attendees, 1/5 participated in the review, while the remaining 4/5 served as spectators. However, the audience displayed little interest in the military training review, their attention instead captivated by the contest for campus belle, each clutching their phones and murmuring fervently. As the instigator of the campus belle competition, Jiang Qin sat at the rear of the audience, undergoing the scrutiny of Gao Wenwei. Why is Feng Nanshu considered a prohibited term on your forum? There's no helping it. Her beauty surpasses the limits, Jiang Qin shrugged. Gao Wenwei's jealousy was palpable. Your veiled compliments are seamless. No wonder Nanshu clings to you daily. However, I must protest. Any contest without Feng Nanshu is inherently unfair. Sister, I organized this campus belle theme to stimulate lively discussion. Thus, debate is essential. Currently, the goddesses from each department are evenly matched. In this scenario, forum users are reluctant to concede to one another, which maintains the excitement. However, once Feng Nanshu enters the fray, it's game over. Who would dare to foolishly claim the title of campus belle then? That would be tantamount to extinguishing the flames of rivalry. Are you employing so many idioms in hopes of pursuing further studies? Gao Wenwei replied defiantly. This feeling is entirely normal. I have a celestial roommate, yet I cannot boast about it. That is simply too disheartening. Gao Wenhui's face was etched with a desire to flaunt. Little Gao, you haven't considered this. If the forum ultimately crowns a campus belle who pales in comparison to your roommate, wouldn't that be even more satisfying? Gao Wenhui pondered this, her brow furrowing. That would be a secret satisfaction, but a joy that no one knows about is hardly pleasing. At this moment, Fan Shuling suddenly turned to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin, that top candidate for campus belle, Chu Siki, is your ex-girlfriend, isn't she? I saw her arguing with Hong Yan, who ranks third, on South Street the other day, and you were there too. It seems that the most beautiful celestial maiden clinging to him was not enough. How could the two most popular goddesses from the law department also be associated with him? What was this fellow up to? Was he engaged in some novel character-collecting game? What gave him the right? Since the moment Feng Nanshu sought his assistance in opening a bottle cap, all the boys began to contemplate this conundrum. If one were to claim Jiang Qin was handsome, that would hold some truth, but there were certainly others who were more attractive. Why did these aloof beauties transform so drastically upon encountering him? At this moment, Jiang Qin began to grasp the situation. No wonder Fan Shuling had appeared displeased during their meal, harboring considerable animosity. There was more to this than met the eye. That day was merely a casual gathering among friends. A scoundrel. Just as the conversation was unfolding, a sudden commotion erupted on the right side of the stands. A plastic water bottle was hurled and crashed against the protective barrier behind the stands, producing a thunderous sound. Upon witnessing this, everyone turned their heads to see four boys grappling with one another, while a girl nearby was shouting, and another boy beside them seemed eager to join the fray. The student council member responsible for maintaining order rushed over, shouting for them to cease. A male student from the design department had encroached upon our territory, resulting in a scuffle with our students, during which a girl from our side had scratched the face of a boy from the design department. Jiang Qin stood up to leave, only to be met with a glance from Fan Shuling. Where are you going? The matter from earlier remains unresolved. I need to use the restroom. Care to join? Get lost. Jiang Qin flashed a grin and made his way along the aisle at the edge of the stands. The restroom entrance was situated just behind the quarrel, and after attempting to squeeze through twice without success, he resignedly waited on the side. Meanwhile, a girl with a ponytail from the design department was vehemently demanding an apology from the finance college, while Zhu Feng and several council members argued back, though their voices paled in comparison to that of the opposition. It was evident that despite the noise, neither side was willing to concede an apology. After all, this was a review meeting, surrounded by freshmen, and if the student council members bowed to an external department, their authority would be undermined, jeopardizing future operations. Your department encroached upon our seats first. You must apologize. While occupying seats is wrong, your department initiated the violence. So an apology from us is out of the question. Do you even value reason in the design department? As the tension escalated again, Jiang Qin could no longer contain himself. Enough already. Can we not argue over such trivial matters? I'm about to wet my pants. At the sound of his voice, both student council members turned to look at him. A guy taking seats in another department? Is your backside that large that the design department's seats aren't enough for you, and you're arguing with a girl? How impressive. You should apologize first. Upon hearing this, the student leaders from the finance college could not help but frown. Jiang Qin had a point, but the other side was clearly clinging to the fact that they had struck first, making it impossible for them to apologize. Indeed, the scratch boy showed no sign of remorse and was ready to continue hurling insults. Jiang Qin furrowed his brow and addressed the student leader from the design department. Xuan Mei, when you're in the wrong, you must admit it. This applies to both work and study. Fine, you're the boss after all. Lu Xuan Mei gritted her teeth, glanced at the boy beside her, and reluctantly offered an apology. The boy, still seething, muttered a begrudging sorry. Jiang Qin then turned to the finance college. The one who scratched him should apologize too. And additionally, someone from the finance college should accompany him to the infirmary for a checkup and a band-aid, lest it jeopardize his chances of finding a partner. I'll go. Su Juanli, the publicity minister of the finance college, immediately recognized Jiang Qin as the wealthy heir from that day. He had intended to befriend Jiang Qin and felt obliged to grant him this favor. Seeing the finance college's student leaders willingly offer assistance, Lu Xuan Mei's anger dissipated significantly, and she refrained from further comment. Thus, a conflict that threatened to escalate was abruptly quelled, while Jiang Qin hurried to the restroom and emerged with a look of relief. Isn't that Feng Nanshu's boyfriend? Zhu Feng, the president of the finance college, was bewildered. They had argued for so long. Yet his words proved more effective than theirs. Vice President Ma Jiangming scratched his head. Perhaps it's because his words held more reason. Did the design students find him convincing? Have you been drinking? I've said similar things, and more than once. Well, I don't know. Ma Jiangming shook his head. Zhu Feng remained confused. The design department is one thing, but how does Zheng Juanli, a minister, heed the words of freshmen? I have no clue either. Who is our president? Of course, it's you, Senior Zhu. Then who is Jiang Qin? Just an unremarkable freshman. Yet I can't shake the feeling that he carries more presence than I do as president. It's just an illusion, a mere illusion. Zhu Feng pondered for a moment. Ma Jiangming, go ask him later if he would be interested in joining the student council. He'll definitely be interested. I've never met anyone who wouldn't want to join the student council. Ma Jiangming assured. Chapter 74. The entrepreneurial hub Jiang Qin found himself in a state of boredom, nearly succumbing to drowsiness, when his phone vibrated, waking him from his near slumber. The call was from Chao Xinyue of the entrepreneurial base, informing him that his application had been approved and that he should collect his registration card. The activity classroom had also been reserved and was available for immediate use. Wasn't the approval supposed to take at least a month? And isn't the acceptance rate for freshmen quite low? I was preparing to rent an apartment off campus, only to receive this unexpected delight. Jiang Qin raised his head, glancing at the principal, who was still droning on from the podium. He thought to himself that he needed to find a way to leave. Remaining, there was a sheer waste of time. It would be far more beneficial to check out the entrepreneurial base. However, before he could contemplate further, Ma Jiangming came running over from the aisle of the stands, panting, "Junior, are you interested in joining our student council? My ideological consciousness isn't sufficient, And besides, I understand the student council. There is hardly any power, just a plethora of trivial matters. Jiang Qin waved his hand in refusal. Ma Jiangming disagreed with his assessment. You can't say that. Our student council in the finance college holds significant power. Jiang Qin pondered for a moment. Let me give you an example. If I don't want to listen to the principal's speech anymore and wish to leave, do you have the authority to let me go? Probably not. That's it. Don't think that just because I'm a vice president. Even a random minister could do that. Ma Jiangming boasted excessively. How impressive. Thanks, senior. Jiang Qin packed his belongings, swiftly descending from the stands and disappearing behind the stage, leaving Ma Jiangming momentarily dazed, unable to react. Am I being tricked? Did I just agree to let him leave? Yet it seems he isn't. He agreed to join the student council. After departing from the main playground, Jiang Qin bought 2 cups of milk tea and made his way to the university entrepreneurial base on College Road 2, easily pushing open the door to the main office. Senior Chao Xinyue was organizing files and immediately stood up upon seeing him, handing him a transparent document folder, a white-framed sign, and 2 keys. Junior, you're in luck. Professor Yin believes highly of your project, and he personally helped you apply for these items. The activity classroom is located in room 208 on the 2nd floor. Professor Yin? Chao Xinyue nodded. Yes, but he is not here today, so you likely want to meet him. However, it's close by, and you'll have other opportunities to meet him. All right, thank you, senior. Allow me to treat you to some milk tea. Jiang Qin offered one of the cups to her before walking over to where senior was watching television, perhaps still reeling from the last spoiler. The senior panicked upon seeing Jiang Qin, immediately covering the screen with his hand and eyeing him warily. What are you up to? Don't be nervous. I'm merely offering you a cup of milk tea. Jiang Qin placed the drink down innocently, casting a glance at the upper left corner of the screen, where Soldier Assault was playing. Goodness, upon realizing that the silly girl had died, the senior promptly lost interest in watching. He exited the main office with the plastic folder in hand, ascended to the 2nd floor, and located the school's designated activity classroom, room 208. Upon entering the room, one is greeted by several long white tables, and the walls are adorned with a plethora of line charts. Perhaps due to the passage of time, the adhesive strips have come undone, with some even scattered across the floor. Jiang Qin glanced around and deduced that this classroom had previously been utilized for a group buying website, the date on the last chart indicating it had been abandoned since last March. 10 minutes later, Su Nai and Dong Wenhao arrived upon receiving a call, and as they surveyed the room, their eyes sparkled with astonishment. Is this classroom going to be ours? They exclaimed. Goodness, it's even larger than the activity room of the literature club. After a quick tour, they immediately contacted their team members, requesting them to bring their laptops. To be frank, having a dedicated base for their entrepreneurial venture made a significant difference. Once a fixed location was established, a sense of belonging washed over them. We should install a sign on the door, one suggested. Perhaps hang some ribbons. It seems rather plain. I propose we place a screen in the center, with the content team on the south side and the tech team on the north. Both teams were buzzing with excitement, chattering incessantly, relieved to finally escape the nomadic lifestyle of carrying equipment and scavenging for classrooms. Boss, what else do you think we should arrange? Sunai adjusted her glasses. I believe we should start with a thorough cleaning. Jiang Qin, smiling brightly, tossed a pile of mops onto the table. The team members had anticipated some impassioned speech from their boss, but upon hearing the call to action, they began to grumble, albeit happily, for having a stable base made them feel more like a cohesive unit. As the cleaning commenced, Jiang Qin took the lead in tearing down the outdated reports from the walls, stuffing them into garbage bags, while the girls prepared cloths to clean the tables and windows. At that moment, Jiang Qin wiped his brow and called Miomi over, a girl with a doll-like face and a neat bob, her features strikingly delicate. Miomi, gather a few girls and head to the 2nd floor of the cafeteria to place an order. All right, boss. Miomi accepted the money from Jiang Qin and rounded up the tech team members WNJ and Ru, D. Miomi, and the content team members D. YZHN and L. Ying. Together, the 5 of them left the entrepreneurial base and hurried towards the cafeteria. To be honest, while motivational speeches and incentives might boost team morale, nothing could compare to the satisfaction of enjoying a meal together after completing work in their own space. It felt akin to gathering in a field for lunch after a hard day's harvest, filled with the joy of abundance and a deep sense of fulfillment. Of course, The website was still in its infancy, and it was premature to celebrate a bountiful harvest, but at least it was now on the right track. The IELTS and TOEFL training classes at the school expressed interest in advertising on the website and provided a deposit of 2,000 yuan. According to the training class owner, they had previously advertised on an old forum with little success and had planned to cease their efforts this year, but upon discovering Zaichu, they couldn't resist changing their minds. Since the advertising budget was already allocated, trying a new channel seemed reasonable. Chapter 75. Come over and hang out with me. Those who advertised on the old forum would surely be open to a new forum with a larger flow of traffic. It was a simple logic. Jiang Qin pondered for a moment and decided to procure a water dispenser, purchase a fan, and allocate the remaining funds for activities. As for air conditioning, that could be postponed. Summer was drawing to a close, and investing in an air conditioning unit would be a waste. Moreover, installing air conditioning required drilling holes and navigating the lengthy school procedures. Jiang Qin pulled out 2 bills and handed them to Will and Ln and Tn Qing, 2 individuals he had borrowed from the part-time society, not considered official team members and thus receiving commissions rather than salaries. This arrangement was intentional on Jiang Qin's part, as those engaged in business and marketing needed motivation. A fixed salary would not suffice, while a commission-based approach would better stimulate their work ethic, as a promising venture inspired greater effort. Before long, the afternoon had arrived. The 2 teams gathered in room 208, with half typing away and the other half developing a voting system, the rhythmic clatter of keyboards filling the air. During this time, COX and you stopped by for a moment and was taken aback by the sight of so many people typing. Didn't you just receive the key at noon? Not only have you cleaned up, but you've also already put everything to use. Your efficiency is astounding. Junior, are you really serious? You've already launched your business in just one afternoon? If one isn't proactive about earning money, something must be amiss. Senior sister, why not stop dating and join me for this part-time job? COX and you pouted, I don't believe you can make any money. The probability of me earning money is far greater than that of a school uniform turning into a wedding dress. Jiang Qin gestured for her to take a seat. Cool, mate. Sit for a moment and feel the vibrant energy of our team. Never mind, I won't sit. I just came to say hello and see what you might need. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up instantly. Do you have a blackboard? A printer? We could also use a couple of computers and install an air conditioner. Junior, you really do have the audacity to ask for everything, don't you? I can help you apply for the blackboard and printer, but don't even think about the computers and air conditioning. After COX and you finished speaking, she departed, still skeptical of Jiang Qin's project. In this day and age, the internet was still somewhat ethereal, and she believed that tangible businesses like bubble tea shops and supermarkets were far more lucrative. As dusk approached, the people in room 208 gradually made their way to the cafeteria for dinner. Jiang Qin left first, handing the keys to Sunai. No chaotic activities should occur in this sacred office space. I didn't look. Sunai huffed, her fingers tapping furiously on the keyboard, producing a sound reminiscent of a machine gun. As Jiang Qin walked along the path on the second road of the academy, enjoying the refreshing evening breeze, his phone began to beep with notifications, a tabby cat's avatar dancing on screen. Jiang Qin, come over and hang out with me. Jiang Qin replied, FNNSH. That last message was sent by GOW and who? FNNSH. There's a cat downstairs that can do backflips. Jiang Qin responded, is it really that amazing? I must go see it, and afterward, I'll take you to the cafeteria for dinner. All right. After reading FNNSH's message, Jiang Qin stood up and headed toward the girls' dormitory. The little rich girl was already waiting downstairs, dressed in a white dress with a black bow at the collar, exuding youthful exuberance, her eyes sparkling with vitality. What about the cat that could do backflips? It ran away, FNNSH said, pointing dramatically behind her, her eyes filled with innocence. Jiang Qin pouted, thinking that if she wanted to go out to play, she could just say so instead of blaming it on the cat. Perhaps having a cat in room 208 could enhance team cohesion and alleviate the drudgery of work, Jiang Qin mused, pressing his temples, contemplating how delightful such an idea could be. On the path from the girls' dormitory to the cafeteria, FNNSH walked ahead with her hands behind her back, her toes lightly touching the ground, moving with a lively and cheerful spirit, her bright eyes reflecting the hues of dusk. The cafeteria was bustling with students, nearly filled with entire dorm groups. As they entered, they immediately spotted G.O.W.N, who seated and enthusiastically devouring her meal. G.O.W.N who? Your teleportation skills are impressive. You were just messaging from the dorm, and now you're eating. F-N-N-N-S-H nodded earnestly. W.N, who can move as swiftly as a flash at times. G.O.W.N who, completely oblivious to their banter, pushed her plate forward. Cool me. Guess what I ordered? Quail eggs stewed with potatoes. F-N-N-N-S-H replied softly. I ordered braised pork, but the lady serving shook too hard, and all I got was this. Seriously, if she has shaking that much, shouldn't she see a doctor? What is she doing serving food? G.O.W.N who complained, looking quite disgruntled. Jiang Qin chuckled. You can afford to eat less meat. Just look at your waist. It's thicker than mine. Heh, I knew you wouldn't say anything nice. I finished eating, and won't be a third wheel for you too. Gao Wenhui swiftly cleared her plate and vacated her seat. Feng Nanshu looked bewildered and asked, what is a third wheel? It is a luminous device used for illumination. Sparkling and glimmering, Jiang Qin provided a standard answer. The little rich girl suspected Jiang Qin was deceiving her, yet she had no evidence. While enjoying her Mei Kai Ko row, Feng Nanshu occasionally stole glances at the succulent beef brisket in Jiang Qin's bowl, and eventually, she couldn't help but drool, her adorable little eyes sparkling with longing. Jiang Qin picked up a piece of beef brisket with her chopsticks and intended to place it in Feng Nanshu's spoon. But the rosy little mouth across the table had already opened wide, eagerly waiting. Thus, Jiang Qin fed it to her, witnessing her eyes suddenly sparkle like stars. Is it delicious? Feng Nanshu nodded. Jiang Qin took a mouthful of noodles and urged, hurry and eat. Once you're done, I'll take you to Wanwell Lake to see the koi. Feng Nanshu panicked slightly, her feet instinctively retreating under the table. No, Jiang Qin, I haven't washed today. Feng Nanshu, I warn you, please treat me as a decent person. Jiang Qin retorted. What is a decent person? A decent person simply observes the koi. Nothing more. Chapter 76. Take a break. Stop touching under the twilight. The lake shimmered. As Jiang Qin settled next to the stone, Su Nai's call came through, informing her that the voting system could go live. Although the real-time rankings were still minor, it was manageable, similar to the previous website. They could use it first and modify it later. Jiang Qin nodded along as she listened to the report and suddenly heard Feng Nanshu hum softly. Understanding the cue, he softened his grip, transitioning from pinching to holding, his palm gently kneading, feeling soft as jade. Why aren't you speaking, boss? Sunai's voice came through the phone. All right, she responded brightly. By the way, confirm with Wei Lanlan. It seems Tongxing Driving School is interested in sponsoring this event. Ensure they coordinate well. And don't let poverty limit your imagination regarding the sponsorship fee. What if they refuse if the fee is too high? If they refuse, then so be it. We can always seek others. However, the sponsorship fee must not be low. Otherwise, future advertising fees will plummet. If they claim the sponsorship fee is minimal, how can you expect to charge higher for advertising? This creates a sense of conflict. But if the sponsorship fee is high and the advertising fee is low, it will give the impression of a bargain. The value is not determined by others, but by oneself. Is it really possible like that? I understand, boss. At this moment, Feng Nanshu sat sideways, gazing softly at the lake, feeling her toes tingling, occasionally humming softly. Does your foot still hurt? Jiang Qin suddenly asked. Feng Nanshu paused. I never said my foot hurt. Nonsense. If your foot didn't hurt, why would I be massaging it? Jiang Qin feigned a serious demeanor. Feng Nanshu glanced at her little shoes. Jiang Qin, I didn't take off my shoes or socks. You did. I couldn't outmaneuver you. I would never do such a thing. You must have removed your shoes and socks while I was on the phone, not knowing that there's an experiment showing people subconsciously accept items handed to them during phone calls. Feng Nanshu's expression was blank, and after pondering for a while, she decided to remain silent, quietly enjoying the massage on her toes, her eyes bright and clear. Jiang Qin continued kneading, his mind preoccupied with thoughts about the sponsorship fee. In the early days of the forum, traffic was adequate, but conversion rates were uncertain. Under such circumstances, Tongxing Driving School would certainly be hesitant to invest heavily in sponsorship, especially with previous experiences weighing on their decision. This meant that Wei Lanlan and Tan Qing would likely face challenges. However, there was no alternative. The ceiling needed to be set high to facilitate future endeavors. Moreover, the campus beauty contest could only be held once per institution, if a beauty was crowned every semester. The event's significance would diminish greatly. Thus, this singular opportunity must preserve room for future negotiations. The pressing question remained, what was the upper limit that Tongxing Driving School could accept? The enrollment fee was 3,200, and after careful consideration, Jiang Qin estimated the upper limit to be around 60,000. Exceeding this amount would surely cause Tongxing Driving School to forfeit the sponsorship opportunity. However, Jiang Qin was not satisfied, believing the price could still be raised. The challenge lay in the fact that other merchants lacked the capacity to match it. This matter required dual strategies. One must not end up empty-handed. Jiang Qin, what's the matter? Take a break, stop touching. Jiang Qin raised his head and realized his hand had unconsciously wandered to Feng Nanshu's smooth calf, feeling the delicate texture, firm and even. While the little rich girl pressed her skirt down with one hand, gazing at him with watery eyes. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Qin was taken aback and raised his hand in astonishment. Could it be that my hand truly has a mind of its own? Feng Nanshu bent down to change her shoes. Jiang Qin hasn't kissed me. The term kiss she referred to was an intimate act between lovers, implying hand-holding and kissing. Yang Min couldn't help but interject. Feng Nanshu shook her head. I know, but it hasn't happened. You and Jiang Qin have never held hands or kissed. Gao Wenwei exclaimed, as if she had discovered scandal. No, yet he massages your feet? Gao Wenwei exclaimed incredulously. No hand-holding or kissing, yet you let him touch your feet daily? Even I, a pervert, find that strange. Friends can only touch feet. Hand-holding and kissing are reserved for couples. Feng Nanshu replied gently after changing into her sleepwear. Who taught you these principles? I deduced them myself. Gao Wenwei was left speechless. You've undoubtedly been molded into the shape Jiang Qin desires. Not being lovers is fine. Jiang Qin is an irresponsible scoundrel and is unworthy of Nanshu. Fan Shuling felt an inexplicable anger upon hearing Jiang Qin's name. She had previously known a scoundrel who professed to be the best friend, only to cause deep hurt, making her easily irritable around such individuals. Feng Nanshu hummed discontentedly, resolving not to speak with Fan Shuling that night. The next morning, sunlight poured onto the campus of Linda, streaming through the window and casting a golden glow on the balcony. Jiang Qin's alarm had yet to ring, but he was awakened by Wei Lanlin's incessant calls. Hello, what's the matter? Boss, the negotiations have collapsed. Wei Lanlin reported that she had gone to Tongxing Driving School that morning to negotiate, proposing a price of 70,000, which unsurprisingly fell through. In essence, they did not believe Jiang Qin's forum could attract that many students based on the prior forum's experience. Naturally, the opposing party made an offer based on their own valuation, which was 20,000, and insisted on full sponsorship. Jiang Qin, unfazed, calmly accepted the reality and directly rejected this offer. However, Tongxing Driving School was one of the few significant players at Linda, and if they could only manage 20,000, it was futile to approach other merchants. Boss, what should we do now? Should we negotiate with other sponsors? There's no time. You handle other matters while I find a solution. Jiang Qin refrained from elaborating further, hanging up the phone as he sat up in bed. Chapter 77. Self-promotion thus. He dressed and left the dormitory, heading straight to the square located directly south of the teaching building. This square was the most concentrated small business district within Linda, housing a supermarket, bubble tea shop, barbershop, fruit store, and tea house. The square was originally named Qinxue Square, but it sounded rather mundane, so everyone preferred to call it the front square. Jiang Qin sought a shaded corner where the sun's rays could not reach. Sitting cross-legged for nearly an hour, while keenly observing the flow of customers at the square's merchants. Finally, he slammed the table and turned to enter a milk tea shop that had only received 3 patrons all morning. In these times, it is indeed challenging for an individual entrepreneur like myself to survive. Are you aware of the points card promotion for milk tea at the nearby college supermarket? Their prices are half of mine. However, their goal is not profit, but rather to boost sales of other products. As a result, my business has plummeted since the promotion began 6 months ago. The only customers I see are students attending classes who deem it not worth the distance to my shop. Truth be told, I have long wished to quit, but with a year left on the lease, abandoning it now would be pure loss. Persevering brings me some solace. I once believed that being near the university made business easy, but now I realize that competition is fiercer in crowded places. The milk tea shop owner is a young lady, around 27 or 28, with dyed yellow hair, her face etched with complaints, itching to storm into the college supermarket and unleash her ire. Losing money is not the issue. The torment lies in the inability to cut losses promptly, leading to both financial strain and mental fatigue. Jiang Qin surveyed the shop. Is there no other option? This storefront occupies a corner of the building, and with such limited space, it serves no purpose but to sell milk tea, and everyone knows my business is struggling, so no one visits. The young lady is evidently quite frustrated. What if someone were willing to help you with the rent? Would you consider transferring ownership? Who would be foolish enough? The golden-haired lady did not believe him. Jiang Qin coughed lightly. Fools do exist. Do I not resemble one? Half an hour later, Feng Nanshu arrived at the square, adorned in a butterfly-collared chiffon dress. Her steps were light, her gaze serene, and the brilliant sunlight illuminated her skin, making her appear even more radiant. A stunning sight in the square. Jiang Qin waved at her from the milk tea shop's entrance and pulled her inside, where they settled on a high stool. We've been friends for so long, and I haven't given you a gift yet. How about I present you with a milk tea shop today? Sounds good. Feng Nanshu cared little for the nature of the establishment, as anything from Jiang Qin was desirable. The young lady with yellow hair cast a deep glance at Jiang Qin, pondering the origins of this wealthy individual who pursued a girl in such an extravagant manner. Yet the girl was indeed beautiful, perfectly so. If she were a rich heir, she would gladly spend for her. Watching Feng Nanshu sign the contract, Jiang Qin could not help but reflect. This little heiress was exceedingly confident. She signed without hesitation. And even if he were to sell her, she would count the money with glee. The business license would not be changed for now. In the afternoon, I will take her to the entrepreneurship base to obtain a self-startup certificate. By the way, do you have any staff? Yes, but since I've been operating at a loss, I plan to let them go. Perfect, let's hold off on that. Bring them in so we can get acquainted. The golden-haired lady took out her phone and called for the staff, a girl named Feng Xiaoxian, petite, but reportedly very efficient. After a brief introduction, Jiang Qin called Su Nai, instructing her to request an 80,000 public invoice for the milk tea shop, named Shi Tian in the name of the forum. Then, he asked Su Nai to bring the naming agreement for Feng Nanshu to sign. Boss, what exactly are you doing? Su Nai questioned, bewildered. Jiang Qin sighed, purely a matter of wealth and whimsy. Impossible, I don't believe it. The reasoning is simple. The naming fee must be inflated to attract subsequent advertising revenue. But the driving school lacks trust in us and only quoted 20,000. Thus, I must promote the shop myself. But won't that render the shop a waste? Sunai mused, finding this roundabout approach excessively convoluted. If one TB wasted, she genuinely cannot continue and is offering it at a low price. Furthermore, the shop's losses stem not from poor taste, but from being crushed by price wars, resulting in a lack of customers. However, the excitement surrounding the campus flower competition remains high, and I plan to tie it to this milk tea shop, executing a strategic combination to create an appealing sales report for those merchants currently hesitating. Sunai pondered. So, losses before, then profits after the naming? I can't say for certain. This is merely speculation. The actual situation will depend on the commencement of the campus flower competition, as monetizing initial website traffic can be quite challenging. It's a trial run. Sunai gasped. 3 birds with 1 stone? Where do you source these strategies? Jiang Qin looked at her disdainfully. This is wisdom from our ancestors. Do you not know the immense commercial value that flower competitions once generated? Reflect on this carefully. Stop focusing solely on trivial videos. Sunai pouted and shifted her attention to Feng Nanshu. Captivated by her beauty, she was exquisitely flawless, every feature appealing. Boss lady, you are truly stunning. She couldn't help but voice her thoughts. Feng Nanshu's eyes sparkled. You are such a kind person. Enough with the flattery. Sunai, if you have no classes, optimize the program. We still have classes in the afternoon. We cannot be late for the first class at university. Some formality is necessary. Jiang Qin interrupted their mutual admiration, beckoning the little heiress as they made their way towards the classroom. Under the sunlight, the two shared a height difference of 10 centimeters. One in a shirt, the other in a dress. They appeared exceptionally well matched, reminiscent of a scene from a romantic novel. The first class at university? Sunai's gaze faltered momentarily. Hey, weren't you claiming to be a senior? Chapter 78. Orientation after purchasing the milk tea shop. Jiang Qin took Feng Nanshu to the teaching building, where they parted ways in the corridor. Jiang Qin approached Ren Ziqiang and sat beside him. What brings you such joy? Tell me about it. Lao Chao and Lao Zhou's expressions shifted instantly. Nothing, just eager to learn, a bit excited at the start of class. Ren Ziqiang couldn't help but scoff at the two. Old Jiang, don't listen to their pretenses. Let me tell you, 2 new students joined our class today. 1 male and 1 female, and the girl is incredibly beautiful, nearly rivaling Hong Yan. Seeing he could no longer keep it a secret, Chao Guanyu immediately turned to Jiang Qin. Old Jiang, be a decent person. Don't hoard this one, please. Keep this one for brothers, I beg you. Get lost. When have I ever hoarded? You may not, but those stamps keep getting attached to you. Jiang Qin chose to ignore them. He had said that he wouldn't date. Yet everyone seemed to think him a scoundrel, far more unjustly than Do Yi. But why are there students entering after military training? What kind of bizarre operation is this? The orientation class is a mandatory experience for all new students at Lin University, typically led by the head of the Academic Affairs Office. It cannot be described as dull, but it is certainly devoid of significance. Bored, Ren Ziqiang began writing notes for Pan Xiao, requesting Jiang Qin's assistance in passing them several times. Don't you have a phone? Jiang Qin finally lost his patience after the 4th request. Ren Ziqiang lowered his voice. She can't see it. Nonsense. Is she not secretly playing with her phone right now? Jiang Qin pointed out that from his angle, he could clearly see Pan Xiao engage with her phone, her fingers dancing nimbly across the keyboard. Damn it, the persistent admirer. Her keyboard is practically smoking from all the typing. ISNT she chatting? Lao Zhou, let me switch seats with you. I'm allergic to dog hair. Jiang Qin seized the opportunity while the Dean of Academic Affairs was writing on the blackboard to slyly swap seats with Zhou Chao. Old Zhou was not one to indulge Ren Ziqiang. Whenever a note passed through his hands, he had to glance at it first, chuckling before tossing it to Pan Xiao. After a while, Chao Guanyu also began to toss notes, specifically seeking Jiang Qin to pass them along. Jiang Qin was bemused. Who is this being passed to? Jin Chun. Who? Chao Guanyu reluctantly pointed, the new girl. I need to ask her what her number is. Jiang Qin followed the direction of his finger and saw a girl with a heart-shaped face and long, parted hair, looking quite stylish with her hair dyed a light brown. Can't you add her from the group chat? She just arrived. She hasn't joined yet. I need to act quickly before Zhou Chao gets to her first. Jiang Qin rolled his eyes and tossed the crumpled note over, and to his surprise, it landed accurately. Yet she didn't even look and let it fall under the table. Feeling offended, Chao Guanyu turned away and feigned sleep. Jiang Qin glanced at him and thought, I might as well sleep too. This class is utterly pointless. It's not even a core course, barely qualifies as an elective. More like an introduction to the first page of a novel, utterly inconsequential. Jiang Qin is sleeping. How handsome, Song Qingqing remarked dreamily. Jiang Tian felt a twinge of discomfort. She was the first to notice Jiang Qin's merits. Didn't you dislike Jiang Qin? Why are you staring at him now? Who would dislike him? I'm quite fond of him. Throwing notes to female classmates in class. Such a show-off. The new girl Jian Chun couldn't help but murmur. Song Qingqing paused slightly, then glanced at her. Why do I feel like I'm looking in a mirror? In a blink, it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Unlike high school, university professors rarely extend classes. Once the bell rings, class is dismissed regardless of whether the lecture is finished. However, Jiang Qin was unfortunate this time. The director, surnamed Wang, was unusually verbose. This was likely because he usually oversees school discipline and rarely teaches, so when he started, he tended to ramble. Meanwhile, the class next door was already dismissing. As soon as the bell rang, the student from class 4 began to trickle out of the classroom. Feng Nanshu wanted to wait for Jiang Qin, but was directly pulled away by Fan Shuling, accompanied by Gao Wenhui, and another boy named Zhang Xinyu. Among the boys in class 4, he was the most handsome, and, judging by his attire, he likely came from a well-off family. Like Jiang Qin at the start of the semester, he was the focal point of the girls' dormitory night talks. Zhang Xinyu, like the others in class 4, was immediately attracted to Feng Nanshu. In his view, being close at hand often yields advantages, believing that he would ultimately win her affection. However, the incident involving a bottle cap during military training shattered all his illusions. Yet, it was indeed painful to see a girl like Feng Nanshu unattainable. Therefore, Zhang Xinyu often made intentional or unintentional contact with Feng Nanshu's roommates, seizing opportunities to speak with her. Unfortunately, once Feng Nanshu moved away from Jiang Qin, she became aloof not even managing to open her mouth. How about I treat you all to milk tea? Sure, but let us not go too far. Let's south go to that place in the front square. Fan Shuling was aware of Jiang Xinyu's intentions and was more than willing to facilitate. As she harbored a strong dislike for scoundrels like Jiang Qin, always intending to help Feng Nanshu escape her plight. Thus, the quartet headed to the front square. Finding a shaded spot to sit, Jiang Xinyu displayed utmost gentlemanliness, inquiring about the preferences of the three before turning to place an order. I think Jiang Xinyu is quite decent, about the same height as Jiang Qin. I heard his family is in business. Fan Shuling subtly promoted. Gao Wenhui shot a glance at her. If Jiang Qin finds out, he'll have your head. Am I afraid of him? Fan Shuling rolled her eyes, having the lowest regard for such scoundrels. How can you be so sure he is a scoundrel? I've seen it with my own eyes. He claims they're just friends, but that is utter nonsense. I've encountered many men like him, always gazing at the pot while eating from a bowl. Gao Wenhui disagreed, reasoning that if Jiang Qin were truly a scoundrel, Feng Nanshu would have long been thoroughly taken advantage of, certainly not content with mere foot caresses. He was clearly restraining himself for some reason. Gao Wenhui envisioned herself in Jiang Qin's shoes, believing that if she were Jiang Qin, she would have kissed Feng Nanshu's rosy lips countless times, further validating her conjecture. Jiang Xinyu, what score did you get on the college entrance exam? I had a bit of a setback in mathematics, scoring only 655. Jiang Xinyu smiled slightly. Fan Shuling's tone turned slightly sardonic. A setback, yet still 655. 2 points more than Jiang Qin. 2 points isn't much, Gao Wenhui interjected. Not necessarily. A slight miscalculation can lead to a vast difference. Fan Shuling was clearly playing one against the other. By the way, Jiang Xinyu, I remember you scored full marks on your essay during the entrance exam? Jiang Xinyu nodded. I generally enjoy making friends, and the essay topic happened to align with my strengths. Our Nanshu is the worst at making friends. You should engage with her more. That is definitely doable. Fan Shuling continued to stoke the flames. Are you planning to find a partner in college? Jiang Xinyu smiled slightly. If the right one comes along, I definitely will. Dating is a part of university life, and I am quite looking forward to the journey from school uniform to wedding gown. Did you hear that? Now that's a healthy attitude towards dating. Gao Wenhui couldn't help but frown. What do you mean by a healthy attitude? Enjoying the beauty, unwavering, with marriage as the goal. Fan Shuling presented an idealistic view of marriage. That's too vague. Can you be more specific? Going out together often, watching movies, shopping, drinking milk tea. Oh, by the way, Nanshu, has Jiang Qin ever bought you milk tea? Feng Nanshu shot a wary glance at Fan Shuling, pursing her lips in silence. Not even buying milk tea. What kind of sweet romance is that? Fan Shuling scoffed, further diminishing her opinion of Jiang Qin. Of course, her mention of milk tea was also to elevate Jiang Xinyu's favor, especially since he was treating them to milk tea now. I never said milk tea equates to love, but if he can't even buy milk tea, what is the point of dating, right? Just then, Feng Xiaoxin arrived, carrying 4 cups of milk tea. Upon seeing Feng Nanshu, she paused slightly, then cheerfully called out, "Boss." She recognized Feng Nanshu as a university student and thought she was there to support her own business. Fan Shuling's voice abruptly halted, her eyes flashing with confusion, her mind momentarily unable to process. "Boss? What an outdated term. Why is she calling you boss?" Gao Wenhui exclaimed in astonishment. Feng Nanshu coldly replied, "Jiang Qin bought it for me." Jiang Xinyu felt a bit awkward but maintained a cheerful demeanor. "Feng, the milk tea is for me. Didn't you see me placing the order? The milk tea shop was bought for me by Jiang Qin." Feng Nanshu sat with an unyielding posture, exuding an air of aloofness. "Which milk tea shop?" "This one." Fan Shuling and Gao Wenhui exchanged glances and then looked at Jiang Xinyu, all 3 pairs of eyes widening simultaneously. The realization dawned on them 5 seconds later, their minds still reeling, feeling as if they had just heard Feng Nanshu speak a dreamlike phrase. Milk tea shop, just adding a word changed everything. "This milk tea shop was bought for you by Jiang Qin? You're now the owner of this shop?" Gao Wenhui's eyes sparkled with excitement. Feng Nanshu nodded expressionlessly. "It's a gift from my best friend. Your relationship has elevated to that level. Not just milk tea, but an entire milk tea shop?" Still found it difficult to believe. Continued to speak impassively. Then he can only be the boss. Shifted in his seat, feeling increasingly restless. How strange. Why did he suddenly feel the urge to leave? He had longed for an opportunity to converse with, to showcase his merits, and now that they were finally seated together, why was he suddenly inclined to depart? It must be the sweltering heat. The bench was almost too hot to sit on. Black absorbs heat, especially in such a summer, and though he and T noticed it at first, he now felt the discomfort creeping in, pressed his dry lips together, his mind a chaotic tangle, and he took a sip of milk tea, falling in his silence. Naturally, was silent as well. She gazed at the across from her, her expression becoming exceedingly intricate. She knew came from wealth, but S presence left her feeling suffocated. One might think love is merely buying a cup of sweet milk tea. Yet their love was about owning a milk tea shop. Here she was boasting about how wonderful it was for a boy to buy milk tea for a girl, only to discover that the shop belonged to them. This was indeed a fatal revelation. Suddenly understood that some matters were simply beyond her reach. When you have not yet ascended to that level, attempting to judge with your narrow perspective only leads to conclusions that, while convincing to oneself, may appear as a jest to others. Fortunately, the silence did not linger for long. Received a phone call, effectively breaking the impasse. "Hey, you haven't finished your milk tea?" Seemingly oblivious, picked up his phone and walked outside, only to encounter who had just finished class. He momentarily stuttered and quickened his pace. Rubbed his chin, pondering why that guy's expression seemed familiar. Oh right, it was quite reminiscent of the look on his face when he felt suffocated. At that moment, also spotted and waved. "Yours here. Oh, coming for milk tea? Go ahead, I won't join. I've been showing off too much lately, and it's becoming tiresome. I have a few things to attend to, so I'll take my leave." Frowned. "He is always so busy. What on earth is he doing?" "Making money," replied, her eyelashes fluttering. "Making money to support the family? But you're a little wealthy lady. Does your family even need him to support it?" Lost in her romantic notions, automatically appended the term support the family, and internally raved, thinking that a true gentleman never concedes in front of a woman. "You're simply too young. What's wrong? You have such a pleasant way of speaking." Sipped the pearls in her milk tea, squinting and smiling like a silly cat basking in the sun, her lashes tinted a soft golden hue by the brilliant sunlight. Chapter 80. The boss's heart is truly corrupt after leaving the square. Arrive at the entrepreneurial base of 208, and had already arrived earlier. They prepared the promotional graphics and were currently adding information, ready to coordinate with and launch. The long white table was cluttered with computers, with plugs scattered about, creating a sense of wild, untamed growth. The content team needed to keep the submissions flowing to maintain the freshness of the topics, adding fuel to the competition. The technical team continued optimizing while establishing real-time rankings. Without that feature, the competitive spirit would be lost. Meanwhile, shifted his focus from a website to designing offline promotional materials for seamlessly connecting offline promotional activities with online competitions. Please communicate with to custom order a batch of limited edition milk tea cups, featuring designs that include and the names of the campus beauties. Keep an eye on the data. Once a candidate receives 2,000 flowers, we'll launch a limited edition campus beauty milk tea. Each cup can contribute 2 flowers for the designated goddess, and once sales reach 200 cups, it will become a permanent packaging. Take a team to interview the top candidates for campus beauty and create brief character sketches for them, ideally matching them with a milk tea flavor name, like subtle and elegant, reminiscent of succulent grapes. Continue negotiations with advertisers, subtly hinting that spent 100,000 on the naming rights. Paused, slightly puzzled. Wasn't it 80,000? Paused. If you say 100,000, they will surely doubt it, seeking opportunities to investigate. Upon discovering it was actually 80,000, they'll immediately become more convinced. For rumors are unreliable. First-hand knowledge is far more credible. The boss's heart is truly corrupt, transferring money from one pocket to another while inflating the figure by 2,000. Muttered quietly, lowered her voice. "You must learn. Business relies on a bit of exaggeration." In the following hours, the technical content design and external teams began diligently executing plans. The emphasis was on redirecting some focus from the website to the offline milk tea shop. The website's traffic catered to the university student demographic, while the milk tea shop targeted nearby merchants in a university town. These two narratives would guide 2 distinct groups, achieving a coherent effect. "Did you hear? S Milk Tea Shop invested 100,000 in advertising for that new forum. Don't listen to their nonsense. I inquired yesterday. It was 80,000. The girl who came to advertise told me directly. It was indeed 100,000. After so many years in business, Can't you discern a tall tale? When they seek advertising fees, they always inflate the numbers. Trust me, it's 80,000. 80,000 is still a considerable sum. Has gone mad? She has likely been pressured by the college supermarket and is hoping for a last-ditch effort. The college supermarket is indeed unscrupulous, often engaging in price wars. It's rather disgusting, relying on their size. But one cannot blame them. Business is about making money, and one must be shrewd. No, 80,000 is excessive. Does have a means? I suspect she is taking a final gamble. If it works out, great, but if not, she may have to sell at a loss. Is far too naive. The forum has its share of visitors, but how many will actually pay attention to the ads? That money will likely go down the drain. The merchants around the square gathered to discuss intentional leaks regarding the advertisement. Most were skeptical about the effectiveness of the event's naming rights, believing it was likely to be a loss rather than a gain. If business were that easy, they would have expanded into a national chain long ago. Moreover, those in business, especially nearby merchants, often harbor a begrudging sentiment toward other successes. This mindset persisted until Wednesday morning when a white delivery truck wobbled into view, unloading a significant amount of promotional materials, prompting the surrounding merchants to realize the seriousness of the endeavor. Masters, please lend a hand and help us set up the boards facing the teaching building. Also for that banner, just hang on the lamppost and the one at the entrance. The display boards can be placed casually along with and prominently displayed at the front. No other requirements. Descended from the truck, directing the workers from as they began installation. The first item unloaded was a towering 2-meter-high ranking board for campus beauties, emblazoned with the title Campus Beauty Rankings in playful pink cartoon letters, with the logos of and prominently placed in the upper corner, ensuring visibility from the moment one exited the teaching building. The workers swiftly erected the board and skillfully set up the supports. In addition, various custom-made signboards and banners were meticulously hung. The scene at the entrance was grand, instantly creating an atmosphere of excitement. However, this spectacle not only attracted the nearby merchants, but also caught the attention of the security guard patrolling the school on his motorcycle. "What are you doing here?" he inquired. "We are holding an event. Do you have any documentation?" "Without documentation, you cannot set this up." Pang Hai opened his bag and produced a copy of self-employment book from Jihu and a registration form for them to inspect. This was a precautionary measure that Jiang Qin had advised him to keep on hand, and it proved to be quite useful. Yet, as the security guard was about to leave, Pang Hai, following Jiang Qin's earlier instructions, handed each of them a pack of cigarettes. Organizing events in the school would inevitably require maintaining a good relationship with the security personnel, as it is crucial to foster these connections. After all, local authorities often hold more sway than distant officials. Once all the promotional materials were properly arranged, the school bell rang, signaling the end of classes. A throng of students poured out of the 3 teaching buildings, their minds set on what dishes to order from the cafeteria, but upon reaching the front square, they found themselves unable to move. The campus beauty contest had been building anticipation for an entire week, and even the stray dogs on campus seemed to be barking about it, quickly drawing a large crowd to the entrance of Shi Tian, all eagerly peering at the enormous leaderboard. Although the sweltering heat of summer had dissipated, the autumn heat remained fierce, and students standing around began to feel uncomfortably warm, prompting some to turn and buy bubble tea from a shop. Thus, before the advertisement's effects could fully take hold, the shop had already sold out over a dozen cups of bubble tea. Chapter 81. The second half-price offer. Goodness, what a grand affair. Did Xiao Lu really invest 80,000? Given the scale, it seems quite plausible. Why concern yourself with their business? If it truly takes off, then steady income will surely follow. The merchants, arms crossed, observed the students purchasing bubble tea at the entrance, beginning to ponder their own calculations. Unbeknownst to them, they had previously been fervently imagining their money going to waste. Yet now they were starting to consider the steady income that might follow the promotional efforts. Advertising, after all, feels markedly different online compared to offline. Take these more conservative merchants, for instance. An online advertisement may not be as captivating as a tangible 2-meter-high board, since the latter offers a palpable experience. This sentiment echoes the early years of online shopping when many were hesitant due to the inability to physically see the products. It was only after gaining familiarity that they recognized its convenience. Jiang Qin aimed to cultivate an ambience that could transform into trust. Do not think of your investment merely as a string of data. I will provide you with signboards and banners. This sense of ceremony instantly elevates the experience. Simultaneously, teachers seated in their offices gazed out the windows at the leaderboard, beginning to engage in lively discussions. This is quite the spectacle. Indeed, just a few days ago it felt trivial, but now this grand event has truly taken shape. I too am curious about who will ultimately claim the title of campus beauty. I heard this website was created by a freshman from the financial school. The financial school seems likely, but a freshman? The military training just concluded. How could a freshman orchestrate such a large-scale event? Regardless of their status as a freshman, the person behind the website surely possesses vision, as they have ingeniously intertwined traffic and products, leveraging the beauty contest to attract visitors, using that traffic to promote products, and continuing to generate buzz. Quite clever. It appears brilliant now, but the initial investment must have been considerable. This student must be rather remarkable for Linda to have such talent. As the Shitian bubble tea shop was set up, the voting portal on the forum opened punctually. Dong Wenhao's preheating activities had yielded excellent results. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the website was buzzing with activity, and the number of threads skyrocketed, nearly overwhelming the server. The previous threads about selecting campus beauties were insufficient. Each side argued passionately. Each convinced their own goddess was the most beautiful. However, the situation had changed. With the most direct data at hand, it would now be a contest of popularity. Even those indifferent to the identity of the campus beauty would find themselves dragged into voting by their enthusiastic friends. Of course, the forum's voting rules were quite intriguing. Each person had 2 votes per day, but could not vote for the same individual. This created a dilemma. Having chosen their department's goddess, who would they cast their other vote for? Some die-hard fans would choose to abstain, solely supporting their beloved goddess. But the majority would opt to distribute their votes, even supporting candidates from other departments. Students from the construction department rallied to vote for Senior Wu Ming, demonstrating that their department was not to be underestimated. Folks, stop scrolling. I've posted a link to Lu Yi's voting page. I'm not concerned about anything else. I just want to drink bubble tea and get Senior Fang Xian's limited edition cup. Why is Shi Tian only available on this campus? It's quite unfriendly to students from the East Campus. I'll give it a poor rating. I want the limited edition cup of Chu Siki. I'm begging you. In the morning, Jiang Qin had been monitoring the data in room 208 and saw that the flower counts for Lu Yi, Chu Siki, Hong Yin, Wu Ming, Sun Xiaoyu, Fang Xian, and Lu Tian had surpassed 200, successfully entering the candidate zone, while others were closely trailing behind, pushing their way to the front. These girls were the most popular in their respective departments, so their rapid rise in numbers was expected. A knock sounded at the door, pulling Jiang Qin's attention from the computer screen. He turned to see a bespectacled woman with a bun peeking in. Hello, I'm a manager of the Belle dessert shop in the front square. May I advertise? Please come in. Jiang Qin gestured for a chair and called for Tan Qing to assist this prospective client. Madam, our website is currently offering a 20% discount on advertisements. Homepage promotion for $19,999, secondary page for $9,999, and carousel small images for $5,999. Prices are negotiable. And the second ad is half price. Tan Qing explained proficiently. Second ad half price? Tan Qing nodded earnestly. For instance, if you find the advertising effective and wish to place a second ad, the price will be halved. The manager of Belle Dessert contemplated this. Could I get the first one at half price? That would not be feasible. Our promotion works this way. However, Jiang Qin suddenly tapped Tan Qing on the shoulder, interrupting her, then leaned in to the Belle manager and lowered his voice. If you bring your neighboring merchants to advertise together, wouldn't that count as your second ad? The manager seemed to grasp the idea, then pulled out her phone to make a call. Tan Qing looked up at him. Boss, is this acceptable? The website is just starting. All the rules are flexible. We must learn to adapt. Oh, understood. Tan Hink purset herdips. Okay, boss, I will take this seriously. The once quiet bubble tea shop was now beginning to see lines form, partly drawn in by the signboards and partly by the forum advertisements. Everyone adhered to the principle of since we're here, we might as well indulge, gradually increasing the order volume. I support the media department as Fang Xian. Whoever votes for her, I'll treat to bubble tea, any flavor they choose. A sudden voice rang out in the square, causing Jiang Qin's eyes to light up. He knew that even at Linda, there would be no shortage of ambitious individuals like Qin Ziyang. So much money. Soon, we'll all be small fortune tellers. Xiao Xian, where's your boss? Jiang Qin casually asked as he entered the shop. Feng Xiaoxian looked up at him, her expression a mix of confusion and bewilderment. Jiang Qin was momentarily taken aback by her expression. What do you mean by staring at me like that? I apologize, boss lady. My mind is a bit foggy. I did not quite understand that last statement. Were you asking where you are? Jiang Qin was also somewhat bewildered. Am I the boss lady? Oh, that's what the boss said. Feng Xiaoxian whispered softly. Chapter 82. The most dramatic love-struck minds. Jiang Qin nodded, internally musing that the titles of boss and boss lady were rather ambiguous. ISNT had said that love is not meant for everyone. However, the absence of Feng Nanshu was a stroke of good fortune. Otherwise, the entire marketing plan would have been undermined. Why? A throng of enthusiastic admirers of the campus beauty would flock to buy milk tea, only to discover that their goddess was outshone by the milk tea shop's owner. Who could endure such a blow? Over time, the followers of these goddesses would dwindle, and the fervor for contesting the campus beauty would wane, leading to a decline in the website's activity. It would be wise to keep a beauty like the little rich girl under wraps, lest they incite greater discord. Alas, I alone bear the burden of all, safeguarding the entire school. It would be unjust not to commend me as an exemplary student. Xiaoxian, is my milk tea ready? Just one last cup. It will be ready in a minute. Feng Xiaoxian held the milk tea cup, one hand operating the machine while the other shook the cup. The clattering sounds incessant. After a minute, 6 cups of different flavored milk tea were prepared. As Feng Xiaoxian took out a large bag to pack them, Jiang Qin gestured to stop her. Please separate them into 2 bags, 3 cups in each. Oh, right, she replied, switching to 2 smaller bags. After packing them, she handed them over, and Jiang Qin set off leisurely towards the girls' dormitory at the School of Finance, carrying the 6 cups of milk tea. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Jiang Qin pulled out his phone and, after some contemplation, called Gao Wenhui to discuss a secret matter. He insisted that Fan Shuling be included, for her presence was indispensable. At that moment, Fan Shuling was reading in her dorm when she heard Gao Wenhui mention Jiang Qin's name. Her heart skipped a beat. Days earlier, she had forcefully introduced Zhang Xinyu to Feng Nanshu, and although it had not caused any trouble, Gao Wenhui's warning still lingered in her mind. Let Jiang Qin know. He will not spare you. Though she had initially claimed not to fear it, the anxiety resurfaced, realizing the recklessness of openly undermining someone else. It was akin to wielding a shovel that backfired. Yet, Fan Shuling was not one to shy away from confrontation. The more she sensed potential trouble, the more determined she became not to evade it. She reasoned that her intentions were noble, and to withdraw would imply guilt. Consequently, the two of them donned their shoes and headed for the door. However, just as they opened the door, Gao Wenhui, with a mischievous glint, turned to the sprawled Feng Nanshu. Nanshu, Jiang Qin just called me. Feng Nanshu sat up with a start, her clear eyes blinking, ready to jump out of bed and put on her shoes. Yet, Gao Wenhui immediately intercepted her, feigning a sigh. But Jiang Qin did not call for you. He only called us 2 and specifically instructed me to tell you not to come down. Upon hearing this, Feng Nanshu's delicate face fell in disappointment, her eyes pleadingly gazing at Gao Wenhui, glistening with unshed tears. Well, we do have important matters to discuss, and afterward, he will take you out for fun. Then please hurry, Feng Nanshu urged, her eyelashes fluttering. Gao Wenhui nearly swooned, internally exclaiming at the absurdity of such a whimsical romance, wishing to star in a drama herself. While she responded affirmatively, she and Fan Shuling exited the dormitory. As they stepped outside, Jiang Qin was idly playing snake in the shade. Gao Wenhui, eager about the secret Jiang Qin mentioned, hurried forward, while Fan Shuling, wary of trouble, lagged behind. Ultimately, there was no secret nor revenge for love. Jiang Qin simply handed over the bag containing the milk tea, offering to treat them. Ugh, the benevolent man employs you as free labor. But in light of the milk tea, I shall assist you this once, Gao Wenhui remarked gallantly. She took the plastic bag, handing one portion to Fan Shuling, her mind still simmering with frustration for having missed the secret. Until they had traversed the first flight of stairs, Fan Shuling was still in a daze, wondering if that was it. Would he not come to confront her? After all, she had prepared herself for that possibility. Now do you understand why Nanshu is always so attached to him? Gao Wenhui suddenly questioned Fan Shuling. Why? Fan Shuling inquired, bewildered. With just 6 cups of milk tea. He doesn't even let Feng Nanshu come down to fetch them himself. He has to trick us into coming down so he can call her afterward. That dog, always calling her friend, yet doesn't know how much he dotes on her. Gao Wenhui seemed to have seen through it all. Wenhui, did I perhaps meddle a bit too much? Fan Shuling pondered as she gazed at the milk tea in her hands, feeling an inexplicable discomfort. Not at all. You acted with good intentions for Feng Nanshu. Jiang Qin may not vocalize it, but he is quite perceptive of social nuances. Is it not feasible for me to carry all 6 cups alone? He insists on dividing it into 2 portions, calling down 2 people to carry 3 cups each. His thoughts are quite meticulous. If Jiang Qin had overheard, he surely would have given a thumbs up, thinking, little Gao, your theatrics are impressive. Where do you store all that romantic intellect? I never contemplated such intricacies. Yet you've thought of everything. Upon returning to the dormitory, Gao Wenhui entered to find Feng Nanshu already changed into her attire, having swapped her slippers for smart shoes. Seated on a stool, awaiting their arrival. Serene, charming, and impeccably poised, she looked the epitome of innocence. Feng Nanshu, Jiang Qin is waiting for you downstairs. Then I shall go. Witnessing this scene, the 5 individuals in the room exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with a hint of envy. Indeed, sweet romance is the prevailing theme of university life. After descending the stairs and meeting Jiang Qin, he waved his hand and said, "Let us go." And Feng Nanshu followed him closely. "Where are we off to, Jiang Qin?" "To get you a boss lady certificate. From now on, you shall be the rightful boss lady." Jiang Qin led her through twists and turns to the entrepreneurial base, arriving at the office door. The business at Xiang Tian Milk Tea Shop was thriving. Yet the paperwork for the little rich girl was still incomplete. He brought Feng Nanshu here to have Chao Xinyue register her as an entrepreneur to prevent any future complications. Chapter 83. The goddess filter shatters. Is anyone here? Jiang Qin pushed the door to the entrepreneurial base, but it did not budge. Peering through the window, he saw that it was empty. Chao Xinyue and the television-loving senior were also students of the university, likely unable to balance work here during class hours. Moreover, the entrepreneurial base was inherently a relaxed establishment, rendering it unnecessary to have someone stationed there continuously. It was entirely normal to face a closed door. "Let us go. No one is here. We can come back another time." But what about my boss lady certificate?" Feng Nanshu pouted, feeling like her crucial document was slipping away. "There's no one inside. We can't process it." "Then I will wait here," she insisted earnestly, determined to stay. Jiang Qin chuckled, thinking it was just a certificate of entrepreneurship, not that significant. "All right then, let us take a stroll around 208 first. We can come back down once the staff arrives." "Okay." This led to a hushed exchange of whispers. "Who is that stunning beauty behind the boss?" Sister Sunai said, "She is our boss lady." "No way. Our boss lady is this beautiful." "Indeed, like the boss. Both are freshmen from the Financial Institute, and it is rumored that they were high school classmates." What a scoundrel the boss is, luring someone away in high school. No wonder finding a partner in college is so challenging. It seems that those in love act first. Have you ever considered that your inability to find a partner might not be due to the beauty being taken, but rather a matter of your own appearance? Amidst the murmurs, the technical team ceased their work, casting peculiar glances at the names and photos on the leaderboard. Particularly, the 2 boys in the group, Chen Wenxing and Yang Shuai, were initially thrilled to take on the task of the campus beauty competition, as what boy wouldn't be excited to participate in selecting the most beautiful girl in school? However, upon encountering the boss's wife, they suddenly felt that the campus beauties, who were pursued by various departments, seemed to pale in comparison, and their enthusiasm waned, replaced by a profound sense of confusion. Is the boss's wife not participating in the competition? If she did, who could possibly compete with her? The boss forbids her from entering. Otherwise, everyone would lose out on the fun. How cynical, keeping a beauty hidden away while constantly flaunting his love life. I recently heard from someone in the Financial Institute that the boss is keeping a model outside of school. What? That is simply outrageous. The response from the content team was similar to that of the technical team, perhaps even more pronounced in their disappointment. Why? Because they had just interviewed the goddesses from various departments and were in the process of crafting their profiles, using all manner of extravagant language, describing skin as delicate as a blown feather, features that could topple nations, eyes that shimmered like stars, and smiles as radiant as the sun. Yet, when it came to the boss's wife, they were utterly defeated. It was disheartening. They felt disinclined to continue. Lu Feiyu pushed his keyboard aside, feeling a lack of inspiration. Dong Wenhao glanced at him. "Do you still want your salary?" "Of course. Then get back to work." Lu Feiyu's fingers hovered over the keyboard for a moment. "I can't. My goddess filter is gone. How can I continue? Whose profile are you writing? Dong Wenhao peered at his screen. This one, Law Department's Lu Yi. I was initially quite enthusiastic, describing her as a beauty that could bring about a national calamity. But now I can't continue. She's not even as attractive as the boss's wife, and we are judging campus beauties? Isn't that just absurd? Even if you can't continue, you must push through. Don't carry the burdens of literary creators. In this day and age, talent is less valuable than money. Lu Feiyu pouted, typed stunning, then deleted it, scratching his head for a while before settling on graceful. There was no alternative. Before the boss's wife appeared, he could bestow the title of stunning upon the goddesses. But now, with her presence, all the goddesses could only be deemed graceful. The affections and aversions of male students are thus straightforward and distinct. In the afternoon, Chao Xinyue had yet to arrive, yet the entrance to room 208 had seen an influx of merchants from the front square, peering into the office with curiosity. Frankly, the customer traffic at the Shi Tian milk tea shop had been overwhelming these days. At times, the queue extended to the doors of other shops, making it impossible for the surrounding merchants not to feel envious. Particularly, yesterday afternoon, they heard that Belle dessert shop and fresh fruit supermarket had come to advertise, offering a 20% discount, which was quite enticing. Tan Xin and Wei Lanlan welcomed them, leading them to the corner of the hallway to discuss business. There was no choice. The office was too cramped to serve as a meeting room, so they had to make do in the corridor. Sisters, during our promotional period, all advertising packages are 20% off. Not only is the effect great, but it's also affordable. The second package is half price? Oh, you're referring to what the manager at Belle Dessert Shop said? That's a privilege reserved for our internal staff. I can help you apply, but please don't spread it around. If the boss finds out, we'll be in trouble. Jiang Qin lingered at the door for a moment, inadvertently pondering room 207. The website's popularity would only increase as the competition progressed, attracting more advertisers. They couldn't keep conducting business in the hallway. It felt utterly unprofessional. Could we possibly acquire room 207 as well? He had been shuttling between the milk tea shop and the entrepreneurial base these past few days, having passed by room 207's door several times, knowing it was also an empty classroom, making it relatively easy to use. Even if permission was denied, sneaking a key should be feasible. Just as he was contemplating this, Chao Xinyue rounded the corner from the second floor, eyeing the people at the door with some confusion. Junior, what are you all doing? These people aren't students, are they? Jiang Qin flashed a mysterious smile. They're clients bringing money. You really are making money? Chao Xinyue expressed her surprise. Sister, are you so engrossed in your love life that you don't keep up with major happenings at school? Even stray dogs know about the campus beauty competition. I'm somewhat aware of the competition, but isn't monetizing traffic the most challenging part? Jiang Qin found it difficult to explain further, so he pointed towards room 207. Can I borrow this room for a bit? Isn't room 208 sufficient? Look, I can only arrange my clients in the hallway after they arrive. This isn't acceptable. We need to set up a meeting room, right? Then I must ask for your help, sister. Additionally, I have a friend who has bought the milk tea shop at the front square. Can I register here for a self-entrepreneurship certificate and expedite the process? Credits are not a concern. Has she arrived? Have her come to the general office. Chapter 84. Do you have high standards? Feng Nanshu, come out to handle the paperwork. Jiang Qin called into the room, and soon, light footsteps echoed from within the office. Today, the petite heiress wore a light yellow dress adorned with white flowers, accentuating her delicate and fair collarbone, exuding an ethereal quality as if she had stepped out of a painting, yet she retained a cold elegance. Approaching the door, she regarded Jiang Qin with her clear eyes. To Jiang Qin, her gaze appeared somewhat naive, but to Chao Xinyue, it exuded a chilling aura, reminiscent of a leading lady from a novel, possessing both beauty and intelligence. Innocent yet alluring. Moreover, although this aloof gaze was directed at Jiang Qin, her proximity made it feel as though it also enveloped Chao Xinyue. Such beauty would still be stunning even in a military coat. Unless she spoke in a dialect from Shandong, her beauty was truly impeccable. No wonder the love-struck refused to discuss Chao Xinyue. After hearing this, Jiang Qin paused, turning to Chao Xinyue. Sister, what did you say? Junior, your lack of romantic pursuits stems from the inability to attract such girls, doesn't it? The difficulty level is hellish. I doubt you'll find love in this lifetime. Chao Xinyue remarked with a TSK. Sister, your ability to concoct narratives rivals that of a web novelist. Why not take a part-time job at our forum? I can elevate you to the status of a new generation romance queen, and you will be famous while I profit. Chao Xin Yue pouted, knowing that boys value their pride, and refrained from further ridicule, greeting Feng Nanshu before leading her downstairs to the general office. Feng Nanshu leaned over the desk, meticulously writing each character as though it were a significant life application, her delicate face reflecting solemnity and seriousness. With a final stroke of her pen, the petite heiress exhaled deeply, lifting the form towards the window, allowing sunlight to illuminate her elegant handwriting. Applicant: Feng Nanshu. Gender: female. Business name: Shi Tian Milk Tea Shop. Identity: boss. Location of registration: entrepreneurship-based general office. Participation in entrepreneurship training. No main project: milk tea. Source of funds: provided by Jiang Qin. I have filled it out. All right, Junior, just leave your form here, you may go. However, she is somewhat socially anxious, apart from being able to chatter away in front of Jiang Qin. She finds herself at a loss for words when encountering someone for the first time. The handwriting of the fairy-like Junior is indeed exquisite, surpassing even printed text in neatness. It is truly a reflection of her character. For a girl like her, Jiang Qin would likely struggle to even keep up. No wonder he becomes irate at the mere mention of love, wearing a disdainful expression as if he has endured considerable setbacks that have left him with emotional scars. Chao Xinyue picked up the application form again, her gaze lingering on the purpose of entrepreneurship section, her expression shifting to one of peculiar contemplation. To become Jiang Qin's boss, leaving the entrepreneurship-based general office, Feng Nanshu ascended the stairs with a light step, just as she encountered Jiang Qin exiting. Finished? Yes. But I didn't receive a certificate. Did she forget to give it to me? Feng Nanshu opened her empty hands. That means I do not approve of you becoming the boss. Feng Nanshu's beautiful eyes widened, as if struck by lightning. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, with the character profiles of the female deities from various departments uploaded, the website experienced another surge of excitement. To begin with, the content team's writing is undeniably impressive, with detailed descriptions. Moreover, likening the goddess's temperament to milk tea flavors is an exceptionally clever idea. This method of description not only enriches the image of each goddess, making them more vivid and three-dimensional, but also instantly transforms the assigned milk tea flavors into best-selling products at Shi Tian Milk Tea Shop. Delicate and elegant mulberry grapes, cheerful and lively cheese, strawberry, tender and gentle yang, jigan lu, curvaceous full-cup grapefruit, cool and aloof, mischievous oolong. Additionally, during the character interviews across various departments, Jiang Qin had Dong Wenhao specifically obtain authorization contracts from each goddess, thus adding a layer of legitimacy to the website's activities. Although it is now 2008, the inclination of women to enjoy compliments and engage in comparisons of beauty remains unchanged, as this is a fine tradition that has been passed down since ancient times. Some girls, proud of their beauty, eagerly participated in interviews, even allowing their names to be used on milk tea packaging, which they regarded as a matter of great pride, thus readily consenting. However, once the character profiles circulated among forum users, unforeseen troubles subtly emerged. At 3:30, a group of male students from the literature department stormed into the entrepreneurship base at the main campus, their faces filled with indignation, their eyes ablaze with fury. Among them were tall and short, fat and thin, long-haired and short-haired, with various hairstyles. They were a diverse group, yet they shared a common goddess. Lu Yi from the literature department. Lu Yi enjoys immense popularity in her department, and is also a strong contender in this year's campus beauty selection contest. When Dong Wenhao brought Fei Yu to interview her, she was quite pleased, as girls love beauty, and even more so, they love to have their beauty appreciated. Therefore, after the interview, she eagerly anticipated her character profile, curious to see how she was perceived by others. However, when the profile was released, she was utterly bewildered. Why did the preceding individuals receive descriptions such as stunningly beautiful, exquisite beauty, and graceful figure, while hers was merely delicate? She was furious and immediately posted sarcastic remarks in the forum discussion group, implying that the writer of her profile was blind, feeling aggrieved to the point of tears. Want to cry? Upon seeing this, Lu Yi's fans quickly rallied to demand an explanation. Why were the goddesses from other departments praised like blooming flowers, while Lu Yi was merely described as delicate? Who were they looking down upon? Naturally, Finding the forum headquarters was not difficult, as the homepage displayed a banner indicating that business collaborations should be directed to the entrepreneurship base room 208. Who was the person in charge here? A throng of over 20 male students from the literature department arrived at room 208, all of whom were diehard fans of Liu Yi, ready for a confrontation. "It is I." Dong Wenhao surveyed the room, realizing the boss was absent, so he stood up voluntarily. After all, apart from Jiang Qin, he and Su Nai were the most senior in the office. It was not appropriate for a girl to take the lead in such a situation. Moreover, he recognized a few familiar faces among them, presumably from the literature department. "I ask you, who wrote Liu Yi's character profile?" Lu Feiyu swallowed hard. "Was I." The leading male student's expression darkened immediately. "Are your eyes just for show? Liu Yi is so beautiful, and you describe her as delicate? What is the difference from an insult? I merely offered an objective evaluation." "Objective? Oh, you must have seen many beautiful women to say Liu Yi is delicate. You have high standards." Chapter 85, Delicate, is quite fitting. As a cultured individual. 7 words echoed in Dong Wenhao's mind. A furious outburst for a beloved. These individuals clearly arrived in a state of anger. If the matter was not addressed, they would not relent. What kind of girl could be described as delicate? It implies that there was nothing else to praise. Her nose is acceptable. Her eyes are acceptable. Her mouth is acceptable. Her face shape is acceptable. Everything is merely adequate, which leaves no focal point for description. Thus one can only brazenly state she is delicate. If it were an ordinary girl, she might accept such a description, but Liu Yi, being a goddess of the literature department, would understandably be incensed by such a portrayal. Lu Feiyu stood tall, giving no regard to their feelings. "I am from the journalism department, aspiring to be a reporter. I believe all descriptions I produce must be objective and fair." "Huh, you dare claim objectivity? You are simply looking down on my goddess." The leading male student immediately rolled up his sleeves. "But senior, I truly cannot fabricate lies." Upon uttering these words, Dong Wenhao's face turned pale, realizing that Lu Feiyu was undoubtedly in for trouble today. As expected, upon hearing this, the gathered boys could no longer contain themselves. Suggesting that national beauty and heavenly fragrance be changed to delicate was far more outrageous than the original description. Lu Feiyu, obstinate as he was, remained unwilling to amend his words despite the escalating tension, creating an atmosphere on the verge of conflict. The clamor within the office resonated through the wooden door, drawing the curiosity of passers-by in the corridor who peered in. Just then, the door to room 208 was suddenly pushed open. But due to the overwhelming number of literature students crowding at the entrance, it barely opened a crack until the last person in line stepped back. Jiang Qin squeezed in, frowning as he surveyed the scene. "What is happening? Is the boss not allowing anyone in?" "Boss, the literature students are dissatisfied with the character profile we wrote for Liu Yi," Dong Wenhao reported candidly. "Is this trivial matter worth such a commotion? Just change it. The website is static, but people are dynamic. What is the issue?" Lu Feiyu described Liu Yi as delicate. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin was momentarily taken aback, thinking that was indeed insulting. No wonder they had come knocking. "Hurry and change it to national beauty and heavenly fragrance, as beautiful as a flower." As beautiful as a flower is not acceptable. The leader's requirements were high. As beautiful as a flower was deemed an insult. All right, like weeping and lamenting, like a dream and an illusion, like anything at all. Once the revisions are completed, make haste to depart. What would it be like to have clients arriving soon? Blocking the entrance? Upon hearing this, Luffy Yu immediately expressed his discontent. "Boss, the character biography must be authentic. One cannot simply fabricate lies." Several young men abruptly seized their benches, raising them high above their heads, exuding an air of fierce determination as a great battle seemed imminent. Jiang Qin, inebriated, mused to himself whether those engaged in literary creation were truly so obstinate. At that moment, the door creaked open slightly, and Fengnan Shu entered with a sullen expression, her discontent over not obtaining the proprietress' certificate evident, lending her demeanor an even colder air. "Oh!" The male students of the literature department were momentarily taken aback, instinctively setting down their stools. Their eyes reflected a blend of bewilderment and sheer astonishment. Surely, this must be the campus Belle. This is truly the beauty that captivates nations and brings calamity to the people. ISNT it? In comparison, The terms Lu and Shun and Xiu Qi are indeed a perfect match. Indeed, Xiu Qi is quite commendable. It is rather peculiar that just moments ago, they perceived the compliment of being Xiu Qi as somewhat insulting, yet in the blink of an eye, it has become so fitting. Indeed, Chinese culture is profoundly vast and intricate, imparting distinctly varied impressions to individuals across different locations and times. Regardless, I remain steadfast in my approach when composing character sketches. I adhere to the principle of pragmatic authenticity. Have you ever heard the saying? How can one bend the brow and stoop to please the powerful? Thus preventing me from wearing a joyful countenance? Luffy Yu continued to rattle off his rhymes with unabashed enthusiasm. The leader furrowed his brow and remarked, "All right, you have some audacity. If you refuse to change, then so be it." At around 6 o'clock in the evening, resplendent clouds of crimson hues traversed the sky. However, to her dismay, the delicate characters that described her remained unchanged in her brief biography, which filled her with considerable frustration. "Chui Chong, have you gone to 208 yet?" Lu Yi raised her eyebrows upon hearing this and inquired, "Then why do the words elegant and refined still appear in my character profile?" Indeed, I find the term 11Q to be remarkably apartment simultaneously within the confines of the East Campus's College of Literature dormitory. Yu Qi activated the post-creation feature on the website, his fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard as he composed a brief essay. He employed a plethora of exquisite expressions such as Sich Ny Lu Yin, Bu11 Hu, Gu Sti, and 11ing, and 11 N 11 F N, portraying F ing N Sh in such a manner that she seemed to surpass even the most ethereal of fairies. Should D WNHO come across this post, he would undoubtedly offer an exceedingly high appraisal from a professional perspective. Why is that? The biographical sketch is so exquisitely crafted that one can perceive the essence of a goddess within its every word. However, Dong Wenhao is fated never to behold this remarkable portrayal, for as Chui Chong clicked the send button, a prompt appeared on his computer screen. What on earth does it mean that my post contains sensitive vocabulary? It is inconceivable. Please verify once more. From dusk to sunset, and from sunset to nightfall. Chui Chong inspected it 7 or 8 times and resent it 5 times. Finally, after receiving a notification that his account would be suspended for 24 hours, he chose to surrender. Damn it. It felt as though a mysterious force was tightening around his throat through the network cable. He gazed at the 3 flowers adorning his account and reopened the voting interface for Lu Yi. His cursor hovered over the voting button for an extended moment. Yet he ultimately refrained from casting his vote. It was not for any particular reason. He simply felt that this competition was somewhat trivial. As time progressed, nearly all merchants in the front square had made their way to 208, especially after Belle Dessert Shop officially signed a promotional agreement with the forum. Consequently, inquiries regarding advertising placements began to pour in. Jiang Qin glanced at the accounts. The majority of clients expressed keen interest in the homepage carousel, resulting in all 4 slots being reserved until the end of the year. After deducting various discounts, the revenue from this section had already surpassed the forum's investment costs. Moreover, suitable clients had also been secured for the secondary pages and long-term site advertisements, with total income exceeding 100,000, aligning closely with the subsequent budget. The bullet had been fired. The coveted opportunities could now take a breather. For as long as one ensured their wrist remained steady at the moment of shooting, most bullets could reach their predetermined targets. Naturally, as a university student, one's primary responsibility remained academic pursuits. For Jiang Qin, the significance of achieving high grades was somewhat indifferent. However, at the very least, he hoped to avoid failing courses and facing the embarrassment of retaking them. In a late September advanced mathematics class, Jiang Qin felt as though his mind might explode. He listened to the instructor's voice, tirelessly sifting through memories of past lessons, only to find that what he once learned had fragmented into mere shards. He could recall bits and pieces, yet they eluded coherent connection. Even when he grasped something vaguely, it swiftly slipped away. Damn it, advanced mathematics truly resembled love. It was simply too abstract. Jiang Qin could not help but touch his forehead, turning to gaze at Chao Guanyu, Ren Ziqiang, and Zhou Chao. He discovered that these 3 individuals were listening with utmost seriousness, occasionally nodding in agreement, embodying a demeanor of intense concentration. Those who could gain admission to Linda were certainly not ordinary in their academic pursuits, despite their usual carefree demeanor. It was evident that they were genuinely committed to their studies. Jiang Qin finally comprehended the sentiments of those mid-tier students when confronted with their upper-tier counterparts. Oh, how he wished they could refrain from studying any longer. Lao Chao, shall we skip class and indulge in some leisure? In the enchanting internet CAF. 100 yuan would earn you an additional 100. Jiang Qin nudged Chao Guangyu with his elbow. Chao Guangyu, with a face full of incredulity, exclaimed, "Old Jiang, did you purchase your admission letter? Why is your attitude towards learning so lackadaisical?" Jiang Qin turned to Zhou Chao and said, "Old Zhou, why don't we just stop studying? Is it not acceptable for the two of us to fail together?" Zhou Chao cast a glance at him and said, "Lao Jiang, you are unlike me. Your family possesses a Bentley, while I do not. If I happen to fail and need to retake a course, my hopes for pursuing further studies will be dashed, and my parents would be profoundly disappointed. What about Lauren? I must dedicate myself to study diligently, and moreover, I need to accompany Pan Xiao." Ren Ziqiang raised an eyebrow, his words imbued with confidence, making it seem as if he were in a relationship. Jiang Qin sighed, biting the pen between her lips, resting her chin on one hand as she gazed out the window at the gradually brightening blue sky, beginning to drift into reverie. Just as they were nearing the end of class, the teacher clad in a gray checkered shirt suddenly set down the textbook, picked up the attendance sheet once more, and called out the names again. Chao Guangyu, Zhou Chao, and Ren Ziqiang instantly displayed expressions of lingering trepidation. Jiang Qin realized that had she uttered one more word moments ago, they might have slipped away alongside her. Such is the nature of young university students. They heed advice. Yet now, upon having their names randomly called, they truly felt a wave of apprehension. Who would have thought there would be attendance taken after class? Lao Jiang, class is over. Let us proceed to the internet CAF. Who in their right mind would go to an internet CAF after class? He descended to the first floor via the elevator, and upon exiting, he made his way directly to the front square. At that moment, 2 small delivery trucks were stationed in the square, where workers clad in gray-blue uniforms were busily transporting promotional materials under the direction of Lu Xiumei. Slogans such as "Designated Partner of the Campus Flower Contest," "Belle Dessert Shop," 20 off for the entire venue, "Empowering the Goddess," "Cheering for the Campus Flower," and "Campus Flower Style Clothing Store," whereas the Campus Flower, "Shine like the Campus Flower," adorned the scene. Additionally, Shengshi had produced several life-size standees of the authorized goddesses from various departments, positioned beside the fountain in the front square, gazing across at the massive campus flower ranking board. Through this series of activities, the entire front square had transformed into a veritable testing ground for the campus flower economy, resembling a bustling themed market with an ever-increasing flow of visitors, even prompting teachers to resist the urge to venture down for a stroll. In truth, both Belle Dessert Shop and Linda Fashion Store had struggled in business over the years. After all, the Shitian Milk Tea Shop had only 3 customers throughout the morning, and, as neighboring establishments, their fortunes were unlikely to fare much better. It is not to say that the quality of their goods is lacking or that their service is inadequate. It is solely because Qianguang Square truly fails to attract popularity. However, now that the crowd has gathered, there is no need to worry excessively about the sales of the products. There are many commercial districts near Linda, with the most bustling being the Shiyuan supermarket, and the most prominent being Qianguang Square. Yet, the situation has now shifted, prompting jewelry stores near the Shiyuan supermarket to set up small stalls around Qianguang Square. Most notably, the part-time university student promoting the campus card, who had always been stationed at the entrance of the academy, has recently moved here as well. "I have never seen so many people here," Lu Xuanmei murmured, her eyes filled with profound reflection. In just a month, Qianguang Square has transformed from desolation to a vibrant hub, a change she had never dared to imagine before. All of this has been accomplished by this seemingly disorganized freshman beside her. Upon exiting the teaching building, one finds Qianguang Square, which faces a maple forest. The shops along the street, separated by the forest, overlook Wanghua Lake. Although the area is spacious, it is quite open on all sides, making it unsuitable for commercialization. It is entirely normal for it to lack popularity. We utilize promotional materials and billboards to enclose this area into a long street, visually transforming a square with 3 open sides into a pocket. By leveraging the crowded environment, we enhance the shopping experience, ensuring that the business thrives. Lu Xuanmei was momentarily stunned after hearing this, her eyes widening slightly, Is there really such a consideration? Many business people tend to consult feng shui masters before selecting a location. This is likely the reason. Isn't that superstition? Of course, it is superstitious. University students should believe in science. Do not heed my nonsensical chatter. Jiang Qin patted her shoulder and turned ahead toward the Shi Tian milk tea shop. Lu Shui's mouth twitched slightly, thinking to herself how he could spin such nonsense convincingly. No wonder he is the boss. Due to the popularity of the campus beauty contest and the matching milk tea flavors, Shi Tian's business has surged explosively in recent days, and correspondingly, Fang Xiaoxian has been utterly exhausted. Boss, there are so many people lately. By the time I finish work every day, my limbs feel weak, Fang Xiaoxian lamented. Isn't the triple salary appealing? Fang Xiaoxian nodded vigorously. Absolutely, it's incredibly appealing. Then work hard. Jiang Qin encouraged her with a supportive glance. But I don't understand, boss. Can't you hire 2 more people to help me with this money? I do not rely on the milk tea shop for profit. What I seek is the grandeur of a bustling scene to attract new advertising clients. It is a form of hunger marketing. With enough staff, the milk tea can be prepared quickly, leading to shorter queues, which would diminish the attraction. Once the excitement wanes a bit, I will hire someone to assist you. Fang Xiaoxian did not fully comprehend, but she knew well that the triple salary was indeed enticing. Chapter 87. What is good about a frivolous man, Jiang Qin? Oh, it's really Jiang Qin. What a coincidence. Jiang Qin was meandering in the square when he heard the voice and looked up to see the girls from Class 3 of Finance approaching, chattering animatedly. Leading the group was Song Qing, followed by Jiang Tian and the new girl Jian Shun, with Pan Xiao and Lu Xiao one trailing behind, along with 2 other girls whose names he could not quite recall. Among them, Jian Shun was indeed the most striking. She wore a brown short skirt paired with a uniform-style 3/4 sleeve top, revealing her smooth, fair calves, and on her feet were a pair of white flip-flops. It is no wonder that Chao Guangyu, a fellow with a discerning eye, is indeed a young master from the big city. However, beside Jian Shun was a boy whom Jiang Qin initially thought was merely a passerby, but he followed her closely, stopping when she stopped, and his gaze was fixed solely on her, indicating they were acquainted. This must be the new boy-run Zichong that Jiang Qin had heard about. They both skipped military training together, enrolled in the same department in class. Their relationship must be quite special. Without a doubt, old Chao's romantic endeavors are about to falter again. The matchmaker seems to have developed an allergy to him. Jiang Tian approached with a light step. Jiang Qin, are you here for milk tea as well? Song Qing quickened her pace to overtake Jiang Tian. Since you're here, let us have a drink. It's on me. How about this? I see that the girl at the milk tea shop is working too hard, so you can pay at the counter and forego the milk tea. Consider treating me. Frivolous. The previously silent Jian Shun suddenly uttered these 2 words and rolled her eyes at him, leaving Jiang Qin quite perplexed. Damn it. Did I even say a word? How can she be so rude? The quality of contemporary female university students has indeed improved somewhat. However, before he could respond, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Jiang Qin waved to them and found a corner to take the call. The caller was Hong Yen, who had no particularly pressing matter but was simply informing him that she had successfully passed the interviews and assessments for the International Trade Department. I didn't expect you to make this decision after all. I believe Sister Ninshu is right. I shouldn't change my choices based on others' opinions. I should do what I think is right. Well then, how about inviting Feng, Nan Shu to celebrate together? Let's put that off for a couple of days. Chu Si Chi has been watching me closely, not letting me out of her sight, fearing I might seek you out alone. We can celebrate once I move to the main campus. I'll treat you. All right, we'll discuss it later. Jiang Qin, a short holiday is approaching. I plan to organize a gathering for everyone. What do you think? I think that's a splendid idea. Aren't you the class monitor now? You can decide. Do you prefer something a bit formal or more relaxed? If formal, we can reserve a private room at Nanshan Restaurant. If relaxed, we could go to Shui Tian for some outdoor stalls. Jiang Tian inquired earnestly about Jiang Qin's preferences. At that moment, Jian Shun, who was ordering, couldn't he help but turn around, puzzled. Qing, what is so great about Jiang Qin? Why go through the trouble to dress up for him? His family has a Bentley. Song Qing replied with conviction. Bentley? Oh, a rich second generation. No wonder he's so frivolous. The first impression is crucial for strangers meeting for the first time. Jian Shun, having just joined this class, was initially thrown a note by Jiang Qin, which naturally did not leave her with a favorable impression of him. Jiang Qin could not help but pout. Indeed, indeed, all men in the world are frivolous. None can compare to your Zhuo, who is gentle and refined. Zhuo smiled shyly. What would you like to drink, Chun? I can order for you. I'll order myself. You just order yours, she replied. All right. After Zhuo placed his order, he stepped outside, took out a piece of tissue, meticulously wiped down the two adjacent chairs, and then sat down on one of them, observing Jiang Qin amidst the bustling crowd with a gentle smile. He had harbored feelings for Jiang Qin for 5 years, from middle school until now. Although he had not pursued her successfully, they were clearly drawing closer. In the past, early romantic relationships were frowned upon, and his family was quite strict. Jiang Qin would always decisively reject his confessions, but in university, her attitude towards him had softened significantly. Let us keep pushing forward. The days of blooming spring are surely not far off. Let us go. We're done shopping. After a while, Jiang Qin emerged from the shop holding her milk tea. Aren't you going to drink it here? Zhuo was somewhat surprised. He had painstakingly wiped the chairs, hoping Jiang Qin would sit beside him. Once inside the dormitory, Jiang immediately opened her wardrobe to select clothes. Her closet could be considered a miniature fashion museum, filled to the brim with various dresses, heavy enough to bend the clothes rack slightly. She tried on one outfit after another, and once satisfied with her ensemble, she busied herself with makeup, utterly engrossed in the process. Although Jiang Tian looked down on Jiang's behavior, she too secretly engaged in a bit of rivalry, stealthily using a puff and brush to touch up her own face. Jiang Qin was completely bewildered. Why is a guy like Jiang Qin so popular? Is it just because his family has a Bentley? Even though Qing is somewhat materialistic, Jiang Tian does not share this trait. Why has she succumbed to it as well? Chapter 88. A Casual Conversation. In the boys' dormitory 302, after receiving the invitation to a gathering, Zhuo retrieved his treasured khaki trench coat. Upon donning it and raising the collar, he resembled someone preparing for a high-stakes gambling showdown. However, within half a day, he could no longer endure the heat and obediently changed into a short-sleeved shirt. Damn, my clothes aren't even that nice. Old Jiang, do you have something stylish I could borrow? Jiang chuckled upon hearing this. Brother Jiang is 1.8 meters tall. No matter how good the clothes are, they would still look like a starving refugee on you. Get lost. The essence lies in being condensed. Do you understand? Zhuo was not insecure about his height, but he could not tolerate others mentioning it. Jiang pouted and turned to the composed Ogu. Old CO, aren't you going to dress up a bit? Dressing up deliberately is too contrived. True grace lies in responding to change without changing. I pay attention to my image regularly, and now there's no need to embellish it further. Ogu spoke with an air of confidence. He had grasped the meaning of responding to change without changing from Jiang Qin. He believed that Jiang Qin was so popular with girls primarily due to his nonchalant demeanor and his audacious disregard for conventions. While you all dress up, I shall remain unadorned. While you boast about wealth, I shall proclaim my ordinariness. This stark contrast consistently rendered him the most extraordinary among the ordinary. You preach grand theories, yet at the start of the semester you lectured us, and now, not only do you lack a girlfriend, but you haven't even had a boyfriend. Jiang's remark pierced through Ogu's composure. You all banter so playfully, yet when faced with girls, why do you suddenly lose your voice? Jiang emerged from the balcony, having changed into a clean outfit, casually rolling up the hems of his pants. Zhuo pondered. It's not that we are afraid to speak. We simply do not know what to say. Old Jiang, what do you converse about with F-ing-in-sh? Nothing much, just casual chatting. Then what is the point of not chatting? Stimulating the Qun acupoint and massaging the L-ing. Ogu shot them a disdainful glance. Asking old Jiang this question is futile. If a girl likes you, she will enjoy discussing international affairs with you. If she doesn't, no matter how eloquent you are, she won't even respond. Old CO, you are sometimes quite perceptive, yet when it comes to yourself, you falter. Jiang offered his assessment. Regardless, as your brother, I must dampen your spirits. That Jiang seems to have a boyfriend, the one who escaped military training with her. Zhuing. Ogu remained unfazed. Old Jiang, aside from you and me, everyone else is beneath notice. I fear nothing. Fine. Forget what I just said about being perceptive, Jiang Qin remarked as he changed into his shoes and pulled open the door. I'm stepping out for a bit. Let us meet at SHWITN for dinner later. Co Gu Ing's eyes lit up. Don't arrive too early. Wait until I have a moment with GNCH before you come. I'm worried she might take a liking to you. Oh, then I might as well not go. Jiang Qin exited the dormitory, heading to the CUZHU North community across the street from the school to borrow car keys from Uncle Jiang. He seized the opportunity to engage in a brief conversation about F-ing in NSH. In truth, Jiang Qin had always been curious about how the character of a little wealthy girl was cultivated. But Uncle Jiang maintained that a driver must uphold professional ethics and refrain from discussing the family's affairs, instead requesting Jiang Qin to take the young lady out more often. As the sun set, casting a golden glow, Jiang Qin arrived at SHWITN with the Bentley keys in hand, joining his classmates from the finance department. In reality, university gatherings held little excitement. They mostly revolved around gossip and academic discussions. Jiang Qin had little interest in either topic, so he focused on devouring food. However, his silence inadvertently drew GNCH's attention. Since SNQNGQing and GNTN had spent time preparing for him before their arrival. Even though GNCH initially had a poor impression of him, she found herself observing him more closely. Yet the more she scrutinized, the more she felt something was amiss. GNQN's demeanor was remarkably composed. He refrained from interrupting and did not seek attention. Even when SNQNGQing's eyes sparkled with excitement, he maintained an air of indifference. Occasionally, he furrowed his brow, gazing into the distance, lost in thought, exuding an aura of depth. Could such a person truly be frivolous enough to pass a note to a girl he had just met? GNCHN began to doubt her initial judgment, as the exuberant Ogu Ingi beside GNQN seemed far more ostentatious. Just then, the portly owner of SHWITN approached, compelled to serve due to the thriving business. The dishes are ready. Take your time to enjoy. Wait. Don't leave just yet. Is that a Bentley? GNQN's grin stretched wide. It has been parked in the garage for too long. I seldom drive it, so I thought I'd take it for a spin this time. The owner eyed him suspiciously. Is that a lighter? You should know better than to ask if it's a machine or a lighter. After years of working near the university, how can your cultural literacy be so lacking? You'll only ever manage to drive a second-hand BMW. The owner scrutinized the car keys for a moment, realizing they were not for a lighter. Feeling a pang of envy. Damn, driving a Bentley to school. Are today university students that ostentatious? Simultaneously, GNCHN could not help but scoff quietly, thinking to herself that this person was indeed excessively showy, flaunting his wealth with a mere car, as if he wanted the entire world to know of his affluence. That note was undoubtedly from him. Her regard for Zhu Ingchn, which had been scant, was further elevated in comparison. She believed Zhu Ingchn far surpassed GNQN. After a while, the gathering concluded, and GNQN stood up, letting out a hearty burp, only to find GNCHN looking coldly at him, leaving him perplexed. Why are you staring at me? GNCHN exchanged her cold glare for a smile. Young Master Jiang, being so affluent, shouldn't you treat us tonight? Being affluent doesn't mean I owe you a meal. Why would you assume I should treat everyone? GNQN replied disdainfully. GNCHN did not grasp the term, but recognized the sarcasm, her cheeks flushing. Here's the deal. If you treat us tonight, I'll add you as a friend. What do you say? Haha, you're insane. You've had a few dishes, and you think you're entitled to a treat? Chapter 89, Stealing Hearts in Secret. Gu Ingi glanced at GNQN, feeling suddenly dispirited as he realized he still hadn't grasped GNQN's essence. Had GNCHN's earlier comment been directed at him, he would have eagerly rushed to pick up the tab. Was the gap still so vast? He refused to believe that GNQN was born a heartthrob. Such a lure could undoubtedly be cultivated over time. You really don't want my contact information? GNCHN asked incredulously. GNQN shot her a glance. I already have one. 3 suns shining brightly. You can keep yours for yourself. I'm in as friends. As GNQN's figure faded into the night, the finance students exchanged glances. Goodness, could he really be dating a model from an off-campus community? Perhaps it was due to the approaching short holiday, with couples in the maple forest displaying affection in abundance, intertwined and embracing. As the gentle evening breeze rustled the now yellow leaves, echoing the soft sounds of kisses shared. Just then, a notification chimed. Jiang Qin received a friend request. With a simple note, GNCHN decline. Jiang Qin could easily locate the rejection button with his eyes closed. After all, he had encountered far too many enchanting fairies. Jiang Qin, Jiang classmate, you should add Jian Chun, otherwise she won't be able to sleep well tonight. Jiang Qin smiled after reading it and typed, a warm-hearted man behind the dog. Jiang Qin, I'll treat you to breakfast if you add her just this once. Jiang Qin, expressionless, pressed the keyboard. Then I chat with her passionately, our feelings gradually deepen, and in the end, we successfully hold hands and walk to you. With her blooming smile asking, am I handsome? Jiang Qin, impossible. She wouldn't tea like someone like you. Once you add her, she will immediately delete you, and that will ease her feelings. Then why should I add her? Am I so desperate for your breakfast? Jiang Qin cursed as he turned off his phone. Thinking that men seem to be like this, feeling insecure in front of the girl they like, yet blindly arrogant when discussing the future. Damn it, I won't ridicule you for believing in light, but believing in love seems extremely childish to me. Meanwhile, in a hot water room on the 5th floor of the girls' dormitory, Song Qingqing and Jiang Tian were filling their thermoses with water. Suddenly, they heard a loud clang nearby, startling them. They turned off the tap and looked over, only to find Jian Chun's expression as dark as water. Are you still not calmed down? Jian Chun's cold demeanor was palpable. Clearly, he passed me a note asking for my number, but he dares not own up to it. Song Qingqing couldn't help but glance at her. You must have misunderstood. Jiang Qin could never want your number. If it were Chao Guangyu, it might be possible. He was sitting right next to him when the note was passed. Jiang Qin was probably just helping out. You don't believe me either? Jian Chun felt ill at ease. No, it's because I used to be as confident as you. But then I got humiliated. Now, seeing you is like looking in a mirror. Jian Chun scoffed disdainfully. Is it just because his family has a Bentley? Qingqing, I'm different from you. My family isn't poor either. And even if Jiang Qin's family owned the White House, I wouldn't hold him in high regard. You still know very little about the true nature of my idol. As soon as Song Qingqing finished speaking, her expression suddenly changed, and she hurriedly lowered her head, pretending to focus intently on filling her thermos, but she forgot to turn on the tap, waiting awkwardly for 5 seconds before finally reaching out to turn it on. Was this topic not yet concluded? Just then, Jian Chun noticed a white cup being extended towards the water outlet, followed by a pair of long, fair hands turning on the tap, and hot water began to pour into the cup. The sound of rushing water filled the air, accompanied by rising steam. From Jian Chun's perspective, she saw not just the cup, but an exquisitely beautiful face. The nose, eyes, and mouth were all impeccably delicate, especially under the veil of steam, which rendered the girl ethereal. The young woman wore a pale pink nightgown, quietly gazing at Jian Chun, silent and expressionless, her clear, cold eyes creating an atmosphere of pressure. The water room fell silent in an instant, with the 4 of them standing at their respective water outlets, not uttering a word. The scene was quite picturesque. The cup filled with water much faster than the thermos, so the beautiful girl soon finished, capped her cup, and left the water room, alleviating half of the oppressive atmosphere. Phew, Song Qingqing patted her chest. That was too dangerous. We should avoid discussing Jiang Qin in the girls' dormitory from now on. Jiang Tian nodded in agreement. Jian Chun blinked in confusion. Why? Attempting to steal someone else's partner is disgraceful. If the rightful partner finds out, it could lead to bloody consequences. My cousin experienced that firsthand and ended up with her face scratched. As Song Qingqing spoke, she seemed to recall something, her expression filled with lingering fear. What is the rightful partner? Feng Nanshu, Jiang Qin's precious darling. Weren't you just staring at her for ages? So what happened? Did you get humiliated? Meanwhile, in room 503 of the girls' dormitory, Feng Nanshu took out her phone, her eyes bright and clear, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, as she gently opened Jiang Qin's message. Jiang Qin, let us hang out. It's almost 11. If you don't want to hang out, then sleep. But I haven't hung out yet today. Oh, at that moment, Gao Wenhui had just finished her instant noodles and climbed on her bed, only to be greeted by the sight of Feng Nanshu lying on it, instantly brightening her day. How could Jiang Qin endure this? Chapter 90. The short holiday of 11. The morning sun shone brightly as the short holiday of 11 began. Contemporary college students are quite peculiar. When it comes to choosing their majors, they wish to go as far as possible to explore unfamiliar lands and embrace freedom. Yet when the holiday arrives, they feel drained, not only due to the long journey, but also because of the exorbitant travel expenses. Faced with such a situation, they mercilessly criticize their own foolishness. The concept of freedom can be felt even at schools in neighboring provinces. Yet they insist on traversing the vast expanse to places others have grown weary of. People like Zhou Chao, who typically scrimp and save, end up spending all their living expenses on plane tickets during the holidays. "Brothers, I'm off. Lao Zhou, remember to take out the trash." Chao Guangyu shouted from his bed. Zhou Chao cursed. "Damn, it's early in the morning, and you already annoy me. Then I wish you a smooth journey." Wishing you a smooth journey will make the plane crash. At this moment, Jiang Qin also got out of bed, leisurely putting on his clothes, slowly opening a pack of yogurt, and taking his time to sip it while beginning his morning routine. Zhou Chao, holding a suitcase in one hand and a trash bag in the other, looked on with envy. "Brother Jiang, you truly have it made. You chose a school near home, which seems dull, yet when the holiday arrives, you exude a sense of superiority." "Lao Jiang, I'm leaving." Zhou Chao raised his voice, hoping to receive Jiang Qin's blessing. "One tells me to take out the trash, and the other asks me to bring souvenirs. You guys are truly something?" Zhou Chao cursed as he pulled open the door, struggling to carry his suitcase and trash bag as he walked out. After a while, Jiang Qin finished washing up and stepped out of the dormitory. Feng Nanshu was wearing a student-like long skirt today, revealing a small portion of her fair, delicate calves, accentuating her rare purity and liveliness. "Jiang Qin, has my boss lady certification been approved yet? After breakfast, I'll take you to ask." Jiang Qin looked at her dewy face, his fingers twitched slightly, but he ultimately resisted the impulse to pinch her cheeks. Damn it, young people are truly strange. They feel an inexplicable urge to pinch everything when they just wake up or are about to sleep. "Okay," Feng Nanshu replied, following closely behind him to the cafeteria, her skirt fluttering with each step, attracting the gaze of countless passers-by. "I'm leaving at 3 in the afternoon," Feng Nanshu said, nibbling on the tip of her chopsticks. "Did Uncle Gong not say he would drive you away? It's better to leave earlier, right?" Feng Nanshu gazed at him quietly, thinking to herself, "Aren't you leaving at 2:30? Jiang Qin picked up a piece of beef brisket and offered it to her. "I heard Uncle Gong say that you go to Shanghai to see your grandfather during the holiday." "Who is this grandfather?" "It's my father." Feng Nanshu opened her mouth to eat the beef brisket he offered, her eyes shimmering with emotion. "Then why are you studying in Jizhou? The educational conditions in Shanghai are far superior. You weren't really chased out by your family, were you?" Feng Nanshu paused momentarily, then spoke softly, "Because Jizhou is my mother's hometown." Jiang Qin did not pursue the topic further, as he could clearly sense that the little rich girl was not particularly enthusiastic about visiting her father. So he fed her twice more, bringing her back to a joyful state. Then he glanced at his own chopsticks, then at the poster on the wall opposite him, which read a slogan advocating the use of public chopsticks for hygiene. Jiang Qin thought to himself, "Well, this is clean and hygienic." As their meal progressed, Gao Wenwei also arrived at the cafeteria. After getting her food, she sat down, but instead of her usual chatter, she was surprisingly quiet. "How did you manage to hold back?" Fan Shuling remarked that Jiang Qin was a scoundrel, yet she harbored doubts about that assertion, believing him to be a gentleman with a peculiar penchant for foot massages. Gao Wenhui, ever the observer, teased him, asking if he was afraid of inhaling rice while staring at her. Jiang Qin shot him a sidelong glance, and Gao Wenhui's smile gradually faded, knowing too well that a third wheel seldom met with a favorable fate. After breakfast, Jiang Qin escorted the young heiress to the entrepreneurial base to collect their certificate, only to be met with a rather disheartening outcome. Chao Xinyue pointed out that there were discrepancies in the previous form, necessitating that Feng Nanshu remain behind to rectify it. Junior, the entrepreneurial funds cannot be attributed to Jiang Qin, nor can the purpose of the venture be stated as serving Jiang Qin as the boss's wife. Feng Nanshu's eyelashes fluttered, the joy Jiang Qin had previously instilled in her dissipating instantaneously. Concurrently, Jiang Qin convened a meeting in room 208, calling upon everyone to address the current status of the campus beauty contest, which had reached its midpoint, its popularity peaking. With the upcoming National Day holiday, a significant number of students would vacate the campus, inevitably causing a decline in subsequent traffic. Thus, during this 7-day period, The sole focus of the project team would be to maintain the flow of interest. The content team was tasked with continuously generating material, diverting the contest's attention towards the confession wall, anonymous confession box, and various intersections to facilitate engagement. Once the holiday concluded, the final results of the beauty contest would be announced, likely resulting in a brief surge of traffic. However, the retention rate post-surge remained uncertain, necessitating dual preparations. One plan involved organizing another event in anticipation of dwindling traffic, while the other entailed pursuing business collaborations should the retention rate prove satisfactory. With aspirations to expand throughout the university town. "Boss, we are somewhat short-staffed," Wei Lanlan interjected, noting the increasing number of merchants requiring negotiation. With only herself and Tan Qing available in the external market team, rendering them overwhelmed. Upon concluding the meeting, Jiang Qin noticed Su Nai staring at him intently. "Boss, your membership has expired. When did it expire?" "Last night. Do you check it daily?" "You knew it expired the moment it did?" Jiang Qin responded with an air of disdain. Dong Wenhao, intrigued, inquired about the nature of the expired membership. "Oh, it's just for the website building videos." "Sunai adustet hergulas. You tech crew are quite diligent, coding by day and watching videos to learn by night." Sunai and Jiang Qin shared a sardonic chuckle, leaving Dong Wenhao bewildered, pondering what he had misstepped. After the meeting, Jiang Qin descended from the second floor, intending to find the young heiress, only to discover her standing by the window, holding a certificate the size of an A4 sheet, looking quite dazed. "Did you receive the certificate?" "I received the wrong one. It's not the boss's wife certificate, but the self-employment certificate." The distinction was glaring. Aside from the word certificate, the two were entirely dissimilar, and Feng Nanshu's displeasure was palpable. "This isn't a mistake. It's part of the probation period." Jiang Qin examined the entrepreneurial certificate briefly. "It's akin to friendships. One must reach a certain level to become good friends, just like us." Feng Nanshu regarded him impassively, silently pondering his foolishness. Chapter 91. Serendipity and intentionality. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, room 208 was deserted, leaving behind only a tangle of stripped sockets and scattered wires. Jiang Qin held Feng Nanshu's delicate white foot, assisting her in putting on her socks while teasingly tickling her sole, prompting her to squirm and nearly kick him in the face. "Do not reward a gentleman so indiscriminately," he pretended to scold her. With the National Day holiday approaching, the train station was teeming with people, a sight that could induce a headache. Though not as chaotic as the spring festival rush, the congestion was nearly comparable. Guo Zihang arrived shortly thereafter, appearing somewhat plumper, his already round face now devoid of any discernible contours. "The sweet-voiced aunt has spoiled you, hasn't she?" Jiang Qin grinned. Guo Zihang's breath caught momentarily. "Don't bring it up. What happened? Did your husband find out?" Jiang Qin's heart skipped a beat, fearing that perhaps he had received a beating. "No. I chatted with her for 2 days and realized our circles were too disparate, lacking common ground. Whatever I said, she didn't understand, and her business topics left me utterly bewildered. Soon enough, we stopped communicating." Guo Zihang's expression was one of defeat, indicative of a tender heart recently bruised by reality. Jiang Qin patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Do not fret. The world is filled with all sorts of oddities, and I certainly do not discriminate against you. Brother Jiang, I think I just felt a void after suddenly leaving my hometown, which made me seek some semblance of security. Enough with the explanations for your peculiarities. Let's get on the train." Jiang Qin urged Guo Zihang onto the train, navigating through the crowded aisle towards their seats. A burly man with a white plastic bag obstructed Jiang Qin's view as he bore down the aisle. Once the man settled into his seat, Jiang Qin realized he had reached number 41, thus adjusting himself to sit down. However, as he did so, his gaze locked in shock, his brows furrowing slightly. "Jiang Qin, long time no see." Wang Huiru greeted him, while Chu Siki sat beside her, her expression conflicted as she regarded him. "Long time no see," Jiang Qin replied, turning to Guo Zihang, who appeared equally astonished, clearly taken aback by the unexpected presence of both women. "Let us go to the restroom." "Huh? I don't need to go," Guo Zihang replied, bewildered. Jiang Qin disregarded his protests, pulling him towards the front of the train. "Even if you don't need to go, you must make an effort." They arrived at the train's connection point, leaning against the smoking area, staring at each other in silence for a prolonged moment. "Did you tell them?" Guo Zihang cleared his throat. "Wang Huiru asked me which train I was taking the day before yesterday, and I thought nothing of it, and told her." "Damn, Train tickets cannot specify compartments, right? How could we end up together? Jiang Qin mused, pondering whether he had overlooked something when leaving his home that day. It was quite normal, really. Those headed to the same destination were often arranged in the same carriage. Brother Jiang, you do not harbor feelings for Chu Siki, and she does not bite. Just treat her as a stranger. Jiang Qin contemplated this, agreeing that Guizihong's perspective held merit. He regarded Chu Siki with indifference, recognizing no need to scurry away as if she were a cat. What a disgrace it would be for others to think he had been deeply wounded by her actions. Yet, it was not entirely unjustified for Jiang Qin to harbor suspicion, as Chu Siki had indeed orchestrated this encounter, having been blocked by Jiang Qin and subsequently deleted. Even Wang Huiru's number was now out of reach. The only means she found to orchestrate a meeting with Jiang Qin was through Guizihong. Certainly, she had not anticipated such a thorough coincidence, with fate seating them directly across from one another. Chu Siki was elated, eager to meet Jiang Qin and exchange a few words. I could be a bit headstrong, but from now on, I will only be willful with you. If that's agreeable, as long as you do not favor Hong Yin and refrain from flaunting her before me, I would certainly be your girlfriend. I once took your goodness for granted, but upon facing competition, I suddenly realized how remarkable you are. Being with you is not a loss. Yet, observing the emptiness in Jiang Qin's eyes and the lack of any discernible reaction, Chu Siki found her words caught in her throat, unable to escape. She could not fathom why she felt so timid in Jiang Qin's presence. The once fiery temper that flared at the slightest provocation now seemed to cower before someone who allowed her to express her frustrations freely. Are you all university students? I attend KG University. Which institution do you represent? The seating arrangement on the train typically follows a pattern of 3 seats on the right and 2 on the left. Jiang Qin was seated by the window, with Guizihong in the middle and a male student, likely from Linchuan University, occupying the aisle seat. Since boarding, he had been fixated on Chu Siki, and after 20 minutes into the journey, he could no longer resist the urge to strike up a conversation. From Linda, from Kujita, from Linda Guizihong, we are alumni. And the 2 lovely ladies? Wang Huiru smiled, but remained silent, while Chu Siki ignored him entirely, her gaze fixed on the drowsy Jiang Qin, her lips pale from biting. At that moment, the train jolted slightly, causing Chu Siki's phone to suddenly slip from her grasp. Given the mildness of the jolt and her grip, it seemed implausible for her phone to fall so easily, yet it landed precisely at Jiang Qin's feet. He shifted his position, momentarily blinded, but soon heard a gentle voice nearby. My phone fell. Could you please pick it up for me? Thank you. Jiang Qin silently expressed his gratitude and adjusted his position. Here's your phone. Beautiful. Chu Siki, feeling exasperated, replied, Thank you. No need for thanks. Shall we add each other? Son, Yimin took out his phone. Chu Siki, now irritated, responded, I don't use that. I prefer Fei Xan. The warm-hearted son, Yimin, chuckled awkwardly, but swiftly redirected the conversation. Are you 2 together? At this, everyone turned their attention to Jiang Qin, anticipating his response. But he simply shook his head. We don't know each other. It's a coincidence. To mask his true intentions, he deliberately added Guizihong first, trying to appear earnest. However, he was taken aback when he attempted to add Jiang Qin and was met with another refusal. I don't use it. You also use Fei Xian? Is it really that popular now? Son, Yimbin was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Qin lazily replied, I use Fei Guchuan Shu. Just then, Wang Huiru's phone vibrated. Upon checking, she found a message from Chu Siki, asking her to create a group for Sun Yinbin and add Jiang Qin. If not pre-configured, adding someone to a group does not require their consent, a feature Chu Siki was aware of. Jiang Qin likely wouldn't know how to delete friends, so he probably wouldn't set up that feature. Returning to Jizhou, the weather was clear. Jiang Qin emerged from the station, pulling his suitcase with unwavering haste. Leaving Sun Yinbin puzzled. Why would someone so beautiful pass by without even a glance, hurrying away as if fleeing? Jiang Qin was oblivious to his thoughts. Had he known, he would have surely laughed at such an obvious pitfall. Observing Jiang Qin's swift departure, Chu Siki felt deeply hurt, wanting to vent her frustration but unsure whom to direct it at. Everything seemed displeasing, and in the end, she shot a fierce glare at Sun Yinbin. Did she look at me? Sun Yinbin was momentarily in a daze. Yet, such warmth and familiarity are often fleeting. On October 1st, her mother was overjoyed. You're back. My son. On October 2nd, Her mother remained cheerful. Get some more sleep. Studying is exhausting. By October 3rd, Mrs. Yuan began to wear a frown. Can you tidy up your mess? On October 4th, Ms. Jiang Qin furrowed her brows. When does that rascal start school? Jiang Qin realized that the warmth of their reunion had likely been exhausted, so starting from the 5th day, he rose early each day, heading out to spare his mother from criticizing him. Uncle, you're here? Yes, I am. Shuan, it seems you've grown taller, almost as tall as your uncle. That's wonderful. At Yang's mutton soup restaurant, Yang Shuan looked at his old classmate and honorary uncle with a complex expression as he entered, hugging his father's shoulder and calling him old brother and little brother, feeling a bit embarrassed. Jiang Qin had initially invested in the mutton soup restaurant as a mere pastime, so when Yang Jinan was about to calculate his dividends, he waved it off, suggesting he use the money to open a third branch instead. He also recommended that Yang Jiangwo diversify his offerings, while having unique signature dishes is beneficial. Relying solely on one product will not sustain long-term growth, especially since Yang Jiangwo had little formal education and lacked knowledge in operations. Taking the easiest route was indeed the best strategy. Yang Jianan had long contemplated opening a third store. Hearing Jiang Qin's suggestion made him elated as he patted Yang Shuan's shoulder. Look at your uncle. We were classmates in high school. Why aren't you as mature? Hee. Yang Shuan's lips twitched slightly, feeling a twinge of regret. That day, in their drunken state, he should have stopped them from swearing brotherhood. Now, he wouldn't have to call him uncle. After a while, as Jiang Qin prepared to leave, Yang Shuan was tasked by his father to see him out. Uncle, can I discuss something with you? Yang Shuan rubbed his hands together. Can we keep it separate? You call me big nephew, and I'll call you brother. You wish. That would confuse the hierarchy. The wall of confessions had seen an influx of posts, with even students from other schools registering accounts to express their admiration for Linda girls, often starting with titles like Encountering a Goddess. Additionally, the anonymous complaints section was rife with grievances, primarily about roommates and classmates, lamenting that certain individuals had never purchased shampoo from freshman to junior year, always mooching, while others dressed elaborately yet had body odor. There was also a ranking of campus beauties, with Chu Siki firmly holding the top position. Initially, the first place belonged to Hong Yin, but due to a change in her major, she suddenly lost the support of the law department and tumbled down the ranks overnight, allowing Chu Siki and Lu Yi to ascend. The two fluctuated in position for 3 days without a clear winner. However, just days before the holiday, for reasons unknown, Lu Yi's fans inexplicably dwindled, while Chu Siki maintained a steady lead. Jiang Qin held no opinions about this outcome. Although he had initiated the flower movement, he was indifferent to where the petals fell, seeking only the underlying economic benefits without any personal interest in the individuals involved. Subsequently, Jiang Qin accessed the user backend to check the view counts. Sure Miao Miao's account had surpassed 10,000 followers, indicating that her book, You Are the Color of Fire in the Human World, was indeed well received. To his surprise, Lao Chao's account also boasted 6,000 followers, closely following Sure Miao Miao. However, while Sure Miao Miao's followers were genuine admirers, Lao Chao's were predominantly detractors, with comments criticizing him for being too boastful and calling for a reality check. Nevertheless, even negative fame counts as fame, and Lao Chao's current success was undoubtedly due to his own efforts. With 2 days left of the holiday, Jiang Qin wondered when they would head to Linchuan together. Suddenly, a group message notification popped up in the lower left corner of his computer screen. Confused, he clicked to open it and discovered that he had unknowingly joined a 5-person group with a sender named Sun Yanbin, who used a non-mainstream avatar of himself wearing sunglasses. Guo Zihong suggested, "How about leaving on the 6th? Jiang Qin casually replied, "You have no partner. Why go so early? So when shall we leave?" Sun Yanbin ignored their decision and asked Chu Siki, as that was his intention for creating the group. Chu Siki responded, "I'll leave on the 7th as well. Let us meet in the afternoon to buy tickets." Sun Yanbin replied, "All right, I'll leave on the 7th too." Jiang Qin added, "I just remembered I have something else to attend to. I'll be leaving on the 8th. Upon encountering this message, SNYNB exclaimed in delight. 4G Qin's appearance surpassed his own. With aspirations to pursue CHSQ, he yearned for Qin to maintain a distance. "You should leave. We will still depart on the 7th. CH classmate, what time do you head to the station? I shall accompany you." CHSQ responded, "Forget it. I will also leave on the 8th. Jiang fell silent. Then I shall not go. I intend to languish at home. SNYNBN, perplexed by the chat records, had not yet comprehended the situation when he noticed a member missing from the group. Shortly thereafter, he received a notification that Jiang had exited the group after delivering her final remark. In a group of 5, the absence of one was conspicuous, prompting the others to simultaneously realize Jiang had departed. CHSQ remarked, "Since he has left, I shall leave as well." SNYNB was baffled. WING who then stated, "Since SQ is leaving, I shall do the same." SNYNB was at a loss. GUZIH bid farewell. SNYNB remained silent for an extended period, unable to grasp the unfolding events. As he pondered, he found himself reflecting deep into the night, gradually realizing that he seemed to be the only outsider in that group. Chapter 93. Absolutely no romantic entanglements. After settling matters concerning the website and exiting the perplexing group, Jiang felt a twinge of hunger. Thus, he opened the door to request food from his mother. Yuan glanced at the clock and noted it was indeed time for dinner. So she entered the kitchen and prepared 2 dishes, scrambled eggs with garlic sprouts and spicy sour shredded potatoes, accompanied by 2 cool steamed buns. The disparity from when the vacation began, when he could still order dishes, was stark, and Jiang voiced his discontent. Jiang handed Jiang chopsticks. "Dare you to complain about the meals my wife prepares? If you are truly hungry, you might as well find someone else to cook for you." Indeed, education was paramount. Jiang believed his son, at 18, was still too young for such matters. "No, what I mean is that I shall never engage in such affairs." Yuan emerged with a bowl of porridge, writing love letters in high school, while claiming not to date. "Do you expect me to believe that? That was youthful folly. I have come to realize that everything is illusory. Only money is real," Jiang asserted emphatically. "So, what have you truly learned in university?" "I studied finance. And a bit of foot massage." Jiang coughed. "You need not declare your intentions here. As a university student, it is not unreasonable to wish to date." Jiang could not help but sit up straight, Dad. "If given the choice between an intriguing soul and a handsome exterior, which would you choose?" "I choose your mother. I am serious. Must you always consider my mother's feelings?" "I still choose your mother." Jiang, seasoned by a lifetime of experience, understood how to maintain family harmony. He was not inclined to offer alternative answers. That was a skill honed over years of marriage, more resilient than armor. Yuan, having heard this for a lifetime, was unfazed. Yet she furrowed her brow at Jiang. "What do you mean by an intriguing soul and a handsome exterior?" "An intriguing soul weighs over 200 pounds, while a handsome exterior demands a car and a house." "Mother, which should I choose?" Jiang tossed the question back. UNYQ and frônait toute folie. Is there not a good-looking individual without a fascinating soul who also does not require a car or house? None exist. But many intriguing souls weighing over 200 pounds do indeed demand vehicles and homes. Upon hearing this, Yuan exchanged glances with Jiang, sensing her son's thoughts were somewhat skewed and overly pessimistic. Your father and I sent you to school to encourage your growth. Do not indulge in wild thoughts while at university. No worries, I usually just enjoy pondering aimlessly. I shall refrain from doing so in the future. Jiang recognized that his parents would soon worry, so he swiftly changed the topic. No. Jiang, speak honestly. What are your true thoughts? Jiang paused. I was contemplating that if I remained single for life, you two would not have to pay a dowry of 300,000 nor prepare a house for me. How liberating. That would be quite something. I would have no face to meet the ancestors of the Jiang family. UNYQ and suddenly stood up, retrieving a bank book from the room and slapping it on the table. I shall not say much, but today I will clarify. Our family has savings, though not substantial. Your father and I can still earn. Do not fixate on money. Mother, I am not discussing monetary matters. I merely wish to inform you of my future plans. Are you asking for an increase in your allowance? I was referring to Jiang's living expenses. Jiang's expression fell. Yet he pondered seriously. 500 a month is indeed not much. Lao H's daughter is in her third year and receives over 800 a month, often asking her family for money to buy clothes. After a moment of consideration, Jiang made a decision. Then we shall increase it to 800. Jiang was taken aback, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor. Wife, I must confess something. I have also been quite pessimistic. Get lost. Hurry up and wash your feet to sleep. Reading the newspaper all day has made you sound like a diplomat, yet I have not seen any significant matters requiring your involvement. Jiang retorted sarcastically. The following morning, Jiang Qin dressed and stepped out, first purchasing a wool coat from the mall, then acquiring a tea set from Tio-Su-N-J. The wool coat was something his mother had long desired, while the tea set was something his father had yearned to replace. However, giving them money would not suffice as they hesitated to spend it, still saving diligently. Therefore, Jiang Qin decided to purchase them himself, tearing up the receipt, making returns impossible and leaving it to fate. Jiang Qin, your father and I have discussed and decided to raise your living expenses to 800. Jiang Qin looked bewildered. Did you consult me about increasing my living expenses? I did not agree. Jiang shot a glance at his son, implying, if you disagree, you may honor your old father. If I allow you to stay, you shall stay. Jiang made a decision that brooked no opposition. 800 it is, regardless of how you spend it, as long as you do not engage in wrongdoing and study diligently. Very well. Jiang Qin accepted the 800 yuan and handed over the bag. What is this? A gift for you both. Jiang and Jiang accepted it and glanced inside, their expressions shifting dramatically. Where did you acquire the funds for these? I earned it working part-time as a boss in university. Jiang Qin lowered his voice slightly when mentioning the term boss, intending to gradually introduce this reality to his parents. Indeed, the couple did not catch the term boss but focused on part-time. Part-time? So you are not short on money? It is manageable. I can afford a discounted wool coat and tea set. Jiang looked at her son with puzzlement. So what was the crux of your lengthy discourse last night? The crux is that I shall not engage in romantic relationships, and it is highly likely that I will remain single indefinitely. You both should acclimate to this idea in advance to avoid difficulties in the future. Furthermore, I am serious about this, and you better consider it a matter of importance. After finishing his statement, Jiang Qin's phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. He glanced at the screen, seeing a familiar avatar bouncing with excitement, and could not help but smile, a glimmer of joy dancing in his eyes. I shall keep my word. I absolutely will not engage in romantic relationships. Jiang appeared a bit taken aback. I do not know, but that expression just now was somewhat reminiscent. Chapter 94. The abstract male deity. The following evening, the resolute Jiang Qin strolled around the new district, inspecting the 4 properties he had been allocated. Although these houses had undergone basic renovations, they currently lay vacant, as the infrastructure in the new district was still under construction and the area was sparsely populated. Finding tenants was not an easy task. Jiang Qin remained unhurried, casually engaging a real estate agency to list the properties, contemplating that if they rented, it would be well. If not, they would remain empty, for he was not in need of that rental income. However, to his surprise, shortly after posting the rental information, the agency called him. Jiang Qin was savoring noodles nearby when he received a call. Wiping his mouth, he grabbed his keys and casually strolled over. The male idol? Jiang Qin's lips twitched upon encountering Chu Siki's other friend, Yushasha. What a coincidence. I've been trying to invite you for a meal, but you never came out. It drives me crazy, Yushasha exclaimed, though her tone was rather playful. Enough chit-chat. 500 a month, Jiang Qin remarked, casting a glance at the boy beside Yushasha. Are you here with your boyfriend? No, just a friend. His name is Lu Chao, and he has helped me search for an apartment for my sister, who got into a nearby middle school, Yushasha clarified, dismissing the boy behind her with a single sentence. Jiang Qin mentally applauded her. After all, she was a friend of Chu Siki. You can look around first. If it suits you, we can sign a contract. If not, I'll leave. Sure, of course. You're the landlord. How could I refuse? But how come you have a place here? Yushasha asked curiously. That's a secret, Jiang Qin replied. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, making Lu Chao visibly uncomfortable. Shasha, who is this? My male idol, didn't I tell you? Yushasha shot him a glare and then entered the house to inspect it. There's no furniture. How can anyone live here? I'll rent it even without furniture. Less chatter, please. Jiang Qin listened as they exchanged remarks, silently following them until they had inspected every corner of the apartment and subsequently signed the contract. Upon receiving the rent, Jiang Qin intended to leave, but was halted by Yushasha. Male idol, my friends and I are going to the night glow bar. Could you take us? Can't you go by yourselves? But we're just a bunch of young girls. You have a good reputation at the bar. If you take us, it'll ensure our safety. Lu Chao was taken aback, thinking just young girls? What about me? What do I count as? After contemplating, Jiang Qin decided to take them, thinking it was on his way. There's no one among your friends I wouldn't want to see, right? No, don't worry. You know who I mean? Zhu Siki. Of course, Ru has told me. Jiang Qin nodded and led the two to the night glow bar, where Yushasha's friends were already waiting outside, dressed in revealing outfits that showcased their youthful exuberance. Let me introduce my male idol, Jiang Qin, Yushasha said excitedly, prompting her friends to scrutinize Jiang Qin more closely. Much to Lu Chao's chagrin, the group followed Jiang Qin into the bar, which was located directly across from the fire station. Despite no longer being the marketing supervisor there, Jiang Qin was well regarded due to a collective event watching the Olympics that had brought the bar considerable success. The owner was grateful, and the bartenders and servers treated him with respect. Jianggu is here. Long time no see. Jiang Qin nodded in acknowledgement, leaving Yushasha starry-eyed, while her friends gazed at him in awe. This aura was undeniably captivating. At 17 or 18, they could discern whether the bartender's admiration was genuine or merely flattering, which explained why he was deemed a male idol. Witnessing this, Jiang Qin couldn't help but feel amused. In today's world, a spirited young man who frequented bars was certainly in demand. One couldn't deny that. Yet, he wondered if their parents would find humor in this scene. Old dang, where should I park my motorcycle? Jiang Qin chuckled to himself, but still cautioned the bartender to look after his friends and ensure they didn't cause trouble or attract unwanted attention. After securing a VIP table, he attempted to leave, but Yushasha insisted he stay, claiming they hadn't seen each other in ages and wanted to chat. Jiang Qin could tell from her expression what she intended to discuss. If it's about Chu Siki, count me out. I have no interest. Jiang Qin's expression darkened. You'd better not be talking about that dumb giant. No. Imispuka. Is my glorious story so well known? Mainly because our classes are close. I'm just from a neighboring class, Lu Chao, the one who excels at basketball. Yushasha turned to Lu Chao. Why do you a guy enjoy gossiping so much? It's mostly because he is quite famous. Who in our senior class doesn't know about his explosive antics? Lu Chao boasted, pride evident in his demeanor. Yushasha's calling Jiang Qin a male idol made him uncomfortable, but seeing the bartenders treat Jiang Qin with such reverence made him hesitant to speak out. Feeling that Jiang Qin must be doing exceptionally well, Lu Chao felt an urge to shatter the male idol's glow, filled with vigor. Yet he pondered if he would ever achieve the same. Jiang Qin smiled broadly, but felt a twinge of annoyance, thinking about how the joys and sorrows of humanity are so distinct. Could this matter not be left behind? After finally getting a break, he was confronted with this nonsense. Enough of this. I'm leaving. Jiang Qin cursed under his breath, contemplating whether he should move somewhere else. Yushasha couldn't help but glance at Lu Chao. Can't you keep quiet? You're scaring away my male idol. What is wrong with Jiang Qin being my male idol? Isn't Feng Nanshu from your class always fawning over him? Lu Chao paused, momentarily at a loss regarding who Feng Nanshu was. This wasn't due to her lack of presence, but rather her brilliance made it hard to think of her in that context. The celestial beauty of Chengnan High School had dazzled countless youths, and she had no connection with the word fawn. Which Feng Nanshu are you talking about? Lu Chao asked, slightly confused. Yushasha scoffed. Which other Feng Nanshu? Is there another one at Chengnan High? Impossible, you must be joking. That is Feng Nanshu, so aloof. Would she fawn? If you don't believe me, pull out your phone and check Feng Nanshu's social media. Lu Chao, being in the same class, had access to the group chat with Feng Nanshu, and since her profile was public, it was easy to access. However, he remembered that her social media had always been devoid of content. As he scrolled, disbelief filled his eyes, only to be stunned. He hadn't misremembered. Throughout high school, Feng Nanshu's profile had been blank, but since the summer break, she had begun posting daily updates, almost as if treating it as a diary. I have a good friend named Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin took me on a swing ride. Jiang Qin took me to a hot spring. Jiang Qin said to keep smiling. Jiang Qin said he would take me wherever he goes. Jiang Qin said he could be with me for a lifetime. Jiang Qin, Jiang Qin, Jiang Qin. A girl's social media, nearly empty, suddenly filled with one name, which spoke volumes. Lu Chao felt sweat trickle down his brow, rubbing his eyes to ensure he wasn't mistaken. Did she get hacked? Lu Chao still found it hard to believe. Yu Shasha's eyes sparkled. Let me tell you, Jiang Qin earned 300,000 over the summer and even manages this bar. How you plan to respond to that? Lu Chao swallowed hard. I need to wash my face. Yu Shasha huffed, turning to the nearest bartender. Hello, I'm Jiang Qin's sister. Could I please have a fruit platter? Of course. Please wait a moment. Chapter 95. Quietly arriving at the end of the 11-day holiday, Jiang Qin enjoyed the dumplings his mother had made and boarded the train heading to Linchuan. The weather today was rather gloomy, the sky overcast as if rain were imminent. With a hint of chill in the air, as if affirming the saying, a rain in autumn brings a chill. Sigh, I really need to buy a car. It'll be quite troublesome for future off-campus promotions without one. Sir, would you like to know more about the Howding Villa? Miss, would you like to know more about the Howding Villa? A young girl was distributing flyers by the roadside when it was Jiang Qin's turn. She paused for a moment and then opened another tote bag. Sir, would you like to learn about affordable housing? Jiang Qin frowned, avoiding the flyer on affordable housing, and reached for a luxurious villa flyer instead. With a serious expression, he proceeded to the entrance of the bus station. Indeed, not everyone possesses discernment in this world. He stumbled upon Linchuan University, where the clouds appeared even thicker, yet no raindrops fell, only a gloomy sky accompanied by distant thunder. Old Joe's rotten socks had been hanging on the balcony for a week. As soon as the window opened, one flew away and landed in the drainage ditch below. Jiang Qin's gaze momentarily froze as he pondered whether he should dispose of the other sock. Turning to Lao Chao, he remarked, I see you're quite popular on the forum, especially with your post about my 5 school beauty girlfriends. The number of comments is almost rivaling Shi Miao Miao's novels. You've seen it too? Chao Guangyu spat in annoyance. Damn it. Mentioning that makes me furious. A horde of people clamors for the real me. Why can't they believe I'm a rich second generation? Jiang Qin suggested, I recommend you shift your perspective. Instead of stubbornly establishing a wealthy persona, why not embrace your talent for humor? You have a knack for it. As Jiang Qin wiped the table, he shared his wisdom. Chao Guangyu raised his eyebrows. Is that even sensible, Lao Jiang? Do you think I'm bragging? Jiang Qin retorted, am I unaware of your so-called school beauties and your Patek Philippe? You're just plagiarizing my life. Chao Guangyu's face flushed. Then how do I become a comedic figure? Just absurd nonsense? ISNT that what I'm doing now? Not quite enough. Just claim you own an estate of 960,000 square kilometers, and you drive to the restroom daily. Surely, there will be those who appreciate your humor. Jiang Qin advised. That sounds implausible. I think I'll continue to establish my wealthy persona. There must be some perceptive young ladies who will believe me. Jiang Qin patted Chao Guangyu's shoulder and sighed, knowing that this guy was simply out of sync with the times. In a different era, such an extravagant persona would undoubtedly resonate widely. Yet this current age is not one where traffic reigns, causing talent to be overlooked, which is indeed unfortunate. After tidying up the dormitory, Jiang Qin dragged Chao Guangyu to the entrepreneurship base 208, ostensibly to show in the office, but in reality, it was to enlist his help in cleaning. The cleanliness of 208 made it easy to tidy up. All they had to do was open the windows and wipe the tables, as it had only been a week since the National Day holiday, and it couldn't have gotten excessively dirty. Once they finished, Jiang Qin's phone began vibrating with messages from a charming tabby cat. Jiang Qin, let us go out. It's going to rain, and we will get soaked. Let us go somewhere we won't get wet. Have you arrived at school? Not yet, but I'm almost there. Come to my dorm and wait for me quietly. Jiang Qin read the message, puzzled by the request to come quietly. However, glancing at the time, he thought it was indeed time for a meal. He couldn't let Lao Chao help for nothing. So he took him to the second dining hall on Shuyuan Road. It was conveniently close to the girls' dormitory of the financial college, allowing them to go directly after their meal. As luck would have it, upon entering, they encountered Jian Chun and Zhuang Chun, who were seated face to face, their trays still full, indicating they had just arrived. Lao Chao, why not go greet them? Jiang Qin urged. Chao Guangyu waved his hand while grabbing a tray. Forget it. I'll just dig a hole for them. Besides testing their love, it's practically useless. Jiang Qin was taken aback. He realized that Lao Chao was no ordinary man. His understanding of when to retreat was rather formidable. So, you're not planning to find a partner? Of course, but it's all about fate. One can't rush it. Where did you go during the holiday? You seem to have gained emotional intelligence. Men always grow. As Chao Guangyu lowered his head to eat, a bitter feeling stirred within him. He had confessed to Jian Qin over the break, only to be harshly rejected, and to make matters worse, she had even misremembered his name. Before he could walk too far, a black Bentley pulled up on Shuyuan Road. Without needing to check the license plate, Jiang Qin knew Feng Nanshu had arrived. He raised his hand, ready to wait for the car to stop, but the Bentley suddenly accelerated and zoomed away, swiftly turning into the girls' dormitory area. Jiang Qin squinted slightly, his expression one of confusion. There was no need for such a display in broad daylight. Meanwhile, in the back seat of that black Bentley, Feng Nanshu sat upright, obedient and quiet, her demeanor sweet and innocent. Beside her sat a woman in a long black dress, exuding elegance and sophistication. Her makeup was impeccable, her bright eyes sparkling, and her meticulously cared-for long hair was elegantly styled, radiating poise and confidence. Feng Nanshu's hand rested in the woman's, both sharing an aura of grace. After a moment, the black Bentley came to a steady stop in front of Building 7, and Uncle Gong's voice resonated within the vehicle. President Qin, Miss, we have arrived at the dormitory. As for the message regarding the book's launch, it was the first work of a novice. Initially, there were many thoughts to express, yet when the moment arrived, words seemed to escape. Indeed, I am but a fledgling, lacking in literary sophistication and knowledge, confined to writing light-hearted tales. However, I find solace in the ability to create something that brings joy to others, alleviating the pressures of life, that is truly beautiful and valuable. Life is already so realistic. Novels should embody a sense of fantasy, should they not? Additionally, let me share the journey of creating this book. After all, it cannot be that only you find joy while I wallow in discontent. Some have claimed that while others can succeed with this theme, I am destined to fail. Others have suggested that I won't even survive the first round of recommendations and should hastily consider writing a new book. Indeed, the reality was as such. Upon reaching 50,000 words, I had only received 94 bookmarks, insufficient to test the waters. The urge to give up was strong, yet I hesitated. I sought opinions, asking whether I could continue. Was there a possibility of improvement? When the responses were less than encouraging, I resolved to treat it as an endeavor for fun and to persist. By the time I reached 70,000 words, I finally managed to gather 70 follow-ups, granting me an opportunity to test the waters. Prior to this, I had contemplated giving up and was plagued by self-doubt, constantly questioning my earlier work. As a novice in an unfamiliar realm, it was indeed difficult to thrive and resist the loneliness of solitary writing. Fortunately, I persevered. Here, I wish to express my gratitude to my editor, Transparent, for granting me a signing opportunity and providing writing guidance, encouraging me to continue until I reached 100,000 words. At this moment, I do not feel triumphant, but rather fortunate to have survived the journey. I am grateful that I did not abandon the project at 50,000 words, allowing me to progress step by step to this day, to the book's launch. Of course, many claim that I am slow, yet the truth is that in my quest to refine the characters of the male and female leads, I have deleted nearly 50,000 words. Sometimes, writing too much can be overwhelming, while writing too little may leave things vague. Thus, I have been in a constant cycle of writing and deleting. Achieving this 200,000 words has certainly not been easy. Do not ask why. As a novice, I possess limited opportunities for visibility. Therefore, even if it means producing 10,000 words of discarded drafts, I will not publish them just to accumulate word count. I fear that a single misstep could dissuade countless readers. I hold a deep respect for Qi. Writing here fills me with trepidation, and facing contemporaries makes me anxious. However, regardless of the outcome, there must be a conclusion tonight. In the early hours at midnight, I earnestly hope that everyone will consider the diligent effort I have put into my 200,000 words and grant me a first subscription. With just one initial subscription, I might be able to satiate my hunger, and I would bow in gratitude. If my performance is dismal, I shall weep profoundly and strive again tomorrow. My ambitions are not overly materialistic. I write partly out of passion and partly for sustenance. I seek not opulence, but rather modest achievements. Moreover, I wish to discuss the prospect of updates. To be candid, I aspire to be a leader, to join the Silver Alliance, to attain the Golden Alliance. After all, who wouldn't desire wealth? I would bow for even a meager portion. Yet, let me reiterate, my novice skills leave me apprehensive of faltering in my writing, which is why I have been continuously revising. I aim to produce at least 4 updates, striving until dawn to maximize my output. Whether it be a seasoned author from an external site, a pseudonymous writer, or a novice in web literature, such distinctions hold little significance. What truly matters is that the story itself gains recognition, and that is my privilege. I have ventured forth independently, approaching this new platform with the humility of a novice. There is also a matter regarding promotion and audience engagement. Through various efforts, I have amassed over 200,000 collections. This figure is astronomical. I consulted some experienced authors, and they advised me that the conversion rate for audience engagement is rather low, urging me to temper my expectations. However, I hope users from various platforms might lend me their modest support. A mere contribution, watching an advertisement, or even just a word of encouragement would be greatly appreciated. In conclusion, this journey has been filled with applause and flowers, yet has also faced skepticism and criticism. Nevertheless, having come this far, I fear not the outcome. Should I triumph, I shall remain devout. Should I falter, I shall remain true to my principles. Chapter 96. Is his name Jiang Qin? Shu, are you truly certain you do not wish to stay elsewhere? In the car, the woman gently turned her gaze toward Feng Shu, her eyes brimming with unspoken tenderness and affection. Staying here is sufficient. My roommate is quite amiable, Feng Shu replied softly. Taking a deep breath, she added, I can manage, but I already find myself missing you. Why not accompany me a little longer? I've heard the dining hall at Linda is quite good. Let us share a lunch together. When Lu and Hui arrives, we can eat as a group. Feng Shu spoke earnestly, her words playful. Very well, then you may go, the woman said, unable to resist stroking her hair. Feng Shu exited the vehicle, waved goodbye, and stepped into the dormitory building. Did you witness that? Uncle Gong gasped in disbelief. You slammed the accelerator so hard that the tires nearly flew off. How could I not feel it? That is the friend of the young lady. The elder is aware of it. He might have wanted to greet us as we passed by. The woman smiled slightly. Jiang Qin is rather an ordinary name. He truly seems like an ordinary person. Uncle Gong's eyes widened in disbelief. How do you know that? The girl talks in her sleep. She has called out his name 8 times in 7 days. One day, she even called out twice, Uncle Gong noted, pleased with his mathematical prowess. The woman glanced at him. That was during an afternoon nap. Uncle Gong wiped the sweat from his forehead. President Qin. Our flight time is approaching. Shall we depart to avoid missing the plane? As the Bentley departed, Feng Shu had already changed clothes in her dormitory. With bright eyes, she pulled out her phone and sent a message to Jiang Qin. In truth, she had already explored the entirety of Linchuan University, leaving no corner unvisited except for the Maple Grove, which held no allure during the day and was filled with unsavory characters by night. Jiang Qin decided to take Feng Shu into the city for a stroll, whether it be a shopping mall or a cinema. There are surely places to delight a beautiful young lady. 10 minutes later, Feng Shu descended the stairs with a lively step, spotting Jiang Qin from afar. You only know how to wander. Remember, as a female university student, your primary task is to study, Jiang Qin chided as he approached Feng Shu, noticing her in a pair of faded jeans and a white hoodie. Her long hair was tied neatly in a ponytail, her lips a delicate pink, and her eyes bright and clear, her exquisite features both lovely and serene. I scored 671 on the college entrance examination, Feng Shu declared with an air of seriousness. Jiang Qin paused before replying. That score means little once you enter university. You are bound to fail this semester. If I don't fail, may I have a ride on a toy car? She asked, hopeful. That's a lofty dream. What about Uncle Gong? Summon him to take us into the city. Today, I shall show you the wonders of the world, he replied. Uncle Gong has gone to drop someone off, Feng Shu noted with fluttering eyelashes. It dawned on her that there had been another person in the Bentley, and Uncle Gong's sudden acceleration was likely to prevent that person from being seen. Having spent the entire holiday in Shanghai, it meant that this individual had come from there. Thus, it could be surmised that the person in the car was likely a relative of the affluent young lady. A chill ran down Jiang Qin's spine. As Feng Shu's closest friend, it was inevitable that she would introduce him to her family. This affluent young lady was known for her sincerity, often saying, I have a friend who is poor and loves to admire breasts and touch feet. if he were truly introduced to her family. It would be more explosive than any college entrance examination essay. Feng Ninshu halted, speaking softly. What if we delay until tomorrow? I can endure for one more day, but 9 days is too much. She gazed at him quietly. Jiang Qin smiled. I was merely jesting. Let us go. Although we won't be riding in a Bentley, I can take you on the bus. Upon hearing Jiang Qin's change of heart, the affluent young lady's eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly followed. The two exited the university and boarded bus number 203. Since it was the start of the semester and not a holiday, the route from Linda to the city center was not crowded. Feng Ninshu sat obediently by the window, her delicate, curled lashes fluttering as her eyes reflected the streets and roads, with every scene passing by like fleeting shadows, leaving behind a glimmer of joy. Feng Ninshu, do you enjoy foot massages? Jiang Qin suddenly inquired. I have never tried one. How could you not have? For your well-being, I give you a foot massage daily. It alleviates fatigue, reduces inflammation, promotes metabolism, balances hormones, nourishes yang energy, and wards off the cold. You see? Jiang Qin cleverly transformed the concept of foot touching into foot massages, shifting the intention to health benefits. Yes, I understand, Feng Ninshu nodded earnestly. There is one thing to note, however. This technique has been lost to time, and I'm the only one who knows it, Jiang Qin quipped. Feng Ninshu gazed at him quietly, her eyes shimmering with clarity and vivacity. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the Galaxy Shopping Center and began their exploration from the first floor. This was a relatively large shopping mall in Linchuan, offering clothing, jewelry, dining, and entertainment. The uppermost level housed a cinema. Yet, the affluent young lady found herself fatigued by the fourth floor, her curiosity piqued by the gaming arcade. Thus, Jiang Qin led her inside, exchanging for a box of game tokens at the front desk, allowing her to play freely. In truth, the gaming arcade of this era was not particularly suited for innocent young girls, as the proprietor rarely invested in dance machines, favoring arcade games instead. Feng Ninshu played without any strong sense of competition. As Jiang Qin grew weary from accompanying her, he found a bench to sit on, observing the flow of customers in the mall while contemplating the next steps for the website. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the gaming arcade, drawing the attention of everyone inside. Feng Ninshu had executed a perfectly standard side kick, and before her stood a boxing strength tester, its readings skyrocketing, shaking not only the target but the machine itself as well. To speak candidly, the young wealthy lady possesses an extraordinary beauty that is both striking and ethereal. From the moment she entered, many in the arcade were eager to approach her. However, with one swift move, silence enveloped the room. Most notably, Jiang Qin fell into an utter hush. In his many years of experience, he was acutely aware of the bitter taste of losing one's health. While he may not have adhered strictly to a regimen of daily exercise, he consistently maintained the commendable habit of rising early and retiring early. It was only in that fleeting moment that he realized he had been teetering on the precipice of mortality. He was aware that the young wealthy lady had undergone martial arts training from a tender age, yet he had never witnessed her employ such skills. The subsequent foot massages could be dismissed, as after numerous kneadings, Feng had likely grown accustomed to the sensations. However, the most perilous encounter was certainly their first during their visit to the hot spring town. Had the young wealthy lady harbored any dissatisfaction, a simple sidekick could have sent him plunging into the depths of the pool. What kind of formidable weapon had he unwittingly engaged with? It was time to depart. This game had proven too violent for his liking. Jiang Qin felt a lingering trepidation. Feng returned the small basket to the counter and followed Jiang Qin outside. Throughout their journey, her eyes sparkled with clarity. Occasionally, she would blink when he called her name, her gaze shimmering with a watery hue. When a young lady maintained a stoic expression, she emanated an air of aloofness, yet her emotions were easily readable, revealing a charming naivete. After perusing them all, Jiang Qin took Feng to an automobile city, intending to select a vehicle. With over $1 million in hand and several $100,000 in the company's accounts, procuring a car was hardly a challenge. After careful consideration, Jiang Qin chose an Audi A6. Though it may not overtly exude luxury, it was sufficient for his business endeavors. His forum could not remain confined to L N University, nor to L N itself. Thus, It was imperative to acquire a vehicle that presented a respectable FAAD. Moreover, the total cost of the car was not insignificant, marking the upper limit of what he could currently afford. Within that threshold, making the best possible choice was all that mattered. The young wealthy lady stood quietly, serene and obedient, though a few jarring bumps nearly sent her tumbling into Jiang Qin's embrace. Alas, it was quite a predicament. Despite having vowed to abstain from romantic entanglements, she continually found herself unexpectedly accepting challenges, which was undeniably taxing. "Hold steady. You're compromising my resolve," Jiang Qin mused, yearning to tousle her hair. F-ing-n-n-sage shifted her posture. Jiang Qin, this is even bumpier than a kiddie ride. I would gladly do this again. It seemed that the young lady, accustomed to the luxury of a Bentley, was experiencing the simple joys of the common folk for the first time. The campus beauty contest was nearing its conclusion. Such events could not be prolonged indefinitely, lest participants grow weary. After all, no one wished to compete daily. Therefore, it would conclude this weekend. The design team was to produce a list of winners, collaborating with the tech department to create a user-friendly page for browsing and sharing. Meanwhile, in the marketing team, WILNLN and TNQing were tasked with staffing recruitment. If feasible, they could directly utilize part-time personnel, with commissions duly provided. Additionally, the content team was to enhance user engagement. Although the beauty contest would end, retention rates must be effectively managed to redirect users to other sections of the forum. All without a single speech draft or even a scrap of paper, earning the admiration of his colleagues. It was evident that the boss had envisioned countless strategies in advance, weaving multiple threads of planning, allowing them to function like cogs in a machine, ensuring a seamless path to their objectives. While such matters may seem straightforward, they are, in truth, rather daunting. When one comprehends his words, it is due to borrowing his cognitive framework for contemplation. Yet his ideas were entirely conceived from his own intellect, contrasting starkly with the ease of passive reception. Oh, and remember to scout for someone studying financial management during recruitment. This is pressing, as I need to finalize XTIN's recent sales report. Jiang Qin suddenly recalled an essential task. WILNLN nodded in agreement. Understood, boss. I will post about the recruitment. And can the job fair commence tomorrow afternoon? Yes. Also, if there are any idle hands available, could someone visit SHNGSH to confirm the trophy and certificate orders and purchase some gifts? After speaking, Jiang Qin noticed all eyes were on him. "What are you all staring at?" "Boss, you're the only one with free time in our office." I remarked candidly. With a chuckle, Jiang Qin replied, "Well, daring to call the boss idle is quite audacious." He grimaced slightly. LNLN. "When you recruit, please find me a secretary." "Got it, boss." "All right. Everyone disperse and attend to your respective duties." Following the conclusion of the beauty contest, our team will conduct our first official team-building event. Upon his final words, the office erupted in cheers. These individuals, despite their commendable professional abilities, remained youthful university students, easily stirred by the prospect of enjoyment, appearing somewhat foolish in their excitement. Nevertheless, an urgent issue loomed that required resolution: the monetization tool. He needed to broaden his approach, developing an alternative monetization strategy while simultaneously promoting the forum, especially with the internet wave rapidly gaining momentum, necessitating a departure from traditional industry reliance. At that moment, Jiang Qin's eyes brightened as he spotted COXNYU at the entrance. "Seniors, please wait a moment. I have something to discuss. Has the approval for room 207 come through? I desperately need a meeting room," he expressed, his desire for the adjacent room palpable. "How about this, senior? Lend me the key for now, as that classroom has been perpetually vacant. It would be a shame for it to go unused." Jiang Qin proposed a compromise. COXNYU retreated a step. "Don't even think about it. That decision is beyond my purview. What if you accidentally misplace the key, and I just happen to find it? Would that not suffice?" 10 minutes later, Jiang Qin successfully acquired the key to room 207, not due to his cunning, but rather because COXNYU, unable to resist, contacted Professor YN for approval and received consent. "Senior, what does Professor YN enjoy? Cigars? Aside from the little old lady, I can provide anything." Jiang Qin spoke rather lavishly. COXNYU couldn't help but glance at him, please don't. Professor Yn has a rather peculiar temperament. He detests such gestures. Detests the little old lady? He abhors gifts. Chapter 98. Campus Heartthrob Contest Boss. This is the new finance staff member, XY, a third-year senior from the School of Business. Boss. Senior XY has compiled nearly a month's sales data for XTI in milk tea. Boss. Senior XY stayed up late to finalize the sales report for XTI in. The milk tea shop was modest in scale, making the sales data relatively straightforward to compile, merely matching daily sales volumes with unit prices, then comparing them to previous sales figures was sufficient. Coupled with XY's diligence, the report was swiftly completed. Take it to those merchants and let them realize what they have missed. Jiang Qin directed as he handed the sales report to WILNL. WILNL couldn't help but exclaim. The boss speaks with such authority. Basic operations don't linger. Subsequently, XTIN's report, through WILNL and TNQing, reached the hands of various merchants who had been observing. The impact was indeed staggering. The booming business of XTI in milk tea was evident. Yet without concrete data to substantiate the claims, no one dared to believe that profits could exceed six figures. Let us not forget that XTI's initial sponsorship fee was merely $80,000. Claiming it had doubled would not be an exaggeration. However, upon viewing the sales report, one could see that this was no gentle stream, but rather a surging tide. Moreover, the milk tea shop employed merely one young staff member, who tirelessly prepared milk tea all day long, unable to meet the growing demand. Under such circumstances, the advertising effectiveness on Jihu proved to be rather formidable. Consequently, people began to stir restlessly, flocking to the entrepreneurial base. It was evident that Jiang Qin possessed remarkable foresight. After acquiring the keys to room 207 from the general office, he merely tidied up and arranged the space, yet that very evening, it played a significant role. The previously tranquil entrepreneurial base instantly transformed into a bustling hub, with individual entrepreneurs from the front square, nearby schools, internet cafes, and dining establishments on the pedestrian street, even including cinemas and shopping malls from the city center. At that moment, Chao Xin stood in the second-floor corridor, observing the throngs of people with astonishment. She recalled Jiang Qin's first visit to the general office when he expressed his intention to apply for entrepreneurial support, and she had been entirely skeptical. However, within a mere month, following a campus beauty contest, this forum had become a coveted opportunity that everyone desired to partake in. Was pursuing wealth truly superior to engaging in romantic relationships? As dusk descended, Jiang Qin found himself engaged in a heated debate with multiple businesspersons for over 3 hours, feeling somewhat dazed as he stepped out of room 207 to get some fresh air. Wei Lanlan followed suit, her gaze infused with a hint of reverence. Every single one of the 18 merchants had come through, with transactions occurring at the highest asking prices. The boss's little red mouth was akin to a machine gun, rapid and astonishingly effective. Jiang Qin marveled at how the boss lady managed to endure it all. Boss, why don't you take a break? You go ahead and order dinner. I'll eat here tonight. Jiang Qin exhaled. Wei Lanlan nodded and headed towards the door, vanishing into the night. However, Jiang Qin's dinner was destined to be less than peaceful, for just as he acquired his meal, the manager of Tongxing Driving School personally arrived. Previously, due to a lack of trust in the forum, they had missed the excellent opportunity to sponsor the campus beauty contest, yielding ripe rewards to Shitian. Though unspoken, a sense of regret lingered in their hearts. This time, they aimed to replicate the beauty contest to rectify their earlier oversight. General Jiang, we at Tongxing Driving School are prepared to offer 120,000 yuan. How about organizing another contest? The manager, surnamed Niu, was named Niu Shantian. Rugged in appearance and possessing a booming voice, clearly a local from Linchuan. Manager Niu, what kind of contest do you wish for us to host? Jiang Qin inquired while wiping his mouth and settling down, accepting the water Wei Lanlan handed him. How about a campus prince contest? We'll sponsor it entirely. And if you feel the funds are insufficient, we can negotiate further. After contemplating, Jiang Qin shook his head. Let us forego the campus prince contest. No one can surpass me in that arena. Manager Niu glanced at him, thinking Jiang Qin had indeed created a vibrant website, and it was only natural for him to be a bit boastful, yet the direction of his arrogance seemed misplaced. General Jiang, while you are undeniably charming, You need not participate, Manager Neo said, his words lacking sincerity. Jiang Qin continued to shake his head. That simply cannot be. If I do not participate, it would be unfair. And how could the selected campus prince gain respect? That is a valid point. Manager Neo chuckled awkwardly, pondering for a moment before realizing that this young General Jiang appeared to be joking. Yet he was subtly rejecting him without damaging their mutual goodwill. An apparent business opportunity dangled before him, yet he was able to abruptly halt the conversation. Neo Shantian was uncertain whether Jiang Qin had a small appetite or other plans in mind. However, having reached this juncture, further discussion seemed futile, and Manager Neo rose to leave, harboring lingering dissatisfaction. Had he not declined cooperation at the outset, how much profit would Tongxing Driving School be reaping today? Suddenly, a realization struck him. Isn't there still an old forum at the school? As he exited the entrepreneurial base, his eyes brightened. If Jiang Qin 1T hosts a campus prince contest, then I shall seek out others. The concept remains the same, and another person may achieve results just as well. Moreover, when it comes to girls pursuing their crushes, they tend to be far more fervent than boys chasing after their crushes. The more Manager Neo contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. Thus he altered his course, intending to speak with the administrator of the old forum to explore potential collaboration. In reality, Manager Neo was correct. Jiang Qin no longer wished to host a contest. As the competition progressed into its later stages, the forum's registration numbers had plummeted to a standstill, indicating that Linchuan University was saturated. The student population was finite. It was not the case that hosting contest after contest would yield a continuous rise in registrations. Therefore, his next target was the Science and Technology University, the Engineering University, and the Normal College, where untapped markets awaited. A mere small stone could provoke a vast ripple. However, as Tongxing Driving School's venue was situated within Linchuan University, Manager Neo would undoubtedly be reluctant to sponsor events at other institutions, rendering the commercial negotiations moot. Jiang Qin departed, weary from the day's exertions, as a silly tabby cat sprang onto the screen, leaping joyfully. Taking a deep breath, he pushed aside his boxed meal and, with fatigued limbs, exited the entrepreneurial base. Chapter 99. The joy of a little wealthy lady. The little wealthy lady wished to go out, but one could not simply take her to Wanhua Lake every day, for that would be most unbecoming. Yet, without such excursions, Linchuan University offered few suitable venues for leisure. The chaotic and noisy surroundings outside the school were certainly not appropriate for someone with social anxiety like her. Although the university's activity center screened films daily, most were romantic comedies, and Jiang Qin worried that if he took her once, she might become too enamored with the genre, making it difficult to manage her expectations. Who could withstand such a situation? Not even Jiang Qin, nor Ultraman. Therefore, weighing the pros and cons, he opted to seek assistance. He consulted a girl from the finance class, inquiring about any enjoyable activities. Jiang Tian, are there any events tonight? Jiang Qin pondered. Are there many people? It's tolerable. Now that autumn has arrived, the weather is turning a bit chilly, so not many are out. Is it fun? It's decent. We play cards, chat, share gossip, discuss ideals and future aspirations. The atmosphere is quite lively. All right, I'll head over shortly. After reading the final message, Jiang Tian set down her phone, immediately leaping out of bed. She opened her drawer, retrieving her powder, small brush, eyeliner, and eyelash curler, and began to prepare before the mirror. Her roommate, Song Qingqing, expressed confusion. Why are you putting on makeup so late at night? Going out with a guy? No, not at all. Jiang Tian deflected while busily applying her brush. Song Qingqing pouted. What is there to be shy about finding a boyfriend? Bring us along to meet him. We can help you vet him. I'm not looking for a boyfriend. We're just going to the playground to play cards. I was just hoping a handsome guy might notice me. TCH, I knew you weren't being honest. It hasn't been long since school started, and you're already feeling romantic. But that's fine. No one will compete with me for Jiang Qin. After hearing this, Jiang Tian calmly replied, girls should always look beautiful, not necessarily for someone else, but primarily to feel good about themselves. Jian Shun leaned over from the adjacent room. You need to wear makeup to play cards? The playground is dark, only lit by a couple of small lamps. You want to be able to see anyone's nose or eyes. Oh, ISN Zhuang Chen always playing cards with us these days. Jiang Tian, you would have a crush on Zhuang Chen, would you? Song Qingqing suddenly speculated a melodramatic possibility. Jiang Tian immediately denied it. That's impossible. Jiang Qin belongs to Jiang Qin. I wouldn't dare to interfere. Nonsense. He is not mine. If you like him, feel free to take him. I have no objections. After Jiang Qin spoke, she too began to change her clothes. Unlike Jiang Tian, she didn't feel the need to dress up elaborately, as Jiang Qin hardly warranted such effort. She merely couldn't accept going out in her pajamas. After tidying up, the three girls departed from the dormitory. Jiang Tian walked at the forefront, her makeup exquisite, undeniably capturing numerous glances along the way. In contrast, Song Qingqing ventured out with a completely bare face, her features rather ordinary, yet still more appealing than Pan Xiao. Jian Shun could be described as a natural beauty, with looks that could rival Jiang Tian's meticulously crafted visage. However, her attire was rather loose, giving her the aura of a charming neighbor girl. Upon reaching the entrance of the playground, they encountered Jiang Qin, who had been waiting there, one hand clutching bubble tea and the other holding snacks, enough for 6 people. His appearance suggested that without a certain level of financial backing, one could hardly embody the essence of a warm man. Once at the playground, the group spread out the mat and engaged in casual conversation while playing cards. Jiang Tian appeared somewhat distracted, making several mistakes during the game, which prompted Song Qingqing to express her annoyance. Tian, do you have something on your mind? No, just not in great form, Jiang Tian replied, discarding 2 jokers. At that moment, Jiang Qin approached from a distance, waving at the group before settling down on the blanket. Song Qingqing was taken aback by his presence, instinctively retreating. The night was quite dark, and from Jiang Qin's perspective, he could not clearly see her, yet the barefaced Song Qingqing felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. What are you doing here? Jian Shun recalled the mockery they faced during the dinner and regarded Jiang Qin with a frosty demeanor. Jiang Qin stretched lazily. It's too boring at night. Couldn't find a place to hang out, so I came for a stroll. Is there any drink? Have some bubble tea. Jiang Tian gestured towards the bag in front of Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin reached for it, only to be stopped by Jian Qin. Could you be a bit more courteous? That as for us, courtesy of Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin, unable to remain silent, chimed in, Jiang Qin. Coming out with female classmates without bringing any snacks or drinks is already quite unchivalrous, and now you're trying to take the girls' bubble tea. How shameless can you be? Well said, that's the spirit. Just then, a charming figure emerged from the night, with a graceful figure and flowing hair, her features illuminated by the soft light, exuding an ethereal beauty. She gracefully adjusted her skirt and sat beside Jiang Qin. In truth, Jiang Tian and the others were aware of the complex relationship between Jiang Qin and Feng Nanshu, but from the intel gathered from Class 4, it seemed they were not romantically involved, but referred to each other as best friends. However, seeing them seated together evoked a sense of perfect compatibility. This was not merely about Jiang Qin's striking good looks matching Feng Nanshu's beauty. It was the unusual aura he possessed that did not render him ordinary in her presence. Drink, Feng Nanshu said, inserting a straw into her cup and extending it towards Jiang Qin, her delicate eyelashes shimmering silver in the light. Jiang Qin, parched after a vigorous afternoon of debate and having devoured half a box of rice without a sip of water, took the straw between his lips and sipped. Is it good? Feng Nanshu asked, her delicate nose crinkling slightly as she took the straw in her mouth, her gaze coldly surveying the others. Jiang Tian's smile faded, her expression tinged with melancholy. Song Qingqing instinctively shrank back, mentally cursing Jiang Tian for knowing Jiang Qin would come and deliberately withholding the information. Jian Shun, observing Feng Nanshu, felt a pang of inferiority, her demeanor slightly wilted. Lastly, Jiang Qin glanced at Jian Shun, then at the bubble tea he had purchased, feeling a strong sense of dissonance. What's going on? I thought we were supposed to have fun. Jian Shun tossed down her cards. Her face darkened as she decided to leave the playground. Seeing this, Jiang Qin and Song Qingqing quickly followed, leaving Jiang Tian feeling utterly out of place, like an unwelcome spotlight, and she too stood up to bid farewell and departed. What on earth is happening? Where's the joy you spoke of? Jiang Qin asked, perplexed, turning to Feng Nanshu, who once again offered him the cup of bubble tea, her eyes shimmering with warmth. In the ensuing moments, there was an absence of gossip, conversation, or cards. Jiang Qin suddenly felt that the little rich girl seemed to thrive in any setting, radiating happiness regardless of the circumstances. Yet, what was it that truly brought her joy? It was a perplexing enigma, indeed. On Thursday afternoon, the weather was splendid, with not a cloud in sight. Jiang Qin took the bus to Shangshi and, accompanied by staff, visited the sample room to examine their trophy designs. Ultimately, he selected a trophy shaped like angel wings, elegantly folded. Both goddesses and angels symbolize beauty, while the term goddess is nebulous. A pair of pure white wings often signifies an angel. Jiang Qin imagined that if he were the campus belle, he would certainly favor such an angelic design, not only visually striking, but also captivating. Is it possible to make it in white? White? We typically produce them in gold. I've never seen a white trophy. Could you inquire if it can be done? I envision a glossy white that appears pure and innocent. The staff member departed to consult with the workshop and returned with confirmation that it was indeed possible. Jiang Qin found gold trophies rather mundane when held. They seemed cheap and prone to chipping, while a white trophy would evoke a sense of purity befitting a goddess or campus belle, aligning perfectly with the theme. Most importantly, a pure white trophy paired with a pure black base would be striking and distinctive. As for the certificates, they were largely similar, with the most common being a red leather folder containing a document and another featuring a transparent acrylic shell. Jiang Qin opted for the latter, as transparency always exuded a certain sophistication. The layout was straightforward, with Jihu and Shitian side by side, followed by the names of the campus belle and award recipient. Such certificates should not specify first or second place in a beauty contest, as girls do not wish to concede in terms of appearance. Thus, the top 5 would all be labeled as campus belles, devoid of specific ranking, ensuring that the recipients would feel pleased and, crucially, when displayed, they would not carry any psychological burden. Goodness, I am so considerate, thinking of every detail. Should I place the order after the dog? Jiang Qin quipped to himself, and then followed the staff to another sample room to examine their name tag and badge designs. Although the entrepreneurial base was beginning to take shape, there was still much to be done regarding team cohesion. To foster a subconscious sense of unity, name tags and badges were essential. With these identifiers, individuals would subconsciously feel a bond, much like the concept of couple outfits or family attire. Unity fosters cohesion. The styles of name tags were presented, with the chest badges on the far right. The staff pointed to both sides. Jiang Qin scrutinized for a moment for the name tag. I'll take the 5th one in the 2nd row, and for the chest badge, the last one in the 1st row. Understood. The staff recorded the numbers in a notebook. However, as Jiang Qin was leaving the sample room, he hesitated, standing before the display of sample name tags, lost in thought, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his eyes. What is it, Mr. Jiang? Is there something that doesn't meet your satisfaction? We haven't placed the order yet, so you can make any changes. Jiang Qin pressed his lips together, pondering for a moment before speaking. Please prepare an additional set. With the title Boss Lady and the name Feng Nanchuan, both the name tag and chest badge, as well as the certificate. Boss Lady? That isn't a conventional position, is it? The staff member appeared taken aback. The title of Boss Lady is an unacknowledged role, one that may not exist in every company, yet is universally understood. And it carries significant authority. Does your company have one? Indeed, it exists. However, Mr. Jiang, since there is a proprietress, should we not also procure a set of identity badges for the proprietor? Jiang Qin's gaze suddenly turned icy, causing the staff to suppress their smiles. Do you not comprehend that discussing romance is utterly futile? Such pairings will only bring you harm. My apologies, Mr. Jiang. I spoke out of turn. It is quite all right. Do not be anxious. I merely have a heightened sensitivity towards matters of matchmaking. Young man, are you in a romantic relationship? Jiang Qin adopted a gentler tone. The staff member shook his head, currently single. I have been quite busy with work lately and have no time to seek companionship. It is fortunate that work has rescued you. You ought to express your gratitude to the proprietor. Jiang Qin's words carried the essence of a miserly character. May I request that you prepare a set of badges for the proprietress? Certainly, but it will take approximately 2 hours. Can you wait? Please proceed. I shall return in 2 hours to collect them. Having settled the arrangements, Jiang Qin proceeded to a nearby shopping mall to select gifts for the winners of the campus flower competition. While the certificates and trophies do not reflect rankings, the gifts must certainly distinguish between 1st, 2nd, and 3rd places. Otherwise, the efforts of all those who voted would lose their significance. For the 1st place, he purchased a compact and stylish instant camera, which is quite fitting as a prize for the campus flower competition. But the mere thought that the 1st place might be Chu Siki filled him with an unsettling feeling. Buying her a gift? Goodness. is truly more distressing than losing money. Nevertheless, for the sake of market value, he resigned himself to it, as he would not be personally presenting the award. The second place received a petite video-enabled device, which in 2008 was still considered a fashionable item. The third place also received a similar device, albeit lacking video functionality, and was only the size of a mahjong tile, featuring a ring of functional buttons, priced 100 yuan less than its video-equipped counterpart. Additionally, Jiang Qin purchased an assortment of headphones, bookends, and hardcover notebooks as participation and consolation prizes. Shengshi Advertising certainly lives up to its reputation as a leading advertising firm. Their machinery is advanced, and the craftsmanship is superb, with the words engraved on the metal sign exhibiting a natural and fluid quality. Do you have gift wrapping boxes? Yes, we have a variety. I shall fetch a few for you to choose from. Jiang Qin placed the badges, name tags, and certificates inside, observing as the staff skillfully tied a pink ribbon into a bow, his expression gradually turning peculiar. Is merely gifting a present truly capable of altering the nature of friendship? Perhaps it is best to refrain from presenting it for now. Should the young heiress develop inappropriate notions, it would be troublesome. Although she is innocent and naive, entirely oblivious to the complexities of love, she is backed by a scheming advisor, Gao Wenhui, who is indeed a formidable force to be reckoned with.